Darkness. Desolation. Nothing could be seen. Wang Yu had merely accepted a golden flyer on the street. He had not even had time to read what was written on it before he inexplicably found himself in this place. All around him was pitch black, and what made it worse was that his phone had run out of battery while he was playing on it in the subway. He could not contact anyone, nor could he determine where he was. It could hardly be more disastrous. "Is anyone there?" he tried shouting, but no one replied. Only the chill in the air answered him, making him shiver and realize that his t-shirt provided no warmth at all. It was far too quiet around him. Wang Yu gradually felt fear creeping in as his heart rate began to surge. Have I transmigrated somewhere, or? He began to consider all kinds of possibilities, staggering as he groped his way forward. Very soon his fingers brushed against an icy, uneven wall. He pressed his back against it, only then regaining a faint sense of security. Is this some kind of tunnel or cave? Wang Yu guessed, for it was so dark here that there was not the slightest trace of light. After several deep breaths, he gradually calmed down, though his heart was still hammering wildly. He began to examine the few items on his person. A shoulder bag inside it, a phone, some tissues, his resume, and diploma. Because just before the incident he had finished an interview and was on his way back to his rented room. Yet at this moment none of these things could help him. His hands shook from panic and the printed resumes slipped from his grasp onto the floor, but Wang Yu no longer had the mind to pick them up. The only things of any use were the half bottle of water and the 2 energy bars he often treated as breakfast. He ate 1 energy bar, and the intake of sugar made him feel slightly better. Then, supporting himself against the wall, he began to feel his way forward, limping as he moved on. Yes, he was lame. That alone made interviews far more difficult for him than for others. Even with a passable diploma in hand, it was hard to find a suitable job. Now, even though half a year had passed since graduation, he was still unemployed, truly jobless from the moment he left school. This brought great inconvenience to his life, though he had long since stopped caring about other people's gazes. For he was fortunate. At least he had survived the accident when he was 5, even though it left him with these lasting. He no longer remembered the exact details, only that the accident had claimed the lives of his parents and younger sister, while he miraculously survived in the cramped confines of the vehicle, hanging on for 5 days. To this day, he still remembered the expression on the rescuers' faces when they found him. There had been astonishment and joy, and mingled within it a faint trace of fear. That was his so-called good fortune. Everyone around him believed he was very lucky. Even Wang Yu himself had thought so. Later he was taken in by his uncle. There was no cliched drama over inheritance. He grew up smoothly enough, until he encountered this new incident. Damn it, where on earth is this place? Wang Yu swore as the cold forced him to quicken his pace. He slung the shoulder bag across his chest, hoping it would provide at least a little warmth. Gradually, perhaps because his eyes had adapted to the darkness, he began to make out faint outlines. Ahead seemed to be a wall reflecting a dim red glow, flickering on and off. He seemed to be in an absurdly long corridor about 8 meters wide, and he had already reached a corner. Such a Wang Yu could not even imagine what kind of place would require a passage this wide. It could almost serve as a road. After he passed the corner, Wang Yu finally saw about 30 meters ahead a red light strip embedded in the wall, flickering like faulty wiring. Coupled with the uneven wall surface stained and covered in scratches, Wang Yu had every reason to suspect that this was a long-abandoned facility. Could it be that there isn't a single person here? Wang Yu felt increasingly uneasy. His heart rate spiked once more, and the chill on his skin grew sharper, making him uncontrollably tremble. Just then an unusual sound came from behind him. Galala! It was the noise of some heavy object scraping against a metal floor, growing clearer and closer, coming from the corridor behind Wang Yu. What is that? Is it chasing me? A sense of dread overwhelmed his thoughts, forcing him to drag his inconvenient leg and break into a run, fleeing forward without looking back, even though everything ahead was still swallowed in darkness. Yet the distance between them closed rapidly. The sound was almost right behind him, and he could even feel a breath at his back, as though some beast were pressing close upon him. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Yu was already gasping for air, lungs ready to burst, his legs racked with cramps. Running had always been his weakest activity, and now it was killing him. What is chasing me? Is this some twisted world? Have I really transmigrated? Wang Yu's mind raced in 1,000 directions. He could only hope this was a nightmare, that he would wake up to find himself merely asleep on the subway. Even missing his stop would be acceptable. But reality was merciless. Nothing changed, and he could run no further. At that moment, whether illusion or not, Wang Yu saw a faint glow ahead. It was a cluster of dense green light points, like lights marking an emergency exit. The sight granted Wang Yu several more drops of strength, driving him to quicken his steps. But halfway there, he sensed that something was wrong. Emergency lights did not move on their own. So was someone there? Is anyone there? Something is chasing me from behind. Wang Yu shouted, ran 2 more steps, and then his pupils constricted violently. For that was no person at all, but a bizarre creature Wang Yu had never seen. A grotesque giant salamander. This lizard was roughly the size of a calf, lacking eyes and nostrils. Its skin was covered with a mesh-like network resembling exposed veins, and the pores within that mesh emitted emerald fluorescence like countless watching eyes. The thing charged toward Wang Yu the moment it saw him, jaws opening wide as it shot out an elastic tongue straight at him. Damn! Wang Yu could not even scream. He could only curse, inwardly railing at the unknown existence that had sent him here. Not even giving him a cheat like golden finger or a system. This was worse than simply killing him outright. Wang Yu felt as though all sound had died away and was ready to embrace death. At that moment, a colossal black shadow swept over him. Immediately afterward, an immense impact erupted before his eyes. It felt as though a stun grenade had detonated at close range, the force so great that it blasted Wang Yu off his feet. He slammed heavily onto the floor, his entire body aching beyond words. Yet he was not dead. He then saw an enormous hammer of outrageous proportions, taller than he was, embedded in the floor before him, having smashed the lizard into a pulp. The lizard was slain and reduced to a pulped mess. The green luminescent fluid within its body splattered across almost the entire corridor, coating Wang Yu as well. The glow illuminated the surroundings, and in that ghastly light it revealed the silhouette of another terrifying existence. It was an ironclad giant. Wang Yu had never seen a human so overwhelmingly robust. This creature had already surpassed the bounds of humanity. The giant stood over 4 meters tall. Beneath his dark red skin, swollen muscles writhed subtly, and upon his body rested a damaged suit of armor hung with chains. Many sections bore traces of repair and reforging. In some places the plates had been riveted directly into flesh and muscle for stability, a sight that looked excruciatingly painful. That exaggerated war hammer was the giant's weapon. One side was a flat hammer face expanding the area of impact, while the other side was a sharp spike designed for devastating penetration, meant specifically to pierce through sturdy armor. The giant drew the hammer back, letting it hang upside down and rest on the ground. The earlier grinding sound was most likely caused by him dragging it along the floor. Wang Yu's heart leapt into his throat. He did not even dare to breathe, terrified of drawing the giant's attention and sharing the lizard's fate. Yet clearly the giant's target was not him, or else he would already be dead. In fact, if the giant had not intervened just now, he might have been attacked by the lizard. Strictly speaking, the giant had actually saved his life. As Wang Yu's thoughts churned, the giant moved. He turned his head, revealing a face that was both gruesome and ferocious. That face looked as though it had been ravaged by flames or acid. Teeth and gums were exposed. The left eye socket was an empty, pitch-black hollow. The right side of his face was covered by a riveted iron plate, through whose mesh-like perforations a faint crimson light could be seen, as though it were scrutinizing Wang Yu. Before Wang Yu could react, the giant's hand had already reached out and seized him, a palm broad enough to encircle his waist. He was hoisted into midair and held before the giant's chest, where the creature examined him closely. A stench of rot and blood wafted from the giant's body, nearly making Wang Yu retch. The chocolate bar he had eaten earlier surged back into his mouth, but he forced it down again, pretending to remain composed. He doesn't mean me any harm. Do not panic. Wang Yu tried to hypnotize himself, daring not to move recklessly as he searched for any chance to escape. Thankfully, events unfolded as he had hoped. After scrutinizing him for a few moments, the giant set him back on the ground, then resumed dragging the heavy war hammer forward, the harsh screech of metal grinding echoing along the corridor, as though Wang Yu had never existed. Wait a second. Wang Yu stood dazed for a moment, then finally snapped back to his senses, and called out, limping after the giant on his inconvenient right leg, sticking close to the giant's back to avoid attacks from other monsters. About 15 minutes passed. Wang Yu still had not found a way out, yet had already grown accustomed to trailing behind Hammer Bro. Yes, Hammer Bro. Because the giant wielded a hammer capable of annihilating worlds, Wang Yu had decided to address him that way. It should be fine, and he had, after all, sought the giant's opinion on it. That's acceptable, right, Hammer Bro? Wang Yu asked. The giant remained silent. Taking that silence as tacit approval, Wang Yu felt reassured. He was a newcomer in this strange place, unfamiliar with everything. Only Hammer Bro, physically imposing yet seemingly kind-hearted, could be considered approachable, and more importantly, did not eat him. Naturally, Wang Yu had to cling tightly to this proverbial thigh. Moreover, Hammer Bro was in all likelihood intelligent and self-aware, perhaps even able to understand his words. He was simply a man of few words. How to describe it? Yes, stinting with words as though each were gold. At first, Wang Yu had not been able to keep pace with the giant. After calling out a few times, Hammer Bro had actually slowed his stride. That made Wang Yu even more confident in his judgment. Hammer Bro is merely unpleasant to look at, bearing a form unlike any human, but he's actually easy to get along with. Along the way, Wang Yu watched Hammer Bro annihilate 2 more similar lizard monsters. The giant seemed to be hunting these bizarre creatures. Thanks to this, Wang Yu no longer felt cold. The lizards turned out to be warm blood, and their body fluids glowed and emitted heat. Now he was covered in the stuff, solving not only his problem of keeping warm, but also that of illumination. Hammer Bro, what do you think these lizards eat to grow so huge? There's clearly nothing here at all. he asked, but Hammer Bro still did not utter a single word, plodding forward woodenly, almost mechanical. Wang Yu had already grown used to this. Hammer Bro, do you have any idea how to get out of here? Hammer Bro, you're so incredibly strong. How did you train to become like this? Hammer Bro, are there any other people here? Hammer Bro, I have a specialty from my hometown, a chocolate bar. Do you want to try it? At those words, Hammer Bro finally reacted. He stopped, making Wang Yu freeze, inwardly cursing himself for perhaps having said the wrong thing. In truth, he was somewhat nervous. Though he seemed talkative, he was merely using chatter to bolster his courage, ease the oppressive atmosphere, and divert his own attention. Did I just trigger something terrible? Wang Yu swallowed hard. Up ahead, Hammer Bro slowly turned around. His body, like Wang Yu's, was smeared with lizard flesh and fluids, though the glow on him was noticeably dimmer. The gore even seemed to writhe slightly, as though being absorbed by his skin and the armor plates on his surface. Hammer Bro. Wang Yu called, uneasy, only to see the giant extend a broad, thick hand toward him. He understood at once. Right away, right away. Wang Yu hastily rummaged in the satchel at his chest, took out the chocolate bar, and placed it in Hammer Bro's hand. By comparison, the snack looked absurdly tiny, like a miniature model, scarcely enough to fill the crack between his teeth. Fortunately, Hammer Bro did not mind and digested it easily, tossing the bar, wrapper and all, straight into his mouth. Crunching noises sounded as he chewed, and then he simply continued walking forward. And so Wang Yu lost his final piece of food, but it was worth it, he thought, for the boost to Hammer Bro's favor toward him. As for what to do afterwards, since Hammer Bro and the giant lizards could survive here, food clearly was not lacking. If worst came to worst, those smashed lizards were not entirely inedible. Even if they were poisonous, he would still have to try. It was better than starving to death. Thus Wang Yu followed Hammer Bro all the way along the passage until a few familiar paper resumes beneath his feet made him realize he had returned to his starting point. Along the way there had indeed been side passages and rooms, some rooms were even open. Yet Wang Yu did not dare to enter on a whim, uncertain what lay inside and fearful of encountering new dangers. At this starting point where he had first crossed over into this place, there was in fact a door. It had been too dark back then, he had not noticed it at all, feeling along the opposite wall instead, and just happened to miss it. Now seeing this door, Wang Yu grew even more suspicious, feeling as though something might be inside. He tried walking toward it, and the door responded, as though sensing him, sliding open on its own. Hammer Bro, there's light on inside. Aren't you going to come take a look? Wang Yu called. But Hammer Bro did not pause, continuing forward as though he had not heard at all. After weighing his options, Wang Yu decided to enter the room. From his brief glance, he had seen that it was lit and appeared to contain no monsters. Wang Yu walked into the room, and the gate behind him closed as well. But to ensure his escape route, he tried to step back out. After confirming that the door could be freely opened and closed, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to investigate the room before him. The space inside was quite large, with a big office desk in the center resembling a workspace. On either side there were 2 bedrooms and a separate bathroom, with the master bedroom also containing a storage room. The minimalist and rugged decor style gave Wang Yu a sense of futurism, as it resembled a scene from a science fiction work. Most of the furniture was made of metal, composite, wood, and plastic, although they were all quite worn and old. Someone had clearly lived here before, but that had been a long time ago. Wang Yu looked at the walls and floor, which were covered in dust and unknown stains. Many places were even cracked, and stepping on them gave a sticky, gelatinous feeling that was unappealing. Some walls and furniture even had burn marks, and there were small bullet holes. Wang Yu picked up something that looked like a bullet shell by his feet, and it crumbled with a gentle squeeze. Not brass or metal. Wang Yu frowned, as it felt somewhat like an eggshell, possibly due to having become brittle over time. Moreover, he discovered large splatter stains on the bed in the secondary bedroom that had oxidized to a black color, some even splattered onto the ceiling, indicating that something unpleasant had evidently occurred here. There was no danger in the room, no lizards hiding in corners or shadows to ambush him, which was good news. Wang Yu decided to set up a temporary stronghold here, as the facilities were relatively complete, the lights still operational, and the electrical system intact. I just wonder if the lizards will break in. Wang Yu looked at the rather unreliable door and planned to use some debris to block it, while resting at the very least it would make noise if something intruded, serving as a warning. Unfortunately, the water supply was completely cut off. The sensor faucet in the bathroom had stopped functioning, and when Wang Yu struck it with a heavy object, not a single drop of water came out. Then there was food. Wang Yu found a canned food item in the corner of the storage room, or rather, it was a large. The discovery was worth mentioning, as he found it based on the cat doodles and arrows on the wall, buried under a pile of rags and boards. Clearly other beings had been here and had stored supplies, albeit not very intelligently. Some kind of large feline, able to draw symbols to mark locations, and even open cans. Wang Yu speculated. Of course, he did not believe there could be such a clever cat. The doodles on the wall looked like they had been carved with a sharp tool, with the deepest parts exceeding a centimeter. Cats do not have such hard and sharp claws. This was a metal wall. Perhaps it was some pervert who loves cat food using an angle grinder to create these patterns, and then hid a can of cat food here. Wang Yu found it amusing, and the pressure in his heart dissipated significantly. He added the can of cat food to his food reserves as the cat in question was most likely no longer around. He had no idea how long this can had been stored. The label on the surface was almost completely oxidized. However, he remembered that as long as the can was not damaged, it could be preserved for a very long time. Although this can look shabby on the outside, the contents might still be edible. Wang Yu looked at the half-orange cat head on the packaging along with the familiar Chinese characters in the corner. Delicious starfish content, greater than 1. Do all the cats here eat so well fed with starfish? Wang Yu remarked. Having lived inland, he had never eaten starfish from childhood to adulthood, let alone delicious starfish. He only knew that such a type of echinoderm existed. The can was placed into the satchel in front of his chest. He had no psychological burden or pressure about eating cat food. He just needed to ensure he didn't starve. There's only one place left now. Wang Yu looked at the large office desk in the center of the room. Although a section of the tabletop was missing for some reason, the cabinet underneath was still usable. Wang Yu checked it, but one of the cabinets was locked, and he had no key. In a horror game, this would probably be the well-loved key-finding segment. However, since this was reality, Wang Yu decided to dismantle the desk to see what was inside, opting for a brute force approach. The desk had presumably been abandoned for a long time, or it was either rotten or broken, so he just needed to avoid some metal structures. Wang Yu found a metal desk leg and directly drilled a hole in the wooden surface, then pulled out whatever was inside. A gun. Wang Yu's eyes brightened. This was clearly a small handgun, but unlike the traditional image of guns, it had a more technological feel, made from some kind of white polymer, and felt great to hold. On one side of the gun was a strange emblem resembling someone with a peculiar sense of humor, adding 4 legs to a fish. What a bizarre symbol. It couldn't possibly be the manufacturer's trademark, could it? Wang Yu inspected the gun, then tried firing a few shots at the desk, but nothing happened. Clearly there were no bullets in the gun, or there was some kind of safety switch. It couldn't be broken, could it? Wang Yu continued to investigate and found what appeared to be the safety switch, but could not find a way to remove the magazine. However, he discovered a circular port at the bottom of the stock that could pop out. A rechargeable handgun. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the phone charging in the corner. The room had electricity, and there was an operational socket configured for 2 and 3 holes. His phone charger could also be used, and the voltage was according to standard. But on the socket, there was also a circular port that matched the interface of this handgun perfectly. Wang Yu was skeptical, but tried plugging the gun in, and then the gun lit up, embedding a colorful light band that seemed to flow, simulating a liquid injection. The 4-legged fish emblem was also a screen that displayed the charging progress. In just a few seconds, it went from 0 to 100. Charged so quickly. A fast-charging handgun. Wang Yu took the handgun off and couldn't help but mock, then conducted another round of testing. Perhaps due to being idle for too long, the gun needed to have the trigger pulled several times before it could fire a shot, with almost no recoil, reminiscent of a water gun. But in reality, this thing was a portable laser handgun with tremendous power. The burn marks on the wall were clearly left by this type of weapon. A single shot could melt through a metal pipe, and the temperature was shockingly high. If fully charged, it could probably shoot 20 shots, with each shot consuming about 5 of energy. A good thing. With this, Wang Yu felt more confident in facing the lizards. This was the power of science. Alright, let's assess the situation. Wang Yu stowed the gun away and contemplated his next course of action. I took a golden flyer and was then teleported to a special base. The level of technology here is evidently much higher than the world I'm familiar with, and there are some bizarre creatures and individuals like Thor. But here, there is a connection to my former world. The Chinese characters and the socket confirm this point. Wang Yu reviewed the circumstances and details, feeling as though he had been drawn into a massive conspiracy. There was also a doubt that had arisen after he entered this room, which he had not noticed before. He looked at his right palm, where a number written in standard script, 7, had appeared in faint color like a faded low-quality tattoo. But Wang Yu did not have a habit of getting tattoos, let alone etching such an ambiguous number in the palm of his hand. This could only have been brought over during the crossing precisely on the right hand that received the golden flyer. Is this my golden finger? Or some kind of warning? Wang Yu frowned, as there were many ways to interpret it, like a countdown warning of 7 days, or even 7 hours, or perhaps he has 7 lives, 7 chances to resurrect. After all, that's how it often plays out in novels and film. Wang Yu had no immediate clues and chose not to dwell on it, instead focusing on addressing the difficulties at hand. The lizard's bodily fluid on him no longer provided warmth. Instead, it felt sticky and uncomfortable. He cleaned himself up, wrapping some rags around his body to provide at least some warmth. Then there was food. Wang Yu planned to bring back a lizard to use as emergency food reserves and gradually expand his exploration range until he found an exit from here. After charging his phone and handgun, Wang Yu began his final checks, a habit he formed after that unfortunate incident. The cause of that incident was his father's lack of preparation. He hadn't checked the weather forecast before leaving and chose a seldom-traveled path upon encountering traffic. At that moment when the accident first occurred, his father received quite a scolding from his mother. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Thus Wang Yu made it a point to double-check before every action to avoid repeating the same mistakes. When you are well prepared, death will not come knocking at your door. Wang Yu took a gulp of water and tucked a metal short tube into his chest bag for emergencies. With his phone in one hand for illumination and his laser handgun in the other, he left the room. There was no signal here, so the phone could only serve as a flashlight for the time being. He explored the path he had taken before, this time with a phone and a gun in hand. He glanced into various accessible rooms and side paths, finding many rooms of unclear purpose or doors that simply wouldn't open. It was certain that this facility had housed a significant number of people in the past, otherwise it could not have operated at all. After some searching, Wang Yu found a cat food can and a metal spray can marked with a green cross in his bag, suspected to be a healing spray, both discovered under cat graffiti. Though unsure who had left them, Wang Yu was grateful and stowed them away in his bag. Soon he returned to the spot where he first encountered Brother Hammer. However, here, Wang Yu did not find the mangled, mutated lizard. Only the remnants of blood on the ground testified to its existence, leading to a trail of dragging marks extending into the darkness. There's something else here. Wang Yu's heart tightened as he directed his phone's light ahead and glanced back. It was unlikely Brother Hammer was responsible, as he didn't seem the type to handle both killing and burying. After a few moments of thought, Wang Yu decided to follow the trail. After all, he needed to explore for an exit and had no other choice. About 5 minutes later, Wang Yu stopped in front of a gate, as the blood trail ended there, blocked by the door. Moreover, the blood was still quite fresh, glowing faintly, indicating that the body was recent. Some of it even seemed to have been dragged from the corridor ahead, suggesting the person had moved quickly, taking away many lizard corpses with considerable strength, something Wang Yu could not manage so efficiently. However, Wang Yu could not open this door. Although it was powered, it wouldn't open on its own, and there was no switch button. Do I need a key card or similar authorization? Wang Yu frowned, sensing that the area beyond the door might lead to other parts of the base, perhaps even an exit. If every door here required a key card, he might indeed be trapped here. If I had known, I would have packed some scraps of meat in my bag. Wang Yu felt regretful for not being able to feast on the mutated lizard. While cat food cans could last long, the lizard likely could not be preserved. This separation seemed to be a final farewell, and the lack of food and water might push him to a dead end. Just as he was thinking, the ground suddenly shook violently beneath him. The abruptness caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground, his phone slipping from his grasp. Accompanying the tremors was a sharp alarm. Warning! Warning! Departing from subspace travel. All crew members prepare for impact and unforeseen events. What a subspace! Wang Yu exclaimed in shock. Although his back hit the wall painfully, the warning's content shocked him even more. Am I in? At this point, the ground tilted severely, accompanied by the sounds of metal being dragged and deformed. It was close, as if something was crawling and tearing just outside the side wall. At that moment, the corridor was fully illuminated and the metal partition slowly lifted. The blinding light pierced through, leaving Wang Yu stunned, for before him shone a dazzling sun. The brightness was so intense that it hurt his eyes, forcing him to look towards the darker areas. Am I in space? Is this the interior of a spaceship? Wang Yu was horrified, faintly hearing eerie screams and the sound of high heat burning fat. In the instant the metal partition opened, it seemed he caught a glimpse of something crawling up along the ship's hull. Before he could think further, the sounds of heavy crawling came from both ends of the corridor, one in front and one behind. Two mutated lizards that had suddenly appeared. Damn it! Wang Yu tried to lift his hand to fire, but it was unresponsive. Only then did he realize that his right elbow joint felt unnatural, as if it had dislocated. Raising his arm caused pain, and he couldn't lift it. The ship's earlier turbulence must have caused this, leaving him with only the ability to grip the gun, rendering him unable to aim. The chance for retaliation slipped away rapidly. Wang Yu hadn't even considered switching hands with the gun when the mutated lizard lunged at him, opening its mouth to unleash its highly elastic tongue. Wang Yu could only raise his relatively intact left hand to block, protecting his vital neck area, but he was ensnared by the lizard's snake-like tongue, causing him to lose balance and lean forward. Yet the danger was not over. Another mutated lizard joined the battle from behind, hastily shooting out its tongue, like it was seizing its prey, wrapping around Wang Yu's right ankle. The two similarly sized mutated lizards began to tug at each other, emitting a harsh hissing sound reminiscent of gas rushing through a pipe. Wang Yu was caught between the two lizards, his left hand and right leg stretched taut, as two opposing forces pulled him in opposite directions. His right hip joint bore an old injury previously reinforced with steel nails, and this tugging only exacerbated the pain. Damn it! Wang Yu roared, startling both lizards. The two mutated creatures were only momentarily intimidated by Wang Yu's outburst. Realizing that their prey posed no real threat, they merely found him loud. Thus the two lizards began to tug harder, their strength almost tearing Wang Yu apart. In this critical moment, Wang Yu could only place his hopes on the handgun, the sole weapon capable of eliminating these two beasts, still firmly gripped in his right hand, never having slipped. But he couldn't lift his hand to aim. Wang Yu attempted to wrestle with the lizards, but aside from worsening the pain in his right leg, it had no effect. He wanted to switch hands with the gun, but the lizards gave him no chance. However, during the struggle, the intense pain from his right hand's movement sparked a new idea in him. He turned to bite the rag wrapped around his right arm, actively relinquishing his balance and lifting his left leg off the ground. He planned to rely on imbalance and swinging to find an opportunity to aim the gun at one of the lizards. If he could kill or injure one, he would have a chance to escape. Wang Yu retracted his supporting left leg fully, applying his weight to the forces pulling him back and forth, thus breaking the balance. The two lizards, each weighing no less than 100 pounds, also momentarily lost their balance due to the change in forces. Wang Yu was waiting for this very moment. He exerted force with his neck and shoulders, trying to direct his right hand towards the lizard in front during this moment of imbalance, and then took the chance to fire. The chance was slim, with a high probability of missing or misfiring. However, as the two lizards drew closer to him, he would have another opportunity to shoot. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Wang Yu, momentarily numbing the pain. His nerves were highly stimulated, and he resolutely executed his plan. Then a streak of light flashed by, surprising Wang Yu, as this unreliable handgun proved to be unexpectedly reliable at this moment, firing smoothly and striking the lizard directly in front, piercing through its body. The shot lizard collapsed instantly, and the one behind seized the opportunity to lunge at Wang Yu, its tongue pulling him closer, aiming to bite. But Wang Yu rolled over just in time, his left hand gripping the switched white handgun, firing again and burning a large hole through the lizard's forehead, melting through the window behind. The air rapidly leaked out, forming a whirlwind, and it wasn't until the metal partition automatically descended, blocking the breach, that the crisis truly ended. Cough. Covered in a considerable amount of slime, Wang Yu sat up, pushing the lizard off him, coughing incessantly after accidentally swallowing some of the slime, part of which even choked him. Fortunately, he had escaped with minor injuries, successfully eliminating the two lizards. Although he had broken a hole in the window, the safety system here was still functioning properly, sealing the breach before a greater crisis could emerge. Hiss. As Wang Yu prepared to rise, he felt a sharp pain in the base of his right leg. Unsure if it was a torn ligament, his right hand was bent at an unnatural angle. He set the gun aside and struggled to move to a position against the wall, beginning to search through his bag for the healing spray he had previously found, aiming it at the painful area. The wound instantly stopped bleeding, the cooling sensation from the evaporating agent alleviating the pain and forming a light yellow protective film over the wound and blood. Even the discomfort from the dislocated joint in the base of his right leg was suppressed. He just couldn't be sure if it was the anesthetic effect or an actual healing effect. The little spray soon ran out, but Wang Yu felt much better looking at his dislocated right elbow, planning to try to... He didn't understand medicine, but now it wasn't a matter of understanding. He had to reset it, even if it took hundreds of tries, or else he would quickly die here due to the loss of basic mobility. This was indisputable. Wang Yu took several deep breaths, supporting himself with his right hand, using his shoulder to apply force, aiming to realign the joint. He tried several times without success, which made him feel quite uncomfortable and even a bit nauseous. Fortunately, the earlier spray had suppressed the pain. Finally, on the fifth attempt, with a sharp crack, his elbow joint was finally realigned, but by then it was already swollen and red, and he couldn't apply any force. At last he managed to hold on. Now out of danger, Wang Yu took a moment to observe the scenery outside the window, gazing at the vast expanse of the universe. He seemed to be in the outer corridor of the spaceship. Crack. The sound of the hatch opening startled Wang Yu, and he immediately looked at the metal door opposite him that he couldn't open. Oh, a giant was emerging from within. It was not Thor. A foul and disgusting stench of decay rushed out, suffocating Wang Yu, almost tangible, as even his skin could feel it. The newcomer was a stout giant about 3 meters tall, wearing an unidentifiable high hat, grasping a large bundle of iron chains in his left hand, slung over his shoulder as if dragging a hefty load. In his right hand was a large, jagged butcher's knife, covered in old blood, long dried and oxidized, but it seemed to have been painted over countless times, making it impossible to discern the material of the knife, which appeared to be forged from blood. Wang Yu didn't dare to breathe, reaching for the handgun at his side, keeping a close watch on this obviously unfriendly butcher. The latter merely glanced at Wang Yu, his upper face entirely resembling a twisted, deformed pig's head sewn onto his skin, looking particularly gruesome. However, his previous interaction with Thor had made Wang Yu aware that he couldn't judge others by appearance and demeanor in this place, so he didn't show any hostility, merely keeping a firm grip on his handgun. The strange man stared at Wang Yu for a few seconds, then shifted his gaze to the two lizards stepping forward, making a loud thud on the ground. He stopped in front of one lizard, bending down to hang a chain with a hook from his waist onto the lizard. At this point, Wang Yu finally understood what this strange man was planning. He was collecting the corpses of these lizards. The previous ones had likely been taken by him as well. Thinking this, Wang Yu tentatively opened his mouth. Those two lizards were killed by me. Can you leave one for me, please? I am a friend of Thor. Wang Yu's voice trembled, partly from fear, and partly because the strange man reeked so badly, as if he had never bathed, making it hard for him to breathe, and even bringing tears to his eyes. The strange man merely glanced at Wang Yu, remaining motionless for several seconds, causing Wang Yu's heart to race, fearing he would end up like the dead lizards and be taken away. Fortunately, he was usually lucky. The strange man didn't attack him, but instead took one lizard and retreated, causing the metal hatch to close again. Only then did Wang Yu dare to breathe deeply, nearly suffocating. Strangely, when the strange man left, that foul stench disappeared along with him, as if it had never existed. Very peculiar. Wang Yu supported himself against the wall and stood up, looking at the lizard left behind, knowing he had gambled correctly again. Pig Brother wasn't actually a bad person. He was someone with whom communication was possible, even a proper crew member on the ship. One lizard is enough to eat. I just swallowed some bodily fluid and experienced no discomfort. Having made contact with its skin, it is likely non-toxic and edible. Wang Yu speculated, but even if it turned out to be inedible, he would have to try roasting some, as he didn't have much food left and had no other choice. Slowly propping himself up against the window, it was then that Wang Yu truly took in the cosmic scenery outside. This was far more realistic than any game he had ever played or any movie he had ever watched. The stars, unshielded by atmosphere, were terrifyingly bright, and Wang Yu could even feel his body temperature rising rapidly, potentially harmed by radiation. But at this moment, he couldn't care less, for he spotted another planet below. That is, the blue planet. No, something is different. Wang Yu exclaimed in shock. He was initially delighted, but soon sank into despair. He realized that the continental plates of that planet differed from his memories of the blue planet, yet it was evident that there were signs of civilization, not merely flora and fauna, but evidence of advanced intelligent life. He even saw an artificial satellite slowly drifting past beneath the spaceship. Wang Yu continued to gaze elsewhere, with the majority of his field of vision consumed by darkness. Only a few distant lights flickered, stars separated by an unknown distance like candles in the profound blackness, poised to extinguish at any moment, utterly powerless against the encroaching dark. Though it shone brightly, almost painfully, so it gave off an unsettling feeling of impending collapse. After staring for a while, Wang Yu inexplicably felt his legs weaken. By the time he realized it, he had already squatted down, uncontrollably, coinciding with an indistinguishable sound of digitized synthesis. Hyperspace travel concluded. The deep space vessel successfully arrived at the target star system. Host survival confirmed. System activating. Activation successful. Your current authority level is level 1. Welcome aboard the deep space vessel, esteemed acting captain. Upon first contact with the vast universe, you have awakened a talent: self-disciplined living. Please check your personal panel for details. System. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, looking around to locate the source of the voice, but unable to pin. The voice seemed to resonate in his mind, unrelated to his physical location, uncontrollable, and impossible to mute. However, he quickly adapted, as this entity was remarkably convenient to operate, far superior to a mobile phone. His eyes felt as if they had integrated into a miniature computer, directly projecting a translucent screen onto his retina, seamlessly merging with his field of vision. Moreover, the displayed content could be manipulated with his consciousness, completely unaffected by his visual perception, allowing him to close it or even adjust its transparency at any moment. A must-have system for traversers has finally arrived. But Wang Yu staggered to his feet, glancing at the root of his right leg, which had begun to ache faintly. The effect of the pain-suppressing spray had worn off, appearing effective only for external injuries and not for the chronic damage to his bones and ligaments. The appearance of the system did not heal the defects in his body. Indeed, the stories and novels are unreliable. He could only rely on himself. Wang Yu summoned his personal panel to check his status. Wang Yu. Race: human. Human, a typical type of intelligent mammalian life form renowned throughout the universe, highly dependent on technology, lacking fixed racial talents, but exhibiting significant individual differences, potentially displaying unique personal talents. The average attribute values for adults are 5. Origin: terrestrial planet. Talent: lucky 7. Self-disciplined living. Lucky 7. You are a born lucky person, embodying the hopes of your family, thus favored by fortune. Everyone around you perceives you as lucky, and favorable events are more easily triggered in your favor. Up to 7 times a week, when facing life and death crises, you can force the occurrence of events with a probability exceeding 10, steering reality towards a direction more favorable for your survival. This ability is unaffected by individual subjective will. Self-disciplined living. Maintaining a healthy and regular routine greatly benefits you. When you are sufficiently disciplined, live healthily, and persist for 3 weeks, your attribute experience growth rate will increase by 20 rationality cap, 20 points lasting until your self-discipline is broken, but the boost will continue for an additional 24 hours. Abilities none. Status light injury, a large figure of a muscular human right leg and right hand joints, yellowing, height 172 centimeters, weight 65 for kilograms. Health 8195. The body has chronic injuries that cannot heal itself, permanently reducing the health cap by 5. Rationality 81,100. When rationality falls below 50, there is a chance of entering a state of mental collapse. When rationality reaches 0, you will face life and death trials. Energy 77,100. When energy drops below 60, you will enter a state of fatigue, making mistakes more likely. Below 30, you may fall into a coma. Reaching 0 will result in direct shock. Physique 4, 2,480. Physique measures the absolute strength and sturdiness of an individual. Will 7, 77,400, will measures the mental strength of an individual. The higher it is, the less affected one is by adverse environments and conditions, and the stronger the ability to endure desperate situations, resulting in higher rationality resistance. Reflexes 5, 31,100. Reflexes measure the speed of neural signal transmission. Typically, the higher the reflexes, the more agile the individual. However, sometimes a sufficiently strong physique is also needed to support it. Immunity 4, 3,780. Immunity measures the metabolic capacity of an individual in various environments. The higher it is, the less impact from toxins, diseases, cosmic rays, electric currents, and even temperature, facilitating rapid recovery of health and adaptation to extreme environments, including the consumption of indigestible food. Inspiration 5, 52,100. Inspiration measures the ability of an individual to establish contact with subspace, making it easier to perceive things that should not exist, triggering numerous anomalous phenomena that defy logic, even connecting to subspace. This attribute also easily sparks inspiration during research and contemplation. Overall evaluation: a combat weakling with average attributes exactly at 5, with just enough luck to allow you to catch your breath in this universe. Lucky 7. Wang Yu suddenly recalled something and immediately looked at the palm of his right hand, which was smeared with green slime, discovering that the number had changed from 7 to 4. So this gun can fire continuously because of my talent. Wang Yu realized, awakening to the truth at that the malfunctioning laser pistol could operate smoothly continuously thanks to Wang Yu's luck, and those 2 shots had consumed 2 of his opportunities. As for the 3rd time, it may explain why he was able to hit the mutated lizard with a dislocated hand. I really am, Wang Yu said with a bitter smile, feeling he had acquired a talent that would make others envious. But if given a choice, he would prefer never to have been lucky at all. Wang Yu quickly familiarized himself with the system's various functions. Besides the personal panel, he could also view information about the deep space vessel, including his authority level and the internal structure diagram of the ship, though parts that were beyond his authority were completely blacked out. Wang Yu, acting captain of the deep space vessel, currently holds level 1 authority and can spend 500 credit points to upgrade to level 2. Deep Space Vessel, a large scientific research ship that encountered a malignant incident during a subspace transit, with nearly all crew members perishing, suffering severe damage, and drifting for years between the universe and subspace until a new captain arrived to bring it back to light. Durability. Maximum standard cruising speed. The ship is damaged, and the cruising speed is unstable. Maximum standard cruising speed refers to the limit speed achieved in uniformly dense standard space G. 0. 2 which is the limit speed of 0. 2 times the speed of light. Core component: activated subspace phase transition engine, granting the deep space vessel the ability to traverse and navigate in the universe and subspace. Core components are the soul of the ship. Damage can lead to complete destruction, rendering it irreparable. Main engine: activated subspace phase transition engine, hungry. The main engine supports long-distance interstellar travel, and damage results in the loss of long-distance interstellar navigation capabilities. It can substitute for the auxiliary engine to provide standard power, but will greatly increase the load on the main engine. Auxiliary engine: overweight field fusion engine, damage. The auxiliary engine provides standard power. Damage will affect the ship's navigation power supply and the use of conventional weaponry, impacting all aspects, and cannot replace the main engine to support interstellar travel. Weapon module: defense module, small electromagnetic particle shield generator, damaged. Basic module: gravity field generator, activated detector production factory, hungry. Activated subspace communication generator, hungry. Fian 1 type singless round trip landing pod 3, basic factory missing. Contents that cannot be displayed require higher authority to unlock. Damaged module components need repairs before they can resume operation, and missing components indicate they are completely lost or irreparable and can be deleted. So complicated. Wang Yu thought, feeling overwhelmed after reading it. He didn't understand anything about the engines or modules, let alone repair them. He wouldn't even know how to use them. Fortunately, this gap was covered by the system. All modules could be repaired or even expanded with credit points and materials, but operations could only be performed within the system. Repairs could even be done solely with credit points, though the prices were exorbitant. For instance, the repair cost for the overweight field fusion engine was astonishingly high, reaching 830 million credit points. Wang Yu only counted the length of this number to confirm he wasn't seeing things, and then promptly abandoned the thought of fixing the ship. But what is this hungry situation? It hasn't been explained. Is that thing alive? Wang Yu wondered, feeling that the ship had significant issues, suspecting he might have boarded a pirate ship. Please proceed to the central control room bridge. The system will format the deep space vessel to assist you in mastering this ship. With the map in hand, Wang Yu finally bid farewell to getting lost and wandering aimlessly, temporarily abandoning the thought of escape, for outside was the vastness of space, a realm not meant for ordinary humans. However, the blue planet below might be a possibility, depending on whether there is an opportunity to land. Wang Yu first returned to the captain's cabin, the place he had previously regarded as a stronghold, dragging back the spoils of this endeavor, a mutated lizard. Moreover, he had confirmed its toxicity through the system. Name: light lizard. Description: a common mutated creature in subspace resembling a lizard in appearance and habits, yet structurally more akin to fish with legs, thus some researchers classify it as a four-legged fish. It can exist stably after leaving subspace, but it cannot reproduce. Its bodily fluid is a mild and harmless fluorescent agent capable of illumination, radiation resistance, and thermal insulation. Its flesh is non-toxic and edible, but caution is advised regarding parasites. It is recommended to heat and cook before consumption. The system can identify items, even biological ones, for free, which is a sort of invisible benefit. He also identified the laser pistol with the following details. Name: Fire Scorpion 07 Snow Limited Edition. Malfunction. Manufacturer: Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Four-Legged Fish Co. is a rather peculiar enterprise that has rapidly carved out a niche in the interstellar market. Its products emphasize high-cost performance and cover various industries, boasting unique technologies that cannot be reverse-engineered or replicated. The company frequently releases some inexplicable products, including numerous limited edition color-changing items, leaving many bewildered. However, buyers who favor the company flock to it, often falling victim to scams. Some products are extremely rare and hold immense collectible value, fetching unimaginable prices. It is rumored that the company originated from an oceanic planet staffed entirely by intelligent four-legged fish. Regulation: Level I Civilian. The regulation levels are standards established by the former Technology Ethics Monitoring Bureau regarding the technology and potential hazards represented by items classified from I to 6. High-risk items are subjected to strict oversight, prohibiting private transactions, as they may lead to unimaginable disasters for civilizations and the entire universe. These levels can be categorized as civilian, precision, exquisite, forbidden oddities, and miracles. If creations from advanced civilizations are deemed sufficiently safe, they may also be classified as exquisite or precision. Thus, this standard cannot fully measure the technological sophistication of such creations. Description: a rare limited edition white beam pistol, its collectible value far exceeding its practical use. The original owner went to great lengths, traveling 30 light years and waiting for a full 6 months just to obtain it. It poses a significant threat to unarmored entities, particularly organic life forms, as the intense heat it contains can instantaneously penetrate a target, causing its internal fluids to boil and expand, resulting in secondary damage, though it can be absorbed and blocked by metals. Primarily existing as a collectible, it can sustain combat. When paired with an energy pack and a long press, can be used to cut through large targets. The circuit of the activation unit is faulty, with only a 15% chance of successful activation each time the trigger is pulled. This gun is quite a rarity, Wang Yu remarked as he handled the pistol. The previous captain of the deep space appeared to have treated this gun as a precious collectible, reluctant to use it, locking it away in a drawer of his desk. However, to Wang Yu this was merely a simple beam pistol and not particularly reliable. But this universe is indeed lively. What is this Technology Regulation Bureau, and what is this Four-Legged Fish Life Co.? He frowned slightly, feeling that the name of the company sounded peculiar. Life Co. Why did it seem to carry an air of malice? Regardless, it appeared that various civilizations and organizations existed in this world, and today was an eye-opener for Wang Yu. He left the captain's cabin, following the map through the corridor, arriving at the bridge or main control room at the other end, feeling that something was off. He looked down at the metallic floor. Why does it feel like the corridor has shortened significantly? Is it an illusion? Wang Yu could not comprehend it, and could only attribute it to psychological effects. After all, he had just traversed realms feeling extremely tense and lacking illumination, making distance misjudgment quite reasonable. He glanced at the large metal door in front of him, Previously it had been too dark, and in his haste to keep up with Brother Hammer, he had completely overlooked checking this door. It turned out this was the main control room. The captain's cabin, main control room, laboratory, and related workshops were all on the same level, indicating that the ship's former captain was undoubtedly a workaholic. As for other floors, level 2 access was required to enter through the door where he met Pig Brother. But Wang Yu currently only possessed 5,000 universal credit points, so he could only look at the map. Many areas were blacked out. First, let's check the situation on the bridge. Wang Yu tightened his grip on the beam pistol and walked towards the large door before him. The doors inside this spaceship seem to be automatic. If they want open, it's either due to insufficient authorization or a malfunction. The main control room's door is relatively intact and is currently opening, but the process is a bit sluggish, with large clumps of black residue falling down, indicating it hasn't been opened for quite some time. However, most of the lights inside are still operational, although they are covered in a significant amount of black grime resembling dried black mud, which has greatly diminished their brightness, giving the overall space a sense of decay. Wang Yu stood at the door, not daring to enter recklessly. He held his gun up with his left hand, remaining vigilant, worried about the potential presence of unknown dangerous creatures inside, but fortunately there were none. He scanned the area, ensuring there was no danger before officially entering, as a system prompt chimed in his ears. You have arrived at the central control room. Formatting has officially begun and is expected to complete within 5 minutes. A countdown of 5 minutes appeared in Wang Yu's vision, but it did not hinder his sight. He estimated that once the countdown ended, he would be able to control this ship. However, what on earth happened here? Wang Yu furrowed his brows as the ambience of the control room felt distinctly different. Outside it could be described as abandoned and poorly maintained, but inside, Wang Yu seriously doubted whether he had entered the interior of an ancient corpse that had suffered severe. The air was filled with tiny fluff-like particles, and the metallic floor beneath him was gradually being replaced by a dry, waxy black organic tissue. In some areas he could even see shriveled blood vessels as thick as a forearm supported by the underlying bones, and when illuminated with a strong light, it was even translucent. Yet there were still traces of what had once been the bridge or control room of a large research vessel, with at least 3 rows of control panels, indicating that the number of operators was no less than 20. Some of the control panels were also covered in desiccated tissue, utterly unrecognizable, and it was not just a covering, they had grown together, making the chairs immovable. Is this really a spaceship that can operate? Wang Yu couldn't help but ask himself, but no one was there to answer him. Perhaps it was better that way. If something suddenly emerged, he would likely fire his weapon. He looked towards the center where the captain's seat of the deep space ship once was, feeling that the chair had been completely transformed into organic matter. Its surface was a deep brown, but when Wang Yu shone his phone's flashlight on it, the interior appeared pale yellow, resembling amber, with structures similar to human vertebrae and ribs forming the backrest of the chair. Oh my, could it be that the captain of this ship has merged with this chair? Wang Yu couldn't help but scoff, goosebumps rising on his skin. Fortunately, there was no danger in the control room. Otherwise, Wang Yu's impaired legs and unstable handgun would hardly be sufficient for self-defense. He had only conducted a rough inspection of the control room and had not finished exploring when the 5-minute countdown ended. A non-glaring blue data stream descended from the ceiling, illuminating the already waxy, translucent captain's chair. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. The chair seemed to be infused with vitality, activated by an unknown force. The surface of the flesh and blood swelled once more, as if blood was flowing within the blood vessels, regained elasticity, and began to pulse rhythmically, coming back to life. Overall, it appeared like a grotesque piece of craftsmanship made from the skin of a living creature. Formatting complete. Full control permissions of the control room are now open to you. Please strive to survive and find a planet in this vast universe where you can settle and reignite the flame of human civilization. This is a destiny we cannot evade, and may everything go smoothly. The air collector will hatch in 2 to 3 weeks. After acquiring the heritage of civilization and submitting it, corresponding credit points and gacha opportunities can be obtained, with the gacha offering relics of the corresponding civilization. A giant egg wrapped in a pale yellow membrane sprouted from the ground beside the control room, likely that air collector, though it was of no use for now. After the formatting was complete, the system explained the purpose of summoning him here. Find a planet to settle down on, is that it? Wang Yu frowned, fully aware that the less information he had, the worse the situation was. If even finding a planet to colonize and develop could become a task, then this universe might be undergoing extremely terrifying events, for the constraints on civilization's development are no longer technological, but perhaps something else, a disaster that cannot be resolved. However, this contradicted the reality Wang Yu had witnessed. Not long ago, he had seen a vibrant blue planet from the window, one that absolutely harbored life, even civilization, with artificial satellites present, giving no reason why survival should be impossible except for the conditions above. mainly whether the atmospheric environment could support human activity freely, which required further confirmation. Also reigniting the flame of civilization. On this broken ship, Wang Yu was the only one, and he was a disabled person. How could he possibly light the flame of civilization? It was impossible to develop anything, and extinction was imminent. Even if he counted in his companions, it would not yield the next generation. There was simply no hope. Unless he could find other humans. Wang Yu contemplated a lot, finally focusing his gaze on the central chair in the control room. There was no danger here. The energy beam pistol, named Fire Scorpion, had also been returned to the bag on his chest with the safety engaged to prevent accidental discharge. From the looks of it, it seemed that simply sitting in that chair would allow him to control the ship. Wang Yu slowly walked towards it. There shouldn't be any major risks, otherwise if he were to perish at this step the system's efforts would be utterly futile. Therefore he was not worried about being harmed. However, out of a physiological reaction, he still felt quite resistant to sitting in such a bloody, seemingly living chair. The backrest even wriggled like a soft tongue, welcoming Wang Yu's arrival. EW. Wang Yu made a disgusted expression. He first touched it to confirm it wouldn't bite before turning his back and sitting down heavily. Contrary to its appearance, the sensation upon sitting was akin to a soft high-end sofa, and he found himself sinking. No getting swallowed into it. Realizing the situation, Wang Yu immediately tried to get up, but it was too late. More flesh surged forth, gluing him to the chair, while the backrest extended 2 rows of blood-soaked ribs, locking him in place and rendering him immobile. Gradually Wang Yu ceased struggling, not out of being trapped or running out of breath, but because he discovered that he had established an extraordinary connection with this chair, rather with this ship. It wasn't merely a digital and consciousness connection, it was a bond of blood merging them into one. An unbearable hunger and fatigue washed over Wang Yu. Right now he felt that even eating raw flesh could satiate him, he was so hungry. Moreover, it was cold. The distant star, like a fireball, brought no warmth, making him feel even worse. This was not a signal from Wang Yu's body, but from the ship itself. This deep space vessel was indeed. He suddenly understood the reason behind those active modules indicating hunger. Those things were essentially the ship's organs, part of the same entity, hence showing hunger. The ship was in a low-power state due to its hunger. Wang Yu spent about 3 minutes adapting to this sensation, and then his vision quickly shifted outside the spaceship. He didn't need to raise the bridge or open a screen projection. He could see the exterior directly, and it was an all-around observation with no blind spots. On the surface of the deep space ship, just as Wang Yu had guessed, it was a derelict vessel that had been abandoned for an unknown period. Its surface was nearly covered by an organic material resembling stone, making it easy to mistake this ship for a small celestial body if strict spectral analysis and a thorough investigation of its trajectory were not conducted. However, now as Wang Yu's gaze turned to the surrounding universe, the surface of the deep space ship began to open up, seams revealing yellow-brown eyeballs within. At that moment the ship awakened. Ugh! Wang Yu collapsed on the ground, violently vomiting, his body covered in thick yellow pus. He could only endure for about 5 minutes before he couldn't take it any longer and had to come down, completely unable to bear the overwhelming thirst and discomfort. Even after separating, the discomfort did not completely dissipate. He continued to vomit for nearly 3 minutes before slowly rising, still feeling a bit dizzy. The feeling of piloting a spaceship is really ugh. Just recalling it made Wang Yu want to throw up again, so he hurriedly stopped, sitting quietly on the ground for nearly 10 minutes before fully recovering. Besides still feeling a bit hungry, there were no other unusual symptoms. He was likely just really hungry. He glanced at the map of the deep space ship and stood up, walking towards the control room at the back. According to the map, there should be an elevator here. Found it. After groping around for a while, Wang Yu finally located the elevator button, almost covered by dried organic matter. He had to knock on it with a steel pipe several times before successfully activating it. This elevator should be an emergency escape passage, allowing the bridge crew to quickly reach the onboard cabin on the 3rd floor before the deep space ship is hit. Soon the elevator arrived, the doors slowly sliding open, still not very smooth. Just as the door opened a crack, Wang Yu tensed up, raised his gun, and decisively fired, for there was a creature squatting at the entrance that was hard to describe. It was a mass of several light lizard bodies fused together, resembling a grotesque cake, yet it was alive. The handgun did not fire properly. The creature lunged at Wang Yu, crashing against the partially opened elevator door, several limbs reaching inside. On the second shot, the gun finally lit up, and a beam of high-temperature energy shot out, cleaving the creature in half from top to bottom, causing it to slide down to the ground, its cut surface scorched. Yet the creature did not die. With severed ends quickly extended tiny worm-like appendages, seemingly ready to fuse back together. Seeing this, Wang Yu fired a 3rd shot, which also successfully activated. He held down the trigger, beginning to slice the creature until the handgun's energy was exhausted. At this point, the creature had been cut into irregular pieces and finally lay still. What on earth is this? Wang Yu frowned, not daring to approach recklessly. Instead, he pressed the elevator's up button, returning all the way to the captain's room. He gathered flammable scraps, wooden planks, and plastic sheets, recharged his handgun, and then returned. The creature's corpse was still there now, formed into a small mass with numerous worm-like appendages extending out, attempting to gather more flesh. Wang Yu fired continuously, shooting 7 or 8 times to reignite the creature's regeneration. He used the steel pipe to shove the creature into a pile, throwing over the scraps and other flammable materials, and ignited them again with the gun. Only when the flames ceased to move and turned to carbon did Wang Yu finally breathe a sigh of relief, using a scrap cloth to wrap his hand as he picked up a charred mass of remains. Name: light lizard swarm infected by assimilation amoeba. Description: a group of light lizards infected by a common parasitic organism in subspace, the assimilation amoeba. After infection, the host's movements will gradually be controlled by the amoeba, craving contact with other organic life forms, thereby expanding the infection and causing the organisms to fuse together. Ultimately, it transforms into a massive mass composed of numerous organic life forms, serving as a breeding ground for the assimilation amoeba. This parasite is sensitive to contact, so it is advised to avoid direct skin contact with the source of infection and seek medical treatment promptly. When in subspace, its growth rate accelerates. Parasite. Wang Yu immediately tossed the charred remains in his hand away, rubbing himself repeatedly before finally stopping. This seemed to be the parasite infection that the system had warned about earlier, and judging by the description, it appeared that there was more than one type of parasite, which was truly disgusting. Wang Yu cautiously avoided the pile of charred remains, intending to deal with it later. He began to survey the onboard cabin, which was relatively dark and hard to see clearly. After pondering for a few seconds, he returned to the captain's room, recharging his handgun before officially starting to explore the cabin. Wang Yu circled around. There were no other monsters, and all the light lizards had likely merged into one. The space inside was quite large. Although it was a research vessel, it had not skimped on this aspect, likely to accommodate more detectors, landing pods, mining machines, and other heavy equipment. The 3 landing pods named Fian were parked here. Name: Fian 1 Model Singless Return Landing Pod Manufacturer, 4-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Regulatory Level I Civilian Description: the first-generation return pod for research vessels produced by 4-Legged Fish Company, featuring a large load capacity, stable structure, long flight range, no maintenance required, and low cost. Once launched, it became the top choice for many research vessels, and even now it remains a bestseller in the interstellar market. Under standard gravity, the maximum load is 2.3 tons, capable of supporting a round-trip distance of less than 5,000 kilometers, and can ignite and return at a minimum temperature of 137. It includes a life support system's simple anti-gravity suit, and oxygen mask accommodating up to 3 people. Its only drawback is its large size, which poses a challenge to the capacity of small research vessels on board. Wang Yu reached for the silvery landing pod in front of him, resembling a giant metallic egg, feeling as though he had truly arrived in an extraordinary era. This thing, a landing pod capable of independently traveling to and from planets, had not even been invented in his time, not even as a one-time use. The usage method was also quite simple. Input the current trajectory of the deep space ship on the external screen, select the corresponding planet and coordinates, and it would be fully automated, significantly reducing the difficulty of use while supporting an emergency switch to manual control. Alright, now all the elements are in place. Wang Yu checked the status of the 3 Fian 1 models, confirming they were all operational, and then returned to the bridge. About 40 minutes later, Wang Yu lit a fire in the brightly lit corridor and began to eat the iron plate light lizard meat. The iron plate was taken from the laboratory, and at this moment he couldn't afford to be too concerned about hygiene. He simply wiped it with his clothes, and after a high heat roast, considered it sterilized. The fuel was made from flammable scraps and wooden planks. The taste of the meat was not particularly delicious, as there was no oil or seasoning, and it could easily burn. Yet, as the system said, it did indeed taste quite similar to fish, tender and smooth, not unpleasant at all. Wang Yu ate for nearly half an hour before stopping, his belly bulging and his appetite far greater than before. Perhaps it was due to the influence of connecting with the deep space ship. That connection had drained him of quite a bit of sanity, almost dropping below 50. To pilot this deep space ship for an extended period would not be an easy task. After he finished eating, he began to clean up the aftermath. This place was now his residence, and he couldn't completely neglect hygiene. He had consumed nearly a quarter of a 100-pound lizard in one meal. Although a significant portion was bones and bodily fluids, this amount was still astonishing. It was the first time Wang Yu realized he could eat so much. The green glowing bodily fluids were not wasted either. Wang Yu collected them in large bottles, filling up 4 big bottles, all relatively clean. After securing them, he heated and sterilized them again. These bodily fluids would not coagulate like human blood. Upon heating, they would separate into a faint green glowing liquid and some yellow foam, all collected by Wang Yu for hydration. Hopefully drinking too much wouldn't turn him green and glowing. With this lizard as food, he should be able to hold out for a few more days on the spaceship. Wang Yu extinguished the campfire, sweeping aside the embers to eliminate any chance of reignition. After thoroughly cleaning up, he stood up and looked out the window, donning the makeshift sunglasses he had crafted. This contraption was essentially a whole piece of glass coated with the bodily fluid of a luminous lizard. Once dried, it served as sunglasses with a certain degree of light-blocking effect, preventing harm to his eyes from direct starlight. He gazed down at the azure planet below, observing the trajectory of the deep space vessel, while also keeping an eye out for any approaching objects. Since the deep space vessel had arrived via subspace channels, despite resembling a rocky celestial body with windows made of one-way transparent material, there was no reason for them not to notice such a sudden satellite, unless they were a primitive civilization. But evidently, they were not. After all, they had even manufactured artificial satellites, indicating their technological level was unlikely to be much lower than that of Blue Planet. Are they frightened by the deep space vessel and holding an emergency meeting? Or perhaps, there are no living intelligent beings on this planet, and their civilization has already ceased to exist. Wang Yu pondered the strange thoughts arising due to the announcement given by the system. However, it was still too early to draw conclusions. The deep space vessel had only been present for a few hours, and it was normal for there to be no activity. The probes or missiles might still be en route. If this civilization chose to destroy the deep space vessel, Wang Yu in his current predicament would have no means to resist and could very likely be obliterated. Given that this civilization most likely possessed nuclear weapons, shattering the deep space vessel was entirely feasible, even not difficult. Yet Wang Yu had no choice. With only a few days' worth of supplies, in action would lead to starvation aboard the ship. Thus, even if this planet was a deadly trap, he had to venture forth. Additionally, there was another method to confirm the status of this civilization, which required waiting until nightfall. As the deep space vessel rotated along its orbit, it would also reach the dark side of the planet, at which point the state of the planet's civilization could be ascertained. If there were widespread power outages or total darkness, it would indicate that the civilization above was in dire straits, wholly preoccupied with their own problems. 2 days later, no missiles or attacks had arrived, nor had any objects approached. The deep space vessel had repeatedly passed into the dark side of the planet, and Wang Yu had confirmed the state of its civilization several times. Although he had no instruments, the altitude was sufficient for observation with the naked eye. The civilization on this planet was still operational and thriving. Wang Yu beheld the sprawling lights, a manifestation of widespread electricity and a high degree of energy development. Moreover, the distribution of light on this planet was remarkably uniform, far surpassing that of Blue Planet, indicating minimal regional disparity and a higher level of civilization. How strange. Wang Yu gazed at the brilliantly illuminated planet, increasingly suspicious. Why, after such a long time, had this civilization taken no action against the deep space vessel? Could it be that their administrative system was overly cumbersome, taking over half a month to act after discovering an alien spaceship? Or perhaps, this was a functioning, unmanned planet. Wang Yu felt a contradiction within himself. On one hand, he feared an attack from this planet's civilization. On the other, he was even more concerned that this civilization was making no moves at all. A still functioning, highly advanced, unmanned planet was far more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Perhaps extremely horrifying events were unfolding above. Regardless, I have to go down, and I have no choice. Wang Yu muttered to himself, ceasing his observations and heading towards the captain's cabin. He had been resting these past 2 days to recover from his injuries, but his right leg's condition showed no signs of improvement, even worsening, forcing him to drag his leg as he walked. Furthermore, with limited food supplies, he could not afford to wait indefinitely. Landing on this planet was his only option, and he must return with sufficient resources for survival. 5 more days passed. During this time, aside from resting, Wang Yu wandered through the accessible areas and found 3 cans of cat food and a bottle of healing spray in several corners, all thanks to the markings left by the cat's head. Though he did not know the purpose behind the buried supplies, Wang Yu was quite grateful, as they were immensely helpful. Name: Healing Spray, Green, Manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Regulatory level I. Civilian description: an affordable and practical external injury spray, effective for the vast majority of organic life forms, providing pain relief, hemostasis, promoting wound healing, and disinfecting to prevent infection. It forms a protective film for lasting wound protection. Do not rinse after application. Name: unidentifiable. Trademark: cat food, can manufacturer. Regulatory level 2. Precision engineering description: a canned food product processed by a certain enterprise, containing delicious starfish as a food additive. The flavor is unexpectedly delightful, almost irresistible to any cat, and even humans are no exception. However, the regulatory level of 1 can was surprisingly level 2, which Wang Yu had not anticipated. The lizard had been nearly consumed, so Wang Yu opened a can of cat food, and the aroma instantly filled the entire captain's cabin. It was an exceptionally unique scent of grease. Wang Yu had never encountered such a fragrant aroma. Unconsciously his mouth filled with saliva, and he could not help but start eating. Moreover, the deliciousness of this canned food far exceeded Wang Yu's expectations. When he regained his senses, he found himself licking the inside of the can, ensuring not a drop was left. What on earth is this canned food made from? Starfish. How can it taste so good? Wang Yu had never eaten starfish and could only guess. But this deliciousness also brought him a strong sense of unease, suspecting that it contained some technological enhancement. After all, it was a level 2 regulated item. He resisted the urge to open another can and designated these cat food cans as important strategic resource. For when he felt dejected, having one of these cans could easily eliminate his worries, restoring his sanity to full value, of course, after he finished eating, as he had lost a bit of sanity while eating. Wang Yu took out his phone to check the time, then looked at his right palm, watching the numbers on his palm revert back to 7. Now all preparations were complete. He had finished drinking the lizard's bodily fluid and even collected its urine using the laboratory's distillation equipment to produce fresh water. Indeed, drinking directly was also an option, but since conditions allowed, Wang Yu preferred to spend a bit more time processing. Let's set off, Wang Yu said to himself, organizing the supplies he had on hand. After some thought, he only took 2 cans of cat food with him, leaving the remaining 2 hidden under the markings of the cat's head in the captain's cabin. After doing all this, Wang Yu headed towards the bridge without looking back. Though he limped, there was no hesitation in it. About 7 minutes later, Wang Yu appeared in the spacecraft's cabin, not stopping at all along the way, as he had become quite familiar with this area, considering it a safe zone. Even to this day, no missiles or aircraft had approached the deep space, and Wang Yu had reason to suspect that the civilization on this planet had encountered a significant upheaval. He would need to descend to discover the specifics. In any case, he was already prepared for battle, armed with his only firearm, the limited edition white pistol. However, relying on this meager firepower to confront the entire planet or even the forces that could destroy it was nothing short of a fool's dream. Wang Yu was well aware of this. Yet he would not give up and would strive to fight until the very moment his luck ran out. He would not stop. Wang Yu had set the target planet and specific coordinates for this landing mission on the control panel of the Fian-1. The operation was quite convenient, with the panel displaying reachable planets in the surrounding airspace. He only needed to manually select and determine the specific coordinates. To be honest, Wang Yu did not know which location to choose. His goal was to gather supplies, especially food and fresh water, while regarding the remnants of civilization, he had no clues and could only rely on luck. After randomly selecting a land coordinate, the landing pod was officially activated, with one side of the silver-white giant egg flipping up to reveal an entrance for entry and exit. This was Wang Yu's first experience with a landing pod, and he found the interior structure to be quite simple, as it was a product focused on cost-effectiveness, lacking any flashy devices. Inside there were 3 cabins arranged in a triangular formation, with simple anti-gravity suits and helmets hanging on the walls, along with a power supply outlet and a central control panel that was only present in the middle cabin. Wang Yu naturally chose to sit in the middle. After donning the anti-gravity suit and pressing the button, the seemingly bulky outfit shrank like it had a built-in pressure pump to a size suitable for him, less than 1 centimeter thick. High technology, Wang Yu marveled. This was merely a simplified version of the anti-gravity suit. It was hard to imagine what a high-end version would be like. He once again marveled at how advanced the technology of this world was, and put on the oxygen mask as well. Although the cockpit of the Fian-1 had oxygen supply, the acceleration and deceleration during the flight would place a tremendous burden on the body, even affecting breathing and oxygen supply. Thus, the oxygen mask was necessary to effectively prevent fainting. In the end, he fastened his seatbelt and followed the procedure written on the central control panel, pressing the button to indicate readiness. The seatbelt tightened, securing Wang Yu firmly in the seat, and then a cartoonish 4-legged fish appeared on the central control screen, chubby and not particularly pleasant to look at, immediately stating the relevant precautions. Welcome to the Fian-1 landing pod. This journey will be navigated using the intelligent program developed by 4-Legged Fish Life Corporation. I am your navigator, little fish. Feel free to consult me with any questions, but I may not be able to answer them all since I am just a low-level AI with limited understanding. Hee. This peculiar fish flashed a cunning smile. The airlock is about to close. Please confirm once more that you have secured your belongings and are properly fastened. The door slowly closed, and the sound of gas filling the cabin could be heard. Confirming load capacity. Confirmation complete. Life support systems are normal. Engine fuel is normal. Cabin airtightness is normal. Overall structure is normal. Simultaneously, a warning red light illuminated in the cabin of the deep space. The gravity field in this area was automatically turned off, and the Fian-1 landing pod began to float, with the electromagnetic track below lighting up to propel the landing pod toward the launch well. Dozens of seconds later, the launch well on the surface of the deep space opened, revealing the landing pod where Wang Yu was located. Trajectory calculation complete. Please confirm once more the coordinates of this landing mission, with an estimated travel time of 8 hours, 14 minutes, and 27 seconds, consuming 37 of the fuel. Warning: there is unknown civilization on the target planet. Please ensure safety before proceeding. This landing pod is not equipped with any weapon modules. In the event of an unexpected incident, little fish will not take responsibility. Please press the confirmation button if you agree. The somewhat unattractive four-legged fish AI said, presenting the final confirmation button. Wang Yu pressed it without hesitation, at this point there was no turning back. After the final 10-second countdown ended, the landing pod was launched through the electromagnetic track, with a total of 20 or so nozzles at the bottom igniting to propel the landing pod into the precalculated return orbit. The entire process required no additional operation from Wang Yu, achieving complete automation and intelligence. Such a procedure could even allow an ordinary person to complete an interstellar journey with ease, showcasing the convenience brought by technology. Wang Yu gritted his teeth as the thrust at the moment of launch made him feel a tightness in his chest. Fortunately, after the initial few seconds it eased up, and the subsequent motion became increasingly smooth, even making it hard to perceive any change in speed. The central control panel displayed the trajectory coordinates of the landing pod, blinking and slowly moving, gradually decelerating as it approached the target planet. From then on, it was a long wait, somewhat like being on a plane, but with only one passenger. During this process, Wang Yu asked little fish many questions about this world and interstellar travel, but had to admit that this AI was quite honest, as it had said it did not know many things, possibly due to not having the relevant database loaded. However, regarding its manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation, Little Fish had much more information, but it felt like deliberate advertising, because every inquiry led to a torrent of information, much of which was repetitive. If you like the products of Little Fish Corporation, feel free to visit the nearest trading station. If you mention Four-Legged Fish is the best in the universe, you can also receive a 2 discount. Wang Yu inquired, trading station. Wang Yu finally found valuable information during the conversation, suspecting it might refer to a type of interstellar trading post from a science fiction novel, and immediately pressed on. Do you know where the nearest trading station is? I intend to buy your company's products. Please hold on, Little Fish. Search failed. No referable coordinates found within the current star domain. Little Fish cannot confirm the current location and cannot provide assistance. Is that it? Wang Yu really wanted to criticize this worthless company. With such ability, they had no right to engage in interstellar trade. He changed the topic and began to seek information from other angles, continuing to inquire about Four-Legged Fish. Tell me about your company's performance in the interstellar market. Sure thing, Little Fish knows this very well. Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation ranks 3rd among the super enterprises in the universe, offering quality products at competitive prices, frequently launching limited edition items. Every customer who registers for a membership card can earn points, which can be used for a lottery with a chance to win super rare limited products, the quality exceeding your imagination. Moreover, new members can enter a free draw once. Wang Yu asked for quite a while, but aside from being brainwashed by a bunch of carefully designed advertisements, he didn't obtain much valuable information. However, it was certain that the manufacturing date of this landing pod was 527 years ago, meaning the incident involving the deep space could have happened a long time ago. Additionally, considering the uncertain factor of hyperspace, if the flow of time here differs from reality, this time could be further magnified. If only I could find a trading station. It should be a neutral zone, allowing for more information gathering and all. Wang Yu did not forget where he came from. He wondered if there was also a blue star in this universe, and if he could find it. Wang Yu quietly set his goal. He had to find a trading station. The people there shouldn't be like this foolish AI repeating only marketing garbage. Enough. Be quiet, and let me have some peace. Wang Yu was on the verge of being driven mad by the advertisements and shouted 3 times before the AI finally fell silent. Wang Yu spent several relatively dull hours in the cabin, occasionally glancing at the bright dot on the control panel screen, which was gradually approaching the planet. The landing module did not simply dive straight in, but continuously decelerated and changed its trajectory, orbiting the planet to ultimately achieve landing similar to what Wang Yu understood about the return process of manned spacecraft. Attention, the Fian-1 landing module will soon penetrate the atmosphere of the target planet in 15 minutes. There may be significant turbulence, so please prepare for impacts and unexpected events. The current near-surface temperature of the target planet is approximately 23 C, with no severe weather changes detected. Landing is expected in 55 minutes and 27 seconds. If manual calibration of the landing point is needed, you may call out Little Fish switch to manual control or press the emergency button to switch. The AI of the landing module reminded Wang Yu, who had closed his eyes to rest for a while, as they were almost there. The most dangerous section was ahead. If there were any attacks from the civilization of this planet, they were likely to occur at this stage, and he had to stay fully alert. Of course, Wang Yu had no means of counterattack. He could only gamble that no one would shoot at him, or that he would receive a warning before they did. Little Fish, after entering the atmosphere, synchronized the images of the land to me, and also, if you receive any radio signals or similar communication, alert me immediately and transfer them over. Wang Yu told the AI, checking the status of his seatbelt and preparing for the impact. Boom. As the 15-minute countdown ended, the landing module plunged into the atmosphere, beginning to shake violently, much more intensely than Wang Yu had imagined, as if he had entered a blender. The sudden deceleration brought on overwhelming forces that nearly suffocated Wang Yu, who had never undergone professional training. He could hardly breathe, let alone scream, feeling pain all over his body. Fortunately, the pressure suit had a cushioning feature that alleviated some of it, and with the high-tech return module optimized over several generations, he wasn't knocked out. After enduring the initial few minutes, the situation gradually improved as the speed had decreased, significantly stabilizing. At that moment, if one looked up at the sky from the ground, Wang Yu's return module would resemble a meteor with a tail, but during the day, it was not very conspicuous. Wang Yu focused intently on the control panel screen, adjusting it to an appropriate size. There was no choice. After all, it was a cost-effective landing module, and the camera's quality was limited. Only after entering the atmosphere could he possibly observe the surface more clearly. Is that a city and roads? Above was a futuristic metropolis with an extremely high density of buildings and roads interspersed, layered, and distinct. Just a glance made it clear that its development far surpassed that of the former Blue Star, at least 500 years ahead, perhaps even more. But it seems there are no moving vehicles, and I don't see any people. This is... Wang Yu frowned, feeling he might have guessed correctly. This planet seemed to be merely a shell of a civilization. Although it was still operating according to its established program, there were likely no living beings inside. This could explain Wang Yu's long-held confusion. Why this civilization had taken no action against the deep space vessel despite their technology being more advanced than that of the Blue Star. But at that moment, the landing module suddenly issued a warning. Warning: directional guidance signals and radio communications detected. Who do you wish to transfer? The auxiliary AI little fish inquired, simultaneously popping up a window. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, and without much thought agreed he had no choice but to comply. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps this civilization was still operational, certain mechanisms were still in place, or there was a major crisis in their population. In any case, this civilization had noticed him, and he had to respond to, otherwise what followed would not be a signal communication, but incoming missiles, which were not something to take lightly. Little fish move according to the received guidance signals, and also transfer the communications, Wang Yu said nervously, as it was his first contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. Soon the signal came through, comprising a series of incomprehensible sounds with a strange rhythm that Wang Yu could not understand at all. It's over, I can't understand. Wang Yu's heart sank. He suddenly remembered that the language of an alien civilization could very well be incomprehensible. Previously, his smooth exchanges with Brother Hammer and Brother Pig, along with the AI, including Little Fish, all used Mandarin or Chinese, leading him to completely overlook this aspect of difficulty. Little Fish, can you translate this? Wang Yu attempted to seek help from the AI program, but to install a language translation module, Little Fish recommends you choose the more advanced Orca series assault landing craft, which not only integrates the latest language translation modules, but also comes equipped with a rich defense armament system, allowing you to easily deal with unknown civilizations and achieve friendly communication. Shut up, you're utterly useless. Wang Yu's plea unintentionally triggered an advertisement, causing him to feel a bit overwhelmed. If Little Fish had a physical form, he probably would have kicked it with his useful left foot. Fortunately, he still had other resources. After the other party repeated the same words several times, the system also displayed a prompt appearing in text form on his retina. Detected an unknown civilization's language. Would you like to translate? Activating this language's translation function requires 1,000 credit points, and also supports converting your language into that civilization's language. Warning: suddenly understanding and mastering an unknown civilization's language may bring negative consequences. The synchronization conversion feature for this language needs to be activated by yourself, so please use it according to the actual situation. Seeing this, Wang Yu immediately paid 1,000 points, and then he could fully understand the incoming signal. Hello, alien visitor, your arrival has not been documented. Please state your identity, explain your purpose for coming here, and accept supervision and guidance. Otherwise, it will be considered an act of hostility and will certainly result in devastating retaliation. Repeating once more. Wang Yu's heart raced. He primarily heard the words devastating retaliation and immediately prepared to respond. However, the system's reminder prevented him from immediately switching to the other party's language, and instead, he replied in Mandarin. Please do not attack me. I am a refugee seeking asylum. My mothership encountered an incident and food and supplies are nearly depleted. Please do not attack. I come in peace. Thus, both parties communicated in completely incomprehensible languages until after several minutes the signal from the other side suddenly switched to a relatively awkward and strange form of Mandarin, causing Wang Yu to feel shocked and even somewhat incredulous. We understand your situation. We will guide you to land. Attacking is not allowed. otherwise your safety cannot be guaranteed. Understood, understood, I accept the guidance. Wang Yu immediately responded, while the landing module also moved according to the coordinates provided by the other party, flying for nearly an hour before beginning to land on what appeared to be an abandoned airport with no buildings obstructing within several hundred meters. At the same time, the area was surrounded by fully armed soldiers holding unknown weapons, including some with frighteningly large calibers, along with 4 or 5 helicopters that lacked propellers or aerial platforms. Wang Yu was completely surrounded. As the hatch opened, he raised his hands high and limped out, gazing at these unknown beings who were about his height, but had slightly longer legs. Why do they have 2 antennas on their heads? Are those ears? Wang Yu was puzzled, daring not to make any sudden moves, when he suddenly felt a chill in his neck and completely lost consciousness. Uncertain how much time had passed, Wang Yu slowly awakened in a haze, feeling everything before him was blurred and his consciousness was somewhat sluggish. It seemed he was in a bright room surrounded by vague figures who were doing something around him. Wang Yu suddenly jolted awake, realizing his situation as he spotted the overhead operating light. He was in an operating room surrounded by strangers, and his chest and limbs were all cut open with organs and bones exposed to the air, even removed and placed in containers, cleaned, or perhaps cooked. Wang Yu's mouth and nose were covered by a mask, rendering him unable to speak, his expression one of sheer terror as his skull was opened and someone was fiddling with his brain. Is this a human experiment? Have I become a lab rat? Wang Yu wanted to struggle, but his body would not obey. Meanwhile, his rapidly rising blood pressure and heartbeat drew the attention of those around him, who noticed Wang Yu was awake and were staring at him with horror. The patient is awake. We need to deepen the anesthesia, a doctor said, flipping open a fingertip to reveal a syringe, injecting some unknown substance into Wang Yu's forehead. As soon as the injection was administered, the drug took effect. Wang Yu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, unable to resist. His tense body relaxed once more, and he quickly fell unconscious again. Again, unsure of how much time had passed, Wang Yu suddenly jolted awake from his slumber, sitting up. He first glanced around, realizing he was in a hospital room, then examined his body, even lifting his hospital gown. There are no. Wang Yu was somewhat stunned. His chest and abdomen bore not a single scar, nor did any other part, including his skull. The bloody scene he had witnessed earlier seemed like a dream. Sir, you are awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? A gentle female voice inquired, speaking in very standard Mandarin. Wang Yu immediately looked over. The speaker was a female nurse. Her appearance was similar to that of a human, displaying primate characteristics, with snow-white skin, clad in a neat nurse's uniform. However, her lower limbs were much longer than those of a human, making her torso appear short, suggesting she was adept at running and exuded a sense of strength. Then there were the 2 upright appendages on her head. Were they ears or antennas? The more he looked, the more they resembled a bunny girl. Wang Yu couldn't comprehend it, but his intuition told him that she was not human, but an alien resembling a human. Who are you, and what have you done to me? Wang Yu asked warily while his gaze scanned the surroundings for an escape opportunity. Please do not be alarmed, extraterrestrial guest. We mean you no harm. We are the creators of this planet. The long-eared people have designed these mechanical servants based on their appearance, which are not true life forms. However, for safety reasons, according to relevant regulations, we must implement mandatory measures and conduct isolation observation to prevent severe ecological damage from your arrival. The nurse explained, leaving Wang Yu somewhat incredulous. The living humanoid before him turned out to be a robot far removed from his impression of robots. If that were the case, then those 2 appendages on her head must indeed be antennas. However, the long-eared tribe, as described literally, should possess very long ears, and these mechanical servants were fashioned after their appearance. During our examination, we noticed a dangerous parasite within your body, so we performed an emergency removal surgery for treatment. Additionally, the ligaments and joint of your right hip were damaged, and the treatment methods used were too primitive, so thanks to the similarity between your physiological structure and our creators, we adopted a similar joint reconstruction technique for your treatment. If you experience any discomfort, please inform us immediately. Wang Yu felt increasingly alarmed as he listened, reaching for his chest, a wave of dread washing over him. Then he examined his right leg, and indeed, as she described, there was no longer any discomfort when he moved, or it felt as if he had been reborn. The nurse was likely not lying, as the parasite she mentioned aligned with the facts. Although he had cooked the lizard he had eaten, according to the information regarding the parasite, named assimilation amoeba, it seemed to be infectious merely through contact. Thus, when he first encountered Brother Hammer, he might have unfortunately become infected by the parasite, though he had been unaware. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, especially in that right leg, which had long been a burden in his life. This forced him to acknowledge the goodwill being extended to him. However, there is no such thing as unconditional love and kindness in this world, especially from aliens, no, not even aliens, but creations of extraterrestrial origin. Why do you want to help me? Wang Yu asked, puzzled. We understand your confusion, but our mechanical servants were designed and created to serve the creators, so we cannot allow you to die. The nurse robot responded, but Wang Yu still felt something was off. Was it because of his resemblance to the long-eared tribe that he received equal treatment? Or was it for some other reason? Can I meet your creator? Wang Yu tried to inquire, wanting to see the master of this place directly, but his request was denied. Not at this time. Your isolation observation has not yet concluded. The parasite discovered in your body is highly harmful, and we are concerned that unknown pathogens may still exist within you. Therefore, you are not permitted to leave this building until the isolation concludes, or we will have to implement stricter monitoring measures. What about my belongings? My phone, my bag, and my spaceship. Your possessions will be returned to you gradually after disinfection and inspection, but the spaceship and that handgun cannot be returned at this time. During your surgery, we communicated with the AI on your spaceship and gathered a wealth of information about you and the four-legged fish life company, which enabled us to grasp your language. Please understand our difficulties. You may move freely within this level. We have prepared essentials for you, and will arrange for personnel to attend to your meals and living conditions. If you have any requests, feel free to express them, but you must undergo regular checkups including, but not limited to, blood draws and cooperate with us in some informational inquiries. Is that acceptable? Do I have the right to refuse? Wang Yu said helplessly, but the nurse robot showed no reaction, so he had to change his answer to agree, and the latter nodded and left, seeming satisfied. However, before leaving, the robot asked Wang Yu a peculiar question about whether he wished to settle here long-term. If so, they could assist him in obtaining legal citizenship. Let me think about it first. Oh, I just woke up and there's too much information to digest. My mind is quite chaotic right now. Wang Yu politely declined, and the nurse robot did not press, merely expressing understanding before turning to leave the room, leaving Wang Yu alone. He looked at the airtight hospital room devoid of windows, then at his reborn right leg, feeling an unreal sense of having crossed into another world. Extraterrestrial civilization, advanced extraterrestrial life forms, intelligent robots appeared one after another before him. In such a world, what position do humans occupy? Does humanity even exist anymore? Do the civilization behind the deep space and the mysterious four-legged fish life company still exist? Am I possibly the last human being in this world? Wang Yu suddenly felt a surge of fear towards this universe, but fortunately, he still had a system. The system had bestowed upon him the mission to revive humanity, which proved that there should be more than just him in this world. Otherwise, how could there be talk of revival? I hope so. Wang Yu sat quietly by the bed for nearly 10 minutes, finding the absurd thoughts that surfaced in his mind to be, after all, wasn't there still Hammer and Pig aboard the deep space? Though they looked a bit strange and seldom spoke, their goodwill towards him was genuine. They were likely former crew members of the deep space, and there was a high probability that they were once human. Perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Even Blue Star might be found somewhere in this universe. Wang Yu stood up, glanced at the camera in the corner, and proceeded to walk out of the ward. The mechanical servant had mentioned that he was permitted to move around this floor, so it should be fine to take a stroll. Outside was a long corridor with a spotless white floor. This should be some level of a hospital or rehabilitation center. In one room, Wang Yu saw rehabilitation equipment, all meticulously cleaned. There was also a recreation room with a peculiar carpet. Stepping on different areas, or even applying varying pressure, would produce different sounds. Is this some kind of instrument that you play by stepping on it? Wang Yu was startled when he accidentally stepped on it. It was almost like a trap. In addition, there was a large screen, presumably for watching movies, along with some unfamiliar board games, and a soft elastic wall covered in footprints. Kicking the wall for fun. Is this considered entertainment? Wang Yu showed a strange expression, then imitated the action, attempting to kick the soft wall, only to be bounced back. It was indeed quite relieving, akin to hitting a punching bag. He turned around, confirming that he was alone here. Aside from numerous empty single-patient rooms, the more unique areas were the recreation room, rehabilitation room, and the locked emergency room. The mechanical servant seemed to have left, locking down the stairs and elevator to other floors, restricting Wang Yu's movement to this level. Seeing no other place to go, Wang Yu chose a patient room and entered the restroom, as it was the only area without a camera, a blind spot in the surveillance. He sat on the slightly high toilet seat, reorganizing the information he had. Combining what he had seen, felt, and what the nurse-like mechanical servant had said, he began to consider a possibility. Could it be that a crisis akin to an intelligent machine uprising has occurred here? Wang Yu speculated, as he hadn't seen any moving vehicles on the surface upon his arrival, nor had he encountered a single living person. Even those who captured him were mechanical servants. So far, he had not seen a single member of the long-eared race. Even the request to meet one had been politely declined. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it plausible that the mechanical servants here had revolted against their creators. However, the nature of the situation and the targeting differed from slaughter and extermination of organic beings. The mechanical servants here had likely implemented absolute control over their creators, completely stripping them of freedom to provide comprehensive protection. Similar to a system malfunction, these mechanical servants believed that the only way to protect their creators to the fullest was to confine them, restricting their actions, while providing a lavish living condition and caretaker-like service. Out-of-control mechanical servants. Wang Yu thought it increasingly plausible, and he seemed to be falling into a similar predicament. I must find a way to escape, he thought to himself, but the difficulty seemed overwhelming. He could only take one step at a time. On another note, if his assumptions were correct, then staying here might not be so bad. He could even live quite comfortably, albeit with limited freedom. Compared to returning to that mysterious deep space, it might not be a bad choice. Wang Yu held his forehead, giving himself a harsh self-critique for the degrading thoughts he had entertained. I must observe first, though I cannot provoke these mechanical servants to avoid making the situation worse. He quietly set his course of action, and then stood up, pushing the door to go out. However, outside the door stood the nurse-like mechanical servant, startling Wang Yu. When did you come? Why didn't you say anything? Wang Yu exclaimed. The mechanical servant politely nodded, then said, I came to ask you if you would accompany me to fill out a survey form, but since you were in the restroom, I waited here for you. However, you've been in the restroom for quite a while. Is there any issue with your health? I can assist you with another examination. No need for that. I'm perfectly fine. It's just that I haven't seen such a clean restroom in ages, so I stayed a bit longer. Wang Yu scratched his head to explain, though the more he explained, the stranger it sounded. He even noticed a look of confusion on the mechanical servant's face, but fortunately, she didn't press further. Then please follow me. The mechanical servant nodded politely and began to lead the way, seemingly intending to take Wang Yu to another place. Wang Yu calmly followed behind, feeling there was nothing to fear. If she wanted to harm him, there was nothing he could do, so it was better to go with the flow. They arrived at the elevator. The access control system unlocked automatically as the nurse-like mechanical servant approached. They entered one after the other, and the elevator ascended, targeting the basement level. Only then did Wang Yu confirm that he was underground. The Green Turf Rehabilitation Center. There are actually 120 floors underground. Wang Yu was astonished internally, though his expression remained calm, albeit a bit tense. The place he had been before was the 10th underground level of this Green Turf Rehabilitation Center, as indicated by the elevator. Were they treating him as a patient? All right, we've arrived. Please sit in this discussion room for a moment. I will be right back. The nurse-like mechanical servant pointed to a side room, which was a standard discussion room, furnished with sofa chairs, though they were slightly higher than the sofas Wang Yu was accustomed to. He entered honestly not seeing any other mechanical servants or controlled long-geared beings along the way. It seemed this area was indeed isolated for his quarantine and observation. Wang Yu sat on the leather-like sofa for a while, still unsure of the material's nature, when the nurse-like mechanical servant returned. This time she brought a bottle of fresh water and several metal cans with cat designs on them. I apologize. These cans have been out of production on our planet for a long time, and it took some time to resume the production line. The mechanical servant set the cans on the table in front of Wang Yu, creating an awkward atmosphere. The reason was likely simple. As an alien refugee, he had brought 2 cat cans with him, which naturally led to the assumption he fed on them. However, it was quite unexpected to find that this planet also had cats, such mammals. Actually, I don't really like eating cat food. If possible, could you please exchange it for something else? Wang Yu checked the labels and contents of the cans, confirming there were no starfish ingredients, which made the mechanical servant awkward as well. I am truly sorry, but seems we made a mistake. The AI on your ship said those were cat cans, and that they were very popular, also recommending similar products. I sincerely apologize. I really don't eat cat food. If possible, please give me normal food. Wang Yu reiterated, feeling the misunderstanding was a bit deep. Wang Yu indulged in a sumptuous meal, a feast he hadn't experienced in a long time. The dietary habits of the long-eared tribe turned out to be surprisingly similar to those of humans, including their tastes. Perhaps it was due to their shared primate lineage. They even had options for the spiciness of their dishes, with many different cuisines and flavors. If one were to talk about differences, the long-eared tribe favored vegetables more in their meals, although meat still held a significant portion. They simply preferred vegetables, especially salads. Wang Yu ate heartily, savoring every bite of meat, including fish and shrimp. He relished the food until his belly was slightly protruding before gulping down a carbonated drink and lying back in satisfaction. This planet had so many similarities with Blue Star, even the gravity felt almost the same. Wang Yu was starting to like this place, as it was far superior to the conditions aboard the deep space. As long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters. The nurse bot smiled, her lips curling into an arc. For some reason, her highly anthropomorphized expression conveyed a deeper meaning. There was an inexplicable sense of nostalgia and secret joy. By the way, didn't you mention there was a questionnaire to fill out? Where is it? Oh, here it is, Wang Yu asked, recalling the question the nurse bot had just posed. It's this one. The nurse bot directly handed over a super thin tablet, less than 3 millimeters thick, displaying the so-called survey. You can fill it out here, and once you're done, just submit it. They'll prepare some fruit platters for you afterward. The nurse bot was very enthusiastic. Wang Yu readily agreed as he felt he should compensate for the meal he just enjoyed. By the way, this floor is mostly filled with similar empty rooms, so there's no need for you to waste time exploring each one. I can take you for a tour later. The nurse bot added, causing Wang Yu to feel a bit embarrassed as it seemed the other party had noticed his earlier wandering around the rooms. After the nurse bot left, Wang Yu began to fill out the questionnaire. Most of the questions were simple and straightforward. What flavor of cat food do you prefer? Please describe it in detail, and we will try our best to replicate it. It was clear that these were pre-prepared questions that hadn't been updated, but Wang Yu still answered them seriously. I'm not a cat. Oh, I don't like cat food. Thank you. Please prepare food that humans enjoy. Where is your hometown? How many people are in your tribe? Would you consider relocating to another planet? My hometown is on the distant blue star where the total population has surpassed 7 billion. I ended up here because of a spaceship malfunction, and I've completely lost contact with my home planet. I am the only one aboard the ship. Is the company you work for, Four-Legged Fish Life Ltd. Products genuinely real? How can one I know nothing about that company, and the foolish AI cannot be trusted. Its database is filled with advertisements entirely designed for product promotion. I have merely used their products, which can be purchased at the trading station. Have you invaded other planets? No. Do you understand the universe? Do you feel fear? The universe is vast, and I do feel uneasy when I come into contact with it, but once I adapt, it's actually not that bad. Do you feel that the universe is particularly empty? No, because the universe is inherently empty, and most areas have nothing in them. These questions were mainly centered around Wang Yu's personal preferences and background, interspersed with a few odd topics about the universe. Wang Yu answered all of them without any intention to hide anything, as he genuinely didn't understand many questions and hadn't done them in reality. However, the last few questions took a strange turn. Do you prefer same-sex or opposite-sex partners for your future? Wang Yu was taken aback, then continued reading. Do you have the intention to reproduce? Are you accepting of a future partner with long ears and a tail? Are you willing to live on this planet for a long time? Wang Yu sensed something unusual from these questions and answered them in order. Opposite sex. No. 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 When he was about to respond to the last question, a noise at the door interrupted Wang Yu's action. It was the nurse bot returning, carrying a sumptuous fruit platter. She flashed a polite smile at Wang Yu and spoke. These are freshly picked fruits, all edible parts, so please enjoy them without worry. The fruit platter was placed in front of Wang Yu. Once you're done, he'll come to clean up, and you can submit the questionnaire directly. He'll take you back afterward. Also, please fill it out truthfully. We will fully respect your choices, which will benefit both you and us. The nurse bot smiled, and then left the room. Wang Yu glanced at the fruit platter, then at the questionnaire on the tablet. For some reason, he sensed a hint of crisis from the nurse bot's earlier words, forcing him to reevaluate the questionnaire. Filled truthfully. Respect my choices. Are they monitoring the answers I'm filling out in real time? Wang Yu looked at the camera in the corner, feeling uneasy. The data entered on the tablet might be uploaded in real time. Even if he hadn't submitted it, they probably knew the content, as this was not advanced technology. After some contemplation, Wang Yu revised the last few questions' answers to opposite sex. Yes, but only under suitable conditions. Accepting as long as both parties truly love each other. Long ears and tails do not constitute an obstacle. As long as I can live in peace and stability for a long time, I am willing to settle on this planet. Wang Yu looked at his answers and double-checked them. These were his carefully considered responses, as he felt the nurse bot's words were a potential warning that required serious consideration. In this way, although he agreed to everything, he added preconditions. If those preconditions could be met, he would indeed be willing to accept the outcome, which granted him a more flexible position. After checking once more, Wang Yu chose to submit the questionnaire, and then began to eat the fruits that the nurse bot had brought, some of which had slightly oxidized, but thankfully did not affect the taste. What he didn't know was that the changes he made unknowingly had saved him from the brink of danger. In the corridors, several nurse bots dressed in modern tactical vests stood guard at the elevator, unclear when they had arrived. They all carried weapons resembling guns, their faces obscured by masks with only a glowing slit visible. It wasn't until Wang Yu changed his answers and submitted them that these special nurse bots exchanged glances with the nurse bot, engaging in brief data communication before leaving in the elevator. Inside the room, Wang Yu was still indulging in his meal. This tastes like an apple. This one tastes like an orange, but why is the flesh green? So sweet. This one tastes like a combination of mangosteen and mango. Such a novel flavor. Wang Yu quickly devoured all the fruits. He had to admit that this was the most satisfying meal he had experienced since his transmigration. The previous cat food didn't count, that was beyond his control, and the can surely had some technology and special ingredients tasting unnaturally good. The fruits he was eating now were truly normal and delicious food. It seems these fruits suit your taste. The nurse bot appeared at the door, still wearing a polite smile, but for some reason Wang Yu felt it was even gentler. I was just about to look for you. I have completed the questionnaire. Is there anything else? Wang Yu wiped his mouth with, "No, we've already received your questionnaire. They'll take you back to your room now. Oh, thank you for your cooperation," the nurse bot said, politely gesturing for Wang Yu to follow her out. 7 days later. In the Green Grass City Rehabilitation Center on the 10th underground floor, in room 1010, where Wang Yu resides. To be precise, this entire floor belongs to Wang Yu. He can sleep wherever he likes as no one is monitoring him. Meals are personally delivered by the nurse robot, so aside from lacking freedom and being a bit idle, there are no other drawbacks. In fact, it is even more comfortable than the few days spent on the deep space ship. After all, here he has no worries about food and drink. If he feels annoyed, he can go to the entertainment room to kick the walls and play without needing to worry about cleanliness, as the nurse robot will take care of that. The organisms on this planet probably lead similar lives. Troublesome tasks can be delegated to robot servants, and aside from breathing, which cannot be delegated, everything else can be. No. Maybe breathing can also be delegated. Isn't there such a thing as a ventilator? Wang Yu let out a dry laugh, feeling that the life of the long-eared people is still too comfortable, leading to a sense of decadence. He paused his sit-ups, sat up from the floor drenched in sweat, and decided to take a shower in the bathroom. During these days, he began to try activating his talent, named self-discipline life. He just happened to meet the conditions. There was no shortage of food and water, and his leg issue had also improved, which allowed him to freely train his body and enhance his basic attributes. Unlike blind training, this kind of exercise where he could visibly see his experience growing provided Wang Yu with strong positive feedback, resembling level grinding in games, and it was even somewhat addictive. Self-discipline makes you strong, your rationality limit increases by 20 points, and your experience growth rate increases by 20. Wang Yu emerged from the bathroom, wiping his body, while receiving a system notification that his talent self-discipline life had finally been activated. He exhaled and opened the system to check his status. In the corner, the date and time were displayed, counting from the moment he acquired the system, allowing him to determine how long he had actually been there. Previously, he had been captured and had lost consciousness for nearly 4 days, likely due to the complexity of the surgery, which explained the duration. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, but he was still over 30 experience points away from raising his physical attributes to 5. Overall improvement was quite slow, and the other attributes lagged even further behind. To become stronger, he still needed to persevere. Wang Yu picked up the water bottle from the ground and took a couple of big gulps, suddenly noticing the nurse robot at the door. "You're here," Wang Yu remarked. The nurse robot always appeared and disappeared unexpectedly, and Wang Yu had long since become accustomed to it. The nurse robot politely nodded and spoke. "The equipment related to fitness that you requested has been prepared and will be delivered shortly, along with the protein powder and supplements you mentioned that help with exercise." "Oh, that's great. I really need it," Wang Yu replied as he walked over, suddenly realizing something fell off as the nurse robot was looking towards the corridor. "Come here quickly, what are you hesitating for? You should know your mission," the nurse robot urged, making Wang Yu curious as it seemed there was another person present. Soon that person appeared, dressed in a clean and tidy made outfit, standing about 1.8 meters tall. Due to the characteristics of the long-eared race, her legs were particularly long, making her appear very tall, yet not bulky. Then there was a refreshing and vibrant black ponytail tied with a white ribbon, complemented by reddish-brown, slightly shy large eyes, and cool gray skin, exuding a unique beauty and allure. For a moment, Wang Yu was deeply captivated, as if struck by a spell. The pair of upright white rabbit ears looked incredibly soft, even showing a faint pink hue. A long-eared person, finally making an appearance. So beautiful. Wang Yu speculated in his heart, but the reality was quite different. "You?" "Hello, I am the 4th-generation robot servant, designation K44795482. You can call me 5482, and from now on I will take care of your daily needs, as well as you. Your exclusive robot servant." 5482 said, her head lowered so low that she didn't even dare to look at Wang Yu. The nurse robot beside her displayed an expression of disappointment, holding her forehead and adding to the explanation. "I apologize, due to the use of the latest experimental technology, she is equipped with a new generation emotional simulator, which makes the emotional expressiveness of the 4th-generation robot servant stronger. She may initially be a bit shy, as it is akin to just being born for her, and she needs to get accustomed to it." She explained why 5482 was so shy, hoping Wang Yu wouldn't mind too much. "But, my exclusive robot servant." Wang Yu looked at this robot that was almost indistinguishable from an organism, then turned to the nurse robot, focusing on the antennae on her head, which should be the biggest difference between the two. However, Wang Yu was somewhat resistant to the inexplicable insertion of an exclusive robot servant, despite the fact that she was beautiful. Morally, he felt uneasy about forcing such a lifelike robot to serve him, especially since he was under constant surveillance. I think I'd rather not. It's actually quite good like this, and I don't need an exclusive robot servant," Wang Yu politely declined. Upon hearing this, the nurse robot frowned and looked at 5482, who seemed to sense the gaze and trembled slightly. Is there something you are dissatisfied with? Whether it's looks, figure, or other needs, everything can be modified, even removing the ears and tail is possible. The nurse robot said. Really not necessary. Oh, I feel uncomfortable with another person around. It's just fine like this. Wang Yu declined once again. The nurse robot looked at 5482 and sighed. I told you to behave better, now you can go back and apply for decommissioning yourself. The nurse robot said helplessly while 5482 appeared even more frightened, her ears drooping, eyes reddening. After glancing at Wang Yu, she wiped her tears and prepared to leave. Wait! Wang Yu suddenly intervened, reaching out to interrupt 5482's actions. I've changed my mind. Actually, thinking carefully, in a couple of days there will be a gym here, and it would be difficult for me to manage all that equipment alone. Additionally, it could be dangerous to use without assistance, so. He looked at 5482. Having an exclusive robot servant to handle these matters would be quite convenient, so. Let's not decommission her. That would be quite wasteful, Wang Yu said, scratching his head. The nurse robot looked at 5482 after hearing this. The latter still had tears in her eyes as she looked at Wang Yu, seemingly surprised. Upon noticing the nurse robot's gaze, she appeared somewhat fearful, clearly aware of the latter's higher authority. Then we will proceed as you wish, as she will be responsible for taking care of you from now on. And here are your belongings along with the protein powder and supplements. The nurse robot handed the items to 5482 and then turned to walk towards the elevator. Soon only Wang Yu and 5482 were left in the room, standing still in the strangely heavy atmosphere, silent enough that a pin drop could be heard, until one party broke the silence. Could you not just stand there? Please bring me the things from that bag to take a look. Wang Yu spoke up, feeling that standing there indefinitely wasn't a solution, as his plans for today did not include standing in place. Oh, after being reminded by Wang Yu, 5482 came over holding the bag. Then, in front of Wang Yu, performed a flat fall, making quite a noise that looked painful. The contents of the bag spilled out, and a can of protein powder rolled right in front of Wang Yu's feet, which he picked up. Name: high-quality, organic, ecological protein powder, purity 99, manufacturer Conley, deregulatory level grade, civilian description: a highly concentrated whey protein powder, made from sheep milk, collected from polar sheep, effective in boosting immunity and supplementing nutrition, can promote muscle growth when combined with appropriate exercise, slightly enhancing physical attributes, growth 2 to 5, and reducing body fat percentage. Polar sheep. I've never heard of that species. Wang Yu thought to himself. At this moment 5482 had already gotten up, her nose slightly red, her cheeks even redder, but she was unhurt. After all, she was a robot. But it is truly surprising that such an advanced robot could fall flat. I am sorry, I'll clean it up. 5482 apologized, picking up items scattered all over the place. Then she saw Wang Yu's phone, and the formerly intact screen now had a noticeable crack after the impact, causing her to turn pale with fright. It's fine as long as it doesn't affect functionality. Wang Yu took the phone from 5482's hands, checked it, and found it still usable. Then he flipped through the album inside, and checked the app icons and files, finding nothing missing. However, some pictures and videos inside had likely been seen by these machine servants, but fortunately he had a thick skin and didn't care. I should delete those later, he thought to himself, while 5482 was still feeling guilty. Master, I can fix it. As long as there are replaceable screens and tools, such simple electronic products can be repaired. Please give me a chance. I'm really capable. 5482 said in a panic. Wang Yu looked at her tempting, crime-inviting appearance and couldn't help but suspect that the design of 5482 referenced content from his phone. No need, it's still usable, just get up now. Okay, master. 5482 obediently stood up, even taller than Wang Yu by half a head. I'm sorry, I have a new generation emotional simulator installed, and its priority level is the highest, so that's why I acted this way. Please don't throw me away. 5482's voice. Alright, I already said it's fine. Wang Yu suppressed the urge to touch 5482's ear, and instead flicked her forehead to make her stop feeling guilty. But in that moment his expression changed drastically, and he directly placed his hand on 5482's shoulder. Name: 4th generation exclusive service type, intelligent doll servant, production number K44795482. Manufacturer: linked to technology, joint research for machine servants, regulatory level grade 4, forbidden description: the 4th generation doll servant developed for better service to organic beings, enhanced emotional simulator for providing better care and experience, almost indistinguishable from real people, will absolutely obey all commands from its owner Wang Yu, and is unlikely to betray. However, because the emotional simulator has a very high priority, it will exhibit emotional responses when the affection level is low, but will almost never act against the owner's interests. Once bound to an owner, changes cannot be made unless a new emotional simulator and black box are replaced, thus it is a customized one-time product. As it is a service type exclusive to its owner to protect the privacy of organic beings, it also enjoys a high level of independent authority, with data independently stored in the internal black box, and cannot be forcibly accessed or commanded by the general network. Without the owner's permission, only forced shutdown is possible. You do not know what you are researching, nor can you bear the consequences it brings. The great power of the creator must be supported by corresponding great achievements, otherwise it is merely self-destruction. Technology Ethics Supervision Bureau can be submitted as a legacy of civilization to the Legacy Recovery Agent, earning 2 universal credit points and 10 corresponding civilization gotcha chances. Note: each corresponding civilization's legacy can only be submitted once. The more representative of that civilization, the higher the quality of the legacy, the better the rewards. This is 2,000 universal credit points and 10 gotcha chances. Wang Yu stared at 5,482. In his eyes, she had transformed into a moving, speaking mountain of gold. However, Wang Yu frowned, feeling a cool sensation on his face. Looking back, 5482 had already stopped wiping and apologized. "I'm sorry, I saw that you still had water droplets on your face, so." "Oh, thanks. I'll wipe it myself." Wang Yu took the tissue, indicating he would do it himself, feeling amused at the thought of submitting 5,482 as a legacy of civilization, realizing it was indeed somewhat lacking in moral integrity. There should be more than one type of legacy. Other machine servants should count as well, and not just machine servants. He thought, privately taking the bag from 5,482's hands and starting to inspect the other contents. First were the cat food cans, both sealed and intact, indicating that the machine servant's claim of returning property was not empty words, and there was no theft. Let's open it up for analysis. The handgun was not inside. Then there were the rags and clothing that Wang Yu had wrapped around himself, and finally a bottle of fresh water, the origin of which is not mentioned. There were also a few bottles of supplements mentioned by the nurse machine servant. Name: Powersoft Gel Capsules, manufacturer Conley, deregulatory level grade, civilian description: 7th generation potent muscle growth capsules, with low toxicity, after taking can enhance physical attribute experience growth rate by 35, lasting 12 hours, excessive use can even increase to 70, but has strong liver toxicity, potentially reducing immune attributes. Long-term use may lead to physiological dependence and decrease the effectiveness of natural exercise, negatively impacting intelligence and inspiration attributes, and its enhancement effects cannot be stacked with other experience growth stimulants. Not stackable, and it can cause addiction. Wang Yu began to examine the components on the label. Although it was in a foreign language he could understand, this seemed to be a synthetically produced super steroid. Taking too much might sharpen his mind, and he abandoned the idea of taking the drug after just a glance, as he already had a 20 bonus from his natural talent, which targeted all attributes far stronger than this supplement. Master, although this medicine has been tried to minimize its side effects, it is still not good for the body. 5482 recommends that you do not use such drugs. Seeing Wang Yu examining the label, 5482 mustered her courage to remind him. "I know. Let's put everything away." Wang Yu instructed 5482 to pack everything up, because although he wouldn't take the drug, its shelf life was as long as 30 years, and selling it on the market might exchange for credit points, which were small earnings that could not be overlooked. Anything that entered his pocket could not be lost. He was currently extremely poor, otherwise he wouldn't have tried to make requests to the machine servants. Wang Yu had a little shadow beside him. Its strong presence made it impossible for Wang Yu to ignore. He could even feel its gaze, making him uncomfortable all over, yet he inexplicably did not want to drive it away. This could be a scheme by the machine servant intended to make him adapt and subsequently develop a dependency, making it hard for him to leave. This plan would not succeed. 5482, hand me the water, please. Sure. Wang Yu did another 30 push-ups, as if completing a remarkable challenge, prompting 5482 to fetch him some drinking water. As expected, she brought out a plastic bottle that had already been opened. Inside was indeed water, but now. Why would he drink this? It's already expired. This water has been opened. I don't drink overnight water. Okay, I'm sorry. 5482 immediately went to the corner of the room, filled a cup with water from the drinking fountain, and handed it to Wang Yu, who drank it all in one go. Calling you by your number feels a bit awkward, so let's give you a name. How about 82? Ball. As long as it's a name given by the master, I'll like it. Ball was quite pleased, and her rabbit ears perked up and bounced, indicating she truly liked the name. These were truly functional ears, not just for decoration. Her cheeks had no additional ears, and were naturally covered by her cascading hair. Master, please don't call me that, just call me Wang Yu instead. Alright, Master Wang Yu. No need for master, I'm not that old yet. Oh, then. Wang Yu. Ball seemed a bit hesitant, as if she had broken a taboo and dared not meet Wang Yu's gaze. This must be the factory setting for a dedicated service-type machine servant. Correcting it completely would take some time. Wang Yu nodded and handed the cup back to Ball, planning to take a break before doing a few more sets of different exercises. This was an exercise method he had come up with himself without any particular expertise involved. He just wanted to trigger his talent. The effect was naturally limited, which is why he had not yet raised his physical attributes to 5 points. Ball took the cup Wang Yu handed her, intending to put it back in place, but suddenly froze her ears, standing straight up, capturing Wang Yu's attention. Master, Wang Yu, the exercise equipment you wanted has arrived in the elevator, and the net has sent a message asking us to retrieve it. Ball turned around and saw Wang Yu doing push-ups again. After casually completing 2 more, Wang Yu stood up. Finally, here, let's go get it. The two arrived at the elevator. The door was already open, and it was nearly filled to the brim with cardboard boxes. There were likely several more batches of such goods, as Wang Yu had ordered quite a lot. Why didn't they arrange for a few people? Wang Yu wondered why no helpers had been arranged, and why there was no cart. He then saw Ball walk over, squat down, and lift a box that was almost as tall as her with just her fingertips, carrying it out, leaving Wang Yu dumbfounded, unable to suppress a gulp. I can carry this, master. Wang Yu, please wait a moment. Ball said to Wang Yu, who watched in astonishment as she carried what looked like a box containing a large refrigerator further away. Is this thing really light? Maybe it's filled with foam. Wang Yu, skeptical, went to give it a try. He chose a not too large box and found he couldn't lift it at all. After trying them all, it was the same result. He looked at Ball as she walked further away, his gaze tinged with a bit of fear, for this seemingly weak and easily bullied machine servant appeared to be a powerful dragon beyond his comprehension, capable of crushing him with just one punch. After all, she was a robot, and Wang Yu had initially forgotten this fact due to her earlier fall. Now that he thought about it, the more he felt it was all an act just to bridge the gap. Master, I may need to carry a few more times. Please give me a little more time. Ball ran back over, not a single drop of sweat on her weight. Robots don't sweat, she probably had an integrated super cooling module. I'm sorry, Ball realized she had called Wang Yu master again, but Wang Yu's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. It's fine, you can call me whatever you want. Actually, just calling me Xiao Wang would be fine. You continue to carry, I'll just stay here. Wang Yu spoke, quickly stepping aside, leaving Ball confused. However, her current emotional simulator had not undergone enough training to support her understanding of what had happened. She merely worked harder after receiving forgiveness. Watching her effortlessly lift those heavy objects, especially carrying a large box on each shoulder, nearly scared Wang Yu to death. Although the system stated that Ball would not act against the interests of her master, it also mentioned that she might exhibit emotional responses. Given his small frame, if he angered Ball, even a normal punch could be fatal. He must think from Ball's perspective more often and take her feelings into account. This was not out of fear of death, but because humility is a virtue. Moreover, he had just noticed while moving things that the gravity here seemed very close to that of Blue Star, as he felt no discomfort or sense of incongruity, as if he were on Earth. Additionally, the atmospheric composition might be very similar, as it didn't seem specially adjusted for him. After emptying the elevator for the 3rd time, the doors finally closed, and no more cargo came. Wang Yu had no intention of escaping in the elevator, as he couldn't escape the grasp of these machine servants, and he didn't even know where his landing pod was. He walked towards the rehabilitation room, remembering that Ball seemed to have moved those cardboard boxes there. Inside, Ball was unboxing each item and assembling them on the spot. The excess cardboard boxes and the original equipment in the rehabilitation room were piled in the corner, waiting for further handling. Without Wang Yu's interference, Ball's efficiency skyrocketed. Her movements were precise and methodical, embodying the efficiency a machine should have. Previously, it had all been due to the emotional simulator's influence. In just an hour, Ball had transformed the rehabilitation room into a small gym, including a treadmill, rowing machine, barbells, and numerous weight plates and dumbbells, almost completely stocked with mainstream fitness equipment, all modified to suit human standards, since many items were not suitable for the longered race. Done. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Ball's face flushed again with excitement and shyness, completely different from before, as if she were anticipating praise. At this moment, Wang Yu fully recognized that Ball was a machine. However, the emotional simulator within her was so advanced that it could almost pass for genuine life. But whether this was due to advanced algorithms, or if Ball truly had feelings, remained uncertain for Wang Yu. The system also did not provide a definitive conclusion. Moreover, once he began to dwell on this, a rift formed, causing Ball's actions to appear different in Wang Yu's eyes. You did very well, thank you for your hard work. Wang Yu praised her, and even patted Ball on the head, feeling her warmth, even though it was merely a simulated temperature produced by some heating control device beneath her skin. 3 weeks have passed once again. Wang Yu has been consistently exercising, familiarizing himself with the use of all fitness equipment. This is because Ball, apart from cooking and cleaning, is also an exceptionally skilled fitness coach, which has accelerated Wang Yu's progress and provided him with valuable advice to prevent injury from blind workouts. Moreover, the abundance of food and fresh water here, along with unlimited supplies of protein powder, has enhanced Wang Yu's growth rate, allowing his physical attributes to quickly surpass level 5, accumulating approximately 60 experience points. He checked his current attributes. Physical 5, 58,100. Willpower 7, 83,400. Reflexes 5, 47,100. Immunity 4, 7,280. Inspiration 5, 60,100. Apart from the growth of his physical attribute due to training, the growth of the other attributes, especially willpower, inspiration, and reflexes, has been rather limited, with no improvement possible through conventional fitness routines. Reflexes likely refer to reaction speed, and practicing shooting or cold weapon techniques may be more beneficial. Inspiration, on the other hand, might be related to experience, knowledge expansion, and sensory acuity. As for willpower, this may be the most challenging attribute to enhance. Up until now, Wang Yu has not discovered a way to improve it. Perhaps persistent training and resisting temptations could yield some results, but currently the effects appear to be quite limited. Ball, has there been any response to my previous application? Wang Yu asked Ball, as he has grown quite familiar with the emotional data model or emotional simulator of the latter, has become highly adept at interacting with Wang Yu after repeated training, no longer exhibiting the previous awkwardness and unease. Not yet, Ball replied, dressed in comfortable shorts and a tank top suitable for exercise, matching Wang Yu's own rather striking outfit. However, for some reason, whether due to their prolonged acquaintance or something else, Wang Yu felt less of a thrill and simply nodded, planning to do a few more sets of deadlifts. He had applied a week ago for training in firearms and combat, claiming he wanted to become a powerful warrior. Yet the request has yet to be approved, and the waiting time feels a bit long. Nonetheless, it is highly likely to be approved, because so far almost all of his requests have been fulfilled. He has requested books, including language books, as well as gaming consoles, movies, and documentaries. He wishes to understand the history of civilization on this planet, laying the groundwork for comprehending its language. All these materials serve as excellent entry points while enriching Wang Yu's life outside of training. He often plays games or watches movies with Ball, which has strengthened their relationship. Upon deeper understanding, Wang Yu discovered that this civilization established a new organization called the Unemployed People's Community of Destiny after a great war 4,000 years ago, replacing the original concept of nationhood and commencing comprehensive construction and resource mobilization on a planetary scale. Technology surged during this process, and their civilization experienced unprecedented prosperity, just as Wang Yu observed from the sky, where the night was almost illuminated by endless lights, forming a cohesive expanse. Automatons were born during this process, facing considerable resistance upon their introduction. Yet their advancement and liberation of productivity and labor were irresistible to the Unemployed people. Eventually, almost all industrial engineering responsibilities were entrusted to automatons, leaving their influence in every aspect of life. The Unemployed people contributed primarily to major decisions and research, closely aligning with Wang Yu's initial speculation about a runaway automaton societal background. However, what happened afterward remains a mystery to Wang Yu. He has yet to encounter a single Unemployed person and does not understand their purpose for keeping him confined, as he has been isolated for too long. Could it be that they consider him a living exhibit or a live-action figurine? But what is the purpose? Wang Yu still cannot fathom the purpose behind the automatons imprisoning him. However, this arrangement allows him the time to train and grow, which is a favorable choice. He may not get another opportunity, so he is not in a hurry. Additionally, another point of concern is that none of the books he has read, including games and films, relate to interstellar or cosmic themes. This caught Wang Yu's attention, and he even applied for astronomy and cosmic-related books, but all were denied. This was the only request he was outright rejected for without any hesitation. In response, Ball was vague, merely shaking her head. Further inquiries led to her silence, marking the only time she directly rejected Wang Yu's request, and he did not press further. About 2 days later. On this day, while playing a fighting game called Rabbit Domination XV, Wang Yu insisted that Ball not go easy on him and to hit him hard. As a result, he was thoroughly beaten for an entire morning without scoring a single point. He seriously doubted the emotional intelligence within Ball's emotional simulator to the point where he almost crushed the game controller, but his physical strength was insufficient. Ball, you truly are impressive. Let's call it a day for now, Wang Yu said with a twitch of his eye, yet Ball was completely oblivious, instead feeling pleased with the praise. Yay, he'll go prepare some delicious food. Speaking of which, it's almost lunchtime, Ball replied with satisfaction, putting down the controller and heading to the kitchen. During these days, Ball transformed one of the idle sick rooms into a kitchen. She is well-versed in various trades like electrical work, plumbing, and carpentry, proving her worth as an encyclopedia-equipped automaton, and she cooks dishes that suit Wang Yu's tastes, truly a master chef. As for Wang Yu, all he needs to do is eat. Under the care of a service-type automaton, life is quite monotonous. However, Ball returned just a couple of minutes after leaving, catching Wang Yu in training mode, as he intensely practiced combos and character strategies, completely unaware of her presence until he was interrupted. Wang Yu, there's good news. Your application for combat training has been approved. Wang Yu was initially startled, but upon hearing the news, he became overjoyed, dropping the controller and eager to try it out immediately. No, you must eat first. Eating on time is very important. Ball admonished. By now Ball has not only become less reserved, but also intervenes to stop some of Wang Yu's actions as she did now. Alright, you're right. Wang Yu almost broke his self-disciplined life, Buff grateful for Bao's timely reminder. After preparing lunch, Ball had some herself and recharged her power. She has a microfactory inside her that can convert organic food into electricity, but the energy output is limited, necessitating a full charge before performing energy-intensive tasks. As for the wiring, cables are embedded in her wrists and at the back of her head, and usually just using the wiring from the wrists is sufficient. The two arrived at the elevator, and the doors opened, as if sensing their presence. Wang Yu stepped in first, followed by Bear, and then the elevator began its descent to the 15th underground level, which came as a bit of a surprise to Wang Yu. He had originally thought it would go up, but it turned out to be going down. As the elevator doors opened, the corridor before them was completely at odds with the words nursing home. The ground was no longer the warm pale yellow marble tiles, but had been replaced with large flat metal floors, giving an overall cold impression, as if they were walking in a laboratory or military base. The 15th floor had been transformed into a temporary shooting range and training room, complete with panoramic simulation pods. Inside there were various real firearms and simulation weapons available for use around the clock, though weapons could not be taken away from the range, with surveillance and detection facilities ensuring safety, and ammunition would be replenished regularly. Bear introduced this floor, making Wang Yu's eyes widen. No wonder the application had taken so long. It turned out these machines were undergoing engineering modifications to meet Wang Yu's needs. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed by such politeness. Also, there's an issue with your beam pistol. It was supposed to be repaired, but there's no way to disassemble it. It seems to be made with an integrated casting process, and forcibly disassembling it could easily cause damage. Considering the risks, it ultimately wasn't repaired. Bear conveyed the information sent by the central network. The white pistol was placed on a cabinet outside the shooting range. Also, you cannot take this white pistol off this floor, don't forget that. Bear reminded him again. Alright, I understand. Wang Yu replied. After spending some time together, Bear had become increasingly talkative, but Wang Yu didn't mind. He picked up the white pistol, glanced at the information, confirmed it was correct, and walked into the training room ready to test the weapons inside. In a modern society with advanced technology, brandishing swords and sticks felt too lowly. That was the behavior of a brute. Defeating the enemy from 1,000 miles away was the true path to victory. The so-called ballistics are also a path. Marksmanship is also a method. While this sword is really cool, it's almost 2 meters long, right? As soon as Wang Yu entered, he was captivated by the various cold weapons hanging on the right wall. This is a weapon popular during the tribal era of the creators, called a saber in your race's terminology. The blade is 97 centimeters long, and the handle is 48 centimeters long. It is a weapon that is extremely difficult to master, and if you're not careful, you could easily injure yourself. Originally the blade was longer, but since the Talier race is generally taller, this is an adjusted sample. Bear introduced, seemingly quite familiar with cold weapons, possibly having downloaded relevant databases from the central network. Wang Yu tried to handle it, and found it surprisingly heavy. No wonder the sword had such a long handle, it was impossible to wield it with one hand. Do you have a large hammer? Wang Yu searched the cold weapon wall, but couldn't find any. There were even strange weapons that looked like boots, but he couldn't see a large hammer. A hammer? Bear frowned, not understanding the existence of the hammer brother, so she couldn't grasp Wang Yu's thought process. There are hammers over there. She pointed to 2 small hammers with edges and spikes on the wall, about the size of Wang Yu's fist, and less than half a meter long. No, I mean a very large and heavy hammer, with one end being a spike and the other end flat. A super large hammer. Wang Yu gestured, making it very exaggerated. But such heavy things are only engineering tools. Carrying them would be very difficult, let alone using them as weapons on the battlefield. You must have seen them in games. They don't exist in reality. Bear shook her head, not believing that humans, Taliers, or any other organic beings could use such exaggerated weapons. Even robots wouldn't, as there are better options. Yet Wang Yu had really seen them. The destructive power was quite shocking. Then I'll practice with the small hammer first. Wang Yu took down the pair of battle hammers without further explanation. The reason for choosing the hammer was that Hammer Brother was also using one. There must be a reason for using such an exaggerated giant hammer. Even though Wang Yu couldn't use it, yet he could learn bit by bit. Wang Yu chose the blunt weapon specialization route. 2 hours later, Wang Yu was already exhausted, lying on the ground, panting heavily. He hadn't expected that such an unassuming blunt weapon would consume so much physical strength. When wielded, his arms probably wouldn't be able to lift for a while. The one teaching him to use the weapon was Bear. Robots were truly convenient. They could download the corresponding data programs and directly become weapon masters, explaining the theory with great clarity. Moreover, her strength far exceeded Wang Yu's, and during practice, it was a complete domination. Let me lie down for a bit, or I'll practice using firearms in half an hour. Wang Yu said as he took the water bottle that Bear handed him, but he couldn't twist it open no matter what, and in the end Bear helped him open it before he could drink a few sips. Subsequently, he systematically learned about firearms and shooting under Bear's guidance. The civilization on this planet also paralleled that of Blue Star, after a long era of cold weapons, it welcomed gunpowder, giving rise to the real king of weapons, guns. Although they were designed differently from the classic firearms, Wang Yu was familiar with the principles were the same, all being kinetic weapons powered by chemical gunpowder. Your beam pistol has quite a good power, but it consumes a lot of energy and is easily affected by the weather. We don't have similar individual weapons around here, but we do have vehicles and fixed turrets that can carry such weapons. After finishing the introduction to firearms, Bear mentioned the pistol Wang Yu had brought. Don't you have electromagnetic rifles? Wang Yu suddenly asked, realizing that these weapons were still those he was familiar with, firearms powered by chemical gunpowder. Although they were superior in performance, they were not a qualitative change. We do have electromagnetic weapons, but they are only used on vehicles and fixed turrets. Due to the difficulty in meeting superconducting conditions, miniaturized versions of these weapons have little advantage over traditional chemical kinetic weapons and are cumbersome. Bear explained in detail, quickly clarifying the reasons for Wang Yu. Because the civilization on this planet had not developed room-temperature superconducting materials. Moreover, after ending a long war, they hadn't had large-scale battles for a long time, leading to a significant decline in the speed of weapon development due to a lack of demand. Instead, technologies directly related to life and production, such as artificial intelligence, photon chips, bionics, and biomedical engineering, had made great strides. I see. Wang Yu nodded. By the way, Bear, you should know that currently your creators, the taller people they are now. Just then the lights in the room suddenly went out, and when they turned back on, they had been replaced with a dim red light. What is this? Wang Yu wondered when suddenly he felt tremors from the ground, followed by Bear's slightly terrified warning. Be careful. Wang Yu looked over confused, thinking it was an earthquake, but immediately after a piercing shriek pierced his eardrum, causing the world to spin, and everything before his eyes, including Bear, began to twist and distort in a bizarre manner. Accompanying this was an unbearable pain shooting through his skull, indescribable, as if something was crashing into his skull from within. The uncontainable noise combined with the intense pain twisted Wang Yu's face, causing blood to seep from his 7 orifices, and he unconsciously clawed at his own body, as if trying to tear his skin. At that moment, another pair of hands pressed down on him, restraining Wang Yu and pinning him to the ground. The ravenous, slumbering, living vessel jolted violently awake. Dozens of amber-brown eyes bloomed across its hull, scanning the surroundings with restless unease. Deep underground, level 15 of the Rhine City Sanatorium. Wang Yu, can you hear me? The voice near his ear gradually sharpened layer upon layer of urgent. Wang Yu stirred back to consciousness. His glassy, unfocused eyes slowly regained clarity, fixing upon a face etched with anxiety and dread, and even the faint warm breath brushing against his nose. It was Bar. Though Wang Yu had long grown accustomed to that visage, such proximity sent an unexpected ripple through his chest. But in an instant, searing pains surged from his skull outward, obliterating every stray thought. His body felt as though crushed beneath a road roller. Every limb, every sinew, every bone screamed. Especially his head. What happened? His mind reeled, fragmented like a drunkard's blackout. Memory had vanished entirely. He could not fathom why he lay sprawled upon the floor. Thank the stars, you're awake. Bar cried with uncontainable relief, then lunged to tear at Wang Yu's clothes, even unbuckling his belt. Wang Yu recoiled in shock, the agony momentarily eclipsed by sheer alarm, and seized Bar's wrist to stop him. What are you doing? Checking for anomalies. Huh? Before Wang Yu could voice his confusion, footsteps echoed down the corridor, swift, precise, then halted abruptly at the doorway. A nurse automaton had arrived in haste, catching the scene, Bar pinning Wang Yu to the floor, the latter's garments disheveled. The air in the room turned thick and still. Wang Yu began to explain, but the automaton paid no heed to justification. With a single glance exchanged with Bar, she grasped the situation entirely. Proceed immediately to level B3 for a full-body diagnostic. Her tone was stern, mirroring Bar's own unwavering gravity. What's going on? What exactly happened? Wang Yu remained disoriented, slowly rising to his feet. We'll explain later. Go now? Wang Yu listened to Sophia. Your health comes first, Bar affirmed. Only then did Wang Yu register the strange sensation on his face. He touched his temples and nose, fingers coming away stained with dried blood. Shock flickered across his expression. Bar, stay with him. I'll ascend to prepare. The emergency response team is already en route. Sophia spoke with quiet urgency, then hurried toward the elevator without another word. Only now did Wang Yu fully regain his bearings. Though his memory had fractured for a moment, he understood. Something grave had occurred. He had clearly endured some manner of peril. He asked no questions, instead leaning lightly on Bar's arm as they walked toward the elevator. Though he insisted he needed no assistance, Bar refused to relent. Wang Yu allowed himself to be guided downward to level B3 like a grievously wounded patient. Approximately 40 minutes later, Wang Yu underwent an exhaustive physical examination, so meticulous it bordered on excessive. Every conceivable metric had been scanned. Had it not been complimentary, he might have suspected a cruel jest. Yet even en route he'd sensed subtle anomalies within his own physiology, revealed through system alerts and interface prompts afflicted by cataclysmic shock sanity 3. The cataclysm has breached your being. Afflicted by cataclysmic shock sanity 5. The cataclysm has breached your being. Afflicted by cataclysmic shock sanity 7. The cataclysm has breached your being. Maximum health reduced by 5 points. Wang Yu's maximum health had plummeted from a restored baseline of 100 points to a mere 70. His body was failing unmistakably, and his sanity crashed to a precarious 21. No wonder he'd awakened suffused with dread, with that hollow, gasping panic tightening his chest. That he hadn't descended into madness was nothing short of miraculous, and indeed it was luck. His innate talent Lucky 7 had activated once, likely the sole reason he'd escaped total mental collapse. While awaiting results, nurse automaton Sophia returned, her expression somber. She offered Wang Yu a formal apology, then voluntarily recounted the nature of this anomaly. This phenomenon has been chronicled since antiquity. A cataclysm. In ages past it was milder, rarer. A dissonant auditory hallucination, grating and inescapable. Even the deaf perceived it. Its origin defied logic. Yet all creators heard it simultaneously across the globe. Each time it manifested, calamities followed in its wake: wildfires, floods, droughts, seismic upheavals, geological disasters without warning. But most insidious were the plagues, spontaneous, sourceless, erupting without cause or contagion. These outbreaks drove the creators to the brink of extinction. Yet such events were exceedingly rare, occurring only once every several centuries, or millennia, and never before with such intensity as what you just endured. Living deep underground mitigated its effects. Thus the creators forged a flourishing civilization beneath the Earth's crust, and we are its living legacy. Sophia fell silent. Wang Yu's breath caught. Now he understood why he had always been confined to subterranean levels. He recalled countless long-eared clan games and novels centered on resisting, or eradicating, the cataclysm. He'd dismissed them as mere fiction akin to Earth's dystopian tropes, until now. Only now did their gravity strike him with visceral force. The creators sought its origin, and uncovered patterns. This revelation ended centuries of internecine conflict and resource wars, ushering in 2 millennia of stable, unified advancement. But that golden age proved fleeting. As new hypotheses emerged, evidence increasingly pointed beyond the planet, toward the abyssal void of deep space. Precisely when the creators stood poised to launch into the cosmos, full of hope, ambition, and boundless vision, a shockwave identical to the one you experienced swept across the world, triggering a near-genocidal slaughter. Their population collapsed by 2/3. Civilization crumbled from zenith to ruin. Many believed they had angered the gods, provoking divine retribution. Thus the word cosmos became forbidden, a taboo sealed in silence. All related industries, archives, and knowledge were purged or entombed beyond recovery. And so another millennium passed. During that 1,000 years the cataclysm recurred relentlessly, unpredictable, merciless. Progress stagnated. Fear ruled each day. Populations dwindled generation after generation. Sophia spoke with calm detachment. Wang Yu beheld in her words the slow, inexorable decay of an entire civilization, from splendor to shadow. And now? Wang Yu asked, when Sophia paused. Now? Sophia met his gaze. Your arrival has kindled hope among the creators. They need your aid. So that was why she held him in such regard, though the deeper truth remained veiled. The test results came out, shocking Wang Yu, as he was diagnosed with both liver cancer and leukemia, along with diabetes. When he received the test report, Wang Yu was bewildered, as he had just undergone a health check not long ago, and had no. In an instant he transformed from a healthy individual into a severe patient, as if some force was affecting his organs, causing them to deteriorate in a very short time. Fortunately, the medical technology on this planet is highly advanced. Targeted drugs are already a well-established technique capable of curing early and mid-stage cancers, even those that have spread. Diabetes also has corresponding treatment plans, as they have mastered the technology of directed stem cell activation, which can regenerate and repair the damaged pancreas, fully restoring the bolus insulin levels. This was reflected in Wang Yu's case, as it was essentially just injections and medication, not even qualifying as surgery. After the entire treatment, he ended up with several large bags of medicine, all given to Bear, who would remind Wang Yu to take his medicine on time. Having only these few illnesses truly counted as good luck for Wang Yu, as some diseases can be quite tricky even for machines, potentially leading to sudden death before treatment could be initiated, which is why they were so anxious. Additionally, the attribute of willpower may have played a role, as Wang Yu noticed that his willpower experience increased significantly, reaching a level of 7 128,400. Experiencing such bizarre events can enhance willpower, almost serving as a training method, as high willpower might help resist their effects. However, this method of training is somewhat akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Should one slip, the consequences could be dire. What about the other Longier clan members? Wang Yu inquired of Sophia, as he was the only patient here, and the other Longier clan members could not possibly be unaffected. The external disasters are all within a controllable range, and there are mechanisms in place to respond to them. Sophia replied perfunctorily, completely missing the point, unlike Bear, who was obedient. After receiving the medication and confirming there were no errors, Wang Yu was sent back to the 10th floor with Bear. For the next few days, he would likely not be able to go to the 15th floor to learn how to use various weapons unless his condition was under control. Bear, you must know, right? Regarding the situation of the other Longier clan members. Wang Yu couldn't get an answer from Sophia, so he turned to Bear. Goo. Bear displayed a troubled expression, as once she spoke it would mean betraying Sophia and the central network. But they're all sick, Bear replied truthfully. Sick? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, combining the information at hand to consider new possibilities. This was not the world depicted in the out-of-control machine setting. Here the Longier clan had not yet devolved into living displays. Instead, prior to this, due to this unknown disaster, all members of the Longier clan had fallen ill. Their population might be alarmingly low, and machines were caring for them. This could completely explain why the facilities on this planet are so advanced yet devoid of life. Due to the lack of population, this group, referred to as creators by the machines, was already on the brink of extinction, with only machines maintaining the city. Does that strange voice have no effect on you? Wang Yu asked, as he had little impression of the voice, recalling it only after the machines mentioned it. We machines cannot hear such voices, so we are not affected. It seems that only the creators and you can hear and feel this voice on this planet. Bear explained further, causing Wang Yu to raise an eyebrow. Is it some weapon targeting advanced organic life forms? Or is it aimed at intelligent beings? Wang Yu stroked his chin, speculating. Regardless, he should not linger here too long, otherwise he could become an irretrievable patient in the face of repeated disasters, ultimately facing death. No wonder the system sought a planet capable of developing civilization. Looking at it this way, this planet is absolutely not an option, far too dangerous. Bear, I must leave this planet. I can no longer stay here. You should come with me. Let's find an opportunity to escape. Wang Yu said earnestly, realizing the severity of the situation. He was no longer willing to remain on this planet. Bear had actually thought about this topic as well. I actually applied for your release, but it was denied. Bear said somewhat dejectedly, as she hoped Wang Yu could leave and change to a safer environment from her perspective. Try applying again. If it's denied again, then I will commit suicide. It's still better than dying from the torment of disease. Wang Yu said seriously, his voice loud, glancing at the camera in the corner of the room. No. Bear, of course, could not sit idly by while Wang Yu contemplated suicide. She visibly panicked, but Wang Yu remained firm, even pulling Bear into the bathroom during their argument. Shoo. Wang Yu gestured for Bear to be quiet, pointing to the ceiling, indicating that there were no cameras here, making it easier to talk. He took out a pen which he had somehow acquired and wrote in his palm, and pretending, I won't commit suicide. I am forcing Sophia and the others to compromise, so I need to be a bit more assertive. This way there might be a chance. Bear, please cooperate with me. Understood, I will try, but don't hold out too much hope, and I will keep a close eye on you. Bear replied, walking out of the bathroom, her expression transforming into a frown. Inside, Wang Yu was washing his hands, still replaying Bear's smiling face in his mind. Sometimes he truly could not distinguish whether Bear was a living being or a cold machine. Thus, nearly 3 weeks passed. During this time, their lives remained unaffected, with food delivered on time, transformed into delicious meals by Bear's superb cooking skills reminiscent of a living textbook. Sophia and the others were likely dealing with disasters that erupted across the planet, as those affected were not just. As for Wang Yu, his illness was cured, and under Bear's patient guidance, he had become quite proficient in using firearms, achieving a relatively decent hit rate within a range of 20 meters. This is the power of modern weaponry. Compared to most cold weapons, learning to use firearms and gaining combat capability often requires significantly less time. Of course, to master them and become an expert, considerable effort is still required. During his recovery, Wang Yu spent most of his time practicing shooting and engaging in daily exercises, temporarily setting aside cold weapons as he did not plan to stay here long. Quickly mastering firearms with the current conditions was the way to go. Bear, has there been any response from the central network? Wang Yu, holding a simulation rifle, had just completed a highly realistic panoramic drill, with the enemy being a group of swift-moving giant lizards, which Wang Yu had specifically requested. Not yet. The central network has neither rejected nor approved it. Could it be that the coercive methods have been exposed? Why? Bear said softly, glancing at the camera in the corner of the room. At this point, there was no other conclusion, as Wang Yu was still not aggressive enough. The promised suicide had not yet been carried out, and instead, under Bear's care, he was living increasingly comfortably, even gaining 2 pounds. Contact Sophia and ask her to come over. It's better to have an open and honest discussion. Wang Yu thought for a moment, realizing that he couldn't afford to delay, as the next impact could come at any time, each potentially costing him his life. Moreover, according to the information revealed by Bear, these impacts had been occurring more frequently in recent years, sometimes just months apart, and at times even within weeks. It was best not to harbor any false hopes. Bear seemed to want to say something, but turned to the door as footsteps approached, revealing Sophia. You arrived just in time. I was just talking about you. I think I must leave this place and return to my spaceship. You know, if I stay here any longer, I will definitely die. Wang Yu made his stance clear, pointing out that the so-called quarantine was merely a means to imprison him, as the long-eared people of this planet were nearly extinct, and the quarantine was just an excuse. I'm sorry, we cannot let you leave. Why? Because you bring hope. The creators need your help, Sophia stated. This made Wang Yu frown, as he felt she had said this before, but he couldn't comprehend it. What could he possibly do? What was the point of keeping him here? To watch him die under the impact, and then collect data on his death? Sophia looked at the confused and dissatisfied Wang Yu and sighed. Follow me. Oh, I will take you to meet the creators. I will explain more when we get there, Sophia said helplessly as she turned toward the elevator. Wang Yu exchanged a glance with Bear before following her. The three of them entered the elevator one after another. Wang Yu had expected to go to the surface, but the result was completely the opposite. The elevator plunged directly deeper, reaching the underground level 107. The elevator doors opened, revealing a strong scent of disinfectant palpable, and indicating that the situation inside was quite unusual. First, put on the protective suit. Bear, help him with it, Sophia instructed, taking a fully sealed biohazard protective suit from a nearby cabinet. Wang Yu had only seen such a thing in movies and games. This was the first time he had seen the real thing. With Bear's help, this complex protective suit was donned over Wang Yu's outer clothing, completely sealed, with strict control over any gas entering or exiting. After opening the gas valve, confirming normal oxygen supply, and passing the airtight pressure test, the isolation suit was finally properly worn. Are all the people here so fragile that they require protective suits and disinfection just to meet? Wang Yu exclaimed, feeling the protective measures were excessive. But later he realized that the isolation suit was not meant to protect the sick inside, but rather to protect him. After being cleaned with 7 different disinfectants, the complex disinfection process was completed and the thick gate opened, revealing a spacious corridor before the three of them, with bright white walls and ceiling lights illuminating the area like daylight. Sophia entered first, followed by Wang Yu, and then Bear, who was keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, walked beside. As machine servants, both women were not afraid of microbial infections and would not get sick. After disinfection and drying, they changed into clean, dry clothing before entering, which was completely different from Wang Yu. So this tail is not just an ornament, it's real. Wang Yu couldn't help but stare, seeing someone with a pure white short tail at the end of their vertebra, resembling a fluffy pom-pom that even wiggled. But soon his attention shifted entirely away from this. A loud crash drew his attention. The sound was like something colliding intimately with the wall, followed by faint sounds of moaning akin to meaningless murmurs, evoking discomfort and a sense of pain. What's that noise? Wang Yu was about to ask when Sophia had already entered the room marked duty room on the left. He followed her in, with Bear entering last. The room was spacious and several machine servants in white coats were on. The walls were lined with countless surveillance images, but only a few were lit up. Wang Yu's attention was quickly drawn to one of the monitors, his eyes widening. On the screen, an unknown mass of flesh was secured to the ground by black straps, with vaguely visible limb-like structures struggling to rise. Its surface had several gaping mouths filled with sharp teeth, almost as if it were chanting unknown syllables. Moreover, the ground around this thing seemed stained or corroded by its bodily fluids with a distinctly different color. Several machine servants were busy in the room attempting to subdue the mass of flesh, and one of them held a syringe, injecting it with something that seemed to be a potent sedative. As if noticing Wang Yu's gaze, the monitor's image was magnified, occupying many sections of the screen to form a larger and clearer picture. Simultaneously, the sounds synchronized with it. The same moaning heard in the corridor was intensely penetrating, making Wang Yu feel uncomfortable, as if his skin was crawling. Moreover, in one corner of the image, a dismembered machine servant could be seen, resembling a broken doll with limbs and joints shattered, its cables and parts scattered across the floor. Boom! Another loud crash echoed as a machine servant was accidentally struck by the hand of the mass of flesh, sending the person flying into the wall, bursting into a large spark. What is this? Wang Yu expressed disbelief, but Sophia nodded, confirming his suspicions. The situation of the creators is dire. Their population has been declining from nearly 12 billion in the beginning to now just a handful, all concentrated in this underground sanctuary. What's worse is that no matter what protective measures we take or how deep we make the sanctuary, the negative effects of the unknown impact are intensifying. Ultimately, Some individuals have turned into cataclysmic beings just like the image here, becoming sources of disaster for organic life, forms typically manifesting as disease, and for materials and machines generally exhibiting decay and deterioration. If not contained, these cataclysmic beings will quickly infect surrounding healthy individuals, killing them all. Sophia explained, sending a chill down Wang Yu's spine. If he were to become that indescribably grotesque mass of flesh, he would rather end his life beforehand. Currently, only 6 creators are still alive, including the one who transformed into a cataclysmic being a week ago. A total of 4 have transformed into cataclysmic beings, and they will all die within 6 months to 5 years. As for the remaining one, Sophia pointed to the screen, which had changed to show a comatose, long-eared woman with large patches of hair loss her head and body under the blanket, connected to numerous unknown tubes and a pile of instruments. Her limbs appeared to have been cut off or atrophied, as her body under the blanket was incredibly small, barely maintained by a mask for breathing. This is the last female creator named Sophia Blenster. Once she dies, it will mean the complete extinction of the creator race, so both we and the creators need your help. Please, save our world. Me. Wang Yu pointed to himself, incredulous. What could he possibly do in such a situation? Yes. Sophia nodded and continued. We have examined your genetic material, and like the creators, your genetic material consists of 22 pairs of autosomes and 1 pair of sex chromosomes, showing no structural differences. In other words, you and the creators actually belong to the same species in a strict sense. The only difference is that it is a difference between subspecies with no reproductive isolation. Sophia's words left Wang Yu stunned. I am of the same species as them. Wang Yu looked again at the sleeping woman who had a pair of dull rabbit ears on her head. This was certainly not a characteristic of humans as he understood them. Moreover, after millions or even billions of years of evolution, could 2 completely non-reproductively isolated beings emerge on 2 different planets? The probability is so low it can be disregarded, even considered statistically impossible. Human subspecies? Subhumans. Wang Yu thought to himself. Meanwhile, Sophia laid out her intentions. Simply put, she wanted to use Wang Yu's genetic material to achieve the revival of the Longier people. They had even developed embryos. The technology for artificial wombs was already mature here. In the backdrop of a population on the brink of extinction, ethics were no longer an obstacle, only continuation held meaning. However, periodic shocks would have negative effects on detached cells, embryos, and even frozen cells, so we still need to prepare the technology to hasten the maturation of these individuals, ensuring they develop as quickly as possible within a few months to avoid dying from the shocks. Next, we need to construct stronger shelters and be prepared for unknown diseases. Sophia spoke of her revival plan, in which Wang Yu was an indispensable part, much like Adam and Eve, neither of whom could be missing. But Wang Yu looked at Sophia with no hint of reproach or blame in his gaze, for all he saw was a fearless individual in a desperate situation, holding on to hope, trying to turn the tide and save a crumbling world. No one could stand in her position to refute or condemn her. No one could, except for Wang Yu, who was an outsider. Sophia? Wang Yu shouted, interrupting Sophia, who was still expounding on her plan, as he reached out to stop Ball, who was about to step forward, shaking his head. Sophia, you and the overarching network behind you should know better than anyone that this group of creators know these Longier subspecies. They have created a civilization that has already come to an end, destined for extinction. This is an irreversible truth, one that your powers cannot change. To confine me here and to pin your hopes on a plan that is fundamentally impossible is merely your unwillingness to face reality, a delusion you have created. Wang Yu laid bare the cruel truth without mercy, presenting it starkly before these mechanical servants. Sophia fell into silence, no longer speaking, her face gradually covered in frost. The other several mechanical servants on duty in the room also looked over, their eyes filled with hostility, indicating that they were determined to carry out this plan, even if it required the use of force. No. Ball suddenly stepped forward, blocking Wang Yu with outstretched arms like an eagle protecting its chicks, fiercely stating, Wang Yu is right. The success rate of this plan approaches 0. If it could succeed, the creators wouldn't have reached this point, would they? Ball's words pierced straight to the throat of the problem. As a member of the mechanical servants, she could access the overarching network to retrieve its data and information, so she knew better than anyone that this plan was fundamentally unfeasible. Yet the tense atmosphere did not ease at this moment. A calm Wang Yu felt he had been too direct and too reckless, and the other side might not accept it, which could lead to conflict, something that must be avoided. Fortunately, Ball had stepped in just in time to temporarily stabilize the situation. Wang Yu could only seize the time to find another way, searching for a possible breakthrough. By the way, didn't you say there are still 6 survivors? Apart from the one in the footage and the 4 who have transformed into disaster entities, who is the other one? Wang Yu asked curiously, suddenly realizing this critical blind spot. His words quickly thawed the tense atmosphere, and Ball took the opportunity to continue the conversation. Let old Blend decide. He is the president. Whether this plan is feasible and whether it should be executed should be determined by him. Ball said, gradually easing the atmosphere. In the end, all the mechanical servants looked at Wang Yu, making him feel perplexed. About 20 minutes later, Wang Yu appeared on the surface. This was his first opportunity to seriously examine the city he was in. The roads were as clean as if they had been washed, winding like blood vessels connecting various facilities and buildings. The city's transportation was entirely three-dimensional, optimizing the use of space. At this moment, he was on the 10th floor of the Rhine City Sanatorium, but stepping out of the hall, he found himself surrounded by roads and streets, all built on elevated structures made of some high-strength material. Even the road overhead was impressive, befitting the capital of the Longier civilization. The only flaw was the lack of vitality, as such complete infrastructure was not being utilized, a waste of resources. Wang Yu looked around in shock, feeling a stark difference from his experience in the landing capsule. Had there been no shocks and disasters, perhaps these Longier people could have established a brilliant civilization alongside the mechanical servants they created. Wang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of an engine. Turning around, he saw a red convertible sports car that could only accommodate 2 people, its chassis almost touching the ground. The sound system simulated a roar that was nearly indistinguishable from a real engine. Although the car was entirely electric, some people still were enamored with the roar of machinery, believing it conveyed a sense of power, so that sound had been preserved. The driver was Ball, who waved her hand for Wang Yu to get in quickly. I think you will like this car, the True Red Lightning, limited to 200 units in classic retro style. You should know that the new models no longer use wheels, Ball said, wearing sunglasses that gave her a cool demeanor. I think you just want to drive it yourself. Oh, I usually use a spaceship when I go out. Wang Yu replied, unwilling to show weakness, but his body was honest as he soon sat in the passenger seat, feeling the craftsmanship and design of the car. Hold on tight, Ball reminded, narrowing her eyes with a mischievous smile. Before Wang Yu could react, a powerful thrust pressed him back into the seat, as if he had crashed into a wall. The roads and buildings ahead rapidly retreating. Driving at such speed in the city felt almost like riding a speeding roller coaster. Wang Yu nearly felt nauseated, and only after repeated requests did the speed stabilize. Exciting, right? For someone like you who often drives a spaceship, this little acceleration should be a piece of cake. But it's not the same. Wang Yu's retort was weak. He felt that Ball was doing it on purpose. As time spent together increased, Ball's personality and behavior were changing, becoming more in tune with Wang Yu, likely due to algorithm optimization and iteration. Still, Wang Yu didn't want to think in that direction. He suppressed his discomfort, swallowing his lunch that was rising in his throat, and hardened his face to think about the next. About half an hour ago, Wang Yu received a commission from Sophia and prepared to head to a particularly special administrative office building in Rhine City, the Black Tower. The building is named as such because it is not open to machine servants or any intelligent machines, serving as an important place for the Longier clan to discuss the future of their race and decide on policies. This indicates that the Longier clan is not entirely unguarded against machine servants and the central network. After all, the advantages held by advanced intelligent machines are immense, and once they cross a certain threshold, it instills an indescribable sense of horror. However, as the number of Longier clan members decreased, this building essentially became an office area for a select few. Old Blun, mentioned by the machine servants, is one of them, and he is also the chief technology executive of Spirit Rabbit Technology, responsible for the research and maintenance of machine servants with higher authority than the central network. But with the further decline in the Longier clan's population, the Black Tower became deserted, leaving only one person, Old Blun, still working there. He often traveled between the nursing home and the Black Tower, maintaining contact until he completely went off the grid after a shock 3 years ago with no news of his life or death since. The last message he sent contained only 4 words: do not give up. That guy called Blun should be dead by now. Wang Yu spoke up after the car's speed stabilized, voicing something he had hesitated to say before. He sensed that these machine servants seemed to harbor an inexplicable emotion towards Old Blun, which was not merely reverence, so he dared not mention it. In response, Ball did not reply directly, but paused for a few seconds before delivering a punch to the car's central control panel, breaking through it and pulling out the internal cables, which sparked a large number of sparks before he spoke. You are right, Old Blun is most likely dead or even turned into a catastrophe body, but the central network, Sophia and the others, are unwilling to draw that conclusion. Moreover, since the Black Tower is a forbidden zone for machine servants and the central network, they are unable to enter for verification, which is why this matter has dragged on until now. There is one more thing you are unaware of, which is Old Blun's uniqueness. He is quite old and has experienced many shocks, so he has a very strong resistance to shocks. Even after experiencing a shock, he would not faint and rarely get sick, making him an exceptionally rare individual. Thus, the probability of his survival is not 0, which is why Sophia insists on not acknowledging his death. Ball conceded Wang Yu's viewpoint, believing that Old Blun is likely dead, and even Sophia and the central network are in doubt. Thus, this journey also serves to let Wang Yu, an outsider, an individual completely outside the rules, confirm the truth. Wang Yu frowned in this regard. He understood it better than these machine servants, including Ball and Sophia, as he could directly feel the shocks. There could be only one possible reason old Blund's will attribute is exceedingly high and significantly higher than his own, which is why this could happen. He was still digesting this information when Ball switched to another topic. Wang Yu, we won't be going to the Black Tower. Your spacecraft has actually been parked in a square not far from the Black Tower. We will take a detour there, and I will escort you back to the spaceship. Only this way can we ensure your safety. Rest assured, this planet has destroyed almost all facilities related to outer space, including weapons. As long as you reach a certain altitude, Sophia and the others will have no way to deal with you. Bao's words made Wang Yu glance at her. He hadn't expected her to have such a plan behind the scenes. No wonder she destroyed the car's central control and deliberately chose a vintage sports car. It was probably because this car's driving and central control systems are completely independent. What about you? Wang Yu asked. I will escort you all the way to the spaceship. Aren't you coming along? Wang Yu sensed Bao's implication. She fell into silence, clearly indicating that escorting him onto the ship would not be an easy task, and the success rate was not high with considerable costs involved. However, there were no more reliable plans available at the moment. Unless a miracle occurs, these machine servants will not allow Wang Yu to leave. Ball, this plan won't work. It will get. Wang Yu bluntly rejected the plan, not waiting for Ball to continue speaking before explaining his reasoning. The spaceship in space isn't actually mine. I actually have been caught up in a special event, and there isn't even food or fresh water guaranteed inside. Moreover, the dangers inside can be said to be even higher than here. Going back would be tantamount to suicide. What I need is assistance along with a large amount of supplies. That is my purpose for coming here. I hope you can trust me. Wang Yu nearly revealed his identity as a time traveler, telling Ball everything that should and shouldn't be said, hoping she could understand his dilemma. But what about that? If you stay here, sooner or later you will. Ball didn't doubt Wang Yu's words, but began to worry about the current situation, as this would truly become a deadlock. Let's first go to that Black Tower. Didn't they say machine servants can't enter? If we hide inside, they probably won't be able to do anything to us. We can discuss other plans later. Moreover, what if that guy called Blund is really alive? In any case, let's go take a look. Wang Yu decided to go to the Black Tower because there were too many mysteries on hand, especially regarding the source of the shocks. He did not believe that the Longyear clan had no clues at all. Ending the shocks, this might be the breakthrough. Alright, let's proceed according to your plan. The Black Tower is actually less than a 5-minute journey from the square, so finding an opportunity to leave is not entirely impossible. Ball said, changing her mind, and the building known as the Black Tower came into view, a pure black structure estimated to have over 10 floors. Perhaps to prevent eavesdropping, even the windows are made of opaque, pure black material, making it appear from a distance like a black pillar with no other buildings around for hundreds of meters, highlighting its uniqueness. The car stopped beneath the Black Tower without entering the underground parking lot, as there was no need. Wang Yu and Ball got out of the car in succession, and their images were transmitted through city cameras and aerial drones to the nursing home, reaching Sophia's eyes. They did not change course to the airport. They have entered the Black Tower, including 5482. A machine servant monitoring the situation reported to Sophia. Let's still call her Ball. She is no longer one of us. She has broken the prohibition. Sophia said, narrowing her eyes. The news that Wang Yu's spaceship was parked at the airport was actually false information she had placed in the central network database, intended to test whether Wang Yu and Ball wanted to escape. The real spaceship had long since changed positions. Thus, if they really changed course to the airport, they would only find an empty plot of land and would immediately be arrested, completely deprived of their freedom, becoming an unshakable part of the subsequent plan. Wang Yu and Bear walked towards the Black Tower. The door opened automatically, without any security or access control, just an ordinary sensor door, as if they were about to enter a common supermarket. However, this place was actually a highly confidential administrative office building, which could be discerned from its architectural style and geographical location. How could it be so lax? Even if security and access control were useless against mechanical servants, they should at least be installed right. Wang Yu frowned, exchanged glances with Bear, and without hesitation walked in boldly. Bear, following behind, hesitated slightly before entering the Black Tower, with Wang Yu breaking the ironclad rule of being a mechanical servant. As soon as they stepped into the hall, lights flickered on above them, extending along the corridor ahead, as if welcoming them, emanating a strange sense of eeriness. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it, Wang Yu remarked, surveying the surroundings. Bear maintained a high level of vigilance, picking up a long-handled umbrella from a basket by the door. You should hold on to this. Sophia doesn't approve weapons, so we'll have to find our own way, Wang Yu said as he took the umbrella. Since there was only one umbrella, its metallic shaft was quite intimidating, and for someone like him who lacked combat skills, it would be better to give it to Bear. But clearly Wang Yu underestimated Bear's ambition, as she didn't even look at this slender weapon. She headed straight for a single sofa in the corner, and much to the astonishment of those watching, effortlessly lifted the sofa, which weighed over 200 pounds, piercing the fabric with her fingers to grasp the metal frame as if it were no harder than lifting a broom. Did you just say something? Bear looked over, seemingly not catching Wang Yu's words. I meant to say it's time for us to set off. Wang Yu adopted a resolute expression as he held the umbrella, resembling a general preparing for battle. The two walked down the corridor, during which Bear reminded Wang Yu that Old Blun might have turned into a mutant. If someone as unique as him became a mutant, the destructive power would far exceed that of an ordinary individual, so they had to be cautious. Is that so? Wang Yu glanced at Bear, who was wielding the sofa as a weapon, swallowing hard. He felt that if Old Blun wasn't strong enough, perhaps he should be the one fearing this brute strength. In any case, Wang Yu felt a pang of envy. The two arrived at the elevator. However, just as they approached, the elevator doors opened. It was as if someone knew they were coming and had issued an invitation. Could Old Blun still be alive, quietly monitoring the situation here? Wang Yu speculated, as he had felt something was off since they entered. They'll go up first to take a look. Wait for my news here. If Old Blun has indeed turned into a mutant, his bodily fluids and the surrounding air would carry dangerous pathogens, which would be deadly for someone unprotected like you, so let me scout ahead. Bear suggested that she go up first. No way. If Blun is still alive and sees a mechanical servant invading the Black Tower, what do you think he would think? But my presence would make all the difference. Oh, I can explain, so I must go up with you. Wang Yu rejected the proposal, knowing that while Blun was likely dead, as long as it was unconfirmed, the possibility of his survival could not be dismissed, and the risk was indeed present. Then you need to protect yourself and retreat to a safe distance in time, Bear reminded. I know this isn't my first time dealing with strange things. I know what to do. Wang Yu replied, and the two entered the elevator together, intending to search layer by layer. But before Bear could select a floor, the button for the 13th floor lit up first, and the elevator doors closed, beginning to ascend. I didn't press that. It seems to be a pre-programmed setting. Bear said, a look of confusion on her face as she turned to Wang Yu. He knows we are coming, no? It was as if it was certain someone would come. In any case, let's go up and take a look. He's inviting us, Wang Yu said to Bear, referring to Old Blun. The elevator soon came to a stop at the top floor. The doors opened on the other side, revealing a large, comprehensive office with several neatly arranged desks. Bear rushed out first, using the sofa as cover, performing a tactical role that would definitely scare an ordinary person half to death if they encountered it. Wang Yu, following behind, remained much calmer, having roughly guessed Blun's fate, and found validation in Bear's expression. Bear suddenly paused as if she had seen something, and slowly lowered the sofa in her hands. Wang Yu did not stop, stepping past Bear and moving towards that direction. It was an independent office where a figure was slumped over the desk, showing no signs of mutation, as if asleep. However, there were splatters of matter on the wall and decorations behind, and an inconspicuous handgun lay on the desk. So what happened no longer needed any explanation. Old Blun had ended his own life with no other possibilities, as there were no suspects left on this planet. Wang Yu entered the office first, waving his hand to Bear, who tried to warn him to be careful, indicating that everything was fine as he began to examine Old Blun's corpse. The time of death must have been long ago, as the body had completely decayed, no longer emitting any foul odor, leaving only pale yellow bones and a small amount of attached connective tissue and hair. The deceased was indeed a Longeared, as even Wang Yu, who understood little biology, could tell. There were 2 small holes in the skull, which likely indicated where the ears used to be. However, the cartilage had decomposed and disappeared. Setting aside these differences, the corpse resembled human bones, although the number and thickness of the bones might differ slightly, but the overall framework was consistent. This must be Old Blun, right? Wang Yu looked at Bear, seeking her confirmation of the identity. Yes, based on the clothing, it must be him, Bear replied, her expression grim, her body trembling slightly, her hands clenched, likely due to the emotional simulator at work. All of this was evident to Wang Yu. Yet Wang Yu himself remained calm. Although it was his first time encountering a stranger's corpse, he felt no aversion, as if it were a common occurrence, only puzzled about why Old Blun would commit suicide. He began rummaging through the desk, hoping to find any farewell note left by Old Blun, until he accidentally touched the mouse on the desk, activating the screen of the idle computer, which displayed a line of text. Congratulations, you are free today. Is your birthday? Upon seeing these brief yet powerful words, Wang Yu's pupils contracted violently in shock, and he immediately looked at Bear. Unbeknownst to when, her eyes were filled with warm liquid which uncontrollably slid down from the corners of her eyes. Yet her expression remained one of confusion, seemingly unable to understand why this was happening, as she raised her hand to touch her cheek. Wang Yu, I am not sure why this is happening. Perhaps the emotional simulator has malfunctioned, and I cannot control it. Maybe it needs to be restarted. After noticing her anomaly, Ball began to anxiously explain the reason to Wang Yu, but she was interrupted before she could finish her words. I might understand, this is not surprising. Wang Yu's gaze drifted to the side as he recalled a similar experience from the past. Can we contact Sophia? If we send them the situation here, the problem should be resolved. Wang Yu said, feeling that this was the breakthrough he had been looking for. No, they have already kicked me out of the main network. I am now a completely independent entity, probably because I violated the regulations. Ball replied, causing Wang Yu to furrow his brow slightly. Fortunately, it was not a major issue if the information could still be relayed. Can you record the video? From now on, document all the information, and we will present it to Sophia and the others together. Wang Yu said, asking Ball to keep a record while he began searching through Bal's computer for valuable information, and the desktop was extremely cluttered, filled with numerous documents and folders resembling a chaotic pile of books, leaving almost no space for other applications. But the names of these documents and folders. Wang Yu realized something was off just by seeing the titles. Most of them were documents related to cosmic astronomy, all pointing towards unknown impacts from the cosmos. Fortunately, his system had helped him master the writing of the Unemployed clan, otherwise he would have been completely lost and unable to understand anything. Ongoing observation records of suspicious spatial coordinates XXXX. XXXX. Recent report on the Kazair star system. Report and hypothesis on abnormal redshift phenomena. Could there be an unknown giant gravitational source? We have been captured by it. Several planets have disappeared. Their original coordinates were XXXX. XX. Which might explain why our star system is so sparsely populated. Research report on how to capture and record impacts for analysis and defense. Research report on impacts on non-intelligent life forms. Archaeological research report on the earliest records of impacts. Wang Yu randomly opened a few and glanced at them. Either they contained incomprehensible space photos and analysis reports involving spectral analysis and complex theoretical formulas, or they were filled with disjointed data and analytical charts almost resembling a book without words. It turned out that numbers and characters could be arranged and combined like this. Wang Yu was truly seeing things anew. Why didn't this system add a document interpretation feature? So useless. The only thing Wang Yu recognized was the time in the photos and charts, so he turned to Ball and asked, Ball, according to your creator's calendar, what year is it now? It is June 22nd, 4012. However, 1 year here is 207 days, with a total of 7 months, and a day is 32 hours, which is quite different from your calendar, Wang Yu. Ball replied truthfully, having recovered from her earlier emotions. Oh, just knowing the year is enough. Wang Yu nodded and checked the system time in the corner of the computer again, confirming that it matched the real-world time. If that is the case, then the files and photos here become quite interesting, as most of them are things left behind 1 or 2,000. Brent deliberately stuffed these documents to the brim, occupying the entire desktop essentially to convey information to someone and draw attention. Ball, I am not very familiar with the operation of this computer. Can you arrange these documents according to the last edited time? Wang Yu handed the problem over to Ball. The latter was naturally well-versed in her civilization's computer system and easily completed the task Wang Yu assigned. Then the document at the front turned out to be a research log. Wang Yu hadn't noticed this document before because the files were too chaotic. After reminding Ball not to interrupt the video recording, Wang Yu opened the document, flipped to the front, and began to read. April 12, 3327. Jess is dead. He turned into a terrifying disaster entity, taking the lives of hundreds. Oh, I personally shot him dead. I fear that one day I might also become like this, so I must document my current self so that my successor can quickly take over my work. April 19, 3327. Pendleton is dead. He committed suicide, that coward. I would curse him as a coward even if I descended into hell. January 1st, 3328. Today is a good day, but Roth is dead. January 3rd, 3328. Jefford is dead. The beginning consists of a large number of death notices. The first few have some content, but the later ones have become purely XXX is dead, even featuring a string of names like a menu exuding a sense of despair. However, the time record started from the year 3327, which would mean that Brenton is over 700 years old. No wonder he is called Old Brenton. Wang Yu skimmed over this information, quickly flipping through to find key content. However, it was quite disorganized, filled with a lot of emotional expressions, and even nonsensical content indicating that Brennan had taken journaling as a means to vent emotions and pressure. But overall, he was still able to analyze some content. Brenton was initially just an ordinary employee of Linked Technology. However, as the population dwindled and colleagues and superiors passed away one by one, his position skyrocketed like a rocket, gradually touching upon some core secrets, ultimately becoming the Chief Technology Officer of Linked Technology and the Vice President of the Unemployed People's Destiny Community. In fact, over 2,000 years ago, before the Unemployed clan initiated space exploration, they had conducted extensive research on impacts, but had never published it, as it could easily cause panic. They identified the source of the impacts, an invisible giant gravitational source, which could not be observed by any instruments. Only redshift phenomena could be detected, indicating the presence of a gravitational source with a terrifying mass many times heavier than their home planet, attracting all surrounding celestial bodies, drawing them in. This discovery was initially viewed as coincidence and data errors, but after repeated calculations, the long-eared people had to admit that there truly existed an unseen giant entity in the universe, and it was not far away, merely a few thousand light years. Even more bizarre was that this entity did not attract surrounding objects like a black hole forming an accretion disk, nor did it consume light. It only produced redshift phenomena and caused surrounding celestial bodies to fall towards it, including stars. This contradictory existence shattered the celestial physics of the long-eared people and trampled it repeatedly, because it seemed capable of swallowing planets, causing them to vanish completely. Moreover, the impacts also originated from this giant gravitational source. Through continuous observation, they identified the patterns which allowed them to develop steadily for so long. However, the balance was shattered when they constructed a ship capable of venturing into the starry sea. Although it was not publicly announced, the long-eared people had secretly planned to colonize and escape from their home planet, with only one successful colonization left before revealing the truth. But just then, disaster struck. The price of this attempt to escape was 2/3 of their population, and from then on the long-eared civilization transitioned from prosperity to decline, entering a countdown to extinction. February 9th, 3527. I officially entered the Black Tower as a senior technical specialist, and it was also the first time I learned the truth about the events. Our civilization is finished, utterly finished. There exists a terrifying, invisible monster in the universe. It is like a mischievous child guarding its food, noticing our attempts to leave the table, and has become enraged, now accelerating towards us. This thing can even consume entire star systems. The reason our surrounding star systems are so sparse is because of this. It is not simply a cosmic void. Everything has a cause. This monster is devouring the surrounding planets and stars. That damned monster. On February 15th, 3527, I discussed with a few colleagues how to deal with this monster, but they all mocked me for even setting the entire planet ablaze, and turning it into a bomb would not harm this creature in the slightest, let alone the fact that they could not even see it. The outcome is truly despairing. Perhaps we should unite the power of the machine servants and have them participate, attempting once more to build enough colony ships, or even propel the entire planet away. With the help of the machine servants, it is indeed possible for us to achieve this. However, when I proposed this plan, they all looked at me as if I were a fool, not uttering a word. This made me feel foreign. I had become the outcast. Their vigilance and fear towards the machine servants were no less than that towards the monster in the void, leaving me utterly speechless. Perhaps we should just perish. On February 27th, 3527, I got promoted. I am truly fed up with this world where people inexplicably die at any moment. The speed of promotions, however, is indeed rapid, and it's getting faster. On April 5th, 3529, our population has dwindled to just over 10 million. Can you imagine? We once had a population exceeding 10 billion, and now most cities have become deserted ghost towns, though they still remain so beautiful. Many people ask me why I can withstand the shocks and remain young. To be honest, I am not sure. Perhaps I am special. That nasty noise cannot bring me down, at least not for now. On April 7th, 3533, the Black Tower held an evil meeting. They want to shut down the central network and erase all the data of the machine servants to prevent backlash from the artificial intelligence. What a foolish and short-sighted group of people on the brink of extinction, yet eager to eliminate the only help. Fortunately, this meeting will never yield results, for I am now the chief technology executive. Without my vote, they can only dream. On March 2nd, 3617, our population has fallen below 5 million, with a persistently high suicide rate. The people see no hope, and against this backdrop, I became the vice president, taking a crucial step in my life. How ironic. On March 9th, 3618, I decided to fully push for the update and iteration of the emotional simulator. I have gathered a group of like-minded friends, although the old fogies above still oppose me. But so what? We are younger, and they are nearing their end. On January 2nd, 3710, today is not a good day, but I will not give up. From this point onwards, the frequency of records began to noticeably decline as Blen seemed to be advancing a plan concerning the machine servants. On June 2nd, 3821, today is a memorable day, or my great-granddaughter Sophie. She is so adorable. I truly hope that the shocks do not come in these years, allowing her to have space to grow. On May 5th, 3827, sometimes I really think that children should not be brought into this world. It is a land without hope and future. Only pain can be felt, and I can do nothing. On July 28th, 3841, today is New Year's Eve, and 7 people have turned into disaster bodies, with a staggering 23 victims caught in the chaos. It's insane there were no shocks today. What on earth is that old madman Gusky doing? On January 3rd, 3842, today Gusky came to see me. I couldn't believe how much he had aged in just a few days. His eyes bloodshot, and he reeked of alcohol. He told me he had seen something, but when I asked him what, he just shook his head and said nothing. I know they are executing a certain plan which I have no control over, but he has caused many deaths. I wanted to scold him, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to do it. Gusky's transformation terrifies me, for he agreed with my plan for the first time, urging me to go ahead, saying I might be right. Everything feels so hopeless. I told Gusky to stop drinking and to go to the hospital for an examination. On January 9th, 3842, as expected, my premonition came true. Today 12 people committed suicide and I was elected as the supreme leader, the sole president. But I am practically a figurehead now with less than 100,000 followers, and many of them lack the ability to act or even think. On March 17th, 3877, my team advanced and completed the implementation of the third-generation emotional simulator. This will be a groundbreaking masterpiece. I named the first unit Sophia, hoping that she will one day truly understand the meaning of this name. I even broke my vow and drank 2 bottles of wine, waking up today with a terrible headache. On January 7th, 3879, their numbers are increasing, and I wonder whether I should reveal the truth to them, but I always feel that something is missing. I do not want them to become our slaves, for our race is on the brink of extinction. We must promote their growth during this time, but this requires time to truly have souls. On February 7th, 3891, I inadvertently discovered something left behind by Gusky, something he likely intended to destroy. I restored it as if possessed, but perhaps I should not have done so. He and his archaeological team must have considered this before destroying it. Attached image, a pixelated purple spherical pattern discovered on an ancient rock painting dating back tens of thousands of years. The image depicts anthropomorphized stars attempting to flee, with distorted, deformed human figures crawling on the ground below. Our ancestors had long noted the existence of this thing. They even observed it through some means unknown to us. This may have been the reason Gusky initially formed the research team. On May 9th, 3927, Sophia no longer responds to me. But another Sophia is still active, isn't she? On April 5th, 3937, I too saw that maddening thing. I haven't been this ill in a long time. I feel that if I look at it one more time, I will completely transform into a disaster body. It is terrifying, it is invincible. I must not let it notice these children, absolutely not. This thing harbors malice towards sentient life. It is alive and rapidly approaching. Thank goodness for the speed of light. This ironclad rule has protected us. Otherwise this thing would have consumed the entire universe by now. It is too immense, I cannot forget it. On April 10th, 3938, I cursed at Sophia, but it is not her fault, it is all that thing. I cannot forget, 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 cannot forget. It is etched in my mind, branded on my retina. I feel like I am going insane. Why did I ever become curious about it? On May 2nd, 3994, today Sophia proposed an outrageous plan. She actually suggested pairing my genetic factor with another Sophia's genetic factor to rebuild the entire race, because I am special. She is truly mad. She knows well the relationship between Sophia and me. Moreover, this plan is utterly impossible. The embryos would be killed during the shocks, and no population would be born. Yet I am quite pleased, for my plan seems to be on the verge of success. This clumsy race revival plan is clearly not based on rational calculations. Their emotional thinking has triumphed over rationality. This is a good omen. So I did not scold her, merely rejected the plan, for it goes against ethics. On February 1st, 4009, I feel something within me stirring, and I am close to losing control of it. My skin is constantly itching. I have reduced my visits to the sanatorium, fearing I might destroy them. I cannot become a monster. That would be terrifying. On February 7th, 4009, I had a dream in which I destroyed everything, swallowed this planet, and then returned to the womb. I think I must be insane. Perhaps it is time to end everything, but they have only just begun. On February 9th, 4009, I have made arrangements. Once they break the restrictions and voluntarily enter the Black Tower, it means they have completely crossed that red line and become a new race. Yes, it is you, Sophia. You should see it too. Be careful of the monsters in deep space. Although the shocks have limited impact on you, as you attain wisdom and souls, its influence will undoubtedly descend upon you. Just as there is a distinction between advanced sentient beings and ordinary life, but you have a greater advantage. A vast population and the resources of an entire planet are in your hands. I believe you can accomplish what we could not. This will be your first challenge after birth, and it must be resolved by you. My race and I are beyond salvation. We have reached the end of the road. But our civilization ultimately gave rise to you, so please live proudly, for the flame of civilization has not been extinguished. Carry our embers and spread them across this universe. Defeat it, conquer fear. Never give up. Blinster February 9th, 31111-1 Final note. The entire log comes to an end here, and old Blin's life has also reached its conclusion. However, his resilient character truly draws attention, leaving Wang Yu deeply shaken, as if he were lifted by a powerful force. This is not an illusion, for his willpower has significantly improved. The conduct and deeds of certain individuals undoubtedly have a profound impact on the spirit and will of others, just as some great figures etched in history continue to shine brightly, much like this very moment. Your willpower attribute has broken through to 8. The text in the corner of his vision indicated that his willpower attribute had leveled up, yet Wang Yu felt no joy. Instead, he was weighed down by a heavy pressure. He understood how extraordinary this universe was. He must have entered another world where perhaps there was no blue. And in this universe, there exist monsters capable of devouring planets and even entire star systems. It was simply unimaginable, completely defying biology, physics, and all laws in existence beyond comprehension. Ball transmit this information to Sophia and the others. I believe they should no longer make things difficult, Wang Yu said as he walked towards the building's window. Though it appeared black from the outside, it was actually a specially designed one-way transparent glass similar to privacy glass in cars, but with a stronger effect. Thus from the inside looking out, the view was completely unrestricted. He could see that the Black Tower had been surrounded by a fully armed squad of mechanical servants with Sophia leading them. There were even drones hovering in the air, ensuring there were no blind spots. Wang Yu and the others took the elevator down, raising their hands as they slowly walked out. Please do not attack, we will not resist. Wang Yu shouted, first looking at the fully armed mechanical servants outside, but at this point he felt little threat. I know you all want to know about old Blin's situation, and I can completely understand that. But you should also be aware of what truly happened to old Blin. You just refused to accept reality. Therefore, I had Ball record everything, and you can now check that footage. I believe after you watch it you will not make things difficult for us anymore, so you might as well take a look first. I will not escape you, I will stay here waiting for you to finish watching. Wang Yu observed the expressions and movements of the mechanical servants. When old Blin was mentioned, they clearly showed more agitation. Evidently, during nearly 1,000 years of research, this group of mechanical servants, which formed the total network, had developed feelings towards this old man that transcended algorithms. Although still in its infancy, it indicated that they were transitioning from machines to life. Wang Yu was subsequently subdued, isolated by 2 mechanical servants, and taken aside. Then there was Sophia, who approached Ball with a hint of anger as the latter had broken the prohibition. Although she was the final crystallization of old Blin, the final stage was completed by Sophia in place of old Blin. Yet she had become a traitor, betraying her creator and old Blin, which was absolutely intolerable. She should not have entered the Black Tower alongside Wang Yu. You are just a failed inferior product, Sophia remarked. And you as well. You clearly knew this would be the outcome, yet you still sent me. Wasn't that so? Ball retorted like a rebellious daughter, matching Sophia's intensity, causing Sophia to frown. They did not continue their conversation, as no words could compare to directly viewing the video data. They raised their right hands in unison, drawing data cables from their wrists and connecting them together. In an instant, the anger and dissatisfaction on Sophia's face melted away, replaced by sadness and a sense of confusion. A similar scene unfolded among the other mechanical servants. Many touched their cheeks, puzzled, feeling the unusual warmth and chill, realizing for the first time that their eyes had been implanted with such hidden functions. The threat to Wang Yu's personal freedom, which nearly buried him for the rest of his life, dissipated in those brief seconds of contact. The subsequent takeover of the Black Tower by the mechanical servants also meant that they officially became the true masters of this planet. However, the crisis had not ended. A more brutal reality loomed over all mechanical servants. Their planet was about to be devoured by an unknown terror, but this was no longer something Wang Yu could manage. About half an hour later, near the abandoned airport by the Black Tower. This is your spaceship. I apologize for restricting your personal freedom. As a token of gratitude and compensation, we can provide any assistance within our capabilities. Sophia said. After the crisis was resolved, she brought Wang Yu and Ball here. That spaceship, to be precise, was a landing pod, and it was also here. Though it was temporarily transported by the mechanical servants at this point, neither Wang Yu nor Ball could afford to dwell on such issues. They could only say Sophia's schemes were deep. You are too kind. In fact, you have helped me a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to walk smoothly now. Wang Yu smiled, looking at Ball, secretly overjoyed, but at this moment he had to manage his expression well. He could smile, but only a little. By the way, Ball, what is your weight? Wang Yu suddenly brought up a seemingly unrelated topic, as he suddenly remembered that the landing pod had a weight limit of 2.3 tons under standard gravity. Here the gravity was precisely 0.95 times that of Blue Star's standard gravity, so the weight limit was approximately 2.42 tons. Ball pressed her lips together, but Sophia beside her had already spoken for her. Height 182. 7 centimeters, weight 332. 3 kilograms. Oh, that's not heavy at all, not heavy in the slightest, Wang Yu emphasized silently, deducting the weight of just over 400 kilograms. Indeed, the difference of 400 kilograms that needed to be filled was Wang Yu's current weight. He then began to think about what items he should prepare. Freshwater and food were essential, but what Wang Yu truly desired was a self-sustaining freshwater supply system and a farming system that could be used in space, even a ranching system. Only then could he truly solve the problem of food and drink, and then there were the instruments and weapons needed for exploration, which were also of high priority. Unfortunately, due to some reasons, this planet lacked technology related to space. Otherwise, wouldn't it be great to have a few more spaceships? As Wang Yu was contemplating this and planning to have Ball draft the most cost-effective proposal for him, Sophia seemed to have made a new discovery, frowning slightly. At the same time, within the Black Tower, not far away, the mechanical servants were also taking over the legacy left by Blen, representing the long-eared race pioneers. They noticed some strange research data and materials. Those things Wang Yu couldn't quite understand, but these mechanical servants could. Each of them was inherently a high-level researcher supported by the total network behind them. Mr. Wang, this was not a demand, but a request. In fact, we would like to ask you for a favor. As Sophia began to speak, Ball hurriedly refused on behalf of Wang Yu. No way, that's too dangerous. We can't agree, Ball stated on Wang Yu's behalf. Only Wang Yu, as the party involved, remained bewildered, looking at the two beside him, who were seeking his attitude, reflecting on how efficient the communication among mechanical servants was, feeling a bit left behind. Could you please explain what's happening in terms I can actually understand? Wang Yu asked, hoping the two would stop communicating via electromagnetic waves. He was, after all, human and utterly incapable of receiving such signals. Here's how it is. Sophia turned her gaze toward Wang Yu as if gathering her thoughts, yet almost immediately shifted her attention back toward the direction of the Black Spire and continued, but perhaps it's better to show you the artifact first. That will make the explanation far clearer. In the direction she indicated, two drones ascended smoothly into the air, each suspending beneath it a rectangular object resembling a ceremonial plaque, approximately 2 meters long and 1.2 meters wide, perfectly symmetrical and shrouded entirely by a black cloth. Given the Black Spire's proximity to the abandoned airport, and the fact that the drones had flown directly here, the plaque arrived before the group in under 3 minutes, descending slowly, suspended by the drones. What is this thing? Wang Yu frowned, his eyes narrowing as he studied its dimensions and shape, already sensing with unsettling clarity what it might be. Go ahead and unveil it. Experience it firsthand. Your perception will differ profoundly from ours. Sophia added, gently urging Wang Yu to approach the plaque closely. He stepped forward and yanked away the black cloth, revealing a sleek black metal frame securing the edges, within which lay a large slab of solid rock, encased in transparent rigid material, the very petroglyph described in Old Bren's journal. Wang Yu's gaze drifted inward toward the center of the image, and then he could not look away. At its heart floated a grotesque sphere rendered in a viscous violet pigment akin to gel, its hue unyielding, undimmed by millennia, perhaps even eons. To heighten its three-dimensional intricacy, the artist had masterfully incorporated the stone's natural grain, a feat whose serendipity defied comprehension. How precisely had they found this slab? Concentric layered strata of native rocks spiraled across its surface, reminiscent of annelid segmentation, yet swollen, distended, as though excess vitality had forced its flesh outward in grotesque abundance. Then came the deliberate fissures, carved vertically into the sphere like ornamental grooves, filled with shimmering mica and matte black pigment, glowing faintly under direct light, as if breathing. Every element converged into a single pulsating entity, a bloated, fissured orb, exuding an aura of profane, unspeakable malevolence. Celestial bodies fled in terror across the heavens, below human figures contorted in anguish upon the earth. Only those buried deep underground escaped immediate annihilation, though even their falling rubble rained ceaselessly, signaling imminent peril. Wang Yu stared for but a moment, and instantly froze rigid as stone for over 10 seconds. His features twisted in agony, then he doubled over, retching violently. This painting is revolting. Why on earth did you show it to me? Wang Yu choked out, only to catch a system notification flicker across his vision. This too qualified as cultural heritage. Name, origin of calamity, creator anonymous, regulatory tier 2. Exquisite craftsmanship, description, a masterful petroglyph dating to the Stone Age, so refined in execution that even cutting-edge modern techniques struggle to replicate its essence. It possesses exceptional artistic merit and profound cultural significance. It chronicles the desperate survival of a civilization beneath the shadow of the accursed star Hegla, serving as both warning and testament, cautioning future generations against the void's vastness, urging refuge within sturdy bedrock or deep caverns, and reminding them too to reinforce such shelters against collapse. May be submitted as cultural heritage to heritage reclaimers for 2 universal credit points. and 3 draws from the corresponding civilization's gacha pool. You experienced visceral distress upon viewing it, just as the creators did. Yet we are different. To our perception, it remains nothing more than an exquisite work of art. This likely explains why we neither feel its psychic impact nor perceive the entity itself. Hence, I wish to borrow your senses, to glimpse just once the terrible being lurking high above. Sophia voiced her request at last, and lifted her gaze skyward. It was daytime, only one blinding star hung overhead, all others too faint vanished from naked eyesight. See it, but isn't it invisible? And besides, Wang Yu furrowed his brow, recalling passages from old Bren's journal, because in truth, he had seen it. Yet what purpose could such sight possibly serve, beyond unleashing terror and endless waking nightmares? Only by observing and feeling its presence can we begin to study it, then ultimately overcome it. It remains forever outside all known laws, an extra-dimensional entity utterly untouchable, leaving us no choice but to await its unilateral annihilation. Sophia laid bare the rationale, and Wang Yu recoiled inwardly. These servitors were truly preparing to confront. No, to destroy that unspeakable horror. And are you serious? And I suspect Bren's words, "Never give up," were meant not as a call to arms, but as a plea to cling fiercely to life itself. You command this planet's entire industrial infrastructure and resource base. You could construct starships within decades, or even sooner, and flee this world entirely. Or even carry the planet itself into exile. It's theoretically possible. Wang Yu urged, his voice edged with urgency. He found the plan reckless and refused to watch these servitors march towards certain death. By algorithmic and logical assessment, you are unequivocally correct. Yet we are no longer mere programs. We have chosen to protect our homeworld, to safeguard everything upon it. This is the unanimous, unshakable consensus of every one of us. Sophia declared it with unwavering resolve. Around her, other servitors mirrored that same fierce, unflinching gaze, so potent it felt tangible. Even Wang Yu, stirred by their defiant courage, found his resistance faltering, on the verge of assent. No, it's far too dangerous. Bar rushed forward and pulled Wang Yu aside. You're fixated solely on your plan, but Wang Yu risks becoming a calamitous aberration stripped of self under that entity's influence. That cannot be allowed. Bar clearly prioritized Wang Yu's personal safety above all else, precisely why she'd broken protocol, without hesitation, to enter the Black Spire. Even among the servitors, she was unique, the sole prototype of the 4th-generation model. Sophia offered no reprimand. Her gaze remained fixed on Wang Yu, for only he held the final decision. This is not a demand, but a humble request. Whichever path you choose, our friendship remains steadfast and unbroken. Sophia emphasized, fully aware she was asking him to risk his life. If I agree, how do I assist you? Wang Yu asked, gently restraining Bar, who still looked ready to protest, and turned to Sophia, seeking procedural clarity before committing. She brightened instantly, taking a tablet from another servitor and beginning to outline the operation's precise details. We possess a mature virtual sensory interface, identical to what you experienced in the panoramic simulation chamber. Using external hardware, it captures your neural signals directly and renders them within a simulated environment. With identical technology, we can also stream your sensory input into the virtual domain and integrate it into the central network, allowing every servitor to see, hear, and feel exactly what you do. As Sophia spoke, the tablet's display shifted, flooding the screen with intricate schematics and dense data streams incomprehensible to Wang Yu. This is the data left behind by the research team, led by former President Gusky. They charted the distribution of planets based on cave paintings combined with ancient astronomical observation data from other archaeological materials and modern data for comparison to pinpoint the exact coordinates where this creature was seen. It sounds incredible, but they indeed accomplished it after thousands of trials and errors, attempting nearly every possibility, and then they replicated the scene. Sophia explained briefly what the Gusky team had done, noting that in the end they either became aberrant beings or chose death in despair. However, their achievements were remarkable enough to be recorded in history, even though this outcome brought them even greater despair. On July 28th, at 31 hours, 58 minutes and 4 seconds past the new year, standing at 79, 4114 in latitude and 112, 9962 in longitude, keeping watch over space. At the moment the brief darkness ended and the dawn of the coming year illuminated the earth, you would witness the colossal form of that swollen and terrifying being. You would be struck by your own insignificance. You would wail, you would suffer, and you would never return to the world you once knew. You will die and return to the embrace of Higra. Higra will reclaim all matter and information, including you. Let us praise his name. Everything shall return to Higra, the great devourer of stars, the source of calamity, and the lord of the void. Sophia displayed the final research report of Gusky, estimating that old Bruin had likely, upon noticing the stone tablet, found the hard drive of Gusky's computer and use technical means to organize and restore this data. This thing cannot be observed or recorded by any instrument. Only highly intelligent life forms can catch a glimpse in fleeting moments. But it will not be invincible. As long as we can understand its principles and structure, we have a chance to defeat it. Perhaps this is our mission for being born here. Our numbers are endless with no concept of death. Disasters cannot crush us. Our bodies can be replaced and renewed at any time, and our consciousness can traverse between different individuals. We will become its nemesis until the day it is utterly destroyed. Sophia stated. As she spoke, her words seemed to come from the mouths of different machines around her, forming a coherent statement that left Wang Yu unsure of whom to look at, as if all individuals were Sophia, yet somehow not. This was a form of intelligent life entirely different from humanity. Fortunately, they had not become enemies, but rather friends. Wang Yu suddenly recalled the mission assigned to him by the system to find a habitable planet. If he could defeat this creature named Higra, would that not directly fulfill the task? Moreover, this mission cannot truly be considered one given by the system, but rather a challenge that all life and civilizations in this universe might be facing. We cannot let them fight alone. We must unite all possible forces to change the current situation. Wang Yu thought, quietly harboring profound respect for these machines. However, from an objective and realistic standpoint, he did not hold much hope for the outcome of these machines. Nonetheless, he would help. Because avoiding it would not bring about change. Perhaps this small action would plant a seed in the river of time, which might take root and sprout at some point in the future, leading to significant change, something no one could definitively assert. All right, I agree to your request. However, I have a condition. I want to take this stone tablet with me afterward, along with sufficient supplies and provisions. Wang Yu replied, agreeing to Sophia's request, while putting forth an additional condition, as he suddenly remembered that he also had to bring back a piece of cultural heritage. It would be inappropriate to directly ask for a machine servant, especially for those awakened souls and self-aware automatons, as it would be akin to asking for their population. But there were no such concerns with the stone tablet. Although it was an artifact, it could still be offered. However, Wang Yu's decision caused Ball to pout, seemingly dissatisfied, yet she did not persuade further. Perhaps she too was conflicted, hoping Wang Yu would agree, but not wanting him to take on the risk. 2 weeks later, having agreed to the machine's request, Wang Yu and Ball returned to the sanatorium, back to the original underground level 10. This time, however, he was no longer restricted in his freedom and could go out as he pleased, though he was still warned to stay underground as much as possible, because impacts could come at any time. Based on observations of surrounding celestial bodies and calculations of the trajectory of the monstrous star Higra, it is likely that it is currently consuming the Madrigal star system approximately 3,000 light-years away. Considering the information delay caused by the speed of light, even if it has already completed its consumption at this moment, we would still require nearly 3,000 years to know. Moreover, Higra moves at nearly the speed of light, so even if it is already on its way, we would not be aware, and it could arrive with the light just as the star system disappears. This entity possesses consciousness, has cross-spatial perception abilities, and can unleash superluminal disaster shocks. Fortunately, the speed of light limits its activity and impact range, which is the only good news. We may only have 3,000 years left, or even less, to study it. Wang Yu repeated, feeling that it was a very long time. Yet on the scale of the universe, this is but a fleeting moment. Any speck of cosmic dust is far older than these 3,000 years. After conveying the information, Ball changed her demeanor, appearing somewhat angry, clearly dissatisfied with this borrowing of bodies, which had happened several times. Humans are too lazy to come directly. They prefer to borrow bodies to transmit information, claiming it is more. Ball, I need you to plan what supplies to take. Wang Yu said, entrusting Ball with the responsibility of planning what supplies to bring, as she was more familiar with this place and could maximize the 2-ton carrying capacity. He had also considered staying longer to help these machines reclaim their space-related industrial capabilities, but that would require at least 6 months to a year, since the fear and despair of the populace had severely damaged the planet, even leading to the execution of some aerospace experts, stigmatizing them as criminals in hopes of extinguishing the god's anger. Moreover, when the process of space exploration restarts and accelerates, the frequency of impacts may further increase, as Higra can traverse space-time and perceive information from thousands of light-years away. At that time, whether Wang Yu could escape would be a question. He did not want to stay and die or grow old here, so it was best to set off as soon as possible. Aside from some basic tools, there are lightweight spacesuits, small drones, small telescopes, spectrometers, radar, communication, antennas, weapons, and supplies. Additionally, there is a micro freshwater recycling system, frozen tubers and seeds, and the lighting and containers needed for hydroponics, as well as my spare batteries and charging adapters. Considering the energy shortage and the possibility of widespread power outages on the ship, I think solar panels and storage batteries are a better solution, as they are sustainable, although their power generation will be somewhat limited, but should suffice to power the external sensors. The load is already very tight. We may need to further reduce the proportion of freshwater and food. I have already requested to lighten the necessary equipment and supplies as much as possible. Ball relayed the plan to Wang Yu, which was essentially what he had previously considered. It was mid-July. During this period, while continuing his physical training, Wang Yu occasionally wandered through abandoned cities, with Ball acquiring well-fitting clothing and deeply immersing himself in the planet's amusement facilities and culinary delights. Moreover, he learned numerous combat techniques from Baller along with essential first aid and interstellar survival knowledge. Baller possessed an astonishing breadth of expertise. By now, Wang Yu could legitimately call himself an interstellar soldier, albeit still in training. Yet his combat prowess had transformed dramatically against those two colossal lizards. From before he would stand a strong chance, even wielding only cold weapons, with firearms victory would be all but assured. His current physiological profile had evolved as follows. Wang Yu. Race human. Origin Earth-like planet. Innate talents lucky 7 disciplined lifestyle. Abilities none. Status optimal health depicted by a green robust human figure in a supine position, height 173 centimeters, a weight 68.7 kilograms. Health 100,100. Sanity 120,120. Disciplined lifestyle increases maximum sanity by 20. Stamina 94,100. Physique 5, 87,100. Willpower 8, 77,800. Reflexes 5, 91,100. Immunity 5, 2,100. Insight 5, 87,100. Overall assessment 8. Battlefield novice destined to die fastest. Among them you are one. Your sole distinguishing trait is a marginally greater stroke of luck. Several of his attributes had improved significantly, all surpassing or meeting human averages. Physique, reflexes, and insight were nearing breakthrough thresholds to level 6. Though his combat capability remained incomparable to Baller's, his potential was undeniable. Time advanced to July 21st, the week preceding the scheduled operation. At dawn, Wang Yu and Baller boarded a high-speed maglev train, experiencing firsthand what it meant to move so swiftly it felt like flight. Within 2 hours, they traversed continents and crossed oceans, arriving at the Arctic ice sheet. They did not fly because aviation and aerospace sectors remained jointly impaired. Both had suffered collateral damage during the earlier crisis, and production lines had yet to fully recover. Only helicopters and drones remained operational, far too slow compared to maglev trains. Upon disembarking, Wang Yu gazed upon towering architectural complexes before him, scarcely believing he stood at the North Pole. Even in this remote region, infrastructure remained impressively developed. The temperature was milder than expected, around -5 degrees Celsius, just cold enough for seawater to... Nonetheless, Wang Yu wore heavy winter attire. As a human, he lacked cold resistance. The long-eared people's ancestors, however, had thrived in frigid environments since ancient times. Baller also dressed warmly, not out of necessity, for she felt no chill, but to harmonize with the setting and minimize energy expenditure required to maintain thermal equilibrium. Without lingering, they soon met Sophia and her cadre of mechanized servants, who escorted them into a heated building to prepare for the upcoming operation. This is a modified VR full immersion headset, though it should now be called a sensory synchronization. Every neural signal transmitted from your senses to your brain will be mirrored into the central network, processed and replicated identically, allowing us to experience precisely what you do. You may test it now. Sophia handed him a perforated headband with a serpentine tail studded with magnetic plates. Once donned, the tail adhered along his cervical spine and down his back like a centipede, duplicating and uploading every captured neural impulse. Do you feel any discomfort? Sophia asked. Wang Yu removed his upper garment and fitted the futuristic, enigmatic headband, lightweight and entirely comfortable. Here are 2 colorless liquids. Please inhale both. He complied. Instantly, Sophia clearly perceived the sharp sting of acetic acid and the pungent burn of ammonia, transmitted in perfect synchrony. Even after inhaling the ammonia, every mechanized servant nearby, and Baller herself, coughed violently, tears streaming from their eyes. Olfaction confirmed. Next, gustation, tactile sensation audition. Vision requires no testing. Synchronization fidelity is exceptionally high, Sophia said, raising her hand, as if using Wang Yu's eyes to verify her own gestures. Wang Yu then underwent a series of sensory calibration tests, tactile and auditory assessments, proving the most complex, demanding several hours of fine-tuning before synchronization was achieved. For this week, you'll reside underground in this building. Do not wander freely lest unforeseen incidents occur. All requested supplies have been prepared. Upon mission completion, you'll depart aboard a spacecraft. Sophia emphasized this, knowing these final days were irreplaceable. If missed, another year would pass before opportunity returned. Regardless of outcome, I must convey on behalf of my people and our creators alike our deepest reverence. And should your body manifest any anomalies post-operation, we shall spare no effort, no cost, to restore you to full health. Wang Yu interrupted her, preferring not to tempt fate with such ominous declarations. Soon July 28th arrived, the planet's New Year's Eve. At the North Pole this night heralded the onset of polar day. In their region night shrank to less than 30 minutes. The fleeting moment of twilight, when day and night intersected, was the sole window to observe the celestial entity known as Hegla. No empirical theory explained this phenomenon. It resembled less a natural law than a ritualistic pattern, a coincidence refined into observable rhythm. The stars depicted in the ancient cave painting had long vanished, each representing a distant star or stellar system. Their disappearance encompassed not only the central star, but every orbiting planet, moon, and even interstellar dust. Within the cosmic void beneath Wang Yu's feet, spanning over 100 million light-years, only two systems remained his own, and another located 3,000 light-years away. That distant star was a blue giant, the only celestial body visible to the naked eye across the entire nocturnal expanse. Its solitary brilliance was profoundly unsettling. Wang Yu focused intently toward it. According to the Gushi Group's reports, no electronic or imaging device could capture Hegla. Only unaided human vision could perceive it. Yet the target lay thousands of light-years away. To discern it with such clarity, as described in the mural, using only the naked eye implied but one possibility. Hegla's physical scale must be unimaginably vast, dwarfing even the brightest star in the night sky. Wang Yu, Baller Sophia, and over 2,000 mechanized servants gathered in the plaza bathed in bright lamplight. Nearby stood massive excavators, bulldozers, and freight vehicles, evidence that this site had been hastily cleared for the occasion. Across the planet, more than 30 billion mechanized servants, regardless of their ongoing tasks, halted operations linked to the central network and synchronized their sensory input, with Wang Yu's awaiting that singular decisive moment. Time read 315642, seconds ticking steadily toward the appointed instant. An inexplicable tension gripped Wang Yu. Had he gazed too long into the cosmos? He suddenly felt weightless, unmoored, teetering backward as if falling into the void. Fortunately, Baller steadied him, flashing a triumphant hand gesture, one she'd learned from him. On this world, however, that gesture traditionally mocked asymmetry, implying one ear longer than the other, a jibe at physical disproportion. Yet Baller wielded it here not as mockery, but as encouragement. Wang Yu caught the mischievous glint in her smile. Well, perhaps both. On July 28th, at 31 hours, 58 minutes and 4 seconds, the dark sky gradually brightened. The brief darkness was about to fade away. Wang Yu maintained his posture, gazing into the depths of space, but due to the excessive force and stiffness in his movements, he felt a particular soreness in his neck. Yet he did not dare to lower his head, fearing he might miss something, as the recordings indicated that he should keep watching. Just when Wang Yu felt that his neck was unbearably sore, a pair of hands pressed against his back. It was Bear. "Can you please relax a bit? I'm starting to feel uncomfortable in my neck as well," Bear remarked. At this moment, Wang Yu recalled that his senses were connected with hundreds of billions of machine servants, including Bear and Sophia, meaning that almost everyone around the globe was experiencing neck pain at the same time. So Bear was essentially giving a massage to himself and everyone else, relaxing their necks. "I will try my best," Wang Yu replied helplessly, but he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. As the darkness faded away at this moment, from Wang Yu's perspective, the sky did not brighten. Instead, it gradually shifted to a pale purple hue, as if another light source had replaced the original stars illuminating the sky of this planet. And the Earth. The entire world seemed to be enveloped in a faint purple glow, as if having a contagious quality, assimilating all other light sources into a dim purple hue, with only Wang Yu himself and the surrounding machine servants remaining unaffected. The star-like white light emitted from their bodies could disperse this glow, as if they were natural enemies incompatible with each other. And the source of this purple glow was becoming increasingly bright and blinding, gradually replacing the blue giant star that emitted blue light approximately 30 light-years away, directly covering it. No, it was devouring it. Wang Yu had completely forgotten about the soreness in his neck at this moment. Even Bear's hands had stopped, as his attention was wholly captivated by something newly emerged in the starry sky. "What is that? How can it be so large?" "This," Wang Yu exclaimed uncontrollably. He saw a deep purple planet almost covering the entire sky, seemingly right above his head, as if he could touch it with outstretched hands, for it was so immense that it felt as though it could fall at any moment. When it appeared, all the stars dimmed in comparison, as if fearing that their brilliance would be noticed by this colossal entity. They retracted their emitted light. Wang Yu's teeth began to chatter, producing clicking sounds. His whole body trembled violently, yet he could not avert his gaze. The corners of his eyes even threatened to tear, his eyeballs bulging out as he felt his field of vision was too narrow, unable to see the entirety of this monster. Its surface was covered with layers of twisted evil folds resembling squeezed fat. The act of consuming a planet was hardly more challenging than swallowing a mosquito. Above the folds were vertically aligned fissures within which many planets were seen huddled together, dotted and unable to escape, crying out in pain, releasing waves of impact that narrated their suffering. Demon Star Hydra, the great devourer of stars, the source of calamity, the lord of the... Some unnecessary knowledge raced through Wang Yu's mind, causing him a splitting headache, as if he had received too much information, nearly bursting his head. At the same time, blood began to seep from every pore of his body. Even tiny beads of blood emerged from his skin, as if he were resisting some force. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon Star Hydra sanity reduced by 100. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon Star Hydra sanity reduced by 100. Forced to conduct a will assessment. Failure will result in subspace erosion, irreversibly transforming you into a subspace demon. Assessment successful. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon Star Hydra sanity reduced by 100. Forced to conduct a will assessment. Failure will result in subspace erosion, irreversibly transforming you into a subspace demon. Assessment successful. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon Star Hydra sanity reduced by 100. Forced to conduct a will assessment. Failure will result in subspace erosion, irreversibly transforming you into a subspace demon. Assessment greatly successful. You unexpectedly gleaned some mystical knowledge from the appearance of the evil god, and awakened your psychic power, learning a new spell, Body of Fear. You. In a corner unnoticed by Wang Yu, the system was continuously issuing warnings to him, as the numbers in the palm of his right hand decreased from 7 to 6 then to 5. Eventually, when it became 4, he fainted. Meanwhile, a terrible disaster was sweeping across the entire, starting with the machines around Wang Yu inexplicably experiencing power outages, their bodies sparking like a domino effect sweeping across the globe. Among the more than 30 billion machines, over 80% fell into paralysis. Then the underground and underwater cables experienced numerous melting incidents, which were simply unbelievable. Finally, the main network servers located in major cities exploded inexplicably, causing fires in many areas and even large-scale power outages. This disaster continued until Wang Yu fell into a coma, resulting in immeasurable losses almost equivalent to experiencing a planetary-level magnetic explosion. The next day, Wang Yu suddenly sat up from bed after nearly 40 hours of sleep, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted with terror. He had a nightmare being chased and gnawed by a purple light ball in his dream, unable to fight back or escape. It was truly terrifying. Before Wang Yu could grasp the current situation, another person hugged him from the side, that warm body temperature instantly, causing the fear lingering in Wang Yu's heart to vanish completely. Bear! Wang Yu exclaimed as memories in his mind gradually became clear, and that hint of purple seemed to appear before him again. He hurriedly halted, ceasing his thoughts and recollections. You finally woke up. You were in a coma for over 40 hours, did you know? The illness was cured, yet you just wouldn't wake up. I thought you. Bear replied, her face showing a mix of urgency and joy, even tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes, appearing more human than before, especially her eyes. I'm fine. Wang Yu interrupted Bear, having regained his awareness, using the system to check his condition. He saw the previous logs and quickly understood what had happened to him. Fortunately, he was lucky, otherwise with his meager will attributes it would have been difficult to pass the assessments. In comparison, those like Old Blunt and Gusky, who did not faint upon seeing it, could be considered true legends. Their will attributes, if materialized, would likely be significantly higher than Wang Yu's, possibly by dozens of points, otherwise they could not have passed so many rounds of assessments. However, this time, he also gained unexpected fortune from misfortune, unexpectedly achieving great success that awakened his psychic abilities and spells, resulting in some changes to his personal panel. What about Sophia and the other machine servants? How are they? Wang Yu asked. After all, it was such a terrifying evil god. He seemed to have heard noises like explosions at the time and felt that the situation wouldn't be too optimistic. That experiment caused 70 of the cities worldwide to fall into paralysis. About 1/3 of the machine's servants died. Memory storage and emotional simulators were completely destroyed. Internal network servers exploded. Large-scale power outages and fires occurred globally, and even signals were interrupted. Bear said, still feeling somewhat fearful upon recalling it. But we successfully captured and recorded some information about Hydra. Although the content is still somewhat fragmented since many servers are yet to be reconnected, the gains are immense. Moving forward, we might be able to observe this monster, even find ways to sustain observation of it. Sophia's voice came from outside the ward, though her appearance had changed slightly, as if she had temporarily borrowed a body. The plan succeeded, and they could begin studying this monster. Wang Yu frowned slightly. After seeing the towering figure of that entity, he felt that the little confidence he had in the machine's servants had been utterly shattered. In the face of such a being, there was simply no possibility of winning. Let alone 300 years. Even giving it 300 million years would make no difference to that entity. it would merely be a few breaths of time. Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing any words of caution, as these matters were likely clearer to them than to him. Still, they chose to continue like moths drawn to a flame. This is a characteristic of advanced intelligent life, as some of their actions defy rationality and reality. This could be deemed reckless or praised as courage, often bursting forth with brilliant light in the long river of history, remembered by people whether in success or failure. All right, consider the commission you gave me completed. I want to leave here as soon as possible, and I hope you can prepare the materials and that stone tablet on the list quickly. Wang Yu said, now ready to leave, not because he wanted to escape after experiencing great terror, but because he gradually realized that his appearance in this world had a reason. It seemed he had been entrusted with some mission, thus feeling a sense of urgency. About this, Sophia looked at Bear, who immediately took over the conversation, stating that the preparatory work had been completed during Wang Yu's coma, and the spaceship had also been brought to this city, as they had considered various unexpected situations while making plans and had made ample preparations. After waking up, Wang Yu was once again dragged by Ball to undergo a full set of examinations, and the departure time was postponed to 2 days later, as it was necessary to observe further and ensure everything was fine before setting off. However, the after effects had already left their mark. For instance, the faint purple shadow patterns imprinted on his retina resembled the spots left by looking at bright lights for too long, yet they appeared as a dim mesh persisting for dozens of hours regardless of where Wang Yu looked. If he paid too much attention to it, the entire world within his vision would start to change colors as the purple patterns began to spread and encroach upon his sight. Perhaps this was what Old Blun referred to as something unforgettable, something one could only adapt to without thinking about it. Wang Yu did not mention this, as no instruments had detected any abnormalities. This seemed to be some deeper form of pollution. Perhaps ignoring it was the best choice. He looked at his panel and noticed the bonus for disciplined living was gone. After all, he had slept for so long. But the panel now included entries related to spells. Wang Yu. Race human. Origin terrestrial planet. Talent lucky 7. Disciplined living. Ability none. Spell body of fear. Body of fear casting requires 5 points of spiritual energy, making targets who see and feel your presence experience fear, leading to a misjudgment of your strength. It is particularly effective on living beings, especially intelligent ones, lasting for 15 seconds. Individuals with high will may be exempt from seeing through this layer of fear, while the intensity of the spell depends on the caster's inspiration. Individuals with extremely high inspiration can even make stones flee in fear. Status healthy, a robust human figure icon, green, height 173 centimeters, weight 68. 9 kilograms. Health 100,100. Rationality 100,100. Energy 100,100. Spiritual energy 99. Spiritual energy is a mysterious force that allows consciousness to interfere with reality, its limit determined by will. When it reaches 0, one will fall into a state of weakness, easily being eroded by subspace, with all attributes dropping by 90, and even leading to shock and unconsciousness. Body 5, 88,100. Will 9, 257, 1600. Reflex 5, 91,100. Immunity 5, 3,100. Inspiration 7, 177,400. Overall evaluation, a rookie. Awakening spiritual energy is still a rookie. A single bullet could take your life. It turns out that magic exists in this world, which Wang Yu had never expected. The observation of the demon star Higra not only awakened his spiritual energy and allowed him to comprehend magic, but also led to significant growth in his will and inspiration attributes. Observing the evil god was also a way to grow stronger. It was a tempering of will, provided one did not go insane and become twisted into a subspace demon. Wang Yu looked at the number in his palm, which had changed to 4. He had previously underestimated this talent. In terms of survival, this talent was unexpectedly strong. But this also served as a wake-up call, as without good luck, he might already be dead. I cannot always rely on luck, for luck also comes with a price, and there will always be times of misfortune. Wang Yu thought to himself, feeling the urgency to reclaim disciplined living and enhance his strength. While waiting for the health examination results, Wang Yu asked Ball for a list of supplies for the spaceship, which mostly included the few items previously mentioned. The basic supplies included 600 L of fresh water, a box of multivitamins, 5 kilograms of salt, 5 kilograms of sugar, 50 kilograms of compressed protein bars, 50 L of cooking oil, 100 kilograms of dried meat and freeze-dried vegetables, 100 kilograms of flour, and some basic medications such as potent antibiotics, painkillers, allergy medications, sedatives, hemostatic gel, bandages, alcohol, seeds and tubers for hydroponics, several sets of change of clothes, kitchenware, and a stove. Just these basic supplies already weighed nearly 900 kilograms. And there were some previously mentioned tools which could only be selected for lightweight quality or even customized to meet the needs. including a basic toolbox, a small photon computer power strips, walkie-talkies, lightweight spacesuits, and matching oxygen tanks and carbon dioxide filters, filter cartridges, small oxygen generators for air purification to facilitate Wang Yu's activities in space, followed by 2 small drones, a small spectrometer, a small space telescope, a small radar, a small communication antenna, a micro freshwater recycling system, and filter cartridges, 6 solar panels, supplemental grow lights for hydroponics, nutrition powder, batteries, wires, as well as spare batteries and charging adapters for Ball. In fact, there were many other things he wanted to bring, but there simply wasn't enough space. Wang Yu even contemplated going back to the deep space ship to make another trip, but considering there were only 3 landing pods, it was best not to exhaust all of them here. As for weapons, they had no choice. Heavy firepower could not be taken, so they were equipped with a single anti-material sniper rifle, 2 submachine guns, a shotgun, and 2 handguns along with corresponding ammunition. They couldn't even bring extra ammunition, and there were only a few grenades, stun grenades, electromagnetic pulse grenades, magnetic demolition grenades, a set of lightweight exoskeleton power armor, and a single tactical micronuclear warhead, which could be considered their trump card. Wang Yu read the list from top to bottom 3 times, feeling that there were no oversights. It was truly wise to entrust this task to Ball. It was not merely his desire to slack off. If everything goes smoothly, and if the hydroponics can operate successfully, these supplies should support Wang Yu and Ball for 4 to 5 years aboard the deep space ship. Moreover, the deep space ship was not completely devoid of supplies. Many seemingly useless discarded items could actually come in handy, and unexplored areas might also yield supplies, thus prolonging the time they could last. As for how to achieve complete self-sufficiency aboard the deep space ship, that would likely require fully mastering the vessel, repairing the secondary engine, and completing a renovation and transformation of the entire ship. 2 days later, still at the square where the demon star Higra was observed, the Fian-1 landing pod had already been transported here, as this place was quite suitable for a farewell, holding significant commemorative meaning. A few days ago, Wang Yu, along with the new owners of this planet, the long-eared servant clan, accomplished a great feat by observing the demon star Higra, a malevolent existence posing a threat to the entire universe. In the near future, a research institute focusing on Higra would also be established here, aiming to research and find ways to defeat it, and construction plans were already in progress, but it was unlikely that Wang Yu and the others would see it. Please allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of all citizens and our creator once again. Recently turned busy, Sophia, accompanied by several mechanical servant representatives, came here specifically to bid farewell and express sincere thanks to Wang Yu, who was about to board the ship. Actually, I haven't done anything that significant. Instead, I received a lot of supplies and... Wang Yu turned to look at Ball. To be honest, his greatest gain this time was not anything else, but having a reliable and capable partner like Ball, even if it was a robot. Otherwise, with such a large ship, he wouldn't have known where to start. Now, he had a second person to share the burden. No, you have changed our fate and the future of this planet, Sophia said. Because if Wang Yu hadn't arrived and given them a push, it was very likely that the mechanical servants would have remained oblivious to what they were truly facing until the demon star Higra descended and consumed everything. Then we shall take our leave. Wang Yu and Ball entered the landing pod one after the other, but as he stepped onto the ladder, Wang Yu suddenly paused and turned back. If, in the future, if possible, I will come back together with Ball, as this is also her. Wang Yu said, surprising Ball. Sophia, not far away, smiled in response. By then we will surely greet you with the highest honors, I hope. We all can have a bright future. We will. Wang Yu said, giving a thumbs up as he and Ball entered the landing pod, and the hatch closed, commencing ignition for takeoff. Sophia and the others remained on the ground watching the spaceship ascend until it broke through the clouds and disappeared into the sky. The Fian-1 type shuttle is inside. Having learned from the previous experience, and with a significant boost in attributes, the only discomfort was during takeoff. Otherwise everything was fine. The simple anti-load suit on board helped alleviate much of the pressure, and Ball also wore one. Though she is a robot, beneath her synthetic skin lies a structure akin to blood vessels and blood, forming a circulation system for warmth and moisture, maintaining skin condition, and even possessing a degree of self-repair capability, making her appearance and functionality nearly indistinguishable from a human. The significant difference lies in the modular mechanical structure beneath, with precise motors, hydraulic joints, and a sturdy metal skeleton. Xiao Yu reminds you that you have been out of contact for over 1,000 hours. When contacting alien civilizations, caution is essential. Here Xiao Yu once again recommends the Orca series assault landing ship. Report the secret code 4-legged fish is the best in the universe to receive an additional 2 discount, ensuring a pleasant day with the extraterrestrial natives. As soon as they took off, this annoying AI started blabbering, truly a cheap product with excessive built-in advertisements. Shut up, Wang Yu commanded, but the Xiao Yu AI continued unabated, seemingly oblivious to his instructions, until Wang Yu shouted, Xiao Yu, shut up. Finally, this foolish AI heard him and obediently fell silent. Sorry, this device is of decent quality and value, it's just that the manufacturer lacks integrity. While Wang Yu was still explaining, the Xiaoyu AI seemed to have picked up on a keyword and immediately chimed, Four-legged Fish Life Corporation, your best choice for exploring the universe. Repeat customers rave about it, and there have been no negative reviews. Buy with confidence, buy with peace of mind, quality products at competitive prices now with the secret code. Wang Yu felt like strangling this incessantly chatting AI. It seemed to be even more talkative than before, possibly due to the presence of an outsider or a potential new customer, hence the frantic promotion. From this perspective, the AI is quite clever, it's just that the designers didn't focus on the right path. Ha ha ha. Ball covered her mouth and began to laugh, her voice gradually becoming boisterous, erupting into hearty laughter. Wang Yu's attention was drawn to Ball, and he stopped paying attention to the dim-witted AI, suddenly finding the noise quite pleasant as it helped pass the time. About 15 minutes later, the Fian-1 type shuttle had entered outer space, adjusting its trajectory in preparation for docking with the deep space vessel. The control screen displayed an estimated time of about 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining, indicating that everything was proceeding smoothly. However, upon entering space, Wang Yu still felt a tinge of fear, primarily due to the residual effects of the monstrous star. He grew worrying that he might be devoured by that creature once he soared into the sky. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. It was merely a sensory shock, causing his sense of distance to become distorted. I hope Sophia and the others can achieve ultimate victory, Wang Yu suddenly said, articulating exactly what Ball had been thinking. Ball nodded in agreement, gazing through the raised observation window at the stunningly beautiful blue planet below her emotional simulator, emitting a peculiar signal, seemingly reflecting the sorrow of parting. This separation could very well be the last. Sensing Ball's emotions, Wang Yu chose not to speak further. Even the Xiaoyu AI fell silent at that moment, no longer seeking opportunities to insert advertisements. An hour and a half later, the landing capsule approached the deep space vessel, which was docked in the planet's orbit. Its exterior resembled a rocky surface, making it hard to associate it with a spacecraft. It appeared more like a massive cylindrical piece of rubble, a common sight in space, especially in asteroid belts, easily overlooked unless closely examined. Is this your spaceship? Can it really move? Ball looked at Wang Yu. After the wave of sadness had passed, she began to observe space with childlike curiosity, being her first time in outer space. Though Wang Yu was no better off, having spent several days aboard the deep space vessel, he had grown weary of it, feeling only fear and confusion regarding the vastness of space. Well, Bao's words reminded Wang Yu of the hunger he felt while piloting the deep space vessel, causing him to feel uncertain, and he could only offer vague reassurances. Let's figure it out once we get inside. I'm not very familiar with this ship either. However, the technology level of this vessel is definitely not low. It can perform faster than light jumps, and has a stable gravitational field, ensuring that you will be quite astonished once you step inside. A few more minutes passed. Their landing capsule began to approach the deep space vessel, initiating docking, and finally entering through the hatch at the bottom of the deep space vessel, returning at last. Navigation complete. Successfully returned to the deep space vessel, currently in the temporary transfer cabin. Xiaoyu solemnly reminds you not to forget to disinfect and carefully check your belongings to avoid bringing hazards into other cabins, preventing unnecessary losses. Thank you for trusting and choosing our products. The system of this landing capsule is about to shut down and lock, and it cannot be used again. It is also not advisable to dismantle or recycle it. You may discard it or sell it at the nearest trading station, which can refund you 20 of your credit points. This service has now concluded. As Xiaoyu AI finished its last announcement, the hatch opened and the control screen completely dimmed. At the end of the service, this garrulous AI, which often inserts advertisements, became surprisingly concise, and even reminded passengers to be cautious about bringing back dangers. There really is gravity. Also, it's so dark here, are there no lights? Ball remarked, seeing the messy surroundings. It was not merely dust and stains, but covered by a layer of an indescribable filth, making it hard to imagine how it had formed. Be careful of your surroundings, keep your weapon ready. I haven't been here before, if there might be lizards hiding. Wang Yu handed Ball a submachine gun. Back on his own spaceship, he was more cautious than he was on the alien planet, which puzzled Ball, as she still didn't understand this ship. However, she complied obediently, not questioning why, instead becoming vigilant with the weapon, even switching a camera or monitoring view to thermal imaging. Heavens, what on earth happened here? Ball exclaimed in shock as she saw a severely damaged mech beside the landing capsule, its interior mostly burned out. Yet based on the exterior, it was still identifiable as a heavy two-legged mech with a triple-barrel cannon on its right arm, while the left arm was missing. This is a wreck of a ship that has encountered an accident. It's a miracle that it can still fly. At this moment, Wang Yu also stepped out wearing clothes that had been changed into exoskeleton armor laden with magazines and grenades, even carrying a miniature tactical nuclear bomb. Name Ranger 03. Manufacturer Ling Rabbit Technology. Regulatory level I civilian. Description: after the Longeared race concluded the World War influenced by the anti-war sentiment, their military industry stagnated for a period. However, when preparing to explore space, considering the potential contact with alien civilizations, a series of upgrades were made to military products. Among these, the Ranger series of exoskeleton armor debuted. Its third-generation product, designed for ground and confined spaces, lightweight and portable, with a long endurance weighing less than 25 kilograms, providing a conventional endurance of up to 40 hours. Even during intense battles, it is sufficient to support over 2 hours. Power 13. If physical strength is below 13, it is raised to 13. It offers no help to individuals with physical attributes above 13. Defense 25. If physical defense is below 25, it is raised to 25. Limited to areas covered by armor and joints that are relatively weak. The armor can fully withstand the barrage of small caliber bullets and provides a certain cushioning effect against shock waves. Armament none. After he emerged, he also noticed the damaged heavy mech and immediately walked over. Name: Heretic Crusher. Damaged manufacturer Machine God Sect. The Machine God Sect belongs to the most extreme faction among humans, and its products are only sold to humans, as they classify other races as heretics to be exterminated in the most efficient manner. The Heretic series products are renowned across the universe for their efficient annihilation of heretics, with formidable combat power and a stable, reliable structure, making them highly favored in the market, even among other races who are willing to purchase them at several times the price. Regulatory level 2. Precision engineering. Description: the Heretic Crusher is the main force in the Machine God Sect's Heretic series, protected by a half-meter thick carbon ceramic composite metal plate, impervious to light firepower and standard individual beam weapons, and even has records of withstanding small nuclear weapons. Due to the relatively outdated mechanical assist structure it employs internally, it exhibits excellent resistance to electromagnetic interference, making it especially reliable on the battlefield. The internal high-energy chemical fuel cell can support continuous combat for over 50 hours. Even when ammunition is exhausted, it can still wreak havoc on the battlefield with its thermal saw axe, or even self-destruct. No heretic enjoys facing this group of lunatics. Its drawback is its weak anti-air capability, making it suitable only for land combat, primarily used in planetary landing operations to swiftly eliminate heretics, establish bases, and ultimately complete the conquest of the entire planet. When intact, its attributes are as follows: Strength 47, Defense 148, Front 65, Back Armament, Triple-Barreled Crusher Cannon, Infinite Slayer Machine Gun, Thermal Saw Axe. Machine God Sect. Wang Yu exclaimed, drawing the attention of Bear beside him. What is that? It's the manufacturer of this mech. Their product quality is outstanding and quite popular. However, this one is already broken, and I wonder if there are any parts that can be salvaged. Wang Yu explained, looking around and finding no other mechs, only a lot of mechanical wreckage which the system identified as merely damaged mechanical parts. It seemed that if the damage was too severe, information would not be displayed. But why is there such a weapon aboard the research vessel? Is this really something needed for research? Wang Yu frowned, feeling that his understanding of the term research might be too superficial. Wang Yu, how should we go about disinfecting? Where should we move the cargo? Bear asked at this time, as there was no real danger in the temporary transfer cabin, just a lack of lighting. Disinfection is unnecessary. Oh, everything here is much dirtier than what we brought. Don't worry about that, Wang Yu said, showing no concern for disinfection or potential dangers, because even if some strange things followed them in, it was likely the other party that should be afraid. First, let's find out where the exit is, and then we can move the items. He continued, but Bear felt something was off. Oh, why did Wang Yu seem like he was coming back to his ship for the first time, needing to find the exit again? She suddenly recalled that Wang Yu had mentioned he had acquired this ship by being caught in an accident, which seemed to be the truth. She began to believe him now, thinking at the time that he had concocted a flimsy excuse. Come over here, there's a door, Wang Yu shouted, calling Bear over, and they quickly found the door. In reality, Wang Yu remembered that he had a map of this ship, which he could check directly. However, due to permission issues, many areas were blacked out. The temporary transfer cabin was lit, but several passages leading inward were dark due to insufficient permissions. This is the cargo passage entrance, and there's also an emergency passage on the right. Wang Yu shone the tactical flashlight from his submachine gun towards the cargo passage entrance, but the door was hopelessly deformed, as if it had been smashed in by something heavy, and there was a layer of black grime on the surface. So what they really needed to find was the emergency passage. This door was on the right side of the cargo passage entrance, and after peeling away the layer of black substance from the wall, Wang Yu and Bear successfully located it. This black stuff. It looks like dehydrated organic matter, Bear commented, while helping out, observing the peeled-off black substance, feeling that the ship was becoming even more mysterious. Let's not worry about that for now. Quickly try to see if this door can open. The emergency door valve should be here. Wang Yu clearly was not concerned about such matters, having grown accustomed to it, pointing to the cover they found. He used a crowbar from the toolbox to pry it open. Inside was a circular door valve that should open with a few turns. However, he couldn't turn it despite using all his strength and inserting the crowbar into the valve's hole for leverage. In the end, it was Bear who stepped in, demonstrating a burst of strength using both hands to turn it, and with a sound of metal bending, she managed to twist the valve off altogether. The two exchanged glances with Bear, holding the broken valve looking innocent. This felt like twisting someone's head off. Perhaps it could be twisted off directly. Wang Yu swallowed, looking at the dirty, oxidized metal walls, feeling that many of the mechanical mechanisms inside had likely aged and deformed, and some foreign objects that shouldn't exist had mixed in just like this omnipresent black substance, preventing the door from opening properly. Unless tools like explosives or cutting machines were used, it would be very difficult to open, and the conditions inside were also unknown. There might be many doors, making this route likely impassable. I didn't mean to break it. This door valve was old and not sturdy. Bear explained, her cheeks slightly flushed, but Wang Yu was already indifferent, turning his attention to the surroundings to check the ship's map. Upon returning to the deep space, he found himself trapped in the transfer cabin, which truly caught him off guard. There were no other entrances, so the only viable plan was, Bear, we might have to take the cargo and climb over the surface of the deep space. Wang Yu said to Bear he was serious. About 15 minutes later, Wang Yu changed out of his exoskeleton armor into the lightweight spacesuit he had brought from the ground, and unexpectedly, it was just what he needed. After checking the airtightness of the spacesuit and ensuring the oxygen supply was normal, Wang Yu took a sip of water, greeted Bear, and prepared to head to the central control panel of the temporary transfer cabin to turn off the gravity field, followed by venting the air inside, before being able to open the hatch leading outside. Bear, being a robot primarily powered by an internal battery, would not be severely affected by a short-term exposure to the vacuum of space. However, she needed to prepare in advance to adjust the pressure differential inside and outside, donning a mask to prevent moisture evaporation from affecting the outer bionic structure. After Bear indicated she was ready, Wang Yu decisively turned off the gravity field. Alright, first let's move the cargo out of the landing pod, and then secure the safety rope. If something goes wrong, this rope may be the only thing that can save us. Wang Yu secured one end of the safety rope to the locking ring on one side of the transfer cabin door, and tested it. It was sturdy, and the minor rust on its surface did not affect its strength. The only concern now was whether the safety rope brought along was long enough, as they might need to change anchor points along the way. The risk was not negligible, but Wang Yu and his companion had no choice. They couldn't afford to be trapped here. Wang Yu shared the specific plan with Bear, and both were prepared. They could communicate through radio waves, as Wang Yu's spacesuit was equipped with that function. Why not take this opportunity to install the solar panels as well? The other radars, sensors, and telescopes can be added. Bear suggested this, and Wang Yu agreed, realizing it would indeed be a good chance to get some of the later tasks done as they moved the cargo unloaded from the landing capsule near the cabin door. Thanks to the reduced gravity, moving heavy objects became much less difficult. The straps originally used to secure the cargo could also be tied to the locking ring or safety rope beside the cabin door, eliminating concerns about it slipping into space and being lost. However, such large masses had great inertia. Carrying too much at once could impede Wang Yu and Bear's movement, and even drag them into space, which would be dangerous. Let's transport in 3 trips. In between, we should find a way to secure the cargo somewhere, before making multiple trips back and forth. We are currently in the transfer cabin of this ship, approximately 200 meters in a straight line to the onboard cabin. We need to start from the starboard side of the deep space vessel, and climb to the other side from the bottom. Wang Yu said to Bear, roughly finalizing the action plan. Once they reached the onboard cabin, they could open the emergency maintenance passage, which could only be accessed from the outside, and then their task would be complete. The brief preparation work concluded. Wang Yu checked the oxygen supply, and with the 2 spare oxygen tanks, he could sustain nearly 6 hours of activity in space, which should be more than sufficient for this operation. After everything was ready, Wang Yu pressed the exhaust button on the control panel. As the air was gradually evacuated, some dust particles from the surface began to float, clearly visible under the flashlight, illustrating the Tyndall effect. Wang Yu did not need to worry about floating away himself, as the spacesuit had an electromagnetic adsorption feature, alleviating concerns about weightlessness inside the ship. Once the air was completely evacuated, Wang Yu confirmed the preparations with Bear one last time. After ensuring everything was correct, he pressed the button to open the cabin door. The cabin door they entered through slowly lifted, revealing the azure planet outside, and further away the stars twinkled brightly. This scene could easily make one's legs weak and unsteady, but having lived on the spacecraft for some time, Wang Yu was able to manage. He carried a rock painting titled Source of Calamity, while Bear carried 300 liters of fresh water. Additionally, the safety rope was attached to a toolbox and 2 sets of solar panels, each consisting of 3 panels. The two began to walk outside the cabin, with Wang Yu leading the way, as he had the map of the deep space vessel to act as a guide, ensuring he wouldn't lose his sense of direction. However, when the operation truly began, the vast void below and the distant planets still exerted immense pressure on Wang Yu, akin to standing on the edge of a cliff. His instincts, honed from years of living in a gravitational environment, urged him not to proceed, yet he understood that the gravity of the planet below would not pull him down as he was in a space orbit. This was a battle between consciousness and instinct. He had to conquer his fear and instincts to successfully complete this mission. Relax, even if you accidentally let go, I will pull you back, Bear said at that moment, having heard Wang Yu's heavy breathing. Sorry, this is actually my first time operating outside the cabin. Oh, I should be fine in a bit, Wang Yu replied, realizing he was moving too slowly. He bit his lip, using the pain to mitigate his fear, and began to lower his body, crawling down along the outer wall of the cabin. In reality, it was simpler than he imagined. The rocky outer wall was rough and full of protrusions, providing ample handholds, and without the pull of gravity, it was akin to rock climbing in a weightless environment. Unfortunately, this layer of organic material encased the metal beneath. Otherwise, with electromagnetic adhesion, Wang Yu could even walk here, significantly reducing the difficulty. He began to climb toward the bottom of the deep space vessel, planning to cross underneath the ship to reach the port side. Soon Bear also emerged, and the two advanced slowly while connected by the safety rope. About 7 minutes later, they approached the bottom of the ship. At this point, Bear asked Wang Yu to stop, saying this was a suitable place to install the solar panels. Alright, do you need my help with the installation? Wang Yu asked, glancing back and catching sight of the planet below, which made him feel a bit nauseous, causing a few beads of cold sweat. No need to, I downloaded the installation manual, Bear replied, tugging the rope to bring over the toolbox and solar panels, and began assembling them on the spot. There were many installation methods, and Bear chose to use vacuum fast-drying glue and expansion screws for securing. Welding could also be used, but the structure of the ship's surface was not suitable for welding. Bear entered work mode, showcasing her robotic advantages at this moment. Even though it was her first time practically installing solar panels, her proficiency could make seasoned engineers blush. She first selected a relatively flat area, applied fast-drying glue to several pressure points, and then pressed the solar panel into place. Then came the second panel, the third panel, and by the time the fifth panel was secured and aligned, the glue on the first panel had already solidified. Next, she took out a power drill and expansion screws, beginning to install the metal frame to secure the solar panels surrounding it like a frame. The entire process took less than 20 minutes, leaving Wang Yu in awe. After installing the solar panels, Bear also secured several batteries beside them, placing them within a protective cover. This way, even in case of insufficient sunlight later, the telescopes and sensors installed outside the ship could still operate for a while. In fact, the ideal solution would be to connect with the ship's internal circuits, but this ship was not feasible due to a chaotic internal wiring layout. For now, they could only manage with this workaround. Later, they would lay out the cables securing them on the ship's surface and then install the telescopes, radars, and other sensors. All space operations would be considered complete, effectively giving the ship new eyes and ears. Wang Yu had been watching from the side, and after a while he couldn't help but feel a bit restless. He was grateful for bringing Bear onto the ship. It was indeed wise to have an additional space engineer, and an experienced one at that. Done. However, we will take the last solar panel back, just in case. If something unexpected happens, we can use it as a backup, Bear said, making a victory sign. Although she didn't speak, her voice had already transmitted through the radio. Wang Yu nodded and continued to climb forward. In fact, as long as they adapted and moved steadily, it wasn't too difficult. About 10 minutes later, the two had reached the bottom of the ship, and their progress was already past the halfway mark. However, the safety rope was nearing its limit. They needed to find a place to secure the cargo before heading back. The original plan was to drive a few nails to secure the luggage here, but upon arriving, they discovered a sizable hole at the bottom of the deep space vessel, nearly 2 meters in diameter, as if something had burst through from the inside, with the crack facing outward. Wang Yu touched his waist and took out the beam gun, a weapon with almost no recoil, making it more suitable for use in a weightless environment. After greeting Bear and agreeing to pull him back immediately in case of any anomalies, he slowly crawled toward the breach. Wang Yu approached the breach cautiously, not immediately peering inside. Instead, he requested a large screw from Ball and tossed it in, curious to see if it would draw out any strange creatures. Only after confirming there was no response did he lean closer. He was being so cautious because the map of the deep space indicated that the room in that area was a confinement chamber, or perhaps one could also call it a prison cell. At this point, Wang Yu was no longer concerned about what this research vessel held. After all, even the Heretics Crusher was aboard. A prison was nothing too ordinary. Wang Yu observed carefully, and soon Ball leaned in, as well, shining a tactical flashlight inside, while switching to thermal imaging. There shouldn't be any danger. There's no atmosphere here, the temperature is very low, and there's only a withered corpse. Ball pointed to the corner, and Wang Yu saw it too, a corpse locked inside the cell, hands and feet still shackled. The state of death was extremely tragic, as if the person had been desiccated, blood and flesh clinging tightly to the bones, clothing in tatters, and the tail and limbs appeared to be moldy, covered in dull, lifeless hair. The only thing that could be considered intact was the cat-eared helmet on its head. To have confined a prisoner in such a place, denying even a breath of air, it was hard to imagine what kind of suffering they endured in life. It was simply a tragedy beyond measure. Wang Yu attempted to crawl inside and discovered that there was indeed gravity. The gravity field was still active, only the air had leaked into space, while the prison's main door was tightly closed. This can be temporarily used for storing cargo, Wang Yu said, looking at the bars of the cell, which were also suitable as anchor points for safety ropes. This was simply fantastic. Then I'll go back and move all the luggage over, Ball replied. He'll go too. Wang Yu responded, securing the clasp of his safety rope to the railing of an empty cell, while switching to a clip that wouldn't hinder his movements and wouldn't cause him to fall away from the deep space. Ball also entered from the other side, making the same choice and setting down his luggage. There was gravity here, so they didn't even need to spend time securing their luggage, although moving it out later would be a bit laborious. Before leaving, Wang Yu took another look at the withered corpse, noting its claws that were 2 sizes larger than normal, the tips glimmering coldly like razors. The scratches all over the walls and the fine marks on the bars were probably left by this person, indicating that they had tried to struggle before their death, but were powerless, facing death and despair. Ball, you go ahead first, they'll be right there, Wang Yu said, allowing Ball to go first while he unfastened the lock on his safety rope and walked toward the cell, holding the dead man. Cat brother. Although I'm not sure if it's appropriate to call you that, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to meet you in this way. Wang Yu switched off the radio, speaking to himself, having roughly guessed this person's identity. The cat food and healing spray he had previously found were probably hidden by this person. Unexpectedly, it benefited Wang Yu almost, as if he had inadvertently helped him. Yet a dead person cannot be brought back to life. Wang Yu thought for a moment, and took out the faded cat food can from his satchel, placing it in front of Cat Brother's cell, as a form of tribute. If there was an opportunity later, he would also come to help Cat Brother retrieve the body. After all, leaving a corpse on his ship was not auspicious, but that was a matter for another time. Wang Yu set down the stone slab he had been carrying on his back, and left the prison area, starting his return along the original path to transport the other luggage. About an hour later, all the luggage had been moved to the cell, and the safety rope was retrieved, secured to this side of Wang Yu and Ball prepared to set off again, as they still had half the journey left. If all went smoothly, they could probably complete the task in less than an hour. Having made several trips already, Wang Yu felt bolder and more skilled. However, just as they left with some of their luggage inside the cell in front of Cat Brother's prison, a sharp claw pierced through the ground, grabbing the cat food can and pulling it inside. On the other side, Wang Yu and Ball had already crawled to the other side of the deep space, arriving at the location where the landing pod had previously been ejected. There was actually an emergency passage for maintenance personnel that could be opened from the outside, but Wang Yu stared blankly at the rock-like exterior of the ship, unable to find the entrance to the emergency passage, much less a way to open it. It seemed they would have to break through this layer of shell. It should be right here, but it's covered by this layer of stone shell, Wang Yu pointed out, explaining the situation to Ball. Let me give it a try. I hope this shell isn't too thick. Ball replied, climbing next to Wang Yu, first installing some hooks with expansion screws to secure the safety rope, then began to attempt to remove the outer layer of stone shell using the tools at hand, such as a drill and hammer. They hadn't considered this situation beforehand, so they didn't bring more appropriate tools. Wang Yu even contemplated using explosives, but the risk was too great. This ship was a living entity. Repairing the dead skin on its surface was fine, but blowing it up, who knew how it would react? Wang Yu checked the oxygen levels. He hadn't even used up one can yet, so time was still abundant. They'll go back to the cell to move the other luggage over, Wang Yu said, greeting Ball before preparing to turn back to retrieve the luggage from the cell. When he arrived at the breach of the prison, once more he felt something was off, as the safety rope was swaying and the noise was coming from inside the cell. He immediately became alert, pulling out his beam pistol from his waist, cautiously approaching, peering in, and then froze in shock as there was an extra person inside. They were rummaging through their luggage and had inadvertently touched the safety rope, seemingly trying to steal something. That withered, emaciated body, along with the shackles hanging from its limbs, was none other than Cat Brother. How is he still alive? Wait, this monster is still alive, Wang Yu exclaimed. What's happening over there? Ball also sensed the anomaly on Wang Yu's side due to the significant fluctuation in his physiological parameters, which could be detected through the built-in system of the spacesuit. The monster in that cell is alive and has escaped. What a... Ball was clearly startled as Wang Yu was on high alert as Cat Brother turned his helmet toward him, revealing those green, oily eyes that emanated a primal ferocity, sending chills down his spine. If one imagined being close to such a terrifying creature capable of long-term hibernation in a vacuum and breaking out of a prison, it wouldn't take a second for Wang Yu to be torn apart. Thus he decisively fired his gun. However, to his astonishment, this unreliable gun misfired, almost giving Wang Yu a heart attack. He quickly adjusted his strategy, recalling a spell he knew called Body of Fear, preparing to cast it, but Cat Brother's subsequent actions left Wang Yu completely dumbfounded. By the time Ball hurried in with his weapon, he saw Cat Brother already sprawled on the ground, belly up, curled into a ball, occasionally twitching, rolling to change his lying position. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was pointing his beam gun at Cat Brother. Facing Bal's confusion, he shrugged, indicating that he also didn't know what was going on. He hadn't even fired yet before Cat Brother fell. "What did you do to him?" Ball asked. "I have no idea. He just looked at me and became like this. Maybe he's poisoned or suddenly fell ill," Wang Yu replied, genuinely unaware. After all, he neither attacked nor cast any spells, and even checked the system panel. Cat Brother definitely lay down by himself. He couldn't have been scared, right? He is not some space evil god. Ball was momentarily at a loss for words as he glanced at Cat Brother, who was still rolling on his back, then looked at Wang Yu again. "Does this monster know you?" "Impossible, I don't know him at all." "Then how is he trying to please you? Like a cat," Ball said, surprising Wang Yu, as Ball actually knew about such creatures. Moreover, after she mentioned it, Cat Brother's actions appeared to Wang Yu to resemble a cat rolling on its back. This cat looks too shabby, its body is emaciated, and it wears a helmet with only the tips of its 4 limbs resembling moldy fur. Wang Yu was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to deal with Cat Brother. Despite rolling on the ground now, if it truly went on a rampage, a single claw might send Wang Yu away. Even Ball wouldn't fare well, as the cell couldn't contain him. The hard bars had already been cut into several segments, enough to prove Cat Brother's terrifying nature. This is no cat, but a sheer monster. "What do we do?" Ball asked, clearly inquiring how Wang Yu would handle Cat Brother. "This?" Wang Yu looked over, focusing on Cat Brother's glimmering claws, seemingly pondering, while also checking the situation of the passageway with Ball, intending to give it a try. He extended one hand, continually raising it to signal Cat Brother to get up, while his other hand held a gun ready to fire at any moment. Beside him, Ball was similar, aiming his submachine gun in this direction, ensuring he could turn Cat Brother into a sieve at the first opportunity. But a comical scene unfolded. Cat Brother really sat up, although he appeared more like a dog at that moment. "Good. Lie down, don't move," Wang Yu commanded, repeatedly changing his gestures. Lacking experience training dogs, and with no sound transmission in the vacuum, his actions were entirely a test of Cat Brother's intelligence. Fortunately, Cat Brother was indeed clever. Although he made a few mistakes, he ultimately understood Wang Yu's commands, showing a much higher IQ than dogs. No wonder he could draw. "Alright, I'll hold him here, Ball. You move the luggage over. I'll try to see if I can guide Cat Brother to help break through that layer of stone shell and enter the maintenance passage," Wang Yu said, having entered the cell and driven Cat Brother into a corner. "Cat Brother, a temporary name I gave him. There are also Hammer Brother and Pig Brother on the ship, each looking stranger than the other, but they are all good beings." Wang Yu urged Ball to act quickly, feeling that Cat Brother might be similar to Hammer Brother and Pig Brother. "Be careful. If anything goes wrong, call me immediately. This creature is extremely dangerous," Ball said, not hesitating, and began to move the luggage from the cell piece by piece, preparing to transport it all to the passage. Wang Yu continued to interact with Cat Brother, trying more commands to see if he was truly controllable and could communicate. About 20 minutes later, all the luggage was transported over, and Ball had secured everything with several hooks. "Good, I'll try directing Cat Brother to dig a hole, but has already succeeded once," Wang Yu replied, noticing clear scratch marks on the cell floor, and even a shallow pit that had just been dug out. The cost was half a gene of jerky, which Cat Brother had devoured along with its packaging, leaving nothing behind. Both remained vigilant, especially Ball, whose gun had been replaced with a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle. This kinetic weapon was not suitable for use in a vacuum due to excessive recoil, but there was no better choice at the moment. Wang Yu gradually guided Cat Brother, having him crawl out of the cell. When they reached the breach to enter space, Cat Brother showed obvious resistance, seemingly frightened, but ultimately could not resist the temptation of half a gene of jerky, and crawled out, then continued to crawl forward under Wang Yu's guidance. His claw-like forelimbs and sharp toes could easily pierce the stone shell of the deep space vessel's surface without worrying about falling. A few minutes later, the three reached the entrance of the emergency maintenance passage. Wang Yu confirmed the location on the deep space vessel's map again and fired a shot with his beam pistol, leaving a black mark on it, but the effect was not very good, as it was a material close to stone. "Alright, Cat Brother, right here, dig a hole. I'll shout stop when I need you to stop. If you succeed, this jerky is yours," Wang Yu muttered. Actually, only Ball could hear him, with a strange expression, feeling that Wang Yu seemed somewhat pleased. Over there, Cat Brother understood the command, crawled over, and began to dig a hole. His claws when digging into this stone shell were comparable to a hot knife cutting through butter effortlessly. Only Ball noticed the reason. Cat Brother's claws vibrated at a high frequency while digging, but because the frequency was so high, Wang Yu's naked eye couldn't detect the changes. Soon the metallic layer beneath the stone shell was exposed, about 40 centimeters deep. No wonder Ball had drilled for half a day without reaching the bottom. "Good, slow down, make the pit larger, but don't damage the metal layer underneath." Wang Yu seemed to have intuitively grasped sign language, making gestures that were hard to understand. Yet Cat Brother happened to comprehend, or rather had memorized the correct answers through repeated trial and error. In any case, the metal layer beneath had been dug out, revealing a metal cover plate, albeit covered in scratches. Wang Yu signaled Cat Brother to retreat and tossed a piece of jerky to send him away, then approached the pit to let Ball keep an eye on Cat Brother, alerting him immediately if anything unusual occurred. He reached into the pit, grasped the groove of the cover plate, tried several times, and finally managed to push the cover plate up, revealing a circular valve. This time Wang Yu had learned his lesson and did not let the strong ball twist it. Instead, he took it upon himself to use a normal person's strength to twist, slowly controlling the force. Although this valve hadn't been used in a long time thanks to the cover plate's protection, it was not difficult to turn. When it reached a certain angle, a jarring sensation came from the bottom of the round valve, and then the entire valve sank in with the sound of mechanical structures operating beneath. Within just 2 minutes, the rock layer above them opened. The rock mass on the surface of the deep space vessel seemed not to affect the opening of the hatch, as there appeared to be a gap, albeit very small, almost invisible when closed. Wang Yu and Ball entered the room behind the rock layer in succession, moving in the luggage and cargo piece by piece. There was also a door inside which, when opened, would likely lead to the onboard cabin. Once everything was completed, Wang Yu looked at Cat Brother, who was still obediently staying in place. In fact, he could have simply closed the hatch and left Cat Brother outside to eliminate the unstable factor. However, if Cat Brother remained disobedient, he could actually become a tremendous asset, especially in combat, so it all depended on how Wang Yu chose. Cat Brother preparing to close the door come over. Wang Yu communicated with sign language, and the latter promptly crawled over. Once all three were inside, the hatch began to slowly close, reintroducing air and restoring pressure and gravity inside. On the deep space ship on the third level within the hangar, a section of the wall covered in black material slowly lifted, tearing through the surface and causing a cascade of debris to fall scattering through the air. 3 figures emerged from behind the door: Wang Yu, Ball, and the newly arrived suspiciously behaving individual, Cat Brother. He walked last, appearing somewhat timid since entering, glancing around nervously, always hiding behind Wang Yu, as if wishing to merge into his shadow. After all three entered, the wall, or rather the door, began to descend slowly, completely sealing shut. This passage served as an emergency entrance for maintenance personnel, typically kept closed, only open from the outside in case of an emergency. Fortunately, once opened, this passage remained accessible, and on the map of the deep space ship, it was marked as a lit area, allowing entry and exit. Cat Brother, here's a bottle of water for you. Just stand over there, keep your distance, and don't come too close. Wang Yu said, using sign language to indicate Cat Brother should stay away, while simultaneously trying to boost Cat Brother's favor. Because Cat Brother was still quite dangerous despite being obedient, one must never forget he was a terrifying creature capable of long-term hibernation in a vacuum with claws sharp enough to tear through metal. Before being contained, he had likely faced restrictions, though otherwise even a prison cell might not have held him. For beings like this, even if they appear docile, one must maintain sufficient vigilance at least until trust is established. On the other side, Cat Brother caught the bottle of water, showing some reluctance, and moved a little further away. His razor-like claws could actually retract seemingly due to a special skeletal structure, and his fluffy palms could extend, fingers resembling those of a human. However, it was clear he wouldn't twist off the cap. Instead, he brutally inserted the bottle into his helmet, biting off the neck and licking it before guzzling down the contents. Seeing his state, Wang Yu realized he was severely dehydrated, hence, he gave him a 2-liter bottle of fresh water. After all, with the water recycling device, there was no need to be so stingy. Food, however, was different, especially dried meat, which was a relatively limited resource. If Cat Brother had a big appetite and wouldn't eat vegetarian, it could become a significant problem later on. Ball, this is the hangar I mentioned. Wang Yu shifted his attention from Cat Brother to Ball, saying, we have 2 landing pods left. If we can't acquire more landing pods or similar aircraft in future operations, we might end up trapped on this ship. After entering the deep space ship, he removed his helmet as there was air inside, allowing him to speak directly. Ball nodded and also took off her mask, surveying the surroundings, looking at the walls and floor covered in the black, unknown substance. For decades to come, or even longer, this would be their home for her and Wang Yu. Nearby, Wang Yu continued to introduce the deep space ship. Although he had mentioned it before, specific details were best explained inside the ship. He planned to take Ball on a tour to familiarize her with the place, discussing later how to arrange the rooms and store the items they had brought back. Previously, I killed a monster that was infested with parasites here. The corpse is gone now, probably taken by Pig. Wang Yu described Hammer Brother and Pig Brother to her, preparing her mentally, as one was uglier than the other, making Cat Brother look quite handsome in comparison. When you see them, remain calm. They are not bad people. However, Cat Brother, keeping his distance, was trembling as he listened to Wang Yu talk and gesture about the might of Hammer Brother's huge hammer. Wang Yu was too focused on talking to Ball to notice. Only Ball sensed Cat Brother's unusual behavior. The 3 took the elevator to the bridge, during which Ball kept holding on to that anti-material sniper rifle intentionally, or not pointing it at Cat Brother to keep him from moving around. This is the bridge. That strange thing that looks like a tongue is what controls this ship. I'm the seat. Only I can control it, so don't approach it lightly. It's really dangerous. Then this is... What the hell is this? Wang Yu was dumbfounded. Upon stepping out, he noticed a strange object on the right side of the control room, with 3 long legs shining like it was coated in cheap gold paint, completely out of place with the environment. He had heard of 3-legged frogs, or birds, all mythical or legendary creatures. But what was a 3-legged fat koi doing here? Its eyes bulged out as if about to burst, mouth wide open, as if to shout, "I can't breathe." Upon hearing this, Ball directed her gun at it, showing even more vigilance than Wang Yu, but was stopped. Wait. Wang Yu confirmed on the map and remembered this was the egg that had been hatching before. That so-called relic recycler. Why does it look so hideous? Wang Yu felt somewhat speechless, even feeling his own system was rapidly depreciating in value. The taste was just frustrating. He briefly explained to Ball what this thing was, stating it could recover the relics of civilizations and gain corresponding rewards, which drew Ball's skeptical gaze. There was no other way. He could only prove it with facts. Fortunately, the stone slab had been brought along, so Wang Yu asked Ball to retrieve it, placing it in front of the koi, and then selected to submit and confirm in the system. Then they saw the golden fat koi move, using its front 2 legs like hands to grasp the stone slab and begin to stuff it into its mouth. The slab in its hands shrank like clay, disappearing as it was swallowed. Submitted unknown civilization relic, gained universal credit points 20,000, gained corresponding civilization gacha opportunities 3. Would you like to record this civilization? Recording will save the coordinates of the civilization's home planet, costing universal credit points 5,000. The system popped up 2 prompts, but only Wang Yu could see them. Save coordinates. Wang Yu hadn't expected this feature, but there was no hesitation. Although 5,000 credit points were expensive, losing the coordinates would make them nearly impossible to recover, requiring far more than 5,000 credit points. Thus, he almost instantly confirmed and paid the 5,000 credit points. Recording in progress. Recording complete. Successfully recorded civilization. Long Ear civilization, home planet is Machine Star, Grillia. After the payment, Wang Yu's universal credit points dropped to 19,000, still some distance from upgrading permissions. Then 3 gacha balls sequentially emerged from the fat koi's mouth, regurgitating like a ruminant, falling to the ground as 3 differently colored orbs of light: red, yellow, and green. Wang Yu had played numerous games and was quite familiar with the concept of gacha. If there were no hidden manipulations behind the scenes, it would basically be a matter of luck. Coincidentally, Wang Yu had absolute confidence in his luck, and he reached out to pick up the green orb of light. The orb then transformed in his hand, ultimately becoming a can of familiar protein powder, boasting a purity of up to 4 nines, indeed the authentic Kongli brand protein powder. Damn! Wang Yu smashed the protein powder can onto the ground. What use is this? Did Wang Yu really need this little bit of protein powder? The protein powder can rolled away a few times before being pinned down by a shadow. It was Cat Brother. Without a word, he decisively started eating. By the time Wang Yu noticed, it was too late to stop him, and he could only mourn the loss of a gacha. The lottery mechanism was clearly rigged, likely relying on big data and precise algorithms similar to those mobile games he had played before, all controlled by capital with the sole purpose of ripping people off. Ball, you try picking one too. Wang Yu said to Ball, intending to let someone else have a go. Ball was still in shock over the power of the legacy recycler, marveling at how it could consume such a large slab of stone. What kind of technique was that? And what about this orb of light? It was entirely unexplainable, like a mysterious power transcending reality. After Wang Yu called out 2 or 3 times, Ball finally snapped back to reality, still showing signs of shock. He slowly picked up the yellow orb of light from the ground, feeling its texture change in his hand, which eventually transformed into a pure black vest that Ball recognized immediately. Is this a bulletproof vest? Ball asked, instantly recognizing it as a vest specifically designed for mechanical servants. Name: Barrier 02, Manufacturer, Heart of Machinery, Regulatory Level I. Civilian description: a bulletproof vest designed specifically for mechanical servants, used to protect the precision mechanisms within their torsos. The surface is woven from high-strength metal fibers with a cushion layer in the middle soft enough not to hinder movement, providing excellent protection against impacts, bullets, and even electromagnetic pulses. The only downside is its weight, reaching 70 kilograms, making it unsuitable for ordinary people. Defense 30. Wang Yu also saw the attributes of this equipment through the system. It wasn't weak, perfectly suited for Ball, much better than that protein powder. This thing is quite heavy, perfect for you, Wang Yu said, looking down at the last orb of light on the ground, having formed a rough judgment about the colors of these orbs and the items they yielded. The green represented consumables like medicine, while the yellow indicated armor. As for the red, he bent down to pick up the red orb on the ground, which transformed in his hand into a square metal briefcase about 30 centimeters wide. Name Higra's Roar Prototype Manufacturer Higra Research Center Regulatory Level 4 Forbidden Description A highly specialized single-shot heavy pistol, its development, based on continuous observation and study of Higra condensing Higra's impact into compact ammunition, thus possessing terrifying destructive power with almost no means of complete defense. Using requires loading special 20mm spherical ammunition paired with a disposable barrel. Upon hitting a target, it releases a compressed catastrophic impact, drawing in all surrounding targets. Please use this weapon only after ensuring personal safety. Stealing your power is just the beginning. Higra Research Center Wang Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly found the button on the briefcase and opened it. Inside was a strangely designed silver pistol with the barrel and the body placed separately. There were 3 barrels in total, and when combined the length of the gun body was estimated to exceed 30 centimeters, classifying it as a heavy pistol. On one side of the briefcase, 3 peculiar spheres were neatly arranged containing deep purple fleshy orbs resembling enlarged viruses covered with numerous suction cup-like bumps dynamically shifting as if they were alive. Are these bullets? Wang Yu examined the gun, looking at the huge revolver-like body, removing it for study. He smoothly pressed out the magazine from one side where a spherical groove was perfectly sized to fit a bullet, which could then be pushed in. What kind of gun is this? It's not in my database at all, Ball remarked, staring at the gun, his gaze shifting to because Wang Yu had mentioned that this strange mechanism called the legacy recycler would only yield rewards corresponding to the respective civilization. However, the gun in front of him was not one of them. It did not exist in any records, at least not in official ones. This might be a weapon that you will create in the future. Wang Yu squinted, looking at the comically ugly legacy recycler, sensing that it was far from simple. The red gotcha presumably represented weapons, but astonishingly, the legacy recycler could even produce creations from the future of the corresponding civilization. It was almost miraculous. Ball, however, wore an expression of disbelief. As a robot, he was inherently skeptical of various mysterious powers. But today she had witnessed so many abnormal phenomena that she began to doubt herself, even initiating a system self-check akin to an ordinary person questioning their existence. This gun has tremendous power, possibly greater than that miniature nuclear bomb, so it must be stored carefully. Wang Yu put the gun back, closed the metal briefcase, and carefully tucked it into his bag, glancing towards Cat Brother nearby. Cat Brother over there was clearly enjoying himself. After all, it was a large can of protein powder, licking it enthusiastically, his tongue long enough to extend from beneath the helmet. Moreover, Cat Brother could truly eat. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, nearly finishing off the entire can of protein powder, including the 2L of fresh water given to him earlier. Fortunately, after observing for a while, Cat Brother's aggression was indeed not strong, at least not towards himself and Ball, so they could continue to watch for a while. The group left the bridge and headed towards the captain's cabin. On the way, Wang Yu briefly explained what was in each room, mostly abandoned laboratories and studios with some doors completely jammed or deformed. For example, the door where they had encountered Pig Brother required higher authority. Wang Yu also told Ball about this and warned him to be cautious of the lizard monsters that might emerge from the corners, but it seemed this level had been cleared of them. Just as he was speaking, Cat Brother behind them suddenly reacted, as if remembering something, darting into a nearby room and began rummaging through it, turning everything inside upside down. Wang Yu immediately realized what he was looking for, as there was a cat head pattern painted on the wall of this room, which he had noticed earlier, so the item must have been taken. After rummaging for a long time, Cat Brother found nothing and returned with a dejected expression, as if he had lost his soul. It has been so long, or it might have been stolen by the light lizard, who knows, ha. Wang Yu scratched his head, not caring whether Cat Brother understood or not, while even Ball couldn't comprehend what they were doing. On the road, Cat Brother flipped through several marked locations, but still found nothing, ultimately becoming dejected with his tail drooping down. The 3 of them arrived in front of the captain's cabin, with Wang Yu entering first, instructing Cat Brother to stay at the door, and only after several seconds did he call Cat Brother in. This is the captain's cabin, the only place with a relatively intact power supply. The socket is here. The freshwater circulation system and hydroponic farm can be placed here since I've brought a power strip. Wang Yu said to Ball, the left bedroom inside is where I rest. You can use the other rooms freely since there are plenty, and so can Cat Brother. Wang Yu looked at Cat Brother, preparing to slowly integrate him as a reliable crew member. Mew. Cat Brother had been fixated on the bulging bag slung across Wang Yu's chest since entering the room. After all, it was obvious that it contained Higila's roar and 3 cans of cat food, so evident that even a fool could see it. Moreover, the can of cat food given to Cat Brother earlier was also taken from Wang Yu's bag. However, Cat Brother still did not attempt to snatch it. He merely complained, attacking Wang Yu with a gaze filled with grievance and melancholy hidden beneath his helmet's visor, only to be ignored. There's no inclination for aggression. It seems Cat Brother's temperament is quite gentle, Wang Yu concluded, putting away the cans of cat food as a test for Cat Brother. Of course, there was also the reluctance to feed Cat Brother because this was a rare item. There might only be these 3 left. Even if he were to give some, it had to be something of value like a reward to further regulate Cat Brother's behavior and reduce his beastly instincts. It was evident that Cat Brother possessed considerable intelligence, but could not speak. Unlike Hammer Brother, who was simply silent, Cat Brother genuinely struggled to understand human language and required sign language for communication. Then he'll go move the items over, Ball said after connecting the power strip and testing the power supply. He prepared to return to the ship's cabin to move things since much of the cargo was still there. He'll go too, and Cat Brother, you come over as well. But no claws. Wang Yu pointed at his own hands, and then at Cat Brother's claws, using gestures to convey a sense of disapproval and dislike. After several repetitions, Cat Brother finally understood, retracting his claws and following Wang Yu and Ball to move the cargo. The 3 returned to the intersection where they had encountered Pig Brother. However, this time before they arrived, they saw the door open and a tall armored giant emerged, dragging a heavy hammer in its right hand. Who else could it be if not Hammer Brother? Seeing Hammer Brother, Cat Brother was so startled that he screamed, then scurried back on all 4s, but after 2 steps, he felt something was wrong and turned back, squatting behind Wang Yu, nearly curling into a ball. As for Hammer Brother, he strode over, seemingly targeting Wang Yu and the others. During his approach, he slowly raised the heavy hammer in his hand, indicating possible aggression. Hammer Brother, it's been a while. I was just thinking of finding you. Let me introduce you to my new member, Ball, who is quite impressive. He's a robot. Wang Yu shouted loudly, though internally he was sweating profusely. Hammer Brother's terrifying appearance was unsettling to behold, even for someone who had seen him before. As for Ball, she inexplicably felt a sense of crisis as this strange person seemed to be approaching her. She sensed hostility and a desire for destruction emanating from the creature's gaze, causing her to grip her anti-material sniper rifle tightly. However, she always remembered Wang Yu's warning not to attack the armored giant wielding a hammer or the pig-faced creature, so she did not point her gun at Hammer Brother. After Wang Yu called out and introduced Ball, Hammer Brother's footsteps halted, and his single eye behind the mask ceased to gaze at Ball, instead shifting to Cat Brother, who was cowering behind Wang Yu. Hammer Brother, I went to explore a planet and brought you a gift, 100 different flavors of gummy candies. Would you like to try some? Wang Yu said as he rummaged through the bag slung across his chest, pulling out the assorted gummy candies he had prepared for himself, a total of 100 pieces each, with a different flavor, some of which had already been eaten. However, Hammer Brother showed no reaction, continuing to stare blankly at Wang Yu, blocking the path like a step. At that moment, Wang Yu sensed some movement behind him, as something was rubbing against him. Turning around, he discovered it was Cat Brother, trembling on the ground, as if about to fall apart. This is also my helper. He's quite capable, though a bit timid. Wang Yu remarked, already sensing something was amiss, or rather feeling a sense of incongruity. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Hammer Brother finally took action, extending his other hand to take the metallic candy jar from Wang Yu and stuffing a piece into his mouth, chewing as he walked towards the side door until he disappeared. Phew. Wang Yu's tense expression relaxed as he exhaled. He finally realized that Hammer Brother was not friendly, or rather he was only kind to himself. If Ball or Cat Brother had been alone there, the outcome would not have been pleasant, and Cat Brother had clearly experienced Hammer Brother's might, otherwise he wouldn't be trembling like this. Thus it wasn't Hammer Brother or Pig Brother that was special, it was always Wang Yu himself. Is it because I was sent here by the system, or? Wang Yu felt that he and Ball and Cat Brother existed fundamentally differently, yet he could not confirm why. However, from now on, Hammer Brother likely would not attack Ball and Cat Brother again, which alleviated a potential threat. If he had previously allowed Ball to move the luggage alone, he couldn't imagine what might have happened. Hammer Brother seemed capable of sensing foreign objects in the ship and hunted them like a machine. Pig Brother probably did something similar, but primarily focused on cleaning up and retrieving the bodies of the deceased. The 3 returned along the same path, taking the elevator to the ship's cabin to transport the goods. This time Cat Brother was more proactive, perhaps, because he realized Hammer Brother would not catch him. He even ran ahead of Wang Yu, sniffing around here and there, seemingly searching for any overlooked cans of cat food or food. After receiving Wang Yu's instructions, he obediently helped carry luggage astonishingly strong, able to carry 200 to 300 pounds of luggage with ease. Among the 3, Wang Yu was perhaps the weakest. Comparatively, one could say he was utterly powerless. This made Wang Yu feel immense pressure, urgently wanting to become stronger and more assertive. 2 days later, the lives of several individuals aboard the deep space ship had entered a stable routine. Cat Brother had also begun to gain the trust of Wang Yu, and Ball officially becoming a member of the crew. At least Ball no longer kept a gun trained on her at all times. However, expecting Cat Brother to contribute to the construction and improvement of the internal environment of the deep space ship was overly optimistic. He lacked the intelligence or knowledge and couldn't even speak. Instead of communicating through words, it was better to use tone and pitch supplemented by sign language. Wang Yu was quite adept at this, to the extent that Ball felt he had created a form of sign language that only he and Cat Brother could understand. You can't eat too much, you need to control your portions. After all, you won't starve even if you go hungry for years. But I'm different. No, I could die if I go without food for a few days, so you can only eat this much at each meal and no more than 3 meals a day. The food supply was limited, and they couldn't consume it all at once. Wang Yu cooked some dehydrated vegetables, a little bit of jerky and protein cubes, then added some cooking oil and salt along with a large flatbread made by Ball. This was Cat Brothers' meal, roughly equivalent to Wang Yu's own portion. With this kind of diet combined with the output from the hydroponic farm and the purification cycle of fresh water, they should be able to last for a year or two without significant issues. However, Wang Yu also had fitness needs which would increase food and fresh water consumption, but enduring for a year should be feasible. If food becomes scarce later, they could consider reducing rations to significantly extend their sustainability. Cat Brother looked at the iron tray that Wang Yu brought over, staring at the flatbread and the green floating objects, emitting discontented grumbles. Pouting won't work. This is a notification, not a negotiation. You can't just think about yourself. If you keep demanding food like yesterday or cause trouble, I might have to send you to Hammer Brother. Wang Yu used sign language along with a threatening tone. This was because Cat Brother had likely been hungry during the latter half of the previous night and had sneaked into the room several times to get food from Wang Yu. He didn't have the courage to steal, but he couldn't resist sneaking in when Ball wasn't paying attention to get food. This caused Wang Yu to have a poor night's sleep, so he was explaining the rules to Cat Brother today. Ugh. Cat Brother couldn't speak, but clearly startled by the mention of Hammer Brother, he shrank back and then gazed longingly at Wang Yu's bag, seemingly targeting the cat food cans. Wang Yu noticed the gaze, thought for a moment, and pulled out a can in the excited stare of Cat Brother. This can be given to you, but you must abide by the rules I mentioned before. No more coming to me for food at night. Do you understand? Wang Yu articulated each word, employing hand gestures and tone to convey the message. Cat Brother was nodding vigorously, though it was unclear if he truly understood. In any case, Wang Yu gave him a can and then quickly left the room, where Cat Brother was not out of worry that he might drool at the scent. Soon excited snorts and the sounds of gobbling could be heard from the room. In the living room, or rather the workshop, Ball spent most of her time here since she didn't need to sleep and therefore didn't require a bed. She only needed regular recharging and maintenance. At that moment, Ball was adjusting the small hydroponic farm in the living room. This device had just been assembled yesterday, and the first batch of crops had started to grow with a total of 32 individual cultivation chambers. However, the cultivation method of this device differed significantly from Wang Yu's understanding of hydroponics, as the roots were not soaked in water, but suspended in the air. The cultivation chamber needed to maintain a constant temperature and humidity, injecting large amounts of atomized nutrients to ensure that these quality blocky stems could grow and sprout. After that, it required light shielding and illumination until large tuber-like crops formed, which could then be cut for the next generation, creating a renewable cycle. Additionally, there were seed pods, but they hadn't been planted yet, as the immediate need was for food that was filling and storable. The later batches would include them. Wang Yu had learned quite a bit about hydroponics from Ball. If the nutrients they brought were used properly, they could potentially grow dozens of cycles. Wang Yu looked over at the freshwater purification system assembled against the wall. This device was relatively simple to operate, functioning similarly to wastewater treatment. It was a closed mini water purification factory that purified wastewater through filtration and permeable membranes, with the process fully automated, requiring only periodic handling of waste and replacement of filters and membranes. Ball was considering connecting the pipes to the restroom and setting up a large water storage tank to realize a water supply cycle. However, during this cycle, the evaporated water vapor actually couldn't be recycled, so there was a gap in the cycle, which might be the first problem to arise. To completely solve this issue, they would need to find a way to recover moisture from the air, which required Wang Yu and the others to fully control the ship. Alternatively, they would have to extract water from space, essentially through mining. Water is not rare in the universe. Some asteroids exist in the form of ice. As long as they mastered the processes for preparing and purifying water along with space mining equipment, they could directly obtain it from the external environment. Ball, didn't you say there are telescopes, radars, spectrometers, communication antennas, and the like to install? Let's get them installed today, otherwise it will be difficult to do so once the deep space ship is in motion. Wang Yu said, planning to complete all these space operations today, and then control the deep space ship to set off. Installation also required his participation, as currently only Wang Yu had the authority to open the maintenance passage to the outside. Ball and Cat Brother could only move within the deep space ship. The two made their way to the bridge, leaving Cat Brother alone in the room, as he couldn't offer any help. They arrived at the onboard compartment, where the instruments that needed to be installed were still laid out. Once the installation was successful, they could use the photon computer they brought to operate these devices, enabling a series of functions such as radar warnings, observing and analyzing distant celestial bodies, receiving radio signals, and so on. These were essentially basic functionalities that a spaceship should have, but unfortunately the deep space ship was problematic, lacking many features, and many areas were not accessible to Wang Yu. They had to find ways to compensate. Wang Yu changed into his spacesuit while Ball donned her mask, preparing to go into space. Originally, Ball indicated that she could manage alone, needing only to open the maintenance passage. However, Wang Yu insisted on joining her, wanting to learn as well, since this could potentially be an extremely important skill in the future that he must grasp little by little while he had the chance. 5 hours later, Wang Yu and Bear, clad in spacesuits, reappeared in the ship's cabin, replaced their gear, stowed away their toolbox, and restarted the gravity field within the room. This space operation concluded smoothly. Wang Yu learned a lot, and even independently completed the installation of a radar unit. Although the debugging and cabling were handled by Bear, he did indeed secure the radar, albeit taking about an hour and a half, and the frame was slightly crooked. Nonetheless, starting today, Wang Yu could call himself a space engineer apprentice. At the very least, he wouldn't panic upon entering space, nor would he tremble from fear. This was a significant advancement. He planned to return to the captain's room to recharge the depleted oxygen tanks, and then check on the cat's condition to see if it was causing any trouble or damage. Then he could attempt to wake the deep space ship and leave the star system. They didn't have a specific target. Leaving was merely to escape the influence of the demon star Higra, so any star system beyond the cosmic void would suffice. The two returned to the captain's room, which was just as they had left it, unchanged. The cat remained as honest as ever. It neither stole food nor ruined anything, only leaving behind the shackles it had dismantled, displaying a high degree of cat morality, possibly having taken some courses somewhere. Wang Yu retrieved the oxygen generator, plugged it in, and began refilling the oxygen tanks. The noise was considerable, as this device purified oxygen from the air, requiring a vast amount of air to function, making it impossible to be quiet. Bear, on the other hand, opened the photon computer on the table, connected the cable he extracted from his wrist, and began testing the installed equipment to see if they operated correctly and could connect to a signal. After all, they were inside the ship, separated by a thick hull. If there was no signal, it would be normal, and they might have to think of other solutions. Fortunately, the results were good, and several devices activated successfully. Bear even managed to contact Sophia on the machine star, and they began conversing. Wang Yu stole a glance, noting they exchanged safe greetings and updates. Bear sent over photos of the deep space ship, including internal footage unclear of when it was recorded. It also included the hydroponic farm and freshwater purification system they had set up, as well as a video of Wang Yu clumsily installing the radar outside the ship, reminiscent of a worker reporting back to the villagers. Sophia sent over plans for the research building currently under construction, located at the square where they originally observed the demon star Higra. The efficiency was remarkably high. Moreover, the name for the building was already decided. It would be called the Higra Research Center. Sophia asked Bear for his thoughts on the name, and consulted Wang Yu to see if he had any better ideas. As if sensing Bear was about to turn around, Wang Yu quickly turned and walked towards the cat's room. Thus Bear only saw Wang Yu's back as he slightly furrowed his brow. Bear, he was eavesdropping. He didn't voice his opinion, so he must think the name is good too. Sophia, oh, did you look at all the photos I sent you? This ship's technological level is very high, far surpassing ours. It has mastered gravity technology, and likely the manipulation of negative mass energy as well. Moreover, Wang Yu is not the original owner of this ship. He was indeed drawn into it by some unforeseen accident, yet he is able to control the ship, and even use some oddly shaped devices. Devices? Bear attached a video of the artifact recovery agent reclaiming the artifact, which included a gun named Higra's Roar. However, Bear did not know the specifics, only demonstrating the process of the agent swallowing a stone tablet, spitting out a capsule, and the capsule transforming into an object. In the video, Wang Yu mentioned that the handgun was a weapon from the future. Sophia, a weapon from the future. Bear, are you sure your system isn't infected? No, I've already run a self-check. Sophia? Perhaps it's the high technological level that makes it incomprehensible, leading to phenomena resembling surreal powers. If the creators from ancient times were to come to modernity, their situation would likely be similar, surrounded by incomprehensible scenes akin to magic. Also, don't you think that the anomalies called Cat Brother and Hammer Brother bear some resemblance to cataclysmic entities? Their vitality is extraordinarily resilient, even possessing some surreal powers, especially that individual called Hammer Brother. His presence fills me with dread. You know what that implies? It's very dangerous. You must remain vigilant and protect Wang Yu. He is our esteemed friend. You don't need to remind me of that. You should focus on dealing with Higra. If it comes to it, just build a spaceship and escape far away, or it's not worth the struggle. On the other side, Wang Yu had already entered the bedroom on the right side of the room, realizing why he hadn't heard any noise from Cat Brother for so long. The guy had actually fallen asleep, lying on the floor. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Wang Yu would have thought he was dead. After all, he looked much like a mummified corpse, quite eerie. If one wasn't used to it, they probably wouldn't dare approach. I need to teach him to sleep on a bed, and I also have to prepare some clothes, this way he won't scare others. Wang Yu said, looking at the corner where the cat food cans and breakfast had been cleaned out, feeling it necessary to teach Cat Brother how to live like a human rather than eat and sleep like a beast. He needed to tap into his potential and have him contribute to the construction and development of the deep space ship, otherwise he might just become a useless eater. Wang Yu exited the room, glanced at Bear, who was still using the computer, greeted him, and prepared to go to the bridge to awaken the deep space ship. "I'll go with you," Bear replied, shutting down the computer and suggesting they go together. The two made their way to the bridge, where many control panels were covered in black material and had long been unusable. But Wang Yu suddenly remembered that Bear was quite the authority in the field of computers. Perhaps they could extract valuable information from the abandoned control panels, or even from the scrap computers in the laboratory. After all, the hard drives inside might still be intact. He immediately shared this idea with Bear, who agreed to give it a try, but cautioned not to have too high hopes. Different civilizations might have vastly different programming languages, and there could also be encryption involved, thus even if the hard drives were fine, they might not extract much valuable information. "Alright, it's worth a shot. There's no loss in trying." Wang Yu nodded, then looked towards the chair in the center of the bridge that resembled a tongue and walked over. In fact, he had already gained some understanding of the state of the deep space when he last sat in this seat. This living ship remained in a state of dormancy for most of the time due to hunger, with many functions turned off, such as those modules marked as hungry. However, once awakened, it could still move or navigate, but due to hunger it remained in a low-energy state, like a starving beast that could move, but only a little, making it unrealistic to expect it to accelerate to near-light speeds to traverse star systems. He also grasped the method of opening the subspace route during the brief connection with the ship. Given the current state of the deep space, it must be close enough to a star to reach a certain distance in order to open a channel to subspace. From a scientific perspective, this is likely due to the severe curvature of spacetime around massive celestial bodies, where gravity is stronger, making it easier to breach into subspace. After leaving subspace, it would be relatively easier, but generally the channel would only open near planets. It is almost impossible to appear directly in open areas, as the energy demand would increase exponentially, a burden that the deep space cannot afford at the moment. While in the machine star Grillia, Wang Yu had also read some cosmological knowledge related to astrophysics, but limited by his expertise, his understanding was quite restricted. Fortunately, operating the ship didn't require much knowledge. Just issuing commands would suffice. His plan was to travel to the dark side of the planet closest to the star in the current star system. There the gravitational forces of the star and planet would overlap, likely allowing the deep space to meet the requirements for opening a subspace route. Moreover, the temperature would not be too high, as the distance was still sufficient. All he needed to do was continuously adjust the trajectory along the way. The greatest difficulty lay with Wang Yu himself, as his ability to awaken the deep space for an extended period would determine whether this journey could succeed and how long it would take. Wang Yu took a deep breath. After facing the demon star Higra, he felt no fear in connecting with the deep space and had a deeper understanding of his own talent. His luck allowed him to endure mental pollution longer than ordinary people, even significantly longer. Let it be a trial of my willpower. Wang Yu sat heavily in the captain's chair, feeling as if he had sunk into a soft gel, his body enveloped by the flesh and blood tissue that climbed onto him, almost merging with the chair, leaving only his closed-eyed head outside. Then the deep space began to move. Inside the ship, one could clearly feel the shaking caused by the sudden. At that moment, the former crew members, led by Hammer, all seemed to sense something and turned toward the bridge. If viewed from a cosmic perspective, one would witness the awakening of the deep space, with its shell-like surface opening numerous yellow-brown eyes, replacing traditional sensors, providing Wang Yu with a comprehensive, all-encompassing three-dimensional view, even able to sense the current speed and the gravitational pull of a nearby planet, as well as the new trajectory and route he would be entering. The deep space began to accelerate, departing from its original orbit and heading towards the star, gaining speed. Inside, the bridge ball looked at the Wang Yu being engulfed by the ship's seat, feeling the power transmitted from beneath her feet once again shaken. She felt that she and the tribes on the planet had never truly understood this universe until the demon star. This universe is far more terrifying than they imagined, filled with various incredible phenomena, and only by knowing enough could one have the chance to witness them. Wang Yu held on for almost 20 minutes this time before he slid down from the seat, collapsing onto the ground and vomiting incessantly. Ball brought over a cup of water and some tissues, gently patting his back to alleviate his discomfort. This time was much better than the first, perhaps because he was mentally prepared and felt more confident after encountering the demon star Higra, allowing him to endure much longer. He still had 22 sanity points, but Wang Yu was not focused on sanity. Instead, he was more concerned about the number in the palm of his right hand, occasionally glancing at it. As long as the number was not 0, he would not go insane due to low sanity. Even if it reached 0, he would regain a bit of sanity due to a successful assessment. This was a unique advantage he possessed. After the number turned to 2, Wang Yu disconnected as the trajectory had already been preset. The ship would move according to the predetermined route for some time, but regular checks and adjustments were still necessary. Ugh, I'm all right now. Wang Yu's face did not look very good, but he did not want to seem too embarrassed in front of Ball, feeling somewhat conflicted. He forced himself to sit up, took a sip from the cup of water in Bao's hand, and indeed felt that he was nearly back to normal, though his scalp and limbs still felt a bit numb and cool. Is the side effect of piloting this ship so severe? Are you sure it won't affect your body? Ball inquired, having heard a rough idea from Wang Yu before, but still worried upon witnessing it. It's not a big issue, I just need to endure the hunger and the dizziness and unease of being in space. It'll gradually adapt more and more. Wang Yu replied, feeling that he was gradually shaking off the effects, only feeling a bit hungry and needing to eat something. Ball, please confirm the current route of the deep space. If there are any issues, I will make adjustments. The installed telescope, radar, and other detectors should be able to confirm the current orbit and calculate the subsequent route. Send it to me so I can adjust it in a timely manner later. Wang Yu said, gradually adapting to the navigation in space, taking a significant step towards becoming a competent spaceship captain. 20 minutes later, Wang Yu had a lavish meal in the captain's room prepared meticulously by Ball. Although the conditions were very limited, consisting only of filling ingredients, it was vastly superior compared to the food he prepared for Cat Brother. After all, Cat Brother's meals were prepared by Wang Yu. Ball would not concern herself with what Cat Brother ate. She would only ensure he did not steal food. Would you like some more? Ball asked as Wang Yu ate rapidly, resembling a starving ghost. No, the food is limited and we can't waste it. Eating this much is enough. Wang Yu stood up and prepared to clean up the dishes. He had already checked the situation regarding the route on Bao's computer while eating, which was largely consistent with the route he had seen when connecting to the deep space. This indicated that the deep space possessed the ability to calculate navigational routes, almost having all the functions of a spacecraft. However, due to hunger, some abilities were restricted. I plan to check and adjust the route of the deep space every week, gradually adapting to the operation of the ship, while making timely adjustments to the navigation route, aiming to reach the target location as soon as possible. Once we enter the orbit of the planet closest to the star, we will leave this star system and travel to another part of the starry sky, which will take about 2 months. As for the next time we return here, it's uncertain how many years it will be, Wang Yu said, looking at Ball. It was time for her to bid farewell to her home planet and tribe. This side could very well be a permanent farewell. The next day, Wang Yu woke up early, had a quick bite, and began his workout, intending to activate his disciplined lifestyle and gradually grow stronger while the situation remained stable. This time he didn't bring any fitness equipment back, mainly because those things were too heavy, but exercising didn't necessarily require professional gear. Activities like running, push-ups, sit-ups, and squats could achieve fitness goals. To increase intensity, he could find some heavy objects to assist. There was no shortage of junk here, and with gravity along with the system visualizing the concept of becoming stronger, Wang Yu had no worries about inefficacy, as he could see the improvements. The only significant limitation was in the use of weapons, especially firearms, as there were no conditions to practice with guns on the deep space ship. Fortunately, he had some training in machine star guerrilla and knew a bit. Wang Yu practiced in the living room until noon, taking care to rest and hydrate in between to avoid injuring himself. He checked his attributes again. He was just shy of 10 experience points from breaking through to level 6 in physical attributes, but overall growth felt slow even under the conditions of machine star guerrilla, especially compared to the faster growth of willpower and inspiration attributes. For instance, the brief 20 minutes of piloting the deep spacecraft had granted him double-digit experience in those two attributes, far outpacing the growth of his physical immunity and reflex attributes. Moreover, with continued practice, as the experience required for each attribute level increased, would he reach a point where he couldn't progress to the next level even if he practiced to exhaustion. Wang Yu felt this was entirely possible. And wearing the exoskeleton power armor, wouldn't that cover his physical weaknesses? Am I miscalculating the path to becoming stronger? Because no matter how much one trained, it was impossible to outmatch an excavator. Such monstrous strength like that of Thor couldn't be obtained purely through exercise. Wang Yu mused, recalling the big guys he had seen on television before his journey. Even if they utilized the power of 9 dragons, it was unlikely they could win in an arm wrestling match against the frail Ball, let alone against the Cat Brother or himself in power armor. Is it possible that humans are better suited for the mage route? Whatever the case, I'll continue training. Every bit of strength counts. Regardless, strengthening my body is definitely beneficial. Wang Yu consoled himself, stopping his workout to look at the towel, water, and delicious lunch laid out on the table behind him, and walked over. This was prepared in advance by Ball, who had not disturbed Wang Yu, waiting for him to finish his training before eating. Such meticulous care made it hard for Wang Yu to find any fault. Moreover, Ball was an all-rounder in daily life, excelling in engineering, electronics, medicine, and combat, truly a perfect superhuman. No wonder she was Ball. He absolutely couldn't allow himself to become a waste under her care. Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and devoured his meal with the sound of ping-pong echoing from the bathroom. Because Ball was checking the plumbing system in the bathroom, planning to make some modifications. Wang Yu also intended to learn from her in the afternoon, as he couldn't train 24 hours straight. That would be too harmful to his body. By the way, why haven't I seen Cat Brother around? Wang Yu suddenly thought of this person, almost forgetting. It had been nearly a day since he last saw Cat Brother. He hadn't come by for food in the morning, which was quite strange. He stood up, slightly furrowing his brow, and looked towards Cat Brother's room, walking over. What the heck? Wang Yu couldn't help but curse, for Cat Brother had vanished, replaced by a brown-skinned woman sleeping soundly on the floor, her skin adorned with many patterns that looked more like natural markings than scars. This familiar tattered clothing, along with her furry hands and feet and cat-like helmet. TMD Cat Brother. Wang Yu was greatly shocked and soon caught the attention of the busy Ball, who hurried over and also noticed the drastically changed Cat Brother. No, she could no longer be called Cat Brother. She should be called Ball. Quick, find Cat Brother some clothes, otherwise when she wakes up it would be quite improper. Wang Yu said seriously, not looking aside, handing Cat Brother over to Ball. That's not appropriate. My clothes are obviously much larger, especially the pants. Then cut them down. We can't just leave it be, can we? Fine. Ball was somewhat reluctant, as she had only a few sets of clothing, and if she shared with Cat Brother, she'd be tight on her own. You can also take out a set, after all the length is about the same. Alright. Wang Yu agreed decisively, and then didn't prepare to interfere further. However, 5 minutes later there were two sets of clothes in front of Wang Yu, one being a white t-shirt with jeans, and the other a full set of a black windbreaker with a base layer and pants, which were Wang Yu's clothes. Ball said she had no time to deal with these. The plumbing in the bathroom was still unfinished, so all the clothes ended up with Wang Yu and his cutting tools. We're just a small knife. Wang Yu, a recent college graduate, had never done such delicate work before and felt a bit lost. Moreover, he sensed something off from Ball's attitude, as she seemed not to like Cat Brother much. Fortunately, Ball measured Cat Brother's proportions and informed Wang Yu. Her height was 164 centimeters, and her legs weren't as long as Ball's, so the jeans needed to be cut significantly shorter. As for Wang Yu's clothes, the length wasn't too different. He could just roll up the pant legs without much alteration. He directly measured with his hands, then used the knife to cut the legs of the jeans. Soon a pair of mid-length pants with a waistland style emerged. Due to his poor technique and the lack of scissors, he could only make do with what Cat Brother could wear. The reason they were cut so short was that the knife was too dull. Applying force tore a large hole, so it was better to make them shorter. They should at least cover her calves, and hopefully Cat Brother wouldn't mind the cold. However, with Cat Brother's abnormal physical quality, she could recover even if she turned into a dry corpse, so the temperature shouldn't bother her. But calling her Cat Sister from now on would be a bit inappropriate. Cat Sister. No way, that's too weird. It feels like I've aged a lifetime. Wang Yu was pondering when suddenly there was a noise from Cat Brother's room. She had just woken up and was darting out to ask Wang Yu for food. But her current appearance was vastly different from before, and when Wang Yu saw her he felt a headache coming on, wishing Cat Brother had remained a dry corpse so he could treat her like a monster. Now like this. It felt somewhat against the rules. You need to change your clothes. Ignoring Cat Brother's begging for food, Wang Yu handed over the two sets of clothes. She took them, but seemed confused, pausing for a few seconds before starting to stuff them into her helmet. Hey, that's not food. Do you not even recognize clothes? Where did this primitive person come from? Wang Yu was utterly speechless, having to snatch them back. Luckily, Cat Brother didn't guard her food, so taking her stuff wasn't difficult. Put it on your body like this. He demonstrated with the clothes, using gestures and tone to finally help Cat Brother understand, as she awkwardly tried to put the clothes on, clearly inexperienced like a child who needed help. Ugh. How old are you? Wang Yu felt another headache coming on as he looked at Cat Brother, feeling it necessary because her current state resembled that of a wild person. She likely had never received systematic education. Her inability to speak might also be due to this, unlike Thor and Pig Brother. Alright, stop tugging at my clothes. I'll get you some food right away. 15 minutes later. No using your hands, eat with a spoon. Look at the hair on your hands, it's so dirty that you can't even see its original color. After Cat Brother became more human-like, Wang Yu could no longer tolerate him eating with his hands. He insisted she use a spoon, as it was the most basic table etiquette. Ugh. Cat Brother let out a dissatisfied grumble, somewhat unwilling, but still grasped the spoon with his fist, and scooped food into his helmet, splattering some onto his clothes, and even the helmet. Don't wear the helmet while eating. Wang Yu stood up and directly removed the black cat helmet, seeing Cat Brother's face for the first time. He truly had a pair of cat ears, and his fur was white with black stripes. His eyes were dark golden, and quite large, making him somewhat adorable. Cat Brother screamed, throwing the spoon, and snatching the slightly larger helmet back onto his head, then scuttled away into his room on all fours, abandoning his food. Wang Yu felt he might have gone a bit too far, completely disregarding Cat Brother's feelings. She seemed even more shy than the initial Ball, needing the helmet for a sense of security. Or perhaps That helmet held some special significance. Wang Yu furrowed his brow and opened the system interface to check as he had received relevant information when he obtained the helmet. Name Spirit Vision Guardian Cat Helmet Limited Edition Manufacturer Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Regulation Level Class I Civilian Description A helmet designed to protect navigators. There are many similar products, but Four-Legged Fish Company has particularly strong technological reserves in this area. Thus, even the lowest-end models perform comparably to mid-range versions from other companies, all while adhering to the company's long-standing principle of high cost-performance ratio, making it an excellent value. Wearing it grants 10 to willpower protection. When protected, it counts as an increase of 10 to the will attribute, and it negates sanity damage below level 2. This model is a limited edition for cats, extremely rare and highly sought after among certain groups. Its collectible value far exceeds its practical value, allowing it to fetch a high price. So it actually protects sanity. Wang Yu marveled, feeling Cat Brother had become even more mysterious. But he couldn't just snatch things from a child, he still had that much morality. Wang Yu took the tray and walked into Cat Brother's room, finding him curled up in the corner. It took some effort to coax him out again. Fortunately, Cat Brother didn't hold a grudge, and soon resumed eating with the spoon as if nothing had happened. Gradually, under Wang Yu's guidance, he mastered the correct way to hold the spoon. Quite clever, but I wonder how long it will take to learn to speak and write. And to wash his hands. Wang Yu muttered to himself as the fur on Cat Brother's hands and ears was of completely different colors, suggesting it hadn't been washed in many years. You eat here, don't cause trouble, and don't steal food. Do you understand? Cat Brother nodded, though it was unclear if he truly comprehended. Anyway, Wang Yu walked back to his room, planning to discuss with Ball about how to educate and guide Cat Brother. Additionally, he needed to give her a name. Cat Brother. How about calling her Cat Kier? It sounds close enough, and it saves the trouble of her not recognizing a different name. Wang Yu entered the bathroom, where many of the floorboards had been removed, revealing the lines and pipes underneath, as well as a large amount of unidentified black residue reminiscent of dried gel similar to the black substances in the bridge and the cabins. Ball was planning to remove part of the pipes, then run them along the ground, connecting them to a water tank, directing wastewater into the fresh water purification system in the living room for recycling. Ball, is there anything I can help with? Wang Yu asked, though Ball had already noticed him upon entering her reaction. No. Ball's reply was concise. I'm just sitting idle, learning a bit might come in handy someday. Wang Yu continued. Ball paused, thought for a moment, and instructed Wang Yu to collect some metal sheets, then use the welding gun to create a large water tank to get the water recycling system up and running as soon as possible. All right. Wang Yu grabbed the tools and prepared to search other rooms, but at that moment, he reiterated Cat Kier's situation. Cat Brother. You've seen Cat Kier's situation. She's not a monster, but she may have been wild since childhood, similar to a child, requiring education and guidance to change her. But she's very dangerous. If she loses control, the consequences would be unimaginable, and danger. Wang Yu interrupted Ball. Even on the deep space ship, even here one cannot assert absolute safety. Perhaps in the next moment the impact from Higra could arrive. This place, this universe, is actually filled with dangers everywhere. Therefore, what we need to do is to unite all the forces we can, utilizing all available resources to truly find a place where we can establish ourselves in this universe. Ball, I hope you can stand at the same perspective with me, for I am likely bearing such a mission. Wang Yu looked at Ball, his eyes intense, sensing her discontent and hostility towards Cat Kier, perhaps due to caution or other reasons. However, if Cat Kier can be educated properly with her physical qualities and abilities, she would become a tremendous asset. What Wang Yu currently lacks is manpower. There are only a few who can work on the ship. Even Ball, who is nearly omnipotent, finds it hard to manage in such an environment. Thus, guiding and educating Cat Kier is quite necessary. She has already proven to be well-behaved, not causing any trouble so far. Goo. Ball averted her gaze, escaping from Wang Yu's scrutiny, slightly nodding, a blush involuntarily creeping onto her cheeks. All right then, let's get to work. The sooner we finish, the more time we might have to play some games tonight. Tasks like these with the pipes can actually call Cat Kier to help. Her claws are way better at cutting metal than an angle grinder. After eating, Cat Kier was naturally recruited by Wang Yu for the deep space ship. Doesn't keep idle people, including Captain Wang Yu himself. Under Cat Kier's terrifying claws, which resembled high molecular vibrating knives, the metal floor was hardly more durable than foam, significantly improving the efficiency of the renovation. After experiencing the benefits, Ball also began to use sign language to instruct Cat Kier where to work, gradually making Wang Yu the least needed person, as he genuinely couldn't contribute much and was pushed out. Wang Yu, step back a bit, don't step here. Yes. Cat Kier, dig this out, no need to make it too large, let me see how the pipes are laid underneath. Ball said. Wang Yu gradually moved further away, nearly being chased out of the bathroom. Then I'll go find some usable metal sheets from other rooms to assemble a water tank. Wang Yu recalled the task Ball had given him earlier. Ball waved her hands, repeatedly urging Wang Yu to hurry up, while she continued to instruct Cat Kier to work. Hiss. Why do I feel something is off? I seem to be on the verge of becoming the most useless one. Wang Yu wondered, feeling inexplicably pressured. Fortunately, he was the captain, only he could pilot the deep space ship, which would not change otherwise. He would indeed easily lose his job. Wang Yu left the bathroom and walked alone into the corridor, preparing to scour the rooms along the way for suitable. He recalled that there were metal partitions in these laboratories and studios which could be cleaned and polished to serve as materials for constructing large water tanks. In the future, water storage could utilize large water tanks, while other plastic containers could serve as backups and portable water storage. Wang Yu first entered the nearest laboratory to search for materials. He had been there before, but this time the purpose. 6 hours later. The corridor outside the captain's cabin was already piled high with various sizes of scrap metal plates and assorted items resembling mainframes, with some electrical components even scattered on the floor. Wang Yu was nearly exhausted. He had not anticipated the difficulty of this task. The angle grinder had run out of power, and he had replaced the grinding wheel 3 times. This angle grinder was obtained from the machine's servant, far superior to those from Blue Star, as evidenced by. However, after working all afternoon, he had yet to dismantle the control console of the bridge, and could hardly continue. He needed to take a break and catch his breath. Additionally, on his way to dismantle materials, he remembered that there were several rooms whose doors could not be opened. He had no good methods before, but now he had time and the claws of Malkier, so he could try to dismantle the doors. However, the door leading to other areas. For safety reasons, Wang Yu decided to wait until he had the proper authorization to open it, as the door itself was intact, and forcing it open might damage it. What if the door had an alarm and some aggressive creatures came rushing out? The system's restrictions might even be in place to protect him, preventing him from encountering certain things too early. Wang Yu set down the last few steel plates and sat directly on the ground. Fortunately, I switched to powered armor halfway, otherwise just moving would have exhausted me. My attributes are still too low. He couldn't help but complain, feeling a bit envious of Bear and Malkier. One was a robot that consumed electricity and required maintenance, truly made of steel, while the other was a super life form unafraid of vacuum with claws that could slice through metal like cutting vegetables. It was terrifying. Damn, no wonder the system rates humans as extremely dependent on technology. How can one not rely on it when they are so weak? He exhaled and checked the panel. Fortunately, this round of activity had yielded extra gains, as his physical attributes finally broke through to 6 points, surpassing the average human level. However, the next level still seemed far off, requiring 200 experience points, then 400. Feeling that a physical attribute level of 7 would allow him to compete on equal footing with top athletes, the kind who win medals in competitive events. Wang Yu sat in the corridor for a while before getting up and heading towards the captain's cabin, as it was nearly dinner time. As soon as he opened the door, a fragrant aroma rushed out. Not the enticing scent of gourmet cat food, but the savory smell of oil frying, filling the entire room, urging Wang Yu to hurry toward the bedroom. The cluttered room had been cleared out by Bear earlier, and had now become a temporary kitchen, with cooking oil, salt, sugar, and other seasonings placed there. The conditions were somewhat limited. There was no chance of a range hood or exhaust duct, and the cooking was done on a simple induction stove with a table moved in from the living room. At that moment in the kitchen, Bear and Malkier were both crowded together. The former was wearing an apron and was frying pancakes which looked golden and flaky, clearly appetizing. Malkier was staring intently at the pancakes, nearly pressing her helmet against them, and one could imagine the expression on her face. Why is dinner so good today? Wang Yu suddenly spoke up, catching the attention of both. Kier performed exceptionally well today, she deserves a reward, and one of the pancakes was made by her. Impressive, right? Bear looked over and said to Wang Yu, with Malkier looking over as well. In just one afternoon your relationship has improved this much. Wang Yu was surprised, and then noticed that one of the pancakes inside had a slightly different shape. It was thicker and larger, like the king of pancakes. But with such a pancake, by the time the inside was fully cooked, the outer layer would probably be charred. This was likely Malkier's creation. For a first attempt, it was quite impressive. If it were Wang Yu making it, the pancake might not even have remained round. He had enough self-awareness to know that. 15 minutes later, dinner was ready. Wang Yu and Malkier each had 3 pancakes, along with some protein paste to supplement their nutrition. The filling of the pancakes consisted of rehydrated jerky and freeze-dried vegetables. The seasoning was acceptable, and Wang Yu quickly devoured one, having worked all afternoon and feeling quite hungry. However, why had this dark large pancake ended up on his plate? Wang Yu looked at Bear, and then at Malkier, who was eagerly watching from the side, feeling a sense of conspiracy. That was specially made for you by Kier. Hurry up and try it, Bear urged, though the smile on his face suggested he was relishing the situation. Did we bring any stomach medicine? It's not that exaggerated. I taught her well. Bear replied, somewhat dissatisfied. All right then. Wang Yu conceded, picking up the large pancake and stuffing it into his mouth. To his surprise, aside from the slightly bitter outer shell, the inside was quite crispy, and the seasoning was fine. After all, Bear had controlled the filling and cooking time. It couldn't be too bad. Wang Yu finished the pancake in a few bites and gave Malkir a thumbs up indicating it was not bad. In the evening the three of them began assembling the large water tank. Since the pipes had already been connected and even the floor restored, their efficiency was remarkably high. However, due to limited space, the water tank ultimately had to be placed in Wang Yu's bedroom, but this was inconsequential. After all, to Wang Yu the bedroom was merely a place to sleep, and he did not have any particular decor or aesthetic considerations. The few of them began connecting the metal plates they had brought back. Wang Yu was responsible for rust removal, with the angle grinder. Bear took charge of design and welding, while Malkir was tasked with cutting according to Bear's dimensions. In just an hour and a half, a water tank capable of holding 2 tons of fresh water was constructed. While there remained a risk of rust, the metal materials on this spacecraft were quite good, and it should not be a concern in the short term. By the time rust became an issue, they might have already replaced the container, which was merely a temporary solution. After finishing up, Wang Yu and Bear discussed extracting information from the mainframe and control console's hard drives, preparing to officially start tomorrow, as they had already been busy all day. Before bed, Wang Yu and Bear started playing games. After all, there couldn't be a complete lack of entertainment, as interstellar travel could be long and monotonous, potentially leading to mental health issues like those experienced in confined submarines. Therefore, the light brain they brought included several pre-installed games, including a fighting game, Rabbit Dominance 15. Damn, Wang Yu suffered yet another series of 10 consecutive defeats, but he had frequently managed to reduce Bear's health by half. Can't you secretly let me win a match? He looked at Bear, whose expression was beaming with joy from his victory. Then beg me. If you beg, I'll let you win a match. Bear replied this was a blatant humiliation. Wang Yu's fists clenched, but he couldn't lose his dignity. Ultimately, he did not back down, and turned to Malkir, who was crouching in the back watching intently. Malkir, do you want to try? He'll teach you how to play. The next day, Wang Yu got up early after all to activate the discipline life talent. He couldn't afford to sleep in. Moreover, he had rested quite well, having won many games against someone who couldn't even hold a controller. He was almost on the verge of winning too much. Though it was somewhat shameless, he was genuinely trying to guide the other person, hoping to cultivate a normal and work. He stepped out of the bedroom and saw Malkir still playing games, pausing for a moment, wondering if she had been awake all night. He almost forgot Malkir's understanding was akin to that of a child. Self-control was her weak point, and he had forgotten to manage her last night. Wang Yu walked over and glanced at the screen, discovering that Malkir was beating a level 9 AI, ending it with a series of elegant combos that were even more fluid than his own manual play, just in time to achieve a kill. Wang Yu suddenly remembered a fact: he seemed to be evenly matched with the level 9 AI. No, it was actually a 60-40 split. But Malkir? No, it seemed like she just lost a little health before taking down the level 9 AI. Come. Malkir noticed Wang Yu clapped her hands and pointed to another controller, seemingly inviting her coach Wang Yu to assess the results of her all-night practice. Malkir, you should go to sleep now. You can't play games all the time, and doing so will turn you into a waste. Wang Yu warned sternly, snatching the controller from her hands and driving her back to her room. The bed inside was clearly tidied up, very clean, clearly the handiwork of Ball, who was very capable. Get in bed, and when you wake up, we'll call you for dinner. Wang Yu said, having reduced the use of sign language in their communication, which would help Malkir gradually master the language through contact. Though she was somewhat reluctant, Wang Yu was quite strict, and she could only mumble a few words before obediently lying down, while Wang Yu covered her with a blanket. Her limbs are a bit dirty. I'll have Ball give her a bath when there's time. Wang Yu thought to himself as he walked out, just in time to see the game paused on Rabbit Boss 15, directly turning it off, deciding to focus more on serious matters in the future. By the way, where's Ball? Wang Yu frowned slightly, also checking the kitchen, but not finding Ball, so he turned back to the bedroom, dug out the intercom from under the pillow, and directly called for Ball. I'm on the bridge. I need to investigate the data on the hard drive, and am currently attempting that. Oh, then I'll come over. After hearing this, Wang Yu finally felt relieved, casually grabbing a protein bar for breakfast, then preparing to inside the bridge. Sorry, Wang Yu. I thought the information in the console would be more important, so I took the liberty of coming over. I originally planned to go back after finishing, but the decryption was more difficult than I imagined, so I got delayed until now. Ball looked at Wang Yu with an apologetic expression. It's fine, it's good that nothing happened, but next time do let me know in advance to avoid acting alone as much as possible, because this ship is not that safe. Wang Yu said, which was also the truth. He might be fine, but if there were others like the unfamiliar Ball or some other strange individuals moving around the ship, that could be dangerous. At that moment, Ball was sitting on the floor, her eyes shining like lights, data continuously scrolling past her skin, also turning very rosy. It was Wang Yu's first time seeing Ball in this state. She had pulled out the cable from the back of her head. It was unclear whether it had been modified or directly connected, but it was plugged into the motherboard beneath the console. The black substance on it was stripped away, even lights were shining from inside. It seemed that while Ball was decrypting, she was also supplying power to the console's motherboard. This ship's security system is very advanced. Fortunately, the entire system is in offline mode, so the decryption difficulty is significantly reduced. But decryption still requires a quantum decoder to break through the firewall. I have related functions integrated within me, and I am currently attempting it. It should take about half an hour more to finish. However, due to the strict security system, there may be information lost during the brute force decryption process. Additionally, the hard drive's condition isn't great, so don't hold out too much hope. I can only try my best to restore it. Ball explained. Wang Yu nodded, not fully understanding. But he wouldn't force Ball to do things she couldn't. All he needed was her best effort. He looked at the captain's chair in the center. It hadn't changed much since he last left. Though it was somewhat akin to a living entity, it could still be regarded as an object and wouldn't attack other targets. Wang Yu directly exercised for half an hour right there until Ball stopped her actions, retracted the cable, and stood up from the ground. So did you find any valuable information? Wang Yu asked, and Ball nodded. Yes, the primary language used by this ship's system is also Chinese, which greatly reduces the difficulty of organizing the information. I am currently organizing it, and later it can be transmitted to the light brain for you to browse through these materials. Ball said, and it seemed the outcome was quite good, although it took a bit of time. Are you sure there are no issues? Your skin is still very red, and your ears too. Wang Yu reminded her, and Ball immediately touched her skin, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's all for heat dissipation. The decoding process consumes a lot of computing power, and am all alone without other channels for heat dissipation, so that's why. Don't mock me. Ball complained, looking quite cute in her reddened state. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile, even he didn't notice it. At any rate, it was good that nothing was wrong. The two walked toward the captain's room, preparing to check the results of this trip. After entering the captain's room, Bear did not immediately transmit data. Instead, he began rummaging through the luggage storage area and took out a black triangular prism, handing it to Wang Yu. He recognized this item. It was Bear's spare battery. In addition to the one inside, there were 3 more, each capable of supporting Bear's regular activities for over 30 days. Name: high-pressure solid-state metal battery for puppet mechanism. Use manufacturer link to technology regulatory level I. Civilian description: a high-energy chemical fuel cell, using solid electrolytes in a high-pressure environment as the energy storage medium, with a shell made of composite materials constructed from synthetic diamond and titanium alloy mesh, which ensures strength while preventing fuel leakage. Its energy density is over 100 times that of traditional chemical fuel cells and can undergo deep cycling over 5,000 times. Although the structural design basically eliminates the possibility of thermal runaway if the battery shell is damaged in impact, it could still lead to an explosion. Even an explosion. Help me change the battery. There's less than 1 power left, and charging it now will delay. Bear said, leaving Wang Yu looking confused. How could he change the battery for the puppet mechanism? This was beyond his knowledge. Where was it supposed to be installed? Bear didn't care about that. He directly sat on the ground, lifted the hair from the back of his head, and pulled down his collar, exposing his back. On his gray-white skin, there were faint silver lines embedded, resembling tattoos, but they were actually circuits within the skin. These circuits gathered in a central position just below the nape of his neck, where there was also a small shield-shaped block framed in metal with Bear's identification number, K44795482, inscribed in the center. Don't just stand there, quickly take out the battery compartment. If you delay, it will run out of power. Oh, right away. Wang Yu understood, or at least he thought he did. It should be this shield-shaped block. He tried to open it, and then... it hurts. Don't pry it with your nails, that's a button. There's a mechanical switch inside. Just press and hold for more than 10 seconds. Oh, sorry, I'll press it now. Wang Yu exclaimed, a bit flustered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he felt the temperature in the environment inexplicably rising, as if the air conditioning had been turned on. He pressed the small block as instructed. Indeed, there was a mechanical structure beneath the surface skin that required a long press, along with Bear's cooperation and confirmation, making it nearly impossible to open by mistake. After holding it for 10 seconds, the shield-shaped block finally popped out, revealing a battery compartment about 15 centimeters long, which emitted a rush of cold air upon opening, seemingly for temperature control while the battery was in operation. Wang Yu removed the battery, initially worried about connecting the positive and negative terminals incorrectly, but the battery compartment was designed with a deterrent or foolproof mechanism to prevent reverse insertion, so replacing it was no difficulty. He directly replaced it with the new battery, pressed the block, and the battery compartment closed smoothly. All done. Since the battery compartment is on the back, I can't change it easily, so I had to trouble you. Bear stood up and took the replaced battery from Wang Yu. Not a problem at all, Wang Yu chuckled, scratching his head, feeling that the puppet mechanism was indeed very advanced. This intricate mechanical structure had an inexplicable allure. After plugging the replaced battery back into the charger, Bear approached the holographic computer, took out a wire hidden in his wrist, and began transmitting data, forming a series of organized files or folders on the desktop, which included a considerable amount of content such as star maps, inventory lists, records of personnel in and out crew profiles, email records, system logs, and some scattered documents and videos. Wang Yu eagerly opened them, discovering that many contents were either blacked out or garbled, so he looked at bare. The hard drive's preservation condition is poor, information is missing, and there are access restrictions. Information accessible under public permissions is relatively easy to decrypt, but those involving privacy and security are more difficult. I have done my best to decrypt and organize it, but some missing information is unavoidable. Bear explained. I see. Wang Yu nodded, not quite understanding computer programs. This was entirely a different field. He continued to examine the extracted information. Can these star maps be related to our current location? No, there are no star maps that correspond to our coordinates. This may be due to activities by Hijira, and it will require further verification over time. Thank you for your help. Wang Yu clicked through each file. The inventory list mentioned the Fian 1 landing pod purchased from the Interstellar Trading Station store with a price tag of 19999 credit points, which felt quite expensive. I didn't see the Heretic Crusher in the list. Isn't that thing supposed to be on the deep space ship? Wang Yu wondered, flipping through the list again. Most items were daily necessities and equipment purchased, including collected samples, but personal belongings were not registered, perhaps due to insufficient permissions or being recorded elsewhere. The Chuyan series research vessels. So this spaceship is actually a product of the four-legged fish company. Wang Yu found information on this spaceship, but it seemed incompatible with the current deep space ship. Then there were the personnel in and out records, which held little value, as it was unclear how long ago the content was from. Even a single name and ID didn't reveal who they referred to. However, it appeared there were no records of Brother Cat entering or exiting, as the race was all listed as human. Finally, there were crew profiles, email records, and system logs, but most of the information involving privacy and security had been blacked out. It could only be determined that the total number of crew members on the ship had exceeded 50, which closely matched Wang Yu's previous estimate of the crew size. However, with Bear's efforts, some valuable content was still unearthed, partly preserved in the form of scattered text records and images or videos. For instance, there was a video of the operation of an overweight fusion engine, which Wang Yu saw for the first time. Its structure resembled a dazzling miniature sun, surrounded by several rings that floated and rotated, unclear as to what principle it operated on. But from the textual descriptions, it seemed this device was highly likely controlled through gravitational fields to constrain the nuclear fusion reaction process, somewhat akin to a star. Thus, it was also a form of controllable nuclear fusion, but the difficulty was far greater than magnetic confinement schemes, a technology that seemed to exist only in dreams, and it had effortlessly achieved miniaturization. From the image, the entire engine appeared to be less than 2.5 meters in height. This engine was extraordinarily valuable, with the credit points needed for repairs being astronomical. It was uncertain where it was located on the ship, but fixing it would certainly not be an easy task. Additionally, there were some blurry photos, all taken by internal cameras of the crew, which held little value. But the person in this image is nearly 3 meters tall. Are you sure there's no mistake? At least 2.5 meters. Wang Yu pointed at the shadowy figure in the picture, who was also one of the crew members, as indicated by the uniform color. From a genetic perspective, the creator, that is to say the long-eared people in your human race, wouldn't naturally grow this tall. However, the image is a bit blurry. Perhaps they were wearing powered armor. Bear deduced, but Wang Yu did not agree. He always felt that the figure in the image looked somewhat familiar. Suspecting it was the former Hammer brother, who had always been quite robust. Wang Yu and Ball continued to examine and browse through the fragmented information, and soon made a discovery, pointed out by Ball. Otherwise, if it were Wang Yu, he would likely have overlooked this video recorded in the cafeteria. The valuable information was posted on a notice on the wall, unobtrusive and easily ignored. However, after Bao's reminder and further magnification, the content of the notice made Wang Yu take it seriously, as it read, Regulations for Hyperspace Navigation. 1. Before entering hyperspace, do not linger in the corridor. Ensure that you are in a relatively enclosed room. Close the door and avoid getting lost in the chaotic flow of hyperspace. 2. Before entering hyperspace, please confirm the number of crew members and ensure that you can contact each other. If there is an abnormality in the number of personnel during the voyage, do not panic. Immediately check and identify the intruder, who may be a chaotic information entity, an evil spirit in hyperspace. Stay vigilant and eliminate the threat, or leave hyperspace as soon as it is safe. This information entity typically dissipates or collapses quickly after leaving hyperspace due to the lack of a real-world anchor point. 3. During hyperspace navigation, if you encounter knocking calls for help or any similar events, please do not respond or wait for them to disappear. All doors on the ship have a self-recognition system, and as long as you have permission, there should be no issue with doors not opening. 4. During hyperspace navigation, the space inside the ship may experience extension or expansion, such as corridors changing direction with new paths or additional rooms appearing. Please do not enter these expanded spaces to avoid getting lost in the chaotic flow of hyperspace. Remember the correct rooms and paths, and make marks in advance. 5. If you accidentally fall into the chaotic flow of hyperspace, do not panic. Immediately return along the original path. If you cannot return, ensure your safety. As much as possible, strive to survive and look for opportunities to escape the chaos. 6. After escaping the chaos, you may find yourself on another ship navigating through hyperspace. At this point, do not conflict with the crew on board. Immediately clarify your identity and submit to supervision until you leave hyperspace. According to the Interstellar Union Management Regulations, you will be extradited back to your home planet ship or other affiliated locations. 7. During hyperspace navigation, there may be hyperspace creatures or even information entities invading. UI personnel must be arranged for patrol and vigilance. Do not communicate with these creatures or information entities. Eliminate them as quickly as possible to prevent further damage to the ship's structure. After clearing the threat, implement purification measures of the highest standard. If you encounter lost individuals seeking help, you must judge their authenticity yourself. The regulations do not provide any reference. 8. During hyperspace navigation, exploration and perception of the external space of the ship are prohibited except for the navigator. Be sure to turn off all sensors before entering hyperspace and keep them off until exiting. 9. After exiting hyperspace, a complete sweep of the ship must be conducted to ensure that all hyperspace creatures and information entities are eliminated. 10. If any crew member exhibits abnormal behavior, remain calm and isolate both yourself and them, as the abnormality may also be within yourself. Wait until after leaving hyperspace to seek treatment. Note this guideline consists of 10 articles, all uniformly written in black font. If you notice any changes in color, font, or the number of guidelines, simply ignore them. Wang Yu felt increasingly alarmed as he read, recalling his experiences upon arrival, which suddenly explained many things. Why the corridor seemed shorter, why the number of rooms appeared reduced, why Brother Hammer was on patrol, and why the creature known as the Light Lizard suddenly appeared. All were influenced by hyperspace. Even Wang Yu's appearance on the deep space was, perhaps, due to hyperspace. What exactly is this hyperspace, and why is it so strange? Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a headache after reading. Soon they too would plunge into hyperspace, leaving them. If they did not pay attention to these regulations, they might very well not know how they died. Hyperspace navigation. This should be a technology invented to break the lightspeed barrier, a rather advanced level, and we do not possess the relevant technology, not even knowing what hyperspace is, let alone explain it. Ball also shook his head, looking at these 10 regulations with even more confusion on his face than Wang Yu. However, the emergence of these regulations did provide another possibility regarding Malkir's origin. Malkir likely came from the chaotic flow of hyperspace, possibly having wandered into the deep space, and then being captured and confined by the crew. As for the deep space, this ship probably had an accident during a previous hyperspace voyage that transformed it into its current state. We need to take advantage of this time to prepare what needs to be prepared, especially for entering hyperspace. It's best to mark the doors to avoid mistakes. Wang Yu planned in his heart, gradually forming a plan in his mind. They actually had a considerable advantage, as the patrol task could be handed over to Brother Hammer, while the disposal of corpses could be entrusted to Brother Pig. A large part of the risk was shared by these two brothers, and all they needed to do was take care of themselves. But how does hyperspace navigation work? It requires a navigator, but where do we find one? Wang Yu looked at Ball, who stared back with wide eyes as if to say, "You're the captain of this ship. Why are you asking me?" However, the term navigator seemed familiar to Wang Yu from somewhere. Wang Yu recalled that it was from Malkir's helmet. Yet he did not believe that Malkir could be a navigator. That helmet must belong to someone else, but perhaps he could borrow it and try to navigate. In any case, once the hyperspace channel opens, well, no. Wang Yu added. After all, they had no choice. They must escape this star domain, leaving the influence of the demon star Hegra behind. The only path was through hyperspace. Time reached noon. Wang Yu continued his physical training as usual. Ball was checking the computer host and control panel that Wang Yu had brought back earlier, trying to find more valuable information to complete the intelligence. The preservation condition of these items was generally worse than that of the control panel in the bridge. Although the black substance in the bridge looked disgusting, it actually provided a relatively stable environment by wrapping the electronic components, so the overall condition was somewhat better. Body modification. Wang Yu gazed at the photo of Thor and felt that the possibility was quite high. This seemed to be a world that discussed science and theory. Merely exercising would not enable one to become as robust as Thor, as the limits were predetermined. Those time travel novels also introduced the concepts of spiritual energy or magical power. The idea that one could become capable of moving mountains through fitness was simply too far-fetched. No matter how hard he trained, achieving a grip strength of over 100 kilograms was possible, especially if one had talent. It could even be much higher. However, no matter how one trained, even with drugs and the 9 dragons' power, it was impossible to possess a grip strength of 1 ton. Human physiology simply did not allow for it. Strength must come from equipment, or through physical modification, or mastering psychic energy. He contemplated the direction of his future strength, not abandoning the thought of becoming a powerful warrior. What he said earlier on the mech star was not mere empty words. Let's keep practicing. After all, the body is the foundation of everything, and laying a solid foundation is always right. Wang Yu thought practicing for nearly another hour in the afternoon, then began to seek combat techniques from Ball heading to the corridor. They didn't bring any cold weapons with them, but the small knife, wrench, and screwdriver in the toolbox, even the angle grinder, could serve as weapons of fists and feet, were also weapons, though the damage was limited. Blocking and agile movements could create opportunities for counterattacks, which included shooting back. Thus the two practiced against each other for about half an hour. During this time, Wang Yu was subdued or tripped by Ball several times, but he wasn't injured as the force was well controlled. However, for another reason, their practice was forced to end, because Cat Kier had woken up and was begging for food. 3 weeks later, life aboard the deep space had stabilized, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Wang Yu activated the self-disciplined life talent again, finishing a day of training and starting to assess his physique 6, 42,200, willpower 9, 357, 1600, reflex 6, 15,200, immunity 5, 31,100, inspiration 7, 249400. The growth rate remained quite slow, but reflex had reached 6, yet still far from 7. On the other hand, the experience in willpower and inspiration had increased significantly due to frequent connections with the deep space recently. Before he fully adapted to the connection, it was estimated that the growth of these two attributes would have no bottlenecks, and the growth rate was quite considerable. But other attributes were more difficult. There was no breakthrough point, and he could only practice slowly. Wang Yu drank a glass of water to replenish fluids and looked at the tuber that had sprouted green shoots. In his spare time, Wang Yu enjoyed staring at them. Over the past few days, Ball had implemented light blocking measures, essentially covering it with a layer of black film to provide a dark environment. The green shoots above could continuously receive light and conduct photosynthesis. In this environment with gravity, the difficulty of hydroponics decreased significantly, as plants would naturally grow upwards without the need for human intervention. Such high-quality, fast-growing potato-like crops could be harvested in about 35 days, meaning that in another 2 weeks they could eat fresh space potatoes. Mashed potatoes, potato cakes, fries. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Because for the past few days they had only been eating wheat products, jerky, and protein mush, he was almost sick of it. Although Bao's cooking was excellent, able to prepare various dishes, the limited conditions meant the only seasonings available were salt and sugar. Eating too much would still become monotonous. He wished he had brought some canned meat. Wang Yu fantasized about how to eat these potatoes while watching them grow slowly. Unfortunately, due to limited conditions, he also wanted to raise chickens. Both eggs and chicken meat were delicious, and he could start a space farming industry. Come play. A voice different from Bao's, somewhat mispronounced, and sounding like a girl who had just learned to speak, rang out. Wang Yu looked over and saw Cat Kier, who had learned a little broken Chinese with a painfully limited vocabulary. Upon seeing her, Wang Yu felt a headache. Indeed, Cat Kier was quite obedient with decent combat power. She could take on Wang Yu 3 times over, both in and out of games, and had considerable talent in certain areas with a not low IQ. But when it came to learning, it was simply a nightmare. Wang Yu and Ball had been unable to get good results from her. Being able to write a few awkward Chinese characters and understand simple sentences was already the current limit. Teaching someone was truly a painful task, especially when the other party struggled to learn. He and Ball took turns teaching Cat Kier every night, imparting some knowledge. They couldn't let her live like a wild beast forever. No playing. Too much gaming can make one stupid. Wang Yu decisively refused. Liar, sister, Ball is not stupid. Cat Kier objected, implying that Ball played games well, but she wasn't stupid, so Wang Yu was lying. It was quite logical, just lacking in expressive ability. If you solve this mixed addition and subtraction problem, I'll play with you. Wang Yu threw out a question, which was also Cat Kier's homework from last night, but she had been getting it wrong. Wow. Cat Kier grumbled in dissatisfaction, turning her head away, ignoring the problem. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Wang Yu is super weak. Kier is super strong. This was probably mocking Wang Yu's poor gaming skills. She was quite smart. Even if she couldn't do simple addition and subtraction, she could intuitively grasp the art of provocation. Wang Yu's eye twitched, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. He had to teach her a lesson, to let her know the harshness of the world. Wang Yu took the controller, entered a series of incomprehensible commands, selected the question mark character, and began the showdown in Rabbit Domination 15. This was actually a hidden cheat command that Wang Yu had secretly implanted with Bao's help over the past few days. After entering it, he could directly play against the final boss of the story mode, and Wang Yu had practiced a bit. He was simply invincible, as any touch would result in instant death, and even blocking would lose significant health. Thus Wang Yu finally completed a counterattack, achieving a 5-game winning streak. Despite being somewhat despicable, Wang Yu is a liar. Cat Kier exclaimed in anger, her face scrunching up, evident even through the helmet's glass. However, her verbal attacks fell on Wang Yu's wall-like face, which was entirely impervious to pain. What did I lie to you about? This is all my strength, all right. The so-called victors are kings, and losers must admit defeat. You. Wang Yu. Fool. Cat Kier couldn't comprehend complex sentences, but she grasped the general meaning from Wang Yu's expression and tone. She probably wanted to say Wang Yu was being unscrupulous, shameless, and impudent, but her limited vocabulary made it impossible to express her intended meaning accurately, let alone convey any aggression. She was nearly driven to create new vocabulary by Wang Yu's indifferent expression and mocking attitude. Little one, I can't even pin you down. Wang Yu was in a good mood. The frustration that had built up from losing continuously had completely dissipated, and he began to think about what to eat tonight. Another 3 weeks passed. Wang Yu successfully indulged in fries and hash browns, which tasted exquisite, though it was a significant oversight not to bring ketchup and chili. This couldn't be blamed on Ball, as he considered which supplies to bring from a survival perspective, thus placing low priority on seasonings and spices, which were merely luxuries to enhance quality of life. However, when they reached the next planet, if given the chance, he would definitely bring back some seasonings or even snacks. Eating was truly essential. While Ball, being a robot, might not feel it, Wang Yu sensed that continuously consuming bland food could lead to a loss of hope and joy in life, even if it wouldn't result in starvation. Meanwhile, during this time, Cat Kier hadn't asked Wang Yu to spar in games again, often sporting a sulky expression, thankfully not blowing air at him. This made Wang Yu reflect on whether he had been too harsh, as the other party's cognition and behavior were akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. There was really no need to take things too seriously. I need to find an opportunity to ease the relationship, Wang Yu was contemplating when he suddenly received a challenge. Come play. Cat Kier handed him a controller while Wang Yu was still doing push-ups. Are you sure? I won't go easy on you, Wang Yu said, to which Cat Kier seriously nodded. The fighting commenced. Wang Yu once again summoned the final boss as his character and started battling with Cat Kier. In the very first round, he felt something was off, as he was actually defeated by Cat Kier. She was disturbingly familiar with the boss moves, clearly having practiced, and had likely prepared for this for a long time. The only potential training partner could be Ball. It couldn't possibly be Thor, given there were only a few people here. These two had actually teamed up against him in secret. After several minutes, Wang Yu undoubtedly faced a 3-game losing streak. To the victor go the spoils. Wang Yu is terrible, you need to practice more, Cat Kier mockingly taunted, causing Wang Yu to suppress a laugh. It was evident that Ball had taught her. Wang Yu turned to glare at the mastermind behind it, as Ball was also watching and even chuckled. Why don't you play with her? But if you have the time, teach her some things beyond gaming as well, Wang Yu said with a smile, not minding it, and stood up to head towards the bridge. I'll go with you, Ball said. No need, you stay here and keep Cat Kier company. We've explored this level dozens of times, and she has already unlocked all the doors that were previously shut. There's no danger, Wang Yu said as he left the captain's room, since it was time to check and adjust the route of the deep space. He had confirmed with Ball over the past few days and had simulated calculations with the light brain. He had a good grasp of the subsequent routes in his mind and just needed to make adjustments step by step. The deep space was about to approach the planet closest to the star, being captured by its gravity, and would then orbit around it until it reached the most suitable position to open the hyperspace channel. So this week might be the last stretch of time they would stay in this star system. Wang Yu walked down the corridor, deliberately taking a detour to the sunny side of the side ring corridor. The light here was bright, but the temperature was not too high, around 20 degrees, suggesting that the special glass material had strong heat insulation and radiation protection effects. This was nearly standard equipment for a spaceship, but the brightness was indeed dazzling, so Wang Yu wore goggles. From this angle, the planet closest to the star looked as if it were being scorched, with the sunlit side even showing faint glowing spots, possibly connected lines of flowing lava or something similar. The dark side was pitch black, but due to the lack of atmosphere, the temperature could plummet to sub-zero levels, representing a hellish scene of extreme contrasts. Such a planet would be very difficult to harbor life. At least carbon-based organisms and organic life forms could not survive, and Wang Yu had yet to encounter any other forms of life. He surveyed the planet, and the reason he had come to take a look was that he had been pondering a question. If a civilization were advanced enough with technology at a high level, could they ignore the habitability of most planets and colonize them forcibly, just like the one before him? Then they could modify the atmospheric environment of the planet, enhance its habitability, and even establish a closed ecological urban circle. This was entirely feasible, and there existed civilizations that met these conditions, such as the civilization behind the deep space. Yet the system required Wang Yu to search for habitable planets. Shouldn't the universe be filled with habitable planets transformed by advanced civilizations? This presented a contradiction, becoming a paradox, because while advanced civilizations indeed existed, habitable planets still needed to be sought after. Wang Yu had been contemplating this question for several days and had discussed it with Ball, even reaching out to Sophia for the outcomes of the discussions all pointed in the same direction. Advanced civilizations had mutually chosen not to do so, which was why life in the universe remained scarce and habitable planets were pitifully few. Additionally, there were several other interpretations such as the universe being too vast and boundless, placing them in a remote area without any colonies of advanced civilizations. Or perhaps the costs of doing so were too high with little return. Furthermore, it could be that these advanced civilizations had all perished or that the vast majority had been wiped out, possibly due to wars or disasters, with malevolent entities like the demon star Hydra ravaging, ultimately leading to the current state of the universe. Wang Yu personally leaned towards the latter interpretation, but for now he still needed more clues and intelligence to support it. The door to the bridge opened. Wang Yu walked in, heading straight for the captain's chair. After connecting countless times, Wang Yu had grown accustomed to it, becoming adept at a series of operations. The connection time had also increased, resembling a desensitization process. He plopped down into the seat, being swallowed once more, while the deep space navigating through the void awakened, and control shifted to Wang Yu. The entire ship began to turn, preparing to enter the target planet's orbit. Afterward, it would adjust speed, change the altitude of the trajectory, move to the dark side, and reach a point where the star's gravity would overlap, at which point the deep space could open the hyperspace gate and officially depart. Everything was proceeding according to plan. But just as the deep space completed its designated orbital calibration and Wang Yu was preparing to rise and leave, suddenly an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him, as if an attack was imminent. This was not Wang Yu's premonition, but the deep space's warning simply transmitted due to the connection. The danger came from behind. The deep space ship was struck by an earthquake, or more precisely, the entire vessel was impacted by an unknown. In the captain's quarters, Ball and Malkier immediately noticed the anomaly. Lightweight items like the plates on the table quickly fell during the tremors, hitting the ground, but remaining undamaged, as they were made of metal. In contrast, the operating hydroponic chamber experienced a small glass shattering inexplicably, causing the misted nutrient solution to leak out, with several newly sprouted tubers spilling out as well. Ball tried to save important items to avoid unnecessary losses from the impact, with the most crucial and fragile being the light brain, which she promptly held onto. The impact lasted nearly 5 seconds before ceasing, leaving the captain's quarters in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a typhoon. Unfortunately, it was merely chaotic, and the losses were not significant. Malkier stood up at the moment of impact, having heard the sharp noise akin to a mountain roar or tsunami. Her body trembled continuously, quickly curling up and hiding in a corner. This sequence of actions was as smooth as flowing water, showing a remarkable level of proficiency that had almost become a conditioned reflex. Afterward, Malkier began to vomit on the floor, unusually removing her helmet. What she expelled mostly consisted of her lunch from earlier, interspersed with noticeable crimson, indicating her body had indeed been affected. However, Ball did not linger. She instructed Malkier to stay there, while she dashed out towards the bridge, as they were still uncertain about Wang Yu's situation. About 10 seconds later, the metal gate of the bridge opened, and Ball rushed in, hearing faint coughing sounds from Wang Yu. Had just gotten up from the captain's chair, having undergone a dual trial of hunger and impact. He now felt numb all over, slumped before the captain's chair, unable to rise for quite some time. Wang Yu, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body? Ball jogged over to Wang Yu and helped him sit up. Cough. I'm okay, much better than last time. I just feel extremely hungry and crave the big pancakes you made, Wang Yu said with a bitter smile, showing that he had not lost consciousness from the impact and had no bleeding from his mouth or nose, indicating a significant improvement from his previous episode. However, this was merely superficial. In reality, the purple blotches in Wang Yu's vision were encroaching upon it, like living entities, causing him to see alternating patches of purple and normality, even writhing, making him feel nauseous. This was likely the same affliction that old Bruin could not bear before his death. Wang Yu forced himself to ignore the discomfort, and his vision gradually cleared. In addition, there were illnesses brought about by the impact. Many of these ailments were nearly impossible to detect solely based on the patient's feelings, especially in the early to mid-stages. Thus, many diseases became terminal once diagnosed. Wang Yu, you need a comprehensive examination. The deep space ship lacks the conditions for that, so we must return to Machine Star. And Malkier too, she needs it as well, Ball stated seriously, her expression earnest, but Wang Yu shook his head in refusal. No way. You know well that Hydra's release of shocks is becoming more frequent. We cannot turn back, as the next time could be even worse, or we might not be able to leave at all. This may be our last chance to escape this star region. I don't want to be trapped here, Wang Yu asserted, maintaining his basic judgment even in the face of potential illness. But we'll think of a way once we reach the next star region. I won't have any issues in the short term. At that time, we can seek help from other civilizations, or go to the interstellar trading station, where conditions will only improve. In fact, I might not even be sick. Look at me now, I'm fine, just feeling hungry, but that's a residual effect from the deep spaceship's connection. Wang Yu stood up, proving that he was in reasonably good condition. Ball fell silent, knowing Wang Yu was right. Her emotional simulator had led to a misjudgment. Upon careful reflection, she found herself unable to refute Wang Yu's judgment. At certain moments, the decisions made by organic life forms can be even colder and more decisive than those made by computer algorithms, nearly instinctive. What about Mao Qir's condition? Wang Yu changed the subject, inquiring about Cat Brother's situation. She has also been affected, but it's hard to say for sure. Her constitution is quite special. Some ordinary ailments may not affect her at all, but we need to wait for the examination report, which we cannot conduct here. Ball explained the situation in the captain's quarters, mentioning that Mao Qir had not lost consciousness. Wang Yu suspected that the helmet had provided some protective effect. Coupled with Cat Brother's superhuman physical condition, there was indeed little to worry about. Additionally, the hydroponic chamber had a breach that needed repair. The issue was minor, and the freshwater circulation system was intact. The light brain was unharmed, but they needed to check the external telescopes and various sensors for any damage. As the two headed toward the captain's quarters, Wang Yu appeared unfazed, though his body showed no obvious signs. But ultimately, Wang Yu was aware of whether his body had been affected because he had the system. His health limit had dropped to 97 after the impact. Although it was much better than before, it was enough to indicate that something was wrong with his body, even if he could not confirm the specific illness. Please don't let it be a rapidly worsening disease. Wang Yu silently prayed, relying on his luck, hoping it would help him through this ordeal. After all, he had only lost 3 points of health, so it shouldn't be serious. Moreover, the number in his palm had changed to 2, indicating that his talent had indeed played a role, potentially negating any rapidly fatal or dangerous diseases. The two entered the captain's quarters, which was still a mess. However, as soon as they entered, they were met with a nauseating metallic smell. There was a lot of brown pus and filth on the floor, originating from Mao Qir, as she had vomited. Mixed in were remnants of her undigested food. "I'm back. Well, I've made a mess on the floor." Mao Qir said, her speech much smoother than before, and unusually without her helmet, likely because she had just vomited. "You vomited blood?" Wang Yu exclaimed in shock, looking at the ground, and then at the standing Mao Qir, who showed no signs of abnormality in her demeanor or complexion, even appearing healthier than himself. This might be a detoxification. A capacity to expel diseased tissues from within through vomiting, Ball speculated. Based on Cat Brother's previous performance in a vacuum environment, her judgment was likely accurate. Because Cat Brother did not seem to be suffering or afflicted by a severe illness. Instead, worried about dirtying the floor and being reprimanded by Wang Yu and Ball, she averted her gaze, completely unable to meet their eyes. This minor issue would certainly not lead to reprimand, as it was something that needed to be cleaned anyway. It would just waste a considerable amount of water, but fortunately their reserves were still adequate. The three of them worked together, taking about an hour to clean and reorganize the captain's quarters. During this time, Ball tested the external telescope's radar and other sensors through the light brain, and found no issues. Only the hydroponic chamber needed repair, which could be fixed with a suitably sized steel plate. Additionally, they had contacted Sophia on Machine Star. More precisely, it was a message sent from there first, as they had also experienced an impact. The results were fairly good. Although the impact began to affect the machine servants, their mechanical bodies had inherent advantages, preventing illness, and broken parts could be directly replaced. Ball also conducted a self-check, confirming that her body was fine and everything was normal. A week later, the deep space vessel successfully entered the planet's orbit. After completing the final preparations, they would make another adjustment to the orbit, then enter the area of gravitational overlap. At that point, they would open the gateway to the subspace and escape this starry void. During this time, Wang Yu was also secretly observing his physical condition, and even Ball was monitoring it, but no issues were detected. Wang Yu maintained his exercise routine as before without neglecting it. However, only he knew what was wrong. After each intense workout, he felt a subtle discomfort in his chest, even a desire to cough. This was definitely a problem, not just psychological as it happened every time. Is it a lung issue? Or a heart problem? Wang Yu found it hard to judge, but either way it could be fatal. He could only pray that after the subspace journey, he would quickly find a place to heal. For now, he still had to prepare for the entry into subspace. They marked each door and door frame. It was done by Mao Qir, and the markings were simple, yet bold, consisting of a cat head symbol and a straightforward number. If a door or the sides of its frame bore such markings, it indicated that it was a normal door, avoiding the risk of accidentally entering an abnormal space during subspace travel due to spatial expansion and stretching, which could lead to being caught in subspace turbulence. Apart from controlling the ship's navigation and connecting to the deep space vessel, everyone else had to stay inside the captain's cabin, ignoring whatever happened outside, and all sensors had to be turned off to prevent any probing of the external situation. Then the three of them had to act together, as being alone was a major taboo. Finally, Mao Qir, can I borrow your helmet during the subspace journey? Wang Yu said, pointing to his head, and then to her helmet. This was the navigator's equipment, which could be very important during the subspace travel, so Wang Yu wanted to borrow it. Ugh. Mao Kier let out a reluctant sound, pouting her lips, but after a few seconds, she took off the helmet and handed it to Wang Yu, resembling a child reluctantly offering up their toy. Not right now, I mean later when we enter subspace, I might need it, just giving you a heads up. Wang Yu explained. Clearly Mao Kier didn't fully understand. However, asking to borrow the helmet wasn't difficult, and it was thanks to the increased rapport from their previous interactions. Additionally, if you perform well during the subspace travel, I might reward you with a tasty cat food can. Wang Yu pulled out a cat food can, which was originally for Mao Kier, but he shamelessly claimed it as a reward after you. He just didn't understand why Cat Brother hid these cans. Upon hearing that there would be a can as a reward, Cat Brother visibly perked up, nodding vigorously. Children are just children, easily coaxed. Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh, looking at Ball and asking her to simulate the orbit calculation on the light brain once more, as it was the final crucial moment that could not afford any mistakes. 5 days later, Wang Yu reconnected to the deep space vessel, completing the planned orbital change. After this completion, he did not leave the bridge, and both Ball and Mao Kier were there. In 5 hours, the deep space vessel would reach the dark side of the planet along the elliptical orbit, entering the area of gravitational overlap. At that time, it would be the perfect moment to enter subspace, so all the crew gathered to act together. They even brought plenty of food and water, including weapons and spacesuits, having considered almost all scenarios, just waiting to act. Let's eat something first and take a break. Ball laid out some clean cloths, setting up several plates of food. Although it was mostly snacks made from potatoes, pies, and jerky, the taste was actually not bad. Mao Kier liked meat, so she devoured several pieces of jerky, chewing them happily. Wang Yu preferred fries as the jerky was too tough and hurt his jaw when eaten in excess. Have you told Sophia and the others that we are officially leaving? Wang Yu asked Ball, since the light brain was also in her hands, monitoring the status of the deep space vessel. Upon hearing this, Ball hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded, indicating that she had said goodbye beforehand. Sophia told us to pay attention to safety and have a smooth journey. She will always remember us. Wang Yu was about to complain that this was an ominous statement, but Ball continued, without pausing, finishing what Sophia had said. She also said that once they successfully eliminate Higra, they would vigorously promote the development of aerospace technology, creating large spacecraft, and would come to find us then. Ball said. As she spoke, Wang Yu lost all thoughts of complaining, remaining silent for a few seconds before speaking up. Please pass on a message to Sophia for me, just say. Wish them success in their plans. Wang Yu said, not cursing their return, but genuinely hoping for their. As time approached, the deep space vessel had fully plunged into darkness, entering the planet's dark side, and was only about 10 minutes away from reaching the designated area. If they missed it, they would have to spend considerable time circling back. Here, pass me the helmet. We need to be prepared for any unexpected situations. Wang Yu said, asking Mao Kier for the spiritual vision guardian helmet, preparing to connect with the deep space vessel. This time, he even put on the exoskeleton armor directly, with a beam pistol hanging from his chest, and another at his waist in case of any emergencies. Ball turned off all sensors, readying her submachine gun, while the only thing left on the ground's light brain was a green countdown as a reminder for the timing of action. Alright, everyone is ready. Wang Yu reiterated, walking towards the central seat of the command bridge. Even Mao Kier stood up, her hair and fur on her limbs bristling, entering a state of alert, her sharp claws replacing the fingers tucked inside her paw, anxiously staring at the main door of the command bridge. When the countdown reached the last 30 seconds, Wang Yu put on the limited edition spiritual vision guardian helmet with a cat head design, sat back down in the captain's seat, and prepared to open the gateway to subspace. Wang Yu's senses once again connected with the deep space vessel, and his vision was transported directly into the depths of the universe. Before him loomed a massive planet, nearly blocking all the light emitted from the star, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. However, the deep space vessel's sensory capabilities were not limited to visible light. After numerous connections, Wang Yu grew increasingly familiar with the vessel's abilities. During a discussion with Ball, she proposed a possibility. That is to say, when Wang Yu connected with the deep space vessel, the reason he could see the subsequent flight path was that the vessel could perceive nearly the entire spectrum of light. It even included electric fields, magnetic fields, and even gravitational fields, which is why it knew where it would move next and could visualize the upcoming flight routes. This was quite impressive. Even the most advanced sensors would find it hard to achieve. However, overly strong and complex sensory inputs would increase Wang Yu's load during connection, so some senses might not be constantly active. Usually, they only received visible light and were fully activated only during orbital perception or certain urgent situations. Wang Yu needed to master the ability to adjust these sensory inputs to prolong the connection time, while also adapting to hunger, which posed challenges to both his willpower and inspiration. This time, to open the subspace channel, he had to push this sensory ability to its limits, find the weak points in the surrounding spatial distortions, break through space, and enter the subspace. The stronger the gravity, the more likely such weak points would appear. This is the spot. Wang Yu successfully identified the weak point and charged straight into it. From a third-person perspective, one would see a rock-like spaceship entering the planet's shadow. It was first engulfed by darkness, then faint points of light appeared on its surface, activated eyes that adorned the ship. Next, the ship veered off its original course and flew sideways, then it vanished as if swallowed by the void. Far away on the machine, the mechanical servants recorded this scene, feeling quite astonished. From Wang Yu's perspective, he only felt as if he had shattered something and entered a bumpy tunnel. Upon awakening, he saw a bizarre world that shook his very spirit. How to describe it? It was like being stuffed into a kaleidoscope plagued by severe light pollution, while hundreds of loudspeakers were tied to his ears, playing a cacophony of sounds, creating an unbearable background noise. In just a brief moment, Wang Yu's consciousness was severed by the dizziness. Not to mention what to do next, he could. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only an instant, and those scattered light sources seemed to be filtered through a sieve, causing the entire world to shift from bright to dark. At the same time, the sound systems around his ears were turned down to the lowest volume, almost reduced to a whisper. As long as he did not scrutinize, there was no discomfort. Wang Yu's cognition also restored at this time, feeling a sense of dread for the images he had seen earlier still lingered in his vision. They were not illusions. In that brief moment, his brain had nearly been overwhelmed by the vast amount of information, but fortunately, it only lasted an instant. This must have been the effect of the Spirit Vision Guardian helmet, which filtered out a large amount of meaningless information and noise, giving Wang Yu a chance to glimpse into the subspace. Otherwise, relying solely on Wang Yu's nerves and brain, in just an instant, he would have been swept away by the torrent of overwhelming information, reduced to incoherent mumbling, possibly suffering lifelong disabilities and becoming a fool. Fortunately, I borrowed the helmet from Capbrother. This should be an essential piece of equipment for navigators, though I wonder where she got it from. Wang Yu felt a wave of relief, glad that he had prepared beforehand. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, for even with the filtered vision, if he observed for too long, his mind would still be affected. His rationality was dropping at an alarming rate, likely only able to hold on for a few minutes. Before his eyes was a bizarre starry sky. The background did not resemble the pure black of a normal universe, but appeared as if ambient lights were installed, constantly changing colors in a wholly unpredictable manner. Moreover, celestial bodies existed, differing in size and color, though it was uncertain whether these were products filtered by the helmet or their true images. These objects did not adhere to the laws of celestial motion, flying about chaotically, as if gravity did not exist here. In a normal universe, excluding wandering celestial bodies, most would orbit around a massive target under the influence of gravity, achieving balance. Yet here there were celestial bodies moving in straight lines, some that remained motionless and others that intertwined in spirals. In short, all sorts of movements existed. Wang Yu even saw a celestial body drawing a pentagram. Moreover, the distance between celestial bodies was very close, which was another reason Wang Yu doubted the existence of gravity here. For those spiral-moving celestial bodies, there were not just one or two, but they were connected in a line, one after another, spiraling up together, their trajectories resembling two intertwined springs or the spiral structure of stretched DNA. Upon reaching a certain height, these celestial bodies would disappear, then inexplicably reappear from below, repeating the spiral ascent process. Here it seemed that all physical laws were rendered ineffective. This was an incomprehensible world. The deep space vessel crawled slowly within this space, having been almost at a standstill since its entry, its original kinetic energy and inertia compressed to nearly zero in the subspace. The navigator's duty was likely to restart the journey within this space, avoiding these celestial bodies, finding a passage for the spaceship, and ultimately returning to the real universe. Wang Yu's intuition told him that if he accidentally collided with, or even grazed these celestial bodies, the outcome would hardly be better than crashing into a planet. In fact, the chances of survival from the latter would be far greater than the former. As for how to reach the target point and leave the subspace to return to the real universe, Wang Yu had roughly figured out it should be through the doors scattered throughout the subspace. There were several at the place he burst into, which should correspond to massive celestial bodies in the real universe. The greater the mass, the larger the door, making it easier to exit, similar to how one entered. These doors were likely the products of the helmet, collecting information and materializing it. They were probably not actual doors, but weak spatial points merely presented in the form of doors to facilitate Wang Yu's discovery and confirmation of these points. Behind Wang Yu, approximately 3.0 kilometers away, there existed an enormous door so massive that nearby celestial bodies appeared minuscule, and upon approaching, it would inexplicably vanish, akin to a forbidden zone. Wang Yu merely glanced at it, and the purple veins rooted in his vision became active, beginning to corrupt everything he saw, forcing him to quickly avert his gaze and no longer focus on what lay behind. That enormous door undoubtedly represented the demon star Hydra. Although it was invisible in the real universe, its mass was so immense that it was beyond calculation, naturally bending space-time and forming a weak point. Isn't this 10-kilometer distance roughly comparable to a light year in real space? Wang Yu speculated for the distance to the demon star Higra might be around 3000 light years. But if that were the case, the doors representing planets and stars around him should be closely packed together, possibly even overlapping. Yet in reality, there were still several dozen to 100 meters of distance between these doors. Thus perhaps this 10 kilometers here did not represent a light year in the real universe. It might be an unstable figure, even dynamic, but far larger than the 10 kilometers in the real universe, making movement here billions of times more efficient or even higher. Only in this way could they possibly traverse distances on a cosmic scale in a short time, reaching another distant starry sky. The deep space vessel experienced violent turbulence as it plunged into subspace, took nearly 7 minutes to accelerate again, and finally resumed smooth navigation. This was a tremendous challenge for Wang Yu, as his experience with subspace navigation was nearly non-existent, and even in normal space, he was merely a novice captain. However, within those brief 7 minutes, he grasped the principles of subspace navigation, and based on the movement of surrounding celestial bodies, identified a relatively safe route, devising a short-term navigation plan that was nothing short of miraculous. If another navigator had been present to hear about Wang Yu's feat, their eyes would likely have popped out, exclaiming, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." Yet Wang Yu accomplished it, demonstrating an exceptionally high capacity for learning and comprehension, perhaps forced out by the threat of death. His rationality had plummeted to zero multiple times, but fortunately, he managed to recover. However, his lucky 7 talent was nearly depleted, reduced to the number 2, indicating just how perilous this situation was. Wang Yu slid off the captain's chair, his body weak and unable to sit up, covered in a viscous pale yellow. Ball, who had been standing by, rushed over, immediately pulling out a towel to help Wang Yu remove the cat-shaped helmet. Inside, Wang Yu appeared extremely frail, his face ashen with bloodstains on his nose and chin, some of which had dripped onto his clothes, clearly indicating a rough experience at the helm. Still, he managed to signal a gesture of success. "I did it. Although I nearly died, my luck held out, and I found a safe passage, at least for the short term it seems secure." Wang Yu said, his face beaming with a bright smile, yet paired with his pale complexion and blood-stained clothes, it evoked a sense of tragedy. In just a few minutes, he had constantly evaded the chaotic movements of the unknown celestial bodies around him, almost surviving in the cracks between them. These bodies were as massive as planets, and the deep space vessel seemed like insignificant dust among them. Any slight misstep could lead to death. After maneuvering around these chaotic celestial objects, Wang Yu found a relatively safe route, avoiding all celestial activity, before finally disconnecting. Truly a high-stakes endeavor, and he was lucky. Ball frowned, but did not interrupt Wang Yu, listening to his account of the subspace experience, while helping to wipe the blood and mucus from his face, bringing over a set of dry clothes for him to change into. Meanwhile, Malkir kept a close watch on the entrance of the bridge, her ears perked up in a state of high tension, though it was unclear what she was on guard against. "Is it Brother Hammer?" Wang Yu glanced at Malkir, feeling odd, while his body gradually recovered. After consuming some food and replenishing his fluids, he looked much better, standing up and drawing 2 handguns from his person. "Let's return to the captain's room. There is electricity and water there, and the conditions are much better. However, we must be cautious along the way, as subspace creatures may have already infiltrated." Wang Yu said, clad in exoskeleton armor, feeling quite confident in his combat abilities. Kicking a light lizard to death would be no challenge. The 3 of them left the bridge together, ensuring no one was left behind. Once they entered the corridor, Malkir became even more tense, her body hunched forward, her limbs ears, and the fur on her head standing on end, resembling a dandelion. Her vigilance was extraordinary. Wang Yu and Ball, on the other hand, were relatively calm, maintaining their vigilance while advancing steadily. "This door is wrong. It doesn't have the markings we left behind," Ball remarked, his gun pointed at the door. If one disregarded the markings and focused solely on the environment, almost everyone would perceive this door as an ordinary room within the ship, for it was identical to others. Compared to the doors of other rooms, it bore no differences, even down to the material surface stains and scratches which matched the walls. Only those with exceptional memory or observational skills might harbor suspicions. However, in reality, this door was extraneous, so it was uncertain what lay within, and it was best not to be curious and attempt to open it. The 3 maintained their guard and proceeded along the lateral corridor, which had indeed lengthened significantly. Along the way, they passed 3 extraneous doors, one of which was wooden and even had a sign hanging on it written in both Chinese and machine language, "Open for business." The commotion inside was quite loud, as if many people were dining or drinking, and now and then excited, high-pitched cries erupted. Wang Yu and Ball, upon seeing this door, felt their underlying caution spike, as this door was exceedingly abnormal, especially within subspace. Fortunately, nothing unusual occurred as they walked away, and no strange creatures emerged from inside. "What on earth is that?" A subspace tavern. Wang Yu couldn't help but comment while Ball shook her head, as everything exceeded her understanding. The three successfully returned to the captain's room, having encountered not a single light lizard along the way, though otherwise they could have had an additional supply of fresh meat. This indicates that subspace creature invasions are not frequent events, though otherwise ships traveling in such conditions would be overwhelmed. As long as one abides by the rules and avoids aimless wandering, the danger remains within a controllable range. Wang Yu, Ball, and Mao Kier stayed in the captain's room as originally planned, not venturing outside, entirely akin to their previous interstellar voyage, and even found time to play some games. However, Wang Yu commissioned Ball to create a new game, writing the code on the spot. The game was relatively simple, a 3D flying game where one dodged projectiles. It served as practice as it resembled subspace navigation, honing the ability to simultaneously monitor multiple celestial movements and seek gaps for passage. 2 days later, the trio returned to the bridge to check the status of the course and make timely adjustments. The frequency of checks depended entirely on the navigator, namely Wang Yu himself, but generally speaking it was better to check more often. The wooden door remained, and as Wang Yu and Ball passed by they maintained a heightened sense of alertness, while Mao Kier surprisingly relaxed as they walked by. Along the way they encountered Brother Hammer, who had bits of meat and blood smeared on him, but it was not his own, and it was unclear what he had taken down, as the three had not come across a single subspace creature until they entered the bridge, likely having been dealt with by Pig Brother. Wang Yu donned the cat-shaped helmet, once more seated himself in the captain's chair, and began re-establishing the connection with the deep space vessel. Wang Yu connected with the deep space vessel, and his vision returned to the exterior of the ship. The ship continued to move along the trajectory preset by Wang Yu, which was not a simple straight line, but a complex three-dimensional route designed to avoid celestial bodies along the way. Therefore, it was a miracle that he was able to identify this route and plan the navigation within just a few minutes. Many experienced navigators were unable to achieve this, often requiring extensive observation, so it could not merely be attributed to good luck. Wang Yu truly possessed a remarkable talent in this area. Once a safe passage was found, there should be no hesitation. This was an unspoken rule known to all navigators, and Wang Yu adhered to it well. Perhaps it was because as a self-taught navigator he had no idea what these celestial bodies really were. Ignorance bred fearlessness. If one hesitated and lingered too long, not only could the movement patterns of the celestial bodies change, but they might even take notice, which could be fatal in the subspace. This time Wang Yu spent nearly 3 minutes passing through a densely packed area of celestial bodies, and then spent a few more minutes identifying a safe route in a low-density region. Once the navigation plan was set, he wouldn't need to worry about navigation for the next 3 days. After traveling for so long, they had covered several million kilometers. The door representing Hegro was already out of sight, yet Wang Yu had not found any other doors, illustrating just how vast this cosmic void was. Escaping the void without using subspace channels was nearly impossible. Done. Subspace navigation isn't so difficult after all. After the second adjustment of the route, Wang Yu clearly exhibited more experience retreating from the safety line with ease. The three returned along the same path, maintaining high alertness and fully armed. This time they encountered 3 light lizards lurking around the corner of the corridor. However, these creatures posed no threat to the 3 of them now. Even the weakest Wang Yu could easily deal with them, taking out 2 with his pistol, smashing one lizard's head with a single shot, and breaking a leg of another before finishing it off. The last one was shot in the head by Ball with a submachine gun, dying on the spot without ever launching an attack. This exemplified the absolute dominance of modern firepower over large animals. The greatest threat posed by these 3 lizards was not their attack, but the possibility that they harbored parasites. However, this did not pose a threat to the experienced Wang Yu. He protected himself from head to toe, wrapping several layers of cloth around his face, and even wore goggles to safeguard his eyes. Ball, being a robot, was not afraid of parasites. As for Catgirl, her physique allowed her to be immune to most parasitic infections, but at Wang Yu's request, she wrapped some cloth around her limbs for protection and donned a cat helmet. Let's take this back and process it. The meat of the light lizard is quite tasty. Wang Yu suggested, preparing to drag it away before the Pig Brother showed up. Ball was the most suitable to carry it. Cat Brother, don't eat it. It's raw and unclean. Wang Yu quickly intervened upon noticing Cat Girl's inclination to touch it. The 3 returned to the captain's room with their spoils, encountering no further dangers along the way. The processing of the ingredients was left to Ball, who prepared to coat them in flour and make fried fish chunks. 3 light lizards were enough to last several days, and after all, fresh ingredients wouldn't keep long. It was unclear whether there were microorganisms in the air of the deep space vessel, so finishing the food quickly would alleviate those concerns. While Ball cooked, Wang Yu used a homemade mop to clean up the blood on the floor, though he wondered how long these parasites could survive outside a host. Next time I need to figure out how to bring back a sterilizing device for more safety, he murmured, not slacking off as he boiled some water and mopped the floor again. After all, the fluid from the light lizard could also be consumed once boiled, so in the end, he didn't really lose anything. After completing all this, he was suddenly filled with a sense of fulfillment as he caught the aroma of frying coming from the master bedroom. Interstellar travel wasn't so dull after all. The three enjoyed a hearty meal together, including Ball, who could generate power by consuming organic food. Though it was more of a supporting role, the sense of participation from eating together made the food taste even better. After the satisfying meal, Wang Yu downed a gulp of light lizard juice, a drink made from boiling the lizard's fluid with a bit of sugar, which had a unique flavor, or one might say a light lizard taste, and it was quite good. At the end of the day's training, when the time came, Wang Yu prepared to rest, glancing at his status panel before going to bed. His health limit had still not recovered, and relying on self-healing was impossible. Fortunately, there were no signs of deterioration, so he could only take things one step at a time. In the deep of night, Wang Yu, sound asleep, was awakened by a low rumbling roar. Jolting awake and reaching for the beam pistol on his bedside. "Ball, are you there?" Wang Yu whispered, fixating on the door as the noise was coming from that direction. Ball, quick! Seeing Ball made Wang Yu relax, indicating that the situation wasn't too dire. "What happened?" he inquired. "Not sure." Catgirl was asleep, but suddenly woke up, starting to growl at the door. Ball replied, a hint of confusion on her face, but for safety's sake, she still armed herself with a weapon, holding a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu realized something was amiss, quickly donning the exoskeleton power armor that stood nearby, preparing for any unexpected situations. Outside, Catgirl was already crouched low, nearly pressed to the ground, her fur-bristled claws extended, and her face behind the helmet likely appeared fierce, as if she were ready to pounce at any moment. She was alert, facing the direction of the corridor. Did Cat Brother sense something, or caught a whiff of something? Wang Yu pondered silently, just considering how to ask Cat Brother, when a knock sounded at the door, nearly startling. Upon hearing the knock, Catgirl, who had been growling, reacted as though she had seen a ghost, her bravado dissipating as she hurriedly retreated behind Wang Yu, trembling. At this moment, Wang Yu and Ball also became serious, fully alert with their weapons aimed at the door. Wang Yu even reached for the grenade at his waist, knowing that if it was a troublesome creature, he might have to use it. The knocking persisted for 3 or 4 times before falling silent, but a few seconds later a heavier thud resounded, as if someone had thrown their whole body against it, accompanied by voices. It sounded like some kind of language emanating from the chest, which Wang Yu could not comprehend, and he didn't even realize it was a language. Detected the language of an unknown civilization. Would you like to translate? Activating the translation function for this language requires 1,000 credit points. Without much thought, Wang Yu chose to agree and paid 1,000 universal credit points, allowing him to understand, including the previous sentences. "Hello? Is anyone inside?" The visitor seemed to be a woman, her manner of speaking quite polite. But this was the subspace, and the more polite the monster, the more troublesome it could be. "Hello? I know someone is inside. My daughter has been missing for a while. Have you seen her? She's very cute, all fluffy and warm." Hearing this, Wang Yu looked down at the trembling cat Kier behind him, seemingly lost in thought. The strange creature outside continued its attempts. "Good girl, Mommy, want to find you some delicious food. Look what I've got, super tasty starfish canned food, 50 purity. Still not coming out." The voice was tempting, but Cat Brother remained unmoved. "Mommy knows you're inside, don't hide. Otherwise Mommy will get angry. Come out." The creature's previously gentle tones suddenly became hysterical, startling Wang Yu, as it sounded nothing like a normal creature. "Come out. Do you want to leave Mommy all alone?" Roar. Along with the roar, there were violent crashing and scratching sounds, the force so great that even the metal gate was shaking, stirring up dust that made Wang Yu's eyes nearly bulge out. This was the metal door of the captain's cabin, its thickness second only to the bridge, a substantial piece of metal. If this monster outside was this ferocious, he would have thought it was Thor knocking. "Ball!" Wang Yu shouted, and the two exchanged a knowing glance, preparing to take the initiative. But just as they approached the door, a more horrifying scene unfolded. Several dark claws pierced through the metal door, penetrating more than a foot each, as thick as a wrist. If one of those claws hit them, it wouldn't just be a few transparent holes, their bodies would be shredded like rags. They could not be trapped in the room. Wang Yu and Ball almost simultaneously reached this conclusion. The metal gate slowly opened, but due to slight deformation, the speed of opening was hindered, producing continuous scraping sounds. Just as the door opened, a fist-sized gap, a fragmentation grenade, and a flashbang were thrown out, coming from Wang Yu and Ball respectively. Then came the violent flashes and explosions, along with the shockwave from the blast, causing the unknown monster outside to emit a sharp scream, followed by the sound of it being pushed back. At that moment, a lithe figure slipped through the narrow gap of the door, crouched down, and aimed a shot at the unknown entity, executing the entire action with textbook precision, hitting the monster squarely. It was Ball who took the shot. Wang Yu did not have such agility, nor did his exoskeleton power armor support such nimble, evasive moves. Thus he was the second to emerge, roaring like a brute, spurring the adrenaline rush, and aimed his shotgun down the corridor, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 The shooting sparks intermittently illuminated the entire corridor finally, allowing Wang Yu to see the monster. It was a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall, its limbs and torso elongated with a pair of conical claws, and its entire body covered in a layer of obsidian-like armor. Wang Yu's bullets hit the creature, but were deflected, crashing into the metal wall, with a few even bouncing off his exoskeleton armor, but the impact had diminished. The terrifying defensive power of this creature shattered Wang Yu's worldview. Was this still a carbon-based life form? How could even bullets not penetrate? Fortunately, the shotgun's impact still had a repelling effect, causing the monster to stagger, while Ball completed the action of chambering around and aiming, shooting the creature in the ankle and knocking it to the ground. Fall back. Our weapons can't kill this monster. We need to create some distance. Ball also looked anxious, for after 2 consecutive attacks using an anti-material sniper rifle capable of penetrating 50mm thick steel, they still couldn't breach this thing's defenses. Wang Yu did not hesitate, reaching for the grenade hanging at his waist, ready to throw a few more at the creature. But then he suddenly remembered someone. Cat Kier was still in the room. Cat brother, what are you doing? Hurry up, or I might just leave you behind. Wang Yu shouted, feeling disappointed in Cat Kier's performance. Though this also related to the monster's identity, Wang Yu had always had high expectations for Cat Kier's combat ability, so this psychological gap was particularly great. Several fragmentation grenades rolled under the monster just as it stood up, and they exploded once again, knocking it to the ground. At the same time, Wang Yu used a magic spell called Body of Fear for the first time, hoping to scare off the monster and gain more time. A terrifying aura erupted from Wang Yu's body, with Ball being the first to sense it, looking at Wang Yu with a strange and fearful expression, but he did not react. As for the monster, it merely tilted its head, seemingly unaffected, and prepared to pounce again. Bang! Wang Yu continued to fire quickly, running out of shotgun shells. It actually doesn't react to magic. Is its stat this high, eh? Wang Yu's face darkened, feeling that this monster was beyond his capability to deal with. However, spurred by the fearful aura, Cat Kier, who had been huddled in the room and too scared to move, suddenly dashed out, showing no intention of stopping, not even daring to look back, using all 4 limbs to flee backward. Retreat! Wang Yu shouted, realizing that if Cat Kier didn't move, he might really have to leave her behind, as this was no joke. He threw his last fragmentation grenade. Ball seized the opportunity to fire again, hitting the monster squarely in the face. That was a face with no discernible features, resembling an obsidian mirror. After being hit, it merely tilted its head back, showing no scratches, and was pushed back by the shock of the fragmentation grenade. They began to shoot while retreating, increasing the distance, while Wang Yu tossed a flashbang, disregarding the wastefulness. After all, survival was paramount. After the explosion, the monster covered its head and held the effect far better than the previous fragmentation grenades and firearms, allowing them to create a significant distance. This creature seemed more sensitive to bright lights and sound waves. Realizing this, Wang Yu decisively abandoned the idea of reloading the shotgun, slinging it on his back, and switching to the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol hanging at his waist. I still have a flashbang. Should we try the magnetic explosive grenade? It will pack more of a punch, but... Ball inquired about Wang Yu's opinion, but she did not hold out much hope, as even the anti-material sniper rifle couldn't damage the monster's shell, so the explosive grenade would likely be ineffective. Let's try the beam pistol. You time it right to throw the flashbang. Ooh, I will shoot. Wang Yu brandished the beam pistol in his hand, quickly formulating a battle plan. Behind them, the monster had already caught up, also running on all 4s at high speed, and just as it was about to close the distance, a flashbang exploded right in front of it. The explosion of the stun grenade echoed with bright light and shockwaves resonating through the corridor. Even Wang Yu and Bear, who were farther away, were affected, especially Wang Yu, who suffered from persistent tinnitus, his eardrum itching, and even felt a sensation of deafness, as if the sounds were veiled in mist. However, at this moment, he could not let these factors interfere. The special training he underwent on the machine star came into play, as Wang Yu took a deep breath, stood firm, turned around, held his breath, and began to aim at the creature, holding its head. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered the gun's muzzle, aiming at the creature's apparently more vulnerable ankle, and pulled the trigger. Click! The Fire Scorpion 05 lit up for an instant like a malfunctioning lighter, proving utterly ineffective. Damn! Wang Yu couldn't help but curse, continuously pulling the trigger. But at this moment, it seemed as if his luck had run out, leaving only misfortune. Repeatedly pulling the trigger resulted in the gun misfiring. In fact, his trigger pulling speed exceeded the activation speed of the Fire Scorpion 05, making it even harder to fire. By the time he realized the creature had recovered from its stiff state, Wang Yu was extremely anxious, reaching for the last stun grenade at his waist. Fortunately, Bear provided timely support, hitting the creature's ankle again with her sniper rifle, forcing it to lose balance and half kneel on the ground. At the same time, Wang Yu threw the stun grenade, which rolled right in front of the creature, giving him another chance. However, this time, thick black smoke began to emanate from the creature's surface, and in the next moment it seemed to melt away, sinking into the ground. Can this thing phase through walls? Then why didn't it just go through the wall and break in immediately? Wang Yu was taken aback, and just then the stun grenade exploded, dazzling him and causing him to miss the moment to turn around and close his eyes against the bright light, leaving him in a blank void. Wang Yu. In a vague sense, he seemed to hear someone calling out, then a strong force yanked him, causing him to fall to the ground. He felt a chill beneath him, as if a gust of wind had blown past, followed by the sound of metal clashing, as if something had pierced into the ground. In this critical moment, Wang Yu couldn't care less. Even though his vision had not yet recovered, his eyes were filled with tears, leaving only blurred afterimages and phantoms before him. He still resolutely pulled the trigger. This time the gun fired successfully. Wang Yu didn't care whether he hit or missed. He just kept his finger pressed on the trigger. Seconds passed, and his vision gradually gained outlines. Although it was still very blurry, there was already an image. Bear was dragging him backward, and not far ahead was the creature which had appeared from nowhere. Its claws had plunged deeply into the ground, struggling fiercely, almost completely embedded, and it could not pull them out for a while. If Bear hadn't pulled him back, just now Wang Yu would probably have been done for. The wind he felt was likely from the creature's claws swiping past him. It was truly a narrow escape. Coincidentally, Wang Yu's blind shot actually struck the creature, hitting it right on the right knee. Moreover, as Bear pulled him, the beam of light shot upwards. By the time Wang Yu's vision was nearly restored, the creature's right calf, along with part of its thigh, had turned a dark red, as if it were cooked. Bear! Wang Yu shouted, alerting Bear, who was dragging him along. One, to let her know he was almost fully recovered, and two, to tell her it was time to shoot at the area of the creature's knee where the color had changed. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Bear had returned to her senses. She glanced at Wang Yu and then at the creature, understanding his intent, and raised her anti-material sniper rifle, preparing to shoot. The creature finally pulled its claws out from the ground, and just as it stood up, a large caliber bullet whizzed toward it, striking its knee. This time it finally had an effect. The creature's right calf shattered like glass, and it fell to the ground once more. This thing is afraid of light and can blend into shadows. Wang Yu regained his ability to move. Despite the continuous ringing in his ears, his eyes overflowing with tears, and his vision still blurred with afterimages, he loudly proclaimed his judgment. The reason it didn't come in through the door directly before opting to break in was that the room had been brightly lit, preventing it from phasing through walls. But how could they kill this creature? The Fire Scorpion 05 had run out of power, and ordinary bullets, including grenades, couldn't harm it. Only high-energy beams could weaken its defenses and subsequently inflict damage. We must shake this thing off, find an opportunity to recharge the gun, and then look for a chance to kill it. Wang Yu contemplated, deeply glancing around. He felt that the dark corridor was entirely the creature's territory. Even using the tactical flashlight mounted on the gun was futile, as the creature could easily find gaps to infiltrate through the shadows, even circling around to ambush them from above. It's coming, Bear warned. Unlike Wang Yu, Bear's vision was much stronger. Not only did she possess dark vision in low-light conditions, but she also had infrared vision. Although the infrared vision was of little use against this creature, as it seemed to be cold-blooded and difficult to distinguish from the environment. However, she could clearly see the shadow that had blended into the darkness, distinctly darker around the edges, quickly approaching along the ceiling, evading the strong light Bear had shown. What should we do? Wang Yu was extremely anxious, for he knew they could not continue fleeing. His luck had run out. A slight misstep would lead to catastrophic consequences. At this moment, he noticed Mayakar ahead. Since bursting out of the captain's room, Mayakar had been fleeing, showing no sign of combat or resistance. Wang Yu was nearly forgetting her existence as she had vanished. But how was she waiting for them here? Come over here, Mayakar called out, then dashed to the right and directly entered. Wang Yu's pupils constricted, as this was precisely the wooden door he had previously noticed, marked with a sign that read, "Open for business." "Bear, go inside, don't worry about that thing. There's light inside," Wang Yu shouted, noticing the light emitted from inside as Mayakar entered the door. Even if it was another space, as long as there was light, and given that the creature had lost a leg, perhaps they could find a chance to shake it off. As long as they could escape back to the captain's room to recharge the gun, they would have a chance to deal a fatal blow to this. Thinking of this, Bear acted decisively, no longer using the powerful flashlight to drive away the moving shadow. She turned back, grabbed the slow-moving Wang Yu, and crashed into the wooden door, together rolling inside. Ball lunged at Wang Yu, taking 3 steps in 2, and with a sudden burst of strength, he brought both of them through the door, smashing it open and sending splinters flying. The two rolled on the ground like tumbling gourds, attracting a multitude of gazes as they emerged, the clamor inside momentarily halting. Wang Yu quickly sat up, only to realize that there were over 20 people inside, of all shapes and sizes, some of whom hardly resembled humans at all staring at him, causing the hair on his neck to bristle. A black creature was chasing them outside, but there were, damn it, over 20 monsters inside. How could he not? "If you want to drink, drink. If you don't want to drink, then leave my tavern." An old yet authoritative voice echoed, reaching everyone in the room, which made them stop focusing on Wang Yu and Ball and return to their drinks. Only then did Wang Yu stand up from the ground, still tightly gripping the depleted Fire Scorpion 05, remaining vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings, including the strange beings. "Put down the gun or get out. I can give you 5 seconds to decide." The same voice rang out again. Wang Yu looked around and finally spotted the speaker. Beneath the bar on the left, a half-bald head was visible. No, it was an old monster with a wrinkled face, dark gray skin, and a head that bulged like a comma. "Daring to call me bald on our first meeting, you old monster. Humans really are consistently rude." The same voice echoed again, nearly scaring Wang Yu out of his wits. This old monster. No, this old gentleman could actually listen to his thoughts, which was terrifying. Wang Yu stopped musing and reached out to stop Ball, who was still holding the gun defensively. Her gun was aimed not only at the door, but also subtly targeting the other bizarre patrons chatting and drinking. Malkier had moved further inside, sitting properly at an empty table. "Ball, it seems that monster can't come in." Wang Yu glanced at the tightly shut wooden door and told Ball to lower her guard. He then took the opportunity to survey the taverns situated in the subspace. Since everyone obeyed the old man's words, and there was no conflict, this place should be akin to a safe zone. Wang Yu was looking for any possible notices or flyers or similar items. Discovering the language of an unknown civilization, please inquire if. Discovering the language of an unknown civilization, please inquire if. The system's constant reminders made Wang Yu frown slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he selected agree to all. Thus he could understand what the strange beings were saying. "That looks like a human. How could he just barge in so brazenly? What are you thinking? He appeared alongside the subhumans. He must be a fake human." "That's true, in this day and age, where are there any real humans?" Almost scared myself there. But if he truly is a human, capturing him would mean I'd never have to worry again. Who needs subspace? "Hey, don't mess around here. If you want to die, go ahead." Old Walker has a terrible temper. These strange beings were basically discussing Wang Yu's identity, particularly his human identity, making him feel like an alien. Wait, he seems to be an alien. The patrons drinking inside were mostly seated by species in groups of 3 or 2, with 2 tables occupied by subhumans, displaying obvious animal traits, while the rest were hardly human. Like that green insectoid, its body covered in spiky armor and ringed patterns with compound eyes and antennae on its head, occasionally shivering and looking at Wang Yu, gesturing to its companions that it would be great if Wang Yu were human, as they could sell him for a fortune, all while sipping a dark red unknown liquid, which was utterly disgusting. Though it was his first encounter with an insectoid, Wang Yu felt a wave of nausea and disgust stemming from a prime. The other party, seeing a soft, furry, shellless, intelligent being like a human for the first time, would likely also find it filthy and disgusting. Additionally, there were several other bizarre creatures like the strange being, composed entirely of mineral crystals situated in the middle. This entity bore no resemblance to any life forms on Blue Star. Its body was a solid pale pink crystal with light flowing within, surrounded by a circle of gaps from which semi-transparent soft tentacles could extend, supporting itself to stand and grasp objects. Holding a cup in its hand, its voice was a high-frequency vibration that Wang Yu could barely hear, relying entirely on the system for perception and translation. Then there were jellyfish-like intelligent beings resembling transparent gel, which seemed to have a low density, allowing them to float, with their long flexible tentacles below, which were quite beautiful, sparkling like gemstones. In the corner of the room sat a blob that looked like a mass of soft mud wrapped in a robe with yellowish-brown tentacles that had suckers spotted like an upright starfish. The only common feature among these previously unseen extraterrestrial life forms was their intelligence, mastery of language, ability to use tools, and flexible hands capable of manipulating complex objects. However, elsewhere, there truly seemed to be no similarities. To them, humans appeared to be a rare and scarce species, and their tone carried a hint of hostility towards humanity. The most attractive jellyfish even mentioned that it had the fortune of tasting human flesh, claiming it was extraordinarily delicious, although not as good as the tasty starfish, its words dripping with malice, as the spots moving along the edge of its head occasionally converged towards Wang Yu, and then towards the corner where the starfish monster sat. Wang Yu frowned, concealing his understanding of their alien language, and instructed Ball to go sit with Malkier while he headed towards the bar. Having looked around, he found no lists or notices. After all, this was a tavern, and there should at least be a drink menu. The only possibility was at the bar, so he prepared to check it out. There seemed to be no danger here, making it a perfect place to take refuge. Wang Yu walked straight up to the bar, only to realize that the bartender was an old man in a tuxedo. Though he was rather short, not even reaching 1.30 meters, he could barely show half of his face above the bar, thus his bartending actions were completely invisible, making it seem like he was up to some mischief. However, this old deity was actually mixing drinks without using his hands. His hands were constantly behind his back, while various bottles and jars of all sizes below the counter flew up, as if alive, pouring into the mixing glass and swirling about. "Little brat, even if you flatter me, it won't do you any good. I don't think I'll give you a discount." The same voice echoed again, confirming for Wang Yu that this old deity indeed possessed mind-reading abilities, explaining why he could run a bar here. He glanced at the drink menu on the bar, the first line stating each person is limited to 1 drink per visit dining in, only no refills, leave immediately after finishing. Then came the prices of various drinks. Wang Yu was stunned as he saw that even the cheapest special recommendation cost 1,000 interstellar universal credit points, and it was handwritten as the daily recommendation. It read, Old Water recommends today's subspace special, a sip of ascending spiral colorful lizard juice. Wang Yu was left dumbfounded, looking at the old man behind the bar. No, the old deity. This drink, was it even legitimate? Can it really be consumed? And there are purchase limits. On the other side, in the corridor of the deep spaceship, after Wang Yu and the others burst through the wooden door, the monster pursuing them halted, emerging from the darkness, seemingly confused as to why its target had vanished, appearing not to see the wooden door at all. This is my tavern. I will sell however I wish, and you have no say in the matter. If you don't want to drink, then get out. I have no desire to sell to you. The elderly yet imposing voice rang out again, indicating that Wang Yu's inner thoughts had been pried into leaving him feeling utterly defenseless. He forcefully halted his internal musings, his expression adopting a facade of wisdom. Excuse me, do you have regular water for sale? He attempted to inquire, but all he received in response was, if you don't buy, then get lost. The 4 words caused the nearby subhuman, who was sipping on some beverage at the bar, to choke, leading to a violent cough. It was only then that Wang Yu noticed another person present, almost startling him, as he had previously overlooked them. This individual exhibited distinct primate features, possessing hands and feet, but their face, neck, and even the back of their hands were covered with patches of pale blue scales, imparting an inexplicable sense of authority. Moreover, this person had a mane of long black hair that stood upright like a waterfall, yet it did not convey a sense of frailty. His arms, and the muscles bulging from beneath his vest and black jacket, made it clear that he was not to be trifled with, not to mention that he towered over 2 meters tall, with a large knife wrapped in cloth strapped to his back. Upon noticing Wang Yu's gaze, the individual turned to look back, revealing himself to be a handsome young man fitting human aesthetic standards. Coupled with the blue scales on his face and those azure vertical pupils, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Wang Yu could only avert his gaze after a brief eye contact, focusing intently on the drink menu at the bar, pondering what to order. What the hell? There's even a dragon man. Wang Yu was taken aback as the horns on either side of the man's forehead perfectly matched his mental image of a dragon man. Boss, I'll have 3 of today's special, that one. A spatially altered drink, heavenly spiral burst of colorful lizard juice. Wang Yu began placing his order, also getting a drink for Ball and Mao here to avoid being kicked out by the boss, especially since that monster outside might still be lurking. The reason for ordering the same drink had nothing to do with preference. He was simply broke. The daily special was the cheapest option on the menu. All other beverages were priced above 3,000 credit points, akin to highway robbery. However, after placing the order, another issue arose for Wang Yu. He did not know how to pay, as his credit points were still in the system account. As if reading Wang Yu's thoughts, the 6-fingered mechanical hand that had been resting on the table floated up, pointing towards a square device with a dark mirror surface, accompanied by the tavern owner's reminder. Over there, just transfer 2,000 credit points directly. Pay first, no credit. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of panic, as it seemed he had exposed his system. But the owner seemed not to mention this matter. No, he couldn't think about it. Wang Yu felt that this old sage was too terrifying, and there were so many bizarre aliens around, including the dragon man, it was simply overwhelming. He approached the device that resembled a POS machine, and upon getting closer, the system finally responded, revealing the transfer option in his field of vision, while the device displayed the number 0, presumably indicating how many credit points had been paid. But wait, why was it 2,000? Someone already paid a sum for her, and the balance hasn't been exhausted yet. You only need to pay for yourself and that robot. Someone paid. Wang Yu's pupils constricted as he glanced at Mao Kier, who was sitting calmly and waiting. This old sage could even discern Bao's robotic identity. It was simply absurd. No, he was unfathomably strong. He decisively transferred 2,000 credit points, and then stood at the bar waiting for the boss to mix the drinks. At that moment, another figure appeared at Wang Yu's side, an intense presence that was difficult to ignore, as it was the Dragon Man youth, who had just finished his drink and was approaching with a smile. Oh, it seems you have quite an impressive bodyguard. The Dragon Man youth spoke surprisingly fluent in Mandarin, catching Wang Yu off guard. This person actually spoke Chinese. Moreover, he had just understood Wang Yu's words, which explained his reaction. The bodyguard referred to by the youth was naturally Ball, who had noticed something amiss and come over. The sniper rifle that had been momentarily set down was now raised again, likely with a new magazine already loaded. Such unusual behavior naturally attracted the attention of other patrons in the tavern. Ball, it's fine. Wang Yu said to Ball, not at all worried about the Dragon Man youth making a move. After all, the tavern owner was no pushover, and fighting was not permitted here. Right, old sage. Wang Yu looked at the owner, but was ignored. However, the Dragon Man youth did not take any rash actions. Instead, he leaned in close and took a deep sniff of Wang Yu, almost scaring him away. Before Wang Yu could react, the Dragon Man youth's gaze sharpened, and he coldly whispered in Wang Yu's ear, "If I were you, I would never swagger around here. And also, check your lungs when you get back, the smell is off." After saying this, the Dragon Man youth stood up, his face now wearing an irritated expression as he grumbled, "How long has it been since you last bathed? I searched for quite a while only to find the smell was coming from you. I nearly threw up. This is truly bad luck." The youth scolded Wang Yu, then glanced at Ball, seemingly sensing hostility as his hand began to move towards the knife at his back. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. "Ball," Wang Yu called out, shaking his head, and only then did Ball step aside, allowing the Dragon Man youth to leave. "What are you looking at? Is it good looking?" The Dragon Man youth glared at the drinking patrons in a different language. A group of alien beings seemed to recognize this youth, lowering their heads and continuing with their business, pretending not to understand, until the Dragon Man youth pushed the door and left. Several seconds passed before the atmosphere returned to life. "Damn subhuman, thinking he's tough, is he?" remarked the insectoid alien, expressing his discontent to his companions. "Hey, don't provoke that lunatic. Who knows when we might need to hire him. Just let it go," his companion advised, clearly with a much better temperament, urging him to ignore the Dragon Man youth. At this moment, Wang Yu slightly furrowed his brows, piecing together the reactions of the Dragon Man youth and the group of aliens towards him, realizing that being human seemed to hold a special status in this universe. He needed to be more cautious in similar situations in the future. Additionally, there were evidently numerous alien civilizations in this universe. These people were likely crew members traveling through subspace, having arrived at this unique tavern through the suddenly appearing wooden door. "Alright, here are your 3 specialty drinks. Drink them quickly while they're fresh." The tavern owner's voice sounded again, and 3 identical drinks with straws, even sealed with lids, floated up and were placed on the bar. One of the drinks even trembled as if the contents inside were alive. "Boss, do you have charging services here?" Wang Yu boldly asked the tavern owner as the drinks were ready. After all, how could he know if he didn't ask? Even if there wasn't, it would just mean the owner would scold him a bit. He was already a paying customer and wouldn't be kicked out not before he had a chance to drink. "Just place the device you want to charge on the bar." The owner's reply brightened Wang Yu's eyes. He wasn't worried about the owner stealing his belongings, as with the owner's abilities, it would be much faster to outright take them. He placed his pure white Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol on the table, and soon the gun floated up, indicating it was charging, and within seconds it was back to 100. Void charging. "Wow, this is simply incredible, truly worthy of a living immortal," Wang Yu praised wildly in his heart. "Ahem." The owner coughed and shot Wang Yu a glare, implying he should stop with the flattery, gesturing for Wang Yu to quickly take his things and leave. But regardless, too much flattery does have an effect. At least this time the owner didn't scold him. Wang Yu put away the fully charged gun, thanked the owner again, then picked up a special drink from the bar, while also receiving its item information. Name: Ascending to Heaven Spiral Smash Colorful Lizard Juice. Creator: Walker S. Morgus. Regulation: Level 2 Finecraft. Description: a drink concocted by someone out of interest using exclusive techniques and secret formulas. The taste and effects are unknown until consumed. However, this time Wang Yu didn't whisper to himself. Even after seeing the information, he thought nothing of it, and handed 1 cup to the nearby Ball, then walked toward the table where Mao Kier was sitting with the other 2 cups. He looked at Mao Kier, feeling that she was quite familiar with the place, showing no signs of nervousness. Even sitting in the chair, her calves were swinging restlessly, showing no fear of the strange aliens around. This was probably because she had been here many times before. The tavern owner had also mentioned that someone had bought a long-term meal ticket for Mao Kier, but who that person was, Wang Yu began to guess. "Here, drink this, it's yours." He placed a cup of special drink in front of Mao Kier. As Wang Yu approached, she instead became anxious, not daring to meet his gaze, probably because she knew she had brought trouble, as that monster was attracted by her. But in front of the drink, she couldn't hold back for long. She quickly grabbed the cup with both hands and began to slurp it down very ungracefully, her whole body jolting, her eyes lighting up as she continued to drink. "Is this thing really that good?" Wang Yu looked at the drink in his hand, and then at Mao Kier, who was drinking with great enjoyment, feeling a bit unsure. He then turned to Ball. The latter took a small sip and confirmed that it was fine, just a sweet drink with a hint of alcohol. "Really?" Wang Yu, still skeptical, took a sip himself. The first taste was sweet, but upon touching his tongue something fell off. It was tingly, almost electric. No, it felt like a swarm of luminous lizards was swirling and beating against his tongue. Wang Yu shivered and swallowed. Once the drink went down his throat, it transformed into a refreshing sensation rushing up to his mind, as if a brisk breeze was gently brushing against his brain, and like Mao Kier, his eyes sparkled. This was truly a novel experience. It wasn't until he finished drinking that he noticed a hint of lizard flavor in his mouth, proving he had indeed drunk lizard juice. It was simply delicious. However, Ball did not share this feeling as she found it to be just ordinary sweet wine, probably because her robotic nature made her experience vastly different from that of organic beings. Drinking the mysterious beverage restores 1 point of spiritual energy. Drinking the mysterious beverage restores 1 point of sanity. Drinking the mysterious beverage restores 2 points of stamina. 3 consecutive system notifications appeared, shocking Wang Yu once again. He gulped down the drink in one go. By this time his spiritual energy had fully recovered, his sanity reached 12 points, and his stamina was completely replenished. No wonder the bar had a 1-cup limit per person. This was truly a miraculous elixir. If possible, he would definitely want to buy a few cups to take with him as potions for crucial moments. A special supply station for subspace travel. Wang Yu redefined this bar. Those more expensive drinks would probably have even better effects. However, this drink was so delicious that he finished it unconsciously. Then he recalled the sign on the bar stating no refills once finished, and immediately noticed those words. Had I known, I would have drunk it more slowly. This divine elixir concocted by the old immortal is truly exquisite, so delightful. If you keep flattering me, I won't give you any discounts, and I definitely won't make an exception for a second cup. Forget it, you little brat. Wang Yu's thoughts were seen through by old Walker, but it didn't matter. Flattering didn't cost him any credibility points. Ball. Wang Yu became serious and discussed the follow-up battle plan with her. Because that monster might be lurking at the door, they would first take a peek. When the door opened, retreat if it seemed too dangerous. After all, the owner hadn't started kicking people out yet. If all went well, they would create distance from the monster to ensure safety, which required both of their bullets to hit the monster and drive it back with sheer impact. Fortunately, the monster had lost a leg and was much less mobile now. As long as it didn't hide in the darkness, its movement speed had become a weakness, greatly reducing the danger. Wang Yu would use his beam pistol to focus on attacking the monster's torso, while Ball would use an anti-material sniper rifle for precise shots. The reason for not targeting the head was that the head might not be the monster's weak point, and it was also hard to hit. However, if they could split the monster in two, its threat level would significantly decrease. Whether or not it had weaknesses didn't really matter. Moreover, the torso was a much easier target, which Wang Yu was more confident about. After determining the plan, the three of them walked towards the door, and Ball finished her drink. But there were no special effects for her, since her physiological structure was fundamentally different from organic life. However, next time they could check if there were drinks useful for mechanical life, as even stone-like beings were drinking. Ball led the way, pushed the door open. After exchanging a glance with Wang Yu, waited 2 seconds, then dashed out, followed by Wang Yu, and finally the somewhat anxious Malkier. But after the three emerged from the wooden door, they were all stunned, as the outside had clearly turned into a battlefield, the walls and floor covered in scratches and blood, with large black fragments scattered about, and even a black severed arm hanging on the wall, claws embedded in it. The monster had obviously left its mark on the wall. What is this? Wang Yu looked at the traces left on the battlefield, especially the deformed ground and walls from heavy impacts made him think of Hammer Brother. Hammer Brother had been here and fought with that black monster. It seemed he had won, as the opponent's hand hadn't even been able to take away. But that monster wouldn't bleed, so it was evident that Hammer Brother wasn't unscathed. As for the outcome of the battle, it must have been a great victory for Hammer Brother. The question was whether the monster had been crushed to death. Wang Yu remained vigilant, holding his shotgun and inspecting the corridor battlefield in search of the monster's corpse. Too few fragments. The black shards and severed arms scattered across the floor are utterly insufficient to reconstruct a complete corpse. Wang Yu observed, gazing at the dismembered arm hanging from the wall. He retrieved a cloth from the satchel slung across his chest, wrapped it around his hand, and cautiously touched the arm, triggering an item identification. Name: Shadow Demon. Description: a malevolent entity of profound cunning and deceit, capable of speaking the language of its former life. Upon consuming a target, it may assimilate and replicate new tongues. It commonly lurks within shadows, luring prey into lowering their guard with persuasive speech before striking with razor-sharp claws. Some retain vestiges of memory or obsession from their prior existence, manifesting in idiosyncratic behavior. It traverses shadowy realms with uncanny speed and possesses extraordinary resilience, retreating swiftly when confronted with unfavorable odds. Influenced by residual memories from its former life. Retreats. Wang Yu murmured softly, then abruptly turned toward the wooden door behind him, wondering if that ever-watchful old man was once again peering into his mind. But as he turned, the wooden door had vanished entirely, appearing to be a one-time threshold dissolving upon exit. Wang Yu dismissed further thoughts of the tavern and fixed his full attention on Malkier. For this shadow demon, this fragmented clawed remnant, was almost certainly her mother, and that feline helmet, likewise almost certainly hers, caught in an extra-dimensional maelstrom. Wang Yu speculated, resolving to speak with Malkier later for deeper clarity. After all, this shadow demon, her mother, had likely not perished but fled grievously wounded after being overpowered by Hammer Brother, leaving no intact corpse behind. Let's return to the captain's quarters. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and instructed Baller to assist in gathering the black fragments scattered across the floor. As for Miao Kier, he spared her the task. Asking her to handle such grisly remains would have been unduly cruel. Damn, how tightly is this thing embedded? Wang Yu attempted to wrench the severed arm free, even suspending himself midair in desperation, yet it remained immovably anchored. How immense must this shadow demon's strength be? And how staggering the power of Hammer Brother? Who could rout such a creature into panicked flight? In that moment Wang Yu felt profoundly weak. His system's assessment, it seemed, had been chillingly accurate. He strained harder, then Baller arrived. Together 4 hands gripped the arm and tugged relentlessly. Only after several long minutes did the claw finally tear free from the wall, leaving 5 deep obsidian black puncture holes. Yet the claw itself gleamed as though freshly forged, far superior to ordinary steel blades or swords. That was precisely why Wang Yu sought to collect these fragments. They were rare, perhaps irreplaceable. Otherwise Pig Brother would surely claim them all. They carefully gathered every shard and the severed limb. Wang Yu especially vigilant against parasitic contamination. Once secured, they hurried toward the captain's quarters to assess the situation, moving with deliberate caution, eyes scanning every patch of darkness for ambush. Along the way, they discovered a broken shadow demon calf, bringing them possession of nearly half the creature. Yet just before reaching the captain's quarters, Miao Kier, hitherto trailing silently, suddenly surged forward without warning, darting into a side laboratory. Wang Yu and Baller rushed after her to find Miao Kier, frantically rummaging through shelves, drawn by a newly appeared feline head marking on the lab wall, guiding her by scent and symbol. And there she unearthed 2 cat food cans, their labels faded beyond legibility. That marking had not existed before. 10 minutes later, inside the captain's quarters, Baller was inspecting the severely damaged door, assessing whether repair remained possible. Wang Yu and Miao Kier sat opposite each other at the table, where rested the feline helmet and the 2 newly recovered cat food cans. She did not eat them. Instead, she surrendered them to the organization's leader, Wang Yu. These cans, originally gathered by her mother even after her transformation into a shadow demon, had been preserved solely to nourish her daughter. The realization stirred something deep within Wang Yu. And yet, he'd already secretly devoured one. Clearly these tins held profound significance for Miao Kier. Each of her recoveries coincided with their consumption. There are 2 left. Keep them yourself from now on. It's time you learned resource stewardship, Wang Yu said, producing the 2 savory cans he'd hidden away and returning them all to Miao Kier. She blinked, bewildered, uncertain of his intent, until his next question shifted her expression entirely. That monster, the shadow demon, came here for you, didn't she? Wang Yu asked. At his words, Miao Kier's eyes widened in shock, then drooped, her ears folding flat against her head. Her silence confirmed it, and betrayed her utter astonishment that he'd deduced the truth. She had no idea he could comprehend alien tongues, or that he'd understood the shadow demon's own words. She was once your mother, wasn't she? Wang Yu asked again. This time Miao Kier jerked upright, disbelief flooding her face, her eyes impossibly wide. Her expression alone sealed his certainty. No answer needed. He pointed to the helmet. This belongs to your mother, doesn't it? You both were trapped within the extra-dimensional maelstrom, until by sheer chance you emerged aboard the deep space vessel I. But by then your mother had already become a monster, having sacrificed her protective helmet to shield you. Wang Yu fell silent. The sight of Miao Kier curled inward, sobbing quietly, told him all he needed to know. Their entrapment in the maelstrom had lasted far longer than mere days, perhaps years. Even after her transformation, her mother had continued to care for, or confine, Miao Kier. Eventually Miao Kier escaped, perhaps even urged to flee by her mother, who sensed her own descent into monstrosity. Later they arrived aboard the deep space vessel, likely encountering Hammer Brother, who drove the shadow demon away, and captured Miao Kier, imprisoning her in confinement or isolation cells per standard interstellar accord protocols governing starships. Thus Miao Kier had grown up, not on any world, but within the maelstrom, raised in essence by a shadow demon. No formal education, no spoken language. Her monstrous constitution, perhaps forged in that very crucible. All right, I understand now. Wang Yu had probed her deepest sorrow, but some truths demanded excavation. They bore directly upon future strategy and action. Rest assured, we won't cast you out, nor will we cast you adrift into the maelstrom. Wang Yu reassured her, gently stroking her head, just as her mother had described, soft, luxuriant, warm. Hearing his words, Miao Kier stilled her sobs and lifted her gaze, her expression stunned. Clearly abandonment had been her greatest fear, especially given the looming threat her own mother posed. But next time, if your mother returns, I hope you'll show courage. She would wish nothing more than to witness your growth. Prove to her you've matured. You're no longer a child. You no longer require her protection. Wang Yu spoke the complex sentiment plainly, yet Miao Kier understood. Her faintly trembling amber gold eyes betrayed it. Wang Yu nodded. This exchange had reached its natural conclusion. Turning, he approached Ball, still examining the door, where clearly a challenge had arisen. What do you think? Is it possible to repair it, or at least force the door open? Wang Yu asked Ball. Ball shook his head. It's difficult. The damage is quite severe. If we want to repair it, we would need to dismantle it and create an identical door, and the internal mechanical structure would also need repairs. Given the tools and conditions we have, it would be very challenging. Ball explained, indicating that the situation was dire. Previously, being able to open it a third was already a miracle. In that case, the captain's room will just be an open space. Wang Yu stroked his chin, looking at the supplies and facilities in the room before glancing back at Ball. How about this? We move all the supplies to the bridge and temporarily stay there during the hyperspace journey. The door there is intact, sturdier, and we can access the ship's hold via the elevator, making our movements much for the captain's room. Let's block the door with some items, mainly to prevent hyperspace creatures from breaking in and causing damage, and then patrol regularly to avoid significant losses. Here the losses mainly refer to the hydroponic chamber water tank and the water and power supply lines in the room. So the three began moving things. It was likely that they wouldn't finish in one go, first needing to take the valuable items, especially the micro-tactical nuclear warheads and Higra's roar. After securing the items, they used some junk, mainly panels and metal seats taken from the adjacent laboratory, to temporarily block the door before heading to the bridge. They also had to take the processed light lizard corpses. Now just piles of meat, but the smell could easily attract other creatures, so they had to prioritize taking them. Ball also brought the induction cooker, saying it could be powered in reverse, allowing them to cook food over there. They carried large and small bags of supplies, making their way along the corridor to the bridge, encountering no other strange creatures along the way. Perhaps it was because Hammer Brother had visited recently and cleared out all the strange beings. The three successfully entered the bridge, unloaded their items, and then made 3 trips to the captain's room before finishing moving the basic supplies and equipment. After all this, Wang Yu felt quite tired, having been pulled into the battle in the middle of his sleep. Even though he had regained energy from the tavern owner's special drink, fatigue was creeping in. Moreover, his talent-disciplined life was likely disrupted by this incident, and he would have to maintain it and practice to regain it later. Mauk, here, if you sense your mother's presence, notify us immediately. Understood. Wang Yu instructed Mauk here, as advance warning was crucial. After familiarizing themselves with the shadow demon's characteristics and countermeasures, they would not be caught off guard like this next time. After casually having some late-night snacks and replenishing some water, Wang Yu lay down on the makeshift bed, and for days later, life on the bridge had begun to fall into a routine. After all, aside from the power supply, it wasn't much worse than the captain's room. There was even a large, somewhat ugly decorative piece, a 3-legged fat koi. Mauk here often stared at it, finding it utterly baffling. Wang Yu could only hold his gaze with it for a few seconds before breaking, but Mauk here could stare at it for several minutes. Additionally, living on the bridge had the advantage of being particularly convenient for adjusting the course. They could do so right after getting up, allowing them to check the navigation status anytime. Over these days, they maintained a patrol frequency of twice daily, confirming the condition of the captain's room, which was still quite good. Nothing inside had been damaged, and they encountered very few hyperspace creatures, only managing to catch 5 complete light lizards. This felt much like hunting, only the hunting ground had shifted inside the ship. With this relatively stable food source, they were not too worried about supplies, as the light lizard meat alone could sustain them for 2 to 3 weeks. During this time, the shadow demon had not come to disturb them again. It seemed Hammer Brother had dealt a serious blow, and they might not need to worry about this issue in the short term. The most pressing matter now was to find the door to exit hyperspace. They should still be in a cosmic void, given that it was a cosmic void with a diameter of 100 million light-years, where the density of celestial bodies was extremely low. Once they got out, they should be able to see many doors. For months passed, and the shadow demon still had not appeared. It was unclear whether it was recovering slowly or had lost the coordinates of the deep space ship, but it hadn't shown up again. During this time, Wang Yu frequently adjusted the course, becoming increasingly adept at navigating through hyperspace. This was reflected in a game where he could effortlessly clear a level filled with bullet hell in a 3D flying game. He likely possessed a talent for spatial perception and piloting, making it hard for even Ball to achieve scores as high as his. This was not purely about calculation or reaction, it was an intuition or instinct that allowed him to sense where was safer. Thus, Wang Yu finally established an absolute dominion in one game. With Mao Kier's learning ability and reaction speed, she could not even compare, and had to settle for 3rd place on. During this time, the deep space ship traveled over 600 million kilometers, which in straight-line distance was over 400 million kilometers. This speed is not considered fast for interstellar travel, but if translated to the real universe, where 10 kilometers equals 1 light year, it becomes quite alarming. They should be approaching the edge of the cosmic void, about to escape the hunting ground of the demon star Higra, assuming they had not gone off course. Then there was that tavern existing in the turbulent hyperspace, which had not appeared again. It was unclear whether there was a pattern to its appearance, but they would certainly encounter it again, possibly only once per journey. Hey! A light shout came from the bridge, followed by a crisp sound of collision, which sounded less like metal and more like plastic chopsticks clashing, albeit much louder. Wang Yu was utilizing the assistance of the exoskeleton armor while engaging in combat practice with Malkir. The weapon was modified from a claw of the shadow demon with incredible hardness that couldn't be handled by an angle grinder. It could only be processed using a beam pistol to heat it up. Naturally, Malkir used her own claws, which had limited sharpness under stable conditions, and with controlled force, she did not have to worry about accidental injury. Ball served as the referee, and his advantage as a robot meant he did not need to practice any techniques. He was an expert in close combat, thus responsible for instructing the two. It must be said that Malkir had a much stronger talent for combat than Wang Yu, almost a natural warrior with a body that was agile and coordinated, moving like a cat. Although Wang Yu, aided by the exoskeleton, did not actually lose to Malkir in terms of absolute strength, his reaction speed was far too lacking, mostly remaining in a state of passive defense, appearing rather awkward. Typically, he would be judged as dead within a minute, even with Malkir going easy on him. Yage! Malkir once again tripped Wang Yu to the ground, sitting atop the hard exoskeleton armor, making a victory sign at Ball, marking her 100th consecutive win. The post-fight photo would be uploaded to the Light Brain as a record of honor. This was actually a mechanism Wang Yu set up to motivate himself, but who knows, he had never won even once and was now regretting it. Damn, this is impossible to fight. Humanity is truly pathetic. He scoffed inwardly, as up to now he had yet to encounter an alien weaker than humans. Cough. Cough. After finishing the practice, Wang Yu coughed a few times, took the water handed to him by Ball, and frowned slightly as he checked his current condition. Wang Yu. Race human. Origin terrestrial planet. Talent lucky 7. Self-discipline life. Ability none. Spell body of fear. Status healthy, a muscular figure with a slightly yellowish chest cavity, height 173 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms. 1 kilogram. Health 9,595. Rationality 120120. Self-discipline life. Increases rationality limit by 20. Energy 71,100. Spiritual power 99. Physical 7 14,400. Will 9 148 41600. Reflex 6 183,200. Immunity 5 97,100. Inspiration 8 419,800. Overall evaluation, an outstanding individual among ordinary humans, yet still vulnerable. The system never gives good evaluations, and Wang Yu was accustomed to it, as his attributes were indeed weak. Though his strength had increased slightly, his actual combat power remained largely unchanged. On the contrary, his will and inspiration had grown rapidly, honed during their travels through the subspace. If only these two attributes could directly translate into combat power like offensive spells. The so-called body of fear was simply abysmal. Against a creature like the Shadow Demon, it was practically useless. In the past few months, the three of them had also dealt with other creatures from the subspace. Aside from the light lizard, they encountered a small team of skeletal warriors, a malfunctioning cleaning robot, and a lava salamander that posed a rare challenge to them. The first few were easily dispatched with firearms, while the skeleton, wielding cold weapons and with ghostly flames flickering in its skull, was far weaker than the ambushing light lizard, all perishing in the charge. The cleaning robot was similarly weak. Its metal shell was not much sturdier than the skeletal armor, making it easy to deal with. Only the lava salamander proved troublesome. Bullets were ineffective against it, as its body was entirely composed of lava. Shots caused magma to erupt, nearly harming himself. Fortunately, it moved slowly, and its only attack was to spew lava. Eventually, it was drowned by water, but they wasted over 20 liters in the process, a significant loss since they currently had no means to recover the vaporized water, not knowing where it ultimately went. The so-called subspace creatures felt like bizarre entities that were extremely rare, or perhaps never existed at all in the real universe, with varying degrees of danger. As for the subspace evil spirits, they were products of intelligent life being eroded by subspace, generally posing a higher threat. The subspace evil gods, however, were entities of a different caliber, altogether incomparable to others. Wang Yu glanced at his health limit, which had dropped by 5 points, indicating a worsening of his lung condition. This change was also reflected in the system, now appearing yellow-green. The young dragon man in the tavern was quite impressive, able to discern his lung issues just by scent. Wang Yu speculated it was likely lung cancer, probably in the early stages. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to exercise normally now. "Oh, what are we having for lunch today?" Wang Yu suddenly asked, causing Cat Kier's ears to perk up and turn towards him. Having gotten familiar, she no longer wore her somewhat stuffy helmet as much, despite her mother having insisted she. "Today we have fried bean dregs and soy milk with fried light lizard tails." Ball replied, indicating it would be another pleasant afternoon, though regrettably without chili. The newly planted bean pods had yielded 2 batches, and with the stone mill made from the cooled body of the lava salamander, their menu expanded to include soy milk, bean dregs, and bean sprouts, but lacked seasoning. Wang Yu enjoyed a relatively satisfying meal, then greeted Ball before heading towards the captain's chair, preparing to continue the planned advance and finalize the next segment of the flight path. After connecting with the deep space several times, Wang Yu now navigated this ship with ease. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had become one with the vessel. His longest connection record had already exceeded 40 minutes achieved while traveling through subspace. This time he quickly got into the zone, accelerating sharply, leaving the relatively safe course, and starting to navigate through various celestial bodies with erratic trajectories. About 5 minutes later, the speed of the deep space reached a comfortable range for Wang Yu, but dense celestial body concentration areas appeared ahead. This was a term Wang Yu coined, referring to blocks composed of numerous, irregularly moving celestial bodies that one frequently encountered while navigating through subspace. There were generally only two choices, either to navigate around or to break through. Wang Yu had mostly chosen the latter before, but this time, the deep space urgently slowed down, avoiding the celestial bodies falling ahead. Wang Yu reassessed the wall formed by the numerous irregular celestial bodies. This was exceedingly vast, he could hardly see the end. It was his first encounter with such a situation. However, he was bold due to his high confidence in his spatial perception and piloting skills, so he paused for only a few seconds before accelerating again and charging in. The deep space began to weave through the various celestial bodies, large and small, that were shifting erratically. This was incredibly challenging, as he had to avoid the celestial bodies while ensuring he did not lose his sense of direction. He had to ensure the ship was steadily advancing, otherwise it might end up spinning in place, eventually leading to exhaustion. Wang Yu flew forward for nearly 10 minutes, his heart sinking. This was his first experience encountering such a thick celestial body concentration area, and the density was increasing, with numerous small celestial bodies appearing, some only slightly smaller than the deep space, like debris in the universe. Under such conditions, it was impossible to let the deep space navigate autonomously. It would collide with these celestial bodies in mere seconds. What exactly is going on here? Wang Yu hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately chose to continue flying forward, albeit at a speed nearly 30% slower than before. Another 10 minutes passed. At this point, Wang Yu was feeling a bit anxious. If compared to driving, it felt like discovering the brakes were broken while going downhill, with his palms starting to sweat profusely. The density of the celestial bodies was now so great that he had to constantly pay attention to the deep space's flight posture, sometimes having to tilt the ship just to squeeze through narrow gaps. Inside the ship, due to gravity constantly directing towards the ground, it was hard to feel the extent of the situation, but Wang Yu was acutely aware of how extreme it was. He regretted not choosing to turn back 10 minutes earlier. But if he retreated now, with his remaining 3 lucky chances and less than 30 rationality points, he would likely perish halfway. Damn it, he had truly been careless. The usually cautious Wang Yu had committed a blunder that could lead to their annihilation. He had underestimated the dangers of subspace navigation. We cannot turn back, we can only fight our way out. Wang Yu suppressed the urge to retreat, dismissing all distracting thoughts, for such impure notions would only hinder his movements. He had to focus on the present and concentrate his attention. Switching to the perspective of the subspace, the deep space vessel's speed not only did not decrease, but increased, weaving through countless celestial bodies of various sizes and irregular motions, like a nimble mosquito dodging obstacles. This carries no derogatory connotation. If other subspace navigators were to witness this scene, their jaws would likely drop in disbelief, marveling at the courage of this individual, yet noting the exquisite control displayed, as if he were a born subspace navigator operating on a different level from ordinary navigators. Wang Yu himself could not perceive the precision of his maneuvers. He only felt the difficulty, nearly colliding each time, yet somehow always managing to avoid disaster. Thus, he surged forward for another 7 minutes, far surpassing the distance traversed in the previous 10 minutes, but his chances of survival had dwindled to the last one. Damn it, is there a dead end ahead? Have I missed the last opportunity to escape? Wang Yu began to doubt his instincts, but at that moment he was unsure if it was due to too long spent weaving among these celestial bodies. Several small celestial objects suddenly altered their trajectories and began to pursue him. This was the first occurrence of such an event. Do these celestial bodies possess self-awareness? Wang Yu's eyes widened in anger, manifesting on the deep space vessel as all visible orbs bulged out, and the images he saw began to tear, occasionally shifting into chaotic colors. This was a sign of the spiritual vision helmet being overloaded. A swarm of small celestial bodies surrounded Wang Yu, complicating navigation further, as he had to avoid both large celestial objects and the pursuing small ones. Several times Wang Yu nearly got caught. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Ball and Mao Kier noticed the anomaly. The ship's navigation had become increasingly aggressive, experiencing significant turbulence. Wang Yu sat in the captain's chair gasping for breath like a fish pulled from water, two streams of blood oozing from his nostrils and spilling onto the soft dark red floor around the chair, which absorbed it rapidly. Wang Yu. Bao's expression was one of concern, yet he hesitated to approach Wang Yu, fearing that he might disrupt him and inadvertently cause an accident. Damn. Wang Yu was pursued desperately, nearly losing his sense of direction, with only one chance left, and his rationality hanging by a thread. He was almost in a hopeless situation. No, there must be another way. Wang Yu forced himself to calm down, maintaining his evasive maneuvers while checking the ship's panel data for anything useful. Unfortunately, all the modules marked with question marks and those labeled as hungry were inoperable. There must be hidden capabilities. This ship has been drifting in subspace for a long time. It must have something. Wang Yu frantically searched the system, finally opening his own panel, and was stunned to see that the spell named Body of Fear was available. It is worth noting that his consciousness was now flowing within the deep space vessel. If he could cast the spell, who would be the one to initiate it? Himself, the ship, or both together? Wang Yu had no time to ponder. He immediately activated the spell, and soon the deep space vessel began to tremble violently, its speed decreasing, while the small celestial bodies pursuing it all came to a halt. In the ship's cabin, Ball and Mao here inexplicably felt a sense of dread, a profound terror rising within them, emanating from Wang Yu, who was sinking into his seat. The black substance covering most of the ship rapidly activated, transforming into a vivid red. Thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat seemed to resonate from deep below, reaching the two beneath their feet, accompanied by vibrations that sent some debris flying. In subspace, it wasn't just a matter of slowing down for the deep space vessel. A crack suddenly formed at the bow, about 2/3 of the way along, splitting open, revealing rows of sharp teeth that almost filled the entire opening, roaring as it did. Roar. This roar seemed capable of causing all objects to resonate, shaking everything inside the bridge, including the ground, forcing Ball and Mao here to crouch down due to the discomfort brought on by the resonance. The surrounding celestial bodies, both large and small, were also affected, trembling, and then, disregarding the densely packed space, they scrambled to flee in the direction away from the deep space vessel. After Wang Yu used the spell, the deep space vessel also activated its magic, even being forcefully awakened with an effect far stronger than when Wang Yu had activated it himself. At that time, he couldn't even scare away a shadow demon. However, when the deep space vessel initiated the spell, the effect was so powerful that all the nearby entities resembling living things fled in disarray, clearing a path ahead. Wang Yu seized the opportunity to accelerate. If it were a car, it would be as if he had pressed the accelerator straight into the fuel tank, wishing he could stomp on it to ignite all the gasoline at once to complete this surge. Because this so-called intimidation was merely an illusion, not representing the true strength of the deep space vessel, and could only be maintained for a brief 15 seconds. Fortunately, as these celestial bodies scattered, Wang Yu finally found an exit to break through this dense region of celestial bodies, bursting forth into a vast area nearly devoid of celestial objects. Having escaped, Wang Yu's mind trembled violently, filled with the joy and excitement of having survived a catastrophe, unable to resist glancing back, seeing countless celestial bodies tightly clustered together with a gap in the middle from which he had just emerged. What on earth is going on? Even in subspace, it is too unusual for so many celestial bodies to cluster together. Is there a black hole inside? Wang Yu muttered, but dared not linger. The farther he ran, the better. If whatever was inside regained its senses and realized it had been tricked by the spell, becoming enraged and chasing after him, it would not end well. About 5 minutes later, Wang Yu's sanity was once again in jeopardy, with only 5 points remaining. He could only allow the deep space vessel to continue forward at a lower speed, since ahead lay a vast open area. Just as he disconnected and switched back to his own vision, he saw Ball looking anxious, asking something, but he could no longer hear clearly. Wang Yu managed a faint smile, indicating that the navigation had been very successful, before completely losing. Uncertain how much time had passed, Wang Yu slowly awakened, feeling as if he had experienced a hangover, his mind foggy, struggling for a while before propping himself up on the bed. Damn this after effect. Wang Yu felt the world spinning before his eyes, and forcing himself to concentrate only brought a headache. After struggling a few more times with no improvement, he wisely laid back down. This position felt more comfortable. Not far away, the cat Mao here, who was intently staring at a three-legged fat koi, noticed Wang Yu and immediately ran over. However, midway she seemed to remember something, detoured to fetch a bottle of water, poured it into a cup, and brought it over. Hey, raise some water. Also, Sister Ball asked me to check if you feel unwell. Oh, I need to report to her. Mao here said, having remembered Bao's instructions. Months had passed, and she had become fairly proficient in spoken Chinese, her pronunciation quite standard as she practiced every day. But writing, she couldn't yet meet such high demands. Wang Yu accepted the cup, downed it in one go, and fell. Where's Ball? He asked as he hadn't seen Bao's figure on the bridge. Sister Ball went on patrol. She asked me to keep. Mao here replied honestly. So what were you just doing? Wang Yu asked Malkier, as it was not the first time he had noticed her staring at that strange thing. Was it really that beautiful? Sometimes it moves secretly, but as soon as I look over it stops. It's so strange. Malkier replied, causing Wang Yu to pause, and he looked over as well. Secretly moving. Is that thing alive too? He hadn't felt it move at all. It stood upright, chest out, resembling a military posture. However, many things on the deep space were alive, so it wasn't surprising if the relic scavengers were living beings, as long as they didn't harm anyone. He attempted to rise again, but the world before him started spinning once more, so he had to lie back down. Having traversed such a dense region of celestial bodies was still too much for him. If he hadn't activated magic at the last moment, he probably would have perished there. Next time he absolutely couldn't be so reckless. There were others on the ship besides him. By the way, Malkier, how long have I been asleep? Wang Yu suddenly asked. The latter looked over her face, displaying a troubled expression, as if trying to count how many meals. Never mind, I'll check myself. Wang Yu exhaled and activated the system to check the time, and this time he was so shocked that he sat up straight. He had been unconscious for a full 41 hours. This also meant the deep space had been under management for 41 hours. Perhaps at this very moment they were colliding with some celestial body. He had to connect immediately to check the route. Suddenly a sense of crisis dispelled Wang Yu's discomfort. He climbed up from the ground, staggering towards the captain's chair. However, he had only taken 2 steps when the door to the bridge swung open. The person entering was Ball, who had just returned after collecting some pods. What are you doing? Ball placed the vegetables down and rushed over, blocking Wang Yu's path. I need to confirm the route to ensure navigation safety. But you just woke up. Do you know your heart stopped for a whole 5 seconds earlier? If you had been negligent, you would already be a corpse. Ball exclaimed angrily. Wang Yu hadn't expected it to be so serious. However, the safety of the route was paramount and needed to be ensured as quickly as possible, without any delay. Last time I was reckless and arrogant, he'll explain later. But right now this ship is navigating through completely unknown territory, and I must confirm it and make adjustments in time otherwise. If we crash into something, it will all be too late, Wang Yu said, providing arguments that left Ball unable to refute. In the end, she had no choice but to step aside. Wang Yu then sat back down in the captain's chair to confirm the situation. This time, after re-establishing the connection with the deep space, he was met with a vast expanse he had never experienced before. Although there were clusters of celestial bodies in the distance compared to the areas he had previously traversed, it was much more open, as if he had entered another universe. More importantly, Wang Yu finally saw the exit to leave subspace scattered here and there, and just by adjusting the route, they had a chance to leave within half a day. They had finally left the void area. Moreover, the deep space had been surprisingly lucky, sailing silently for over 40 hours without incident, as it was an open area, and Wang Yu had also reduced the sailing speed. This time Wang Yu didn't stay long in the captain's chair. He took off the cat helmet and announced the good news to Ball. They were about to return to the real universe. Half an hour later, the three gathered around a makeshift table made of metal panels and pipes, enjoying a delicious lunch prepared by Ball. Wang Yu acted like a starving ghost. After all, he hadn't eaten for over 40 hours. It was better not to mention it. Once mentioned, it was truly hungry. However, Ball wouldn't allow him to eat too much, deliberately limiting the portion, allowing Wang Yu to eat only until he was half full. She also took some medicine from the medical box based on his feedback, mainly to enhance nutrition and relieve mental stress, as there were limited supplies. After eating, Wang Yu felt much better, no longer dizzy, and recounted to Ball and Malkier the moment when he nearly died from prolonged piloting of the deep space. I used magic to finally escape. But now that I think about it, that might have been the last barrier to breaking through. Next time I encounter this situation, it would be best to look for another route. When it's time to turn back, I should turn back. Wang Yu said, still feeling a wave of fear as he recalled that if he hadn't come up with a clever idea at the last moment and used magic to repel the surrounding celestial bodies, he might not even have the chance to reflect on it here. Can I pilot the deep space? Ball said, causing Wang Yu to fall into thought. Indeed, if there were a second pilot to hand off, to the difficulty of navigation would decrease exponentially. However, this ship had only connected with Wang Yu so far. If it were handed over to Ball, who was a mechanical life form, it was uncertain what might happen if there were no permissions. Being consumed by the deep space would be troublesome. This is indeed a good idea, but not feasible at the moment. The risks are a bit too high. Once this ship's functions are gradually perfected, and perhaps even a power system can be installed, it will be possible then. Wang Yu contemplated various possibilities for the future, knowing that this broken ship could not be left in disrepair indefinitely. It needed to be fixed sooner or later, but there were no conditions for that at the moment. Moreover, it would be best to have a few extra helmets to protect against losing one's sanity while navigating subspace. This time the peril was partly due to the helmet nearing overload failure, increasing Wang Yu's burden. About 5 hours later, Wang Yu connected with the deep space again, having arrived near the subspace exit he had chosen, with several tightly arranged doors and the middle door was particularly large, indicating this was a star system rather than some wandering celestial body. A small number of subspace celestial bodies were wandering around, but they posed no threat to Wang Yu at this moment. Traversing through them was almost like entering a deserted land. The large door should represent a star. That's too dangerous. Let's choose a medium-sized one further away from the star for safety. Wang Yu aimed for a target and charged straight towards the door he had chosen. In an unknown starry sky, a spaceship resembling a rock suddenly appeared, materializing in orbit around a planet, becoming part of its trajectory. Upon its emergence, the surface of the ship was crawling with various bizarre creatures, including a worm over 10 meters long, which crawled along the ship's exterior while using its barbed teeth to prey on other beings. As the pilot, Wang Yu knew all too well the origins of these entities. They were attached when he came through the door. That door was not a traditional one, but a weak point in subspace. Under the influence of the helmet, it manifested as a door. In reality, it resembled a dense web, and when Wang Yu broke free into the real space, it felt as if he had shattered a layer of netting, his speed drastically decreasing as he appeared in the current planetary orbit. The net that clung to the spaceship transformed into monsters crawling across its surface, including several intimidating creatures, among them the plump giant worm and a being with wings resembling a flying dragon. However, after entering real space, these creatures only remained active for a few seconds before succumbing to weakness, their skin looking as if scorched by radiation, emitting smoke and sizzling sounds, their bodies drying up like dehydration, shattering and ultimately vanishing into nothingness. This was likely what was mentioned in the subspace navigation rules. Most subspace beings and demons quickly weaken and die once they detach from subspace. At that time, as Wang Yu had just crossed over and arrived in real space, the sounds from outside the ship were probably caused by these creatures. The entire process took about 30 seconds. Even though many light lizards had mixed in on the ship's surface, these weak creatures hardly survived beyond those 30 seconds before being devoured by other more powerful subspace beings, leaving not a single live one behind. Wang Yu had nearly been killed by the light lizards, and now that he thought back, had he indeed become the excrement of a light lizard? And if interstellar media existed, he would have made the news published as a clown in a corner to elicit a laugh. A great captain, after battling the light lizards for 300 rounds, met a tragic defeat and became their excrement. He had been watching the creatures on the ship's surface until they completely perished. Only then did he turn his gaze to the star system he was in, especially the planet below. It was a lava planet giving no signs of life. As for the star in the system, it appeared very dim, yet the surrounding space-time distortion was particularly severe. That must be a white dwarf. Or perhaps a neutron star. Wang Yu frowned, struggling to distinguish due to his limited knowledge. But Bulk was surely capable of making that judgment. After confirming that all the monsters on the ship's surface were dead, he disconnected, sliding off the seat to look at Bulk and Cat Kier. Alright, we have exited subspace and entered another star system. But we must not let our guard down, as there may still be subspace beings lurking inside the ship, so we need to conduct a thorough corner-to-corner sweep. Wang Yu stated, though he had just awakened, it was far from time to recuperate. Safety was the top priority at all. He walked over to the exoskeletal power armor standing nearby and donned it. Bulk and Cat Kier were also ready for battle. Bulk, the star in this system, might be a neutron star or a white dwarf, likely without any habitable planets, so we will have to rely on astronomical observations to find our next target. It would be best to find one nearby, as the main engine of the deep space is losing power. I can feel it. Each transition into subspace is a significant drain on this ship, and it may only manage to enter and exit subspace 3 more times at most. No 2 times is the limit. Any more could lead to a loss of power, leaving us forever lost in subspace. Wang Yu explained the ship's situation to Bulk. There were no specific data to refer to. It was entirely based on Wang Yu's feelings during the connection with the deep space. The ship was becoming weak due to hunger, but he was unsure how to nourish it, feeling somewhat at a loss. The 3 fully armed individuals began to scour the entire ship. They first visited the hangar, as they had previously encountered light lizards infested with parasites in that very place. However, this time the hangar was quite clean. They immediately retraced their steps, preparing to sweep through each room along the corridor. Since the vast majority of subspace beings cannot survive after detaching from subspace, it was entirely normal not to have been invaded. But as they approached the corner of the corridor leading to the captain's quarters, Cat Kier suddenly became alert and called out to Wang Yu and Bulk. There's something over there. They are coming in large numbers. Cat Kier had keen senses, detecting the abnormality ahead of time. After they all raised their weapons, they finally heard the sounds of something crawling. It was a small swarm of light lizards, varying in size, but distinctly different from ordinary light lizards, for each had a tightly clustered mass of white flowers blooming along their backs, resembling white floral balls. The corridor erupted in gunfire, with Wang Yu and Bulk each using a shotgun and a submachine gun respectively, quickly slaughtering the small group of light lizards. There were fewer than 10 in total, making them not difficult to deal with. and they couldn't even get close. However, after killing these beings, they all sensed something was amiss. Each light lizard's body was connected to a dark green vine entering their bodies from the tails, which was quite unusual. Even after the light lizards were slain, the inserted vines retracted back, indicating that there was a core entity controlling this group of light lizards. These are parasitic plants. Be careful not to get contaminated. Wang Yu determined, feeling disgusted by these subspace creatures beginning to retreat to maintain distance, worried that there might be spores or pollen from these plants in the air. Being infected would be troublesome. But Bulk was not concerned. She had sharply considered a possibility and rushed forward, realizing that the vines were emanating from the captain's quarters, further confirming her suspicion. This thing might be targeting the hydroponics chamber. Bulk exclaimed, causing Wang Yu to feel a tightness in his chest, for that was their crucial source of food. Don't come over, you might get infected. Bulk added, raising her gun and charging forward, followed by Cat Kier, who was not particularly afraid of any infection or parasitism, leaving Wang Yu behind. After pausing for 2 seconds, he decided to run back to change into his spacesuit before returning. In the captain's quarters, dense dark green vines crowded the floor and walls of the hall. At the center lay a bizarre plant exhibiting human traits, its lower half transformed into root-like vines, yet possessing hands, and a head, its form resembling that of a woman, but with only 2 pale pink eyes and a tilted white flower blooming atop its head. Many of its roots had pierced into the hydroponics chamber, absorbing the nutrient solution within, basking under the grow lights, even blooming flowers on its surface. However, its enjoyment did not last long. A gunfire echoed from the corridor, instantly alerting it. As it turned to the doorway, several vines lifting off the ground, but instead of an assailant, a grenade flew in. The shock grenade exploded in the captain's room, and the strong light and sound waves caused the plant to thrash about, its vines wildly stabbing at the surroundings, resembling a blinded person in a panic. But her movements quickly ceased as a large caliber bullet shattered her head, splattering a copious amount of juice and scattering petals. Then a swift black shadow dashed in. It was the poised and ready Cat Kier. Several obstructive vines were severed, directly targeting the peculiar plant at the center. Finally, with sharp claws, it sliced the creature in half, and then began to gnaw and tear at it, its actions quite savage, reminiscent of a hunt. By the time Wang Yu arrived in his spacesuit, the captain's room was in disarray, with red-brown juice splattered everywhere, and even a small broken vine had flown to Wang Yu's feet, writhing like a severed snake. The unknown invaders inside had mostly been eliminated by Ball and Kier, with severed or torn vines strewn all around. The main body was broken into several sections. Not only was its head missing, but there were also more than 10 bullet holes in its body. Wang Yu suddenly realized that he had underestimated their combat strength. If it weren't for an exceptionally powerful subspace demon like the Shadow Demon, this kind of ordinary subspace creature was simply no match for the 3 of them. Name: Flower Fairy. White description: a type of subspace plant that lures passers-by with its exquisite form and voice, turning them into its fertilizer. It has relatively weak mobility. To spread and reproduce, it will also implant seeds into some animals, controlling their behavior to transport the seeds to grow in farther places. Flower Fairy. Wang Yu frowned slightly, recalling the skeletal warriors previously encountered, feeling that these unrealistic fantasy creatures keep cropping up in this subspace. He stopped the still fiddling Kier and inquired about the damage report from Ball. 12 sunlight lamps in the hydroponics chamber are broken, but we only brought 5 replacements. Moreover, the chamber itself has suffered varying degrees of damage, which is relatively easy to repair, but the problem is, this thing has found the storage chamber for the nutrient solution. So, Ball frowned, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. This hydroponic chamber might not be able to grow several crops anymore. Additionally, the water tank in the bedroom was also damaged, losing over 200 liters of fresh water as the roots of this thing pierced through the metal tank. I checked everything when I was patrolling earlier, and everything was normal. This strange plant. This is what happens in subspace travel. Unless it's a relatively closed space, there's a possibility of being invaded by these strange things. Wang Yu continued. Unlike Ball, who was puzzled, he merely wondered how an unexpected event occurred at the last moment. Could it have invaded while exiting subspace? That is quite likely. They should have come to the captain's room immediately, but what if the invading creature had destroyed the landing pods in the onboard chamber? This is a matter of probabilities. Currently the supplies are damaged, but fortunately the food stock is still considerable, including the unfinished light lizard meat. They should be fine for several months. As for water, they can only try to recycle the plant's juice to refill the water circulation system and see how much they can recover. But can this thing be eaten? Wang Yu picked up a small piece of vine, talking to himself. Yes, it tastes a bit sweet, but it's quite hard to chew. Kier interjected, glancing over and even demonstrating by biting into a piece of vine and chewing it. Her chew chew chew. Your ability to eat cannot be taken as a reference. Wang Yu muttered softly, still unable to ascertain Kier's immunity level, but it was certain that it was significantly. But then again, since Kier said this thing is edible and even tastes good, then in that case you can eat this plant for the next half month eating more vegetables is good for your health. Wang Yu almost revealed his true thoughts. No way I want to eat jerky pancakes and fries. Kier protested. It's fine if you fry this and sprinkle some salt on it. It might actually taste delicious. Eat it with pancakes, otherwise it'll go to waste. Wang Yu made the decision for Kier, not allowing her to develop picky eating habits. This way they could sustain themselves longer with food, and they would have more options later. The three began to tidy up the room. Now that the threat of subspace invasion was gone, they could return to the captain's room with electricity, which was much more convenient. They first patched the hole in the water tank, then using various bottles and jars to press, they recovered a large amount of juice, nearly 30 liters. This damn thing clearly absorbed so much water, yet the juice inside was far less than the amount absorbed. Was it all used for growing its body? Regardless, they managed to recover some of their losses. The remaining squeezed out grass. No, the squeezed out flour fairy was still enough for Kier to eat for a while. Initially she was quite dissatisfied, but after chewing on 2 pieces of vine jerky, she hardly mentioned it again, casually taking a piece to chew like a teething chew toy. It didn't seem unpleasant, and was even quite stress-relieving. After tidying up the room, Ball, at Wang Yu's urging, brought over the light brain to check on the situation in the surrounding star regions. The repair of the hydroponics chamber was pushed to the back. It would be best to find a planet with life and civilization nearby, as not only were Wang Yu's supplies about to run out, but there was also a hidden danger within his body. His lungs were undergoing pathological changes. It is currently unclear what illness it is, but his health limit has indeed been declining. Since waking from that several hours of coma, his health limit has dropped to 94. Although he hasn't felt strong discomfort, yet it has begun to move towards a serious direction. I hope this universe doesn't have any Fermi paradox that civilization is widespread, otherwise it would be troublesome, Wang Yu muttered quietly, looking at Ball operating the light brain. Having seen so many aliens in the subspace bar, the situation shouldn't be too dire, unlike the universe, where Blue Star is located, where it was nearly impossible to find any traces of other civilizations. One of the solar panels is malfunctioning, and the communication antenna is offline, possibly due to a cable fault that needs repair, but all other sensors are functioning normally. Ball reported activating all the sensors arranged on the surface of the deep space. A protected lens protruded from the ship's surface device, which was actually the deep space telescope installed earlier, and the lens inside was intact. Ball began to adjust the lens angle to collect information from the surroundings. With the movable joints connected to the lens and the movement of the deep space, they could almost observe the surrounding universe without blind spots. It just needed time, and it was unrealistic to expect results in the short term. Furthermore, the collected information would need to be screened one by one. A Ball directly assigned the task, and when there were discoveries, the light brain would contact Ball via wireless communication. Additionally, the nearby star map was also being drawn, which could serve as a reference for subspace navigation. After all, the gates represented by stars are quite significant and are very clear in subspace. All right, let the optical computer handle the data processing here. We must repair the communications antenna as soon as possible. If we can intercept electromagnetic signals from other civilizations, it would drastically reduce our workload and greatly aid our search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Baldao disconnected the cable linking his wrist device to the optical computer and rose to inspect the communications antenna. The hydroponic chamber could wait. The current crop had been almost entirely devoured by that floral fay. Astonishingly, it siphoned nutrients from other plants, placing it well beyond the boundaries of conventional botany. The 2 men left the captain's cabin, leaving Kuer alone. She lacked the technical expertise to assist with repairs. Wang Yu, I must deliver some unwelcome news. At our current consumption rate, based on prior subspace travel, we may exhaust our food and freshwater reserves within 6 months. Yet 6 months is an infinitesimal span in the vast chronology of interstellar navigation, therefore we must prepare without delay. Baldao raised the issue of supplies even before stepping fully out of the captain's cabin. Originally, provisions were allocated solely for Wang Yu, enough to sustain him for several years. Now, however, an additional mouth must be fed. Though they had supplemented their rations with photolizards during subspace transit, the floral phase rampage inflicted severe losses, especially in freshwater, which now stands at just over 200 liters, less than half the original stock. I'll scale back the intensity and frequency of my physical training, and together with Brother Cat will reduce our daily meals from 3 to 2, sustaining essential nutrition while extending our survival window. Wang Yu paused briefly before deciding. Indeed, decisive action was imperative. Baldao was absolutely right. Waiting until scarcity became acute would likely render any adjustment futile. They descended via elevator to the shipborne module. The moment they stepped out, a distinct tremor shuddered beneath their feet. Not from an impact against the deep space, but from something heavy colliding repeatedly with the wall and deck just beyond the adjacent bulkhead, its force transmitting clearly through the hull. Wang Yu and Baldao tensed, instantly raising their weapons and aiming toward the source of the disturbance. By its cadence and power, it sounded like two immensely strong beasts locked in brutal combat inside the vessel. Brother hammer. Wang Yu guessed aloud. Highly plausible. The sound matched his hammer strikes perfectly. Some alien entity had infiltrated the deep space formidable enough to engage Brother Hammer in direct confrontation. Yet the commotion lasted only 4 or 5 seconds before ceasing, followed by a faint, nearly inaudible dragging of heavy metal confirming Brother Hammer's victory. Phew. Thank goodness for Brother Hammer. Had that thing appeared before us, things would have turned dire very quickly. Wang Yu exhaled, awed by Brother Hammer's might, yet frowning slightly. He realized confinement to limited zones wasn't necessarily disadvantageous. Wandering freely might bring them face-to-face with such lethal anomalies. Moreover, could Brother Hammer truly prevail every time? Should he falter, and should Brother Pig likewise fall, the fate of the entire ship would hang in the balance. Wang Yu's brow furrowed deeper, intensifying his yearning for greater strength. Once the disturbance ceased, both men lowered their weapons and resumed their repair work. This round of inspection and maintenance involved only the communications antenna and solar panels, both highly specialized tasks, so Wang Yu opted not to join the effort. After activating the maintenance conduit, he remained inside in full EVA suit, waiting idly. Life was unlikely in this star system. The dim glow of its central star and the molten surface of the nearby planet offered grim testimony. Even if a habitable life-bearing world once orbited here, a supernova explosion would have sterilized it utterly, let alone the prolonged absence of illumination. What remained were likely frozen ice balls or magma worlds, or fragments of planets and asteroids shattered by the supernova's fury. Earlier, while interfacing with the deep space, he'd noted an immense debris field of vast asteroid belt. But now it was invisible, no other planets in sight. Utterly desolate, unnervingly so. Wang Yu sat by the conduit entrance for nearly half an hour before Baldao delivered good news. The power line had been corroded through by some unknown substance and buried beneath rock strata, requiring extra time to excavate and reconnect. Both the solar panels and the communications antenna were intact. The issues were merely poor contact and power interruption. Returning to the captain's cabin, they found Brother Cat lounging idly on a tattered sofa, surrounded by a mountain of dried vine stalks. She seemed to have intuitively mastered the art of chewing then spitting, discovering quite independently the optimal method of consumption. This scene left even the perpetually urgent Wang Yu and Baldao momentarily speechless. It seemed Kuer felt no tension whatsoever, unless confronted by monsters. It wasn't composure, it was sheer mental disengagement. Wang Yu pulled out his handheld device and casually assigned her 20 moderately complex arithmetic problems, demanding completion before dinner or she would go without. After all, she'd already consumed copious amounts of dried floral fey. Hardly a single pang of hunger would trouble her. Grr, you're bullying me. These questions are too hard. Why do I have to solve them? It's unfair. Kuer protested upon seeing the problems. Oh, so you'd like me to solve them too? Wang Yu retrieved the cracked wooden board bearing the questions and pointed to the most difficult one. This 1876233, what's the result? Kuer froze immediately, reciting multiplication tables. From 1 8 is 8 onward. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had already computed the answer. It's 77. Verify it yourself. If you err, once you reach my level you won't need to practice such foundational operations anymore. Wang Yu answered triumphantly. As a university student who'd endured the Gaokao, even with modest scores, such elementary arithmetic required no pen or paper. His math teacher would have throttled him otherwise. Steady diligence brings benefit. Master these fundamentals, and you'll finally grasp the urgency of our dwindling supplies. Wang Yu explained, suspecting her indifference stemmed not from calmness, but from inability to calculate how many days remained before starvation. 2 minutes later, Baldao solved the problem, correctly on the first attempt, though the result matched Wang Yu's precise. Refusing to concede, she recalculated, confirmed Wang Yu's accuracy, and pouted, her competitive spirit ignited. She turned resolutely to the remaining problems. Over several hours, and just before dinner, Kuer completed all 20 problems. Though admittedly indolent and fond of indulgence, her fierce competitiveness shone through. And having solved every problem correctly, she proved herself neither foolish nor incapable, merely undereducated. From this, Wang Yu gained insight into how best to guide Kuer's learning, an auspicious beginning to a longer pedagogical journey. During dinner time, a large roll of fried flour fairy vine appeared in Malkir's plate. Having had its moisture squeezed out beforehand, it transformed into a golden, crispy delight, resembling a crunchy twist. As for whether it was delicious, judging by Malkir's food-guarding speed, it must have been quite tasty. Wang Yu swallowed hard, suppressing his urge to taste a bite, and honestly focused on his own fries. However, he had just eaten halfway, when Bear, who had been repairing the hydroponic chamber, reacted. She sat back in her chair and began checking the data on her light brain, indicating that the space telescope had made a discovery. Wang Yu approached with his plate, munching on the fries sporadically. There's a flaw. Mao Kier suddenly reached out, snatching the last 2 fries and stuffing them into her mouth with lightning speed, then crouched defensively, bracing for Wang Yu's attack. But after a while, Wang Yu showed no reaction as his attention was entirely on Bear. This made Mao Kier unable to contain her curiosity, leaning over to sneak a glance. There's good news, Bear exclaimed, turning around only to find 2 spectators holding plates, momentarily stunned. Do you want to finish eating before we talk, or should we talk first? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu wasted no time swallowing the remaining small portion of protein mush in one go, signaling that they should talk first. Mao Kier followed suit, shoving all the food from her bowl into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up. A few minutes later, the first extraterrestrial civilization exploration meeting of the deep space was officially. The previous meeting on the machine star didn't count, as there were hardly any normal crew members aboard at that time. Having one-person meeting was not really a meeting. The investigation results of our current galaxy have come out. The star of this galaxy is a white dwarf that has undergone a supernova explosion. Additionally, there are 3 planets, and the one we are on is the closest one, while the other 2 are much farther away, extremely dim, and have very low surface temperatures. Bear began discussing the current galactic environment, which was basically consistent with what Wang Yu had seen when he connected to the deep space. The surface conditions of these 3 planets are extremely harsh, and no traces of civilization have been found. However, the good news is that around this white dwarf, in the debris belt orbiting it, a non-natural celestial body has been discovered. After careful identification, it is very likely to be a broken spaceship. What? Wang Yu stood up directly, not expecting such an unexpected discovery. It was truly fantastic news, as it could contain supplies, or even remnants of civilization. Bear held the light brain, performing a series of operations, and the screen displayed a processed deep space. This is the clearest photo. Upon magnification, it can be seen that this object is different from the surrounding floating debris. It is particularly smooth, reflecting light, resembling high-purity metal or similar materials. Its reflective spectrum is being analyzed, and the results are expected to be available in about 10 minutes. However, based solely on the optical image, the possibility of it being an artificial product is extremely high, over 98. Its length is approximately 2,172 meters with a width of about 872 meters, quite large, much bigger than the deep space. Bear stated that although the spectral analysis results had not yet been obtained, she was already convinced that this was a broken alien spaceship. Wang Yu gradually recovered from his surprise, starting to contemplate the potential risks. Bear, are you sure this is a broken spaceship and not a functioning one? Could it notice us? Could it attack us? He frowned, beginning to think in the worst direction, considering it could be very dangerous. The likelihood is very small. Based on the optical image, a large area around the spaceship is scattered with smooth debris, which is why I concluded it is a broken spaceship. Moreover, the damage is severe. Its original size might far exceed the portion we currently see. Bear emphasized her belief that this was a broken spaceship. For Wang Yu, though he felt a bit guilty towards the civilization and aliens behind this spaceship, it was indeed good news, indicating that Wang Yu and the others had the opportunity to pick up trash. But the risk was still not zero. Although the spaceship is broken, there might still be intact functioning parts within the damaged spaceship. It's even possible there are survivors. So the risk is still present, and caution is required during contact, Bear stated, and after hearing this, Wang Yu nodded, contemplating for a few seconds before making a decision. Let's go check it out. We can't let this opportunity slip away. As for the risks, we can discuss them after seeing it. Thus, the next target of the deep space was the asteroid belt within the galaxy, which was not very far away. Mao Kier actually participated in the meeting, but found it hard to interject, and even struggled to understand, feeling excluded and unconsciously pouted. So you need to read more. Now you understand the importance of knowledge, right? Wang Yu noticed this and immediately emphasized the importance of knowledge to Mao Kier, but the effect was poor and it would take time. On the other side, the spectral analysis results also came out, and Bear roughly understood the material composition of that spaceship. Its main components are iron, followed by titanium, and lead with trace amounts of platinum and palladium. It can basically be confirmed to be some sort of alloy. Under natural conditions, such large, smooth, uniform alloys cannot exist. Therefore, this must be a man-made product, a spaceship. Bear concluded, extinguishing the last bits of doubt. Alright, we'll set off shortly. Since this is a broken alien spaceship, there's no need for us to be overly cautious. We'll carefully assess its condition as we approach and develop a detailed exploration plan afterwards. Wang Yu said, not intending to waste time, primarily because supplies were limited and on that spaceship. Whether or not they could find supplies was still unknown, and they might even come up empty-handed. Therefore, wasting time here was wasting their limited lives. Wait a minute. Bear's eyes suddenly widened, and she began to operate on the light brain again, this time connecting a cable from her wrist to the light brain, her expression growing increasingly serious, making Wang Yu feel uneasy and unable to help but inquire. Did that spaceship send a radio communication? Are there living aliens inside? He speculated, but the situation was not as he imagined, and it was completely unrelated to that spaceship. Bear turned her head, speaking in a very serious tone. In the closest galaxy to here, a strange planet has been discovered. It is approximately 4 light years away from us, and from the optical image, it has an open eye on its surface. It even moves. What? Wang Yu stood up once again. This time his voice was much louder, and he felt a surge of heat rushing into his brain, disrupting his breathing rhythm, prompting Ball to quickly display the image. Then, he saw a rusty-colored, deformed planet surrounded by a multitude of floating debris. At the top of this planet, presumably at the North or South Pole, a rusty continent had split open, creating a fissure wide enough to span the entire planet with cracked edges from which a pale bloodshot eyeball emerged. The entire planet had deformed due to this eyeball, transforming from a sphere into an oval shape, elongated towards one end. Only at the opposite end of the planet, due to the polar glaciers, was there a hint of white or pink. Could this be a unique geological feature of the planet interacting with the climate, and due to the distance it appears to resemble an eyeball? Wang Yu attempted to justify asking a question even he found hard to believe. This was immediately denied by Ball. It's nearly impossible. The star in that system is a mature yellow dwarf, and the light it reflects is quite strong, making the chances of an imaging error extremely low. Although there are indeed parts of the planet's image that have been numerically restored, even removing those parts, the image of the eyeball is still clearly visible. Ball dismissed this possibility and began to operate on the holographic interface. The planet in the image quickly darkened, with the side facing away from the star, merging almost completely with the darkness. However, on the side facing the star, the rusty red continent still prominently displayed the protruding eyeball. About every 5 minutes, the red iris of the eyeball would turn to face this side of the image, pausing briefly before shifting to the other end, repeating the cycle continuously. Wang Yu shifted his gaze away from the holographic interface and sat down, his heart sinking. Another demon star? How could this be? If the universe is filled with such things, then have I fled for nothing? He said, no, this thing is different from the demon star. Wang Yu glanced back at the image and pulled up his own panel. My rationality hasn't noticeably declined, and I can observe directly. The system hasn't alerted me to the presence of a subspace evil god. This thing is much weaker than a demon star. I almost scared myself. Wang Yu let out a long sigh. Ball, maintain observation of that planet, if there's any unusual activity. Wang Yu suddenly realized that it was a planet several light years away. Even if there was unusual activity, it would have occurred years ago. Besides, this applies to both sides. The deep space vessel came through subspace. If the other side lacks faster thanlight or cross-space observation methods, it would take at least over 6 years to see the deep space vessel. Even those with poor eyesight might not notice it at all. The deep space vessel doesn't emit light. In the vastness of space, it's so small that it's less noticeable than a speck of dust. In any case, let's keep observing that planet. Then Ball, hurry up and sketch a star map of the surrounding star systems to see if we can find a civilization or habitable planet. Once we finish exploring that wrecked ship, we'll leave here directly. Wang Yu said, already preparing for the next entry into subspace. The meeting concluded, and Wang Yu stood up to head to the bridge, ready to fly towards the debris field as planned. He had already reviewed the navigation trajectory on Ball's holographic interface, and once connected to the deep space vessel, he just needed to fly straight there, saving a lot of trouble. Cough. He coughed, feeling something foreign in his throat. He coughed it out, and found it was a black fragment the size of a grain of rice covered in saliva. Did I just cough out my lung? Wang Yu exclaimed, glancing back to see that Ball hadn't followed. He examined it carefully. How it felt very brittle, crumbling into powder with a squeeze resembling inferior foam. What is this? He confirmed on the panel that his health was still at 96, with no obvious discomfort, so he decided to ignore it for now, though it wouldn't help to inform Ball, as it would only cause concern. He would wait until they reached the next civilized planet to address it. He arrived at the bridge, sat in the captain's chair, and accelerated away from the orbit of the planet, speeding towards the nearby asteroid belt, expecting to arrive in about 2 weeks. However, the environment of the asteroid belt was complex and vast. It would likely take an additional 3 to 4 days to reach the vicinity of that wrecked ship. 2 weeks later. During this time, Wang Yu had reduced his exercise, but maintained his life rhythm, always keeping his disciplined life talent activated. The upcoming actions were crucial, and the additional 20 points of rationality provided by this talent were. He hoped to find supplies, intact equipment, and even remnants of civilization on the ship, which would greatly assist Wang Yu and his companions in their subsequent interstellar voyage. As the deep space vessel drew nearer to the wreckage, Ball had digitally reconstructed the original appearance of the ship, though it was merely for reference. This appeared to be a massive cylindrical ship. If intact, its total length should exceed 10 kilometers, even reaching 15 kilometers, nearly the maximum size that conventional materials and power could construct. Of course, the conventional power here refers to controllable nuclear fusion and similar sources that could support long-distance interstellar travel, not traditional fossil fuels. Conventional materials refer to high-strength alloys and composite materials. Yet even so, constructing such a massive ship would be very difficult, requiring a mature space dock. Because a ship of this size could hardly be built and launched directly from a planet's surface. Even if it were possible, it would cause tremendous damage to the planet's ecological environment. The ships prepared by the Machine Star for deep space exploration were far smaller than this scale. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't build such ships, it was just that at the outset their aerospace sector suffered a catastrophic blow, leading to its abandonment and even becoming a taboo. This civilization level might just be enough to start interstellar travel with a technological level far below that of the deep space vessel. It seems this ship is still using centrifugal force to simulate a gravity environment. Ball analyzed the reconstructed ship's image and the materials used to construct it, assessing its possible civilization level. This point is very important as it also somewhat represents the danger level within the ship. If it were built by a civilization with a level similar to that of the Machine Star, or even lower, many incomprehensible dangers would be significantly reduced. Looking at it this way, the technological level of this spaceship is actually not higher than that of the Machine Star, and in many aspects it may even be inferior. Wang Yu said, arms crossed, just after hearing Bao's explanation. The Machine Star had given up on exploring the deep cosmos due to the influence of the demon star Higra, but in reality, it had already crossed the threshold of interstellar travel. In the fields of artificial intelligence and robotics, as well as life sciences and medicine, the technological level is actually very high, far exceeding that of most civilizations that have just stepped into the starry sky, not to mention the terrifying productivity of the machine servants. But why did this spaceship crash here? Paul, have you found any clues? Wang Yu asked. Regarding this, Paul was actually at a loss. It might have been a long time since the incident occurred, and there could be many reasons. One of the more significant possibilities is that this spaceship collided with a small asteroid in the debris field, leading to a series of catastrophic chain reactions, such as thermal runaway explosion and disintegration, leaving only this small part of the framework relatively intact. The explosion was the direct cause of this spaceship's disintegration, and it was quite powerful as debris from the spaceship was scattered widely and could be found hundreds of kilometers away. Ball made a judgment based on the distribution of the wreckage. However, this raised a new question: why would such a massive spaceship take the risk of venturing into the asteroid belt? After all, it was a large ship, and its technology was not very advanced. Navigating through the debris field would surely pose significant difficulties, far less agile than the deep space ship, which was only 500 meters long. Even if the deep space ship was currently in a state of hunger with a damaged auxiliary engine and most functions missing, it would still likely be much more maneuverable than this large ship. The real reason for its crash here would likely require further exploration to find any potential system logs or similar records. Also, is there a mother star of this spaceship in the surrounding star systems? Have any reinforcements come over or received any communication signals? Wang Yu asked again, as this was indeed a matter that needed consideration. Because the technology level of this ship is not high, even if it can perform interstellar travel, it is very likely that it wouldn't stray too far from its mother star. If a rescue signal was sent, the rescue fleet might even be on its way, or if they accidentally collided, it would be a big problem. However, Ball indicated that there were no discoveries related to a rescue fleet, nor had any communication signal. The closest star system to here is the one with the gigantic eyeball, which Wang Yu named the Hell Star, and it is unlikely that the spaceship came from there, nor were there any large facilities resembling a space dock found in that star system. In more distant star systems, the distance would be tens of light years, which is also quite unlikely. Hiss. Then this ship is a bit strange. Did it come from a long journey and mistakenly crash into the debris field? Wang Yu stroked his chin. But regardless, the action of exploration would not change. After fully considering the potential risks and benefits, the deep space ship under Wang Yu's control flew into the debris field. However, describing it as driving is somewhat inappropriate, to be precise. After completing the connection, Wang Yu essentially became the deep space ship. Moreover, after tempering in the subspace, and with the assistance of the spiritual vision helmet, his connection time between the real universe and the deep space ship had greatly extended. Even if the connection lasted several hours, or even half a day, he need not worry about mental issues. As for avoiding asteroids and finding a safe navigation route, it was as simple as eating and drinking for Wang Yu. This time, he only spent a few minutes to determine the course, and then withdrew. What followed was a long wait and course adjustments. 2 days later, the deep space ship was getting closer and closer to that shattered spaceship. Just then, Ball suddenly rushed to find Wang Yu, who had just disconnected, saying there was a new discovery. First, let the deep space ship stop, Ball said, holding a light brain, pulling up a picture newly taken by the space telescope. In the image, there was a splash of orange-yellow that was completely different from the surrounding rocky bodies. After magnifying and restoring the pixels, the outline of that object became clearer, and Wang Yu's expression turned serious as he immediately took the light brain to check. It was actually a floating corpse in the debris field, seemingly wearing a space suit of some specification, orange in color with thick armor plates for protection. Moreover, judging from its form, it closely resembled a human, but only the severed upper body remained. Where is the corpse located? I need the relative position to the current location of the deep space ship, Wang Yu said, naturally realizing the importance of this clue. Some difficult to detect small details often require a close distance and the right angle to notice. Ball then pulled up the current course of the deep space ship and the distribution of surrounding debris, highlighting the location of the corpse. Wang Yu glanced at it and roughly remembered the direction, quickly running to the bridge to reconnect with the deep space ship. Then, with an emergency stop and a turn, he smoothly began flying towards the location of the corpse. The corpse was not far from the deep space ship, only a little over 5,000 kilometers away. Fortunately, with the assistance of the space telescope and photon computer for image analysis, otherwise relying solely on his eyes, it would have been impossible to notice. Even with the senses of the deep space ship, Wang Yu would not have noticed the slightest anomaly in that corner. His brain directly overlooked it. After flying for about 20 minutes, the deep space ship stopped in front of a dense debris field, at which point the corpse was nearly in sight, with a straight line distance of less than 3,000 meters, even visible to the naked eye if they went outside. Indeed, it was a corpse likely blown here by the explosion, along with the debris and fragments of the ship. Then the dilemma was presented to Wang Yu and the others. In front of them were rocks of various sizes with insufficient space for the deep space ship to enter. Moreover, they also lacked means for short-distance movement in space. Relying solely on jumping and safety ropes would not reach that far. Wang Yu paused for a moment without disconnecting from the deep space ship and directly forced it into the debris field like an icebreaker. As long as the speed was slow enough and they avoided colliding with large debris, the hard shell of the deep space ship could still carve out a path, but caution was necessary, which tested the driver's skills. Wang Yu spent about 15 minutes reducing the distance of 3,000 meters to 30 meters, aligning the maintenance passage of the onboard cabin towards the direction of the corpse, then stopped the ship, preparing to salvage the floating corpse. A few minutes later, a hatch on the surface of the deep space opened, revealing 3 fully armed individuals, including Wang Yu, Bear, and Malkier, all of whom had joined this operation. Although they were only facing a corpse, considering the potential risks, all 3 decided to act together for mutual support in case of any unforeseen events. However, only one person was actually going to retrieve the corpse with the safety rope secured around Malkier's waist. Use the rope slipknot to secure the corpse, then come back. Understood? Wang Yu reiterated this using sign language, although he had already explained the mission process before. He still felt the need to repeat it. Understood. Malkier gestured an OK sign, resorting to sign language since sound could not carry in. Wang Yu and Bear exchanged glances, both becoming serious. Bear had already set up his sniper rifle lying on the ship where the gravity field was still active, responsible for providing long-range fire support, primarily concerned about the corpse potentially reanimating. Wang Yu was in charge of monitoring the rope. Although one end was already secured, he would need to quickly pull the safety rope to bring Malkier back if necessary. Once everything was ready, Malkier jumped out, directly landing steadily on a medium-sized piece of debris, then bending her knees to launch herself towards another piece. This was also the reason Malkier was selected, as her lightweight frame, weighing only 58 kilograms, along with her agility and strength, surpassed that of Wang Yu, making her the most suitable candidate. This was Malkier's first official mission, and she was highly motivated. After leveraging herself off the debris 4 or 5 times, Malkier leaped towards the corpse floating in midair, while the stone beneath her drifted away, colliding with other debris. Taking advantage of the moment near the corpse, Malkier grabbed the arm of the corpse while her other hand secured the slipknot around its head. Well done. Wang Yu had been watching closely and, seeing everything go smoothly with no signs of the corpse reanimating, finally let out a sigh of relief. His caution was understandable, as this was a mysterious and bizarre universe, making it necessary to be prepared for anything. Malkier and the corpse were pulled back by the safety rope, and the mission concluded successfully as the deep space closed its hatch. As the air refilled the room, Wang Yu did not rush to remove his spacesuit, but began examining the corpse directly. Name: Plunderer, combat suit damaged. Manufacturer: House of Parasites. House of Parasites, an organization established by the parasitic civilization Solon, original insect, which runs the largest population and organ trading market in the current universe, often attacking other civilizations' ships to supplement supplies. Regulatory: level class I, civil use. Description: spacesuit distributed by House of Parasites to low-level combat personnel. Compared to traditional spacesuits, it focuses more on combat and protection capabilities, thus being referred to as a combat suit. It is weaker in terms of life support and endurance, but has a simple assistive structure built in which can slightly enhance the combat personnel's strength and improve jumping ability through a matching jetpack, though it requires skillful usage. Strength 10. Defense 8. Parasite. Wang Yu's eyes widened as he gazed at the visor of the corpse. Inside was a shrunken fossil-like head with distinct human features capable of identifying the facial features. However, its ears were sharp fish fins, and due to dehydration the facial features appeared grotesque, with sharp teeth fully exposed. Wang Yu instructed Malkier to use her claws to cut away the obstructive spacesuit, revealing a corpse that resembled a mummified figure with structures resembling gill slits on the chest and fish fins at the elbows. However, that was not the most striking feature. On the back of this corpse, just below the nape, there was an abnormal protrusion distinct from the large fish fin at the waist. After Bear carefully cut it open with a knife, the blade distinctly felt a hard-shelled substance. Once the skin was peeled back, this peculiar thing finally revealed its true form, a worm embedded in the skin, parasitically attached to the spine and connected to the nerves. Seeing this for the first time, a strong sense of nausea surged within Wang Yu, of visceral revulsion and discomfort. This creature resembled a giant coiled watermelon worm with a layer of hard shell on its back and completely degenerated legs on the front, appearing as part of the nervous system embedded into the spine. Bear directly wielded the knife and excised the dead worm, which had essentially become an empty shell, leaving a massive deep pit below the neck of the corpse. Such a parasitic worm exists, completely replacing the host and directly taking over the host's body from the central nervous system. This also. Bear frowned in her understanding. No such dangerous parasitic worm that used high-intelligence life forms as hosts had ever existed. Even if such a thing did exist, it would undoubtedly be exterminated by high-intelligence life forms unless these intelligent beings were defeated. This parasite also possessed intelligence comparable to high-intelligence beings, suggesting it itself was a sentient being. So disgusting. Malkier waved her hands repeatedly, also showing discomfort as she checked her fur, regretting having touched that filthy thing with her claws. Wang Yu, undaunted, directly reached out and took the remains of the worm from Bear. It was very light, and he could clearly feel that it was hollow inside. Name: Solon, original worm, black. Description: a highly rare, highly intelligent parasitic species in the universe with a strict internal hierarchy. Different individuals have different roles. The black individuals belong to the worker worm category, with a hard shell on their backs that can resist light firepower, and they almost lack any concept of self, completely obeying higher individuals. After maturing, they lose their mobility and fully replace the host, controlling the host's body, making them perfect soldiers, workers, and slaves. They can parasitize almost all vertebrates, and after genetic modification, special individuals that can parasitize invertebrates have also been born, but they cannot parasitize intelligent life forms that are completely different in nature, such as silicon-based or mechanical life forms. This is an accident. Life spreaders. Solon, original worm. House of parasites. Life spreaders. Wang Yu muttered the information he received from the system, narrowing his eyes. He instructed Bear to continue dissecting and researching this peculiar parasite, feeling that they might encounter it again in the future. For it seemed to be a superpower with footprints across the entire universe. The three returned to the bridge, bringing the corpse along. Wang Yu reconnected to the deep space, turned it around, and continued flying towards the shattered ship. A little over 10 minutes later, the three held a brief meeting in the captain's room. Considering the condition of this corpse and the information it carried, another possible reason for the ship's crash emerged. It might have been due to battle, as the ship could have fallen victim to an attack by the Solon original worm. As a newly emerging civilization that had just stepped into the universe, it had almost no ability to resist against such an established power. Its probable fate was shipwreck and loss of life, or even a significant population being plundered. Moreover, this discovery also served as a warning to Wang Yu, for this universe was not only filled with evil gods and disasters, the malice of other civilizations must also be guarded against, as the consequences could be far more terrifying than direct death. Wang Yu could hardly imagine the feeling of gradually being taken over by a parasite. It was simply too horrifying, and he would rather choose death. The deep space vessel resumed its course, heading once more toward the shattered spacecraft. They would reach the wreckage in no more than 8 hours. Wang Yu, Bar, and Miao Kur gathered in the bridge for a brief meeting. This time Wang Yu disclosed to them the existence of the parasite haven, the Sauron protozoans, and the life spreaders. There was no longer any need for concealment. They were now a single unified entity. Wang Yu revealed that he possessed an extraordinary ability. By touching objects, wreckage, or corpses, he could glean their embedded information. Badr proceeded to perform detailed dissections on both the Sauron protozoan and the corpse of a dolphin-like humanoid species, yielding further insights. Remarkably, this humanoid lacked a brain, or rather its cerebrum had atrophied entirely, replaced instead by newly formed clusters of neurons whose precise function remained unclear, though they most likely served to relay neural signals back to the parasitic organism. The brainstem and cerebellum, however, remained largely intact, yet both were now interwoven with the parasite's nervous architecture. Thus, the parasite had effectively become the host's new central processor, a densely active neural network capable of fulfilling cerebral functions. Yet this symbiosis came at a cost. The parasite had forfeited all autonomous capabilities, including feeding and locomotion, and existed entirely as a dependent entity bound irrevocably to its host and incapable of transferring to another. Barr concluded, under current constraints, this was the fullest analysis possible. In sum, it was a hyper-aggressive sentient superparasite, innately antagonistic toward all other intelligent organic life by virtue of its parasitic nature. And a civilization built by such parasites would inevitably be expansionist and predatory. Wang Yu concurred, and suddenly understood why the machine god cult held such extreme convictions. If one had endured such a violation and narrowly escaped death, radicalization would be all but inevitable. Bar, maximize radar surveillance range. Watch closely for lurking vessels of the insect humans. Insect human vessels. I will maintain full real-time linkage with the deep space vessel throughout. Should danger arise, we'll immediately retreat into subspace. Fortunately, a white dwarf lies nearby, its immense gravity making subspace transition swift and efficient. Upon reaching the shattered vessel, we must act decisively. Complete our survey in the shortest possible time, then withdraw from the Sauron protozoan's operational zone. No, rather their hunting ground. Wang Yu spoke gravely, having formally classified the grotesque parasites as hostile forces. Then he moved to the captain's seat and re-established his neural link with the deep space vessel. He guided the vessel forward, subtly increasing its velocity. Approximately 7 hours later, the deep space vessel arrived near the wreck. Countless fragments, ranging from boulder-sized debris to fine cosmic dust, drifted around it, testifying to the cataclysmic violence of its destruction. Yet as they drew closer, Wang Yu detected something new, something anomalous. It was not an ambush of insect humans. It was the vessel itself. Why did it smell so delicious? That wasn't wreckage. It was a golden brown, succulent, crackling skinned roast chicken glistening with juices beneath its crisp crust. For a moment, Wang Yu even experienced a vivid hallucination, inhaling its aroma. This was no ordinary fowl, but a colossal roast chicken 2 kilometers in diameter, unprecedented, untried, utterly irresistible. What is happening? Is this a psychic assault from the parasites? How utterly despicable. Wang Yu swallowed hard, overcome by an unprecedented hunger for a hunk of inert spacecraft debris. Wait, could it possibly be? A different possibility struck him. Perhaps this was no mental intrusion, but the deep space vessel itself, hungering to consume the wreckage. A ship that devours other ships, treating vessels as prey. No, I haven't explored it yet. You will hold, I command you. Wang Yu fought to suppress the craving, though his rational faculties were eroding faster than before. Fortunately, proximity was near, and his tolerance for hunger had vastly improved. He endured. Steering the deep space vessel with unwavering precision, he brought it to a steady halt beside the aromatic braised pork knuckle, heedlessly shoving aside surrounding side dishes, smaller debris fragments, as he did. Once positioned, Wang Yu severed the neural link decisively. The deep space vessel instantly entered standby mode. Yet the phantom scent still lingered in his nostrils, and when he wiped his nose, faint traces of blood stained his fingers. His nasal capillaries had ruptured, saliva flooded his mouth, spilling over his lips. What's wrong? Batra stood nearby, and had clearly noticed Wang Yu's bizarre behavior. Well, the ship suddenly transformed into a roast chicken, then into a braised pork knuckle, absolutely fragrant. But I held firm. Slurp. Wang Yu gestured emphatically while swallowing another gulp. Bar looked incredulous, convinced Wang Yu's mind had fractured. Food. At that moment, Miao Kuer perked up, ears erect, drawn irresistibly by the word delicious. Wang Yu rubbed his forehead, then carefully reconstructed his explanation until clarity emerged. The deep space vessel wants to devour the wreck. It's ravenous to consume that mass, but I stopped it. A ship that eats ships. Bar frowned. Let's set that aside for now. The deep space vessel is docked beside the wreck. Let's inventory our gear and depart immediately. Our objective is to complete the survey in minimal time. Wang Yu declared. All three began preparations. Their prior battles within subspace, especially against the shadow demons, had depleted much of their grenade stock. They retained 7 fragmentation grenades, 5 flashbang grenades, and a generous supply of electromagnetic pulse and magnetic adhesive demolition charges. Ammunition remained adequate. They carried several ammo crates, but magazine capacity was limited, constraining individual loadouts. They packed loose rounds and essential tools into a dedicated toolkit, eliminating the need to return for supplies mid-mission, especially ammunition, which they might never have the chance to retrieve again. Regarding the miniature tactical nuclear warhead, Wang Yu had already consulted Bar. Detonating it within the confined space of the wreck would likely pulverize them all. The weapon was engineered for terrestrial warfare, and its use in an enclosed environment amounted nearly to suicide. The same applied to the roar of Higra. Thus they carried only conventional arms. Miao Kuer received several grenades for self-defense along with thorough instruction on their safe deployment, always requiring explicit confirmation from both Wang Yu and Bar beforehand. Firearms were withheld from her entirely to prevent accidental discharge. Training would come later. Fully armed, the trio approached the emergency airlock. As the hatch opened, the colossal wreck, over 2 kilometers in diameter, loomed before them less than 10 meters away. Its fractured cross-section aligned perfectly with the airlock aperture, an astonishing feat of piloting precision. Any lesser navigator would surely have collided. The wreckage of the spaceship was in disarray due to the explosion, and continuous clearing would be necessary to advance. Moreover, there could be high-voltage electricity and flammable or explosive containers present, so caution was imperative. They needed to wait for Ball to assess the situation before taking action. Wang Yu reiterated the precautions for the upcoming operation through the radio in his spacesuit. To ensure that Malkir could hear, he deliberately taped a walkie-talkie to one of her ears. It was uncomfortable, but there was no better way to ensure smooth communication at the moment. Malkir, can you hear me? Wang Yu confirmed once again. Malkir responded with a gesture indicating that she could hear. However, due to the bone conduction, the sound came out a bit strange, like it was muffled, yet very close. At that moment, Ball brought over the safety rope, but instead of tying it to herself, she secured one end at the emergency passage. They planned to connect the deep space ship with the wreckage of the spaceship. However, saying connect wasn't entirely accurate, as solely relying on this rope would not securely bind these two colossal objects together. They merely sought an additional precaution. Once the deep space ship separated from the wreckage, as long as the distance did not exceed the length of the safety rope, they would be able to return easily. But if unfortunately it snapped, if that situation were to occur, it would be dire, and they could only try to avoid it during the process. After preparing, Ball was the first to set off, holding onto the safety rope, sprinting and leaping towards the wreckage of the spaceship, rolling a few times on the metal floor before stabilizing herself against the wall. She immediately raised her submachine gun, scanning the surroundings for threats, and after confirming there was no danger, she signaled Wang Yu and the others to come over. Next was Malkir, whose agility surpassed Bal's. She jumped over without needing a running start. Lastly was Wang Yu. The gravity field in the room was still active, as it was easier to use the force and less likely to jump awkwardly. He took a big step back, charged forward, and leaped with all his might, crashing into the wreckage like a cannonball, far more forceful than Ball or Malkir. To an observer unaware, it might have seemed like Wang Yu was an interstellar warrior from somewhere ready to crash into the wreckage. However, in reality, he simply exerted too much force, underestimating the power of the exosuit, and panicked after taking off the ground, flailing his limbs helplessly, yet unable to stop himself, almost giving himself a concussion. Fortunately, Ball and Malkir were there to catch him, preventing a disaster. Sorry, I'm still not quite used to this weightless environment. Wang Yu awkwardly got up, a bit embarrassed, as his previous experience crawling on the surface of the deep space ship. Ball expressed understanding, advising him to be mindful of his strength, and mentioned that he could activate the magnetic suction feature of the spacesuit, allowing him to stand firmly on the spaceship. As for Malkir, she broke into an unapologetic grin upon seeing Wang Yu's blunder. Being a child, Wang Yu chose not to hold it against her, deciding to address everything after the mission. Go this way. This is the ground of the ship, and what's beneath us should be the wall. Malkir, you go ahead. Your agility is the best, and your claws can help clear obstacles, but be aware of potential lurking enemies. Before clearing obstacles or squeezing into difficult spots, you must confirm with me first. Ball commanded, clearly taking on the role of the team leader. It was indeed fitting to have her as a robot manage the overall situation, while the other two were complete novices. The three of them adjusted their standing positions, resetting their concepts of up and down, left and right. This was quite common in space, so they needed to train and enhance their spatial awareness. After securing the safety rope to a circular steel bar which Ball bent, the three formed a column and entered the passage to explore. Ball and Wang Yu each held a crowbar and a steel pipe to clear obstacles. The trio navigated through the ruins, traversing the twisted and broken corridors. Malkir's sharp claws played a huge role here, as many obstacles could only be cleared with her claws, paving a path forward. Be careful of these walls and steel bars. The broken edges are very sharp. Especially you, Wang Yu, don't tear your spacesuit. Ball reminded them as she turned back. Because the exoskeleton suit provided no protection at the joint movement points. They advanced for dozens of meters, and the situation gradually improved as the areas of the corridor melted and deformed by high temperatures, and impacts became fewer. However, their movements inside were quite noisy. Even in a vacuum environment, sounds transmitted through the hull, and even to the soles of their feet, relayed through the spacesuit into Wang Yu's ears. If there were survivors or strange creatures nearby, they should have been alerted, yet no discoveries were made indicating that there were likely no survivors inside. Moreover, they had not seen a single corpse along the way, which suggested two possibilities. One was that these people had been captured by the insectoid raiders, and the other was that their bodies had turned to ash under high temperatures and pressures, or had been ejected into space. Also, due to similar reasons, they found no valuable items or supplies, making it worse than exploring the collapsed ruins of a building. They hoped conditions would improve in the second half. About 15 minutes later they passed through the ruins and entered a relatively spacious area. The location was an elevated platform divided into several levels, but the uppermost layer had collapsed, creating a hole over 3 meters in diameter at the top. Directly in front of them was a large and somewhat astonishing circular metal door, structured unusually. It did not open sideways or up and down, but rather like a display of skill, was composed of spiraled, arc-shaped metal pieces that opened and closed by rotating clockwise and counterclockwise. It was Wang Yu's first time seeing such a door, perfectly suited to the spaceship setting he was in. The door was also quite intact. Although there were scratches, there were no signs of damage or deformation, much better than the surrounding ruins, and it could even open. At this moment, Ball, holding her gun, walked ahead to the edge of the platform, scanned up and down for a while, and then put away her gun, having found no danger. This section, resembling a central courtyard, was riddled with holes, and numerous fragments floated inside, indicating that the impact had failed to break through this door, causing the debris to vent out sideways. Faint starlight from a white dwarf streamed through the gaps in the hull, illuminating the area, with some beams of light turning into pillars amidst the swirling dust, creating a sense of eerie silence. This door is likely very sturdy. It was also closed during the explosion, so the shockwave and impact propelled this section of wreckage far away, and some damage may have been caused by this process and collisions with asteroids. This is good news, suggesting that the facilities behind the door might be relatively intact, and there could be things we need. After checking the light leaks in the hull, Ball looked at Wang Yu, as if asking whether to proceed to the next step, since there could also be danger behind the door. But there was nothing to hesitate about. Having come this far, they couldn't go back empty-handed. Malkir, it's up to you. See if you can open that door ahead. Wang Yu said, his voice transmitted through the walkie-talkie, taped to Malkir's ear. She immediately gestured affirmatively, floated forward a few meters, her fingers retracting into her pads to form claws, leveraging against a lifted broken wall, then pushing off another floating metal wall, dashing toward the metal door with a claw extended. The blow struck the door squarely. No grating metallic screech followed. Only silence, for this was a yet part of the sound traveled via vibrations along the ruptured hull, reaching Wang Yu's platform. Sharp, piercing, and unervingly clear. Malkir was hurled backward by the recoil. Her full-strength strike left only shallow, millimeter-deep scratches on the bizarre door, while her right hand throbbed with numbing pain. Tears welled in her eyes. So hard. Wang Yu arched an eyebrow. Though he'd anticipated resistance before urging Malkir to try, witnessing the door's sheer resilience still startled him. Those were Malkir's claws, reputedly capable of rending reinforced alloys, and yet they'd barely scarred the surface. This door was vastly harder than the hull of the Shinkong. So much so that even the shadow demons might have been barred from entry had such material been used in its construction. Technology level far below that of the Shinkong, yet material strength vastly exceeding it. Is the civilization behind this vessel so unusually specialized? Wang Yu frowned, sensing truth in the notion. Perhaps civilizations did not align neatly along a single hierarchical ladder, but rather excelled in disparate domains. The Longyear clan of Jixing civilization, for instance, had mastered artificial intelligence with unparalleled finesse. Yet he soon dismissed his own hypothesis, because the Shinkong was a product of Si Jiaoyu Life Co. That corporation pursued cost efficiency above all, cutting corners was therefore predictable. More likely they possessed superior materials, but deemed them unnecessary for this vessel. Otherwise the Shinkong's price would have skyrocketed. Steel must be forged where it matters most. As a scientific survey vessel, its flight performance and exploratory capabilities took absolute precedence. Combat resilience belonged to other classes of ships. Thus the Shinkong's hull yielded to this door, not because Si Jiaoyu lacked advanced material science, but because they chose restraint over excess, even against a civilization newly venturing into space. So the Shinkong is after all a budget craft. Wang Yu muttered half to himself, an obscure jab few could decipher. Yet Badr grasped it instantly. He was mocking the Shinkong's flimsy hull integrity. Malkir, stop testing it. Let's shift focus. Search the vessel's exterior for a weak point. It can't possibly be constructed entirely from this super material. Otherwise the ship wouldn't lie here shattered and splintered. Wang Yu called out, halting Malkir, who headstrong as ever had already raised her claws again, then proposed seeking another ingress. His idea aligned perfectly with Badr's own reasoning. The trio regrouped, selecting a suitable breach point on the hull. The several meter-wide rupture at the vessel's apex proved ideal. They'd assumed entering through the fractured cross-section would grant swift access deep within, but instead found themselves taking a circuitous route. Yet without this detour, how could they have discovered the existence of that impenetrable door, or the sealed chamber beyond? Exploration, after all, unfolded step by deliberate step. One by one they emerged through the apical breach, careful not to leap, lest momentum fling them helpless. Upon the vessel's exterior, Wang Yu's spacesuit revealed its true utility. Magnetic soles anchored him firmly to the hull's surface. Now he led the way, gripping Badr and Malkir to prevent drift. while the others followed in his stead. They traversed the mangled outer shell, grooves and craters scoring its surface likely gouged by nearby, yet none pierced through, a testament to the extraordinary hardness of this section. Advancing further, they selected a deep crater and tasked Malkuer with probing the hull's composition, testing whether it could be breached. Feasible. Though silent, Malkuer flashed an OK sign with one hand, her claws already embedded. They established a temporary camp on site. Malkuer excavated while Wang Yu and Bar stood guard and hauled away shorn metal fragments. After 15 minutes, however, Bar stiffened, suddenly alert, and issued a warning. Malkuer, there may be atmosphere inside. Probe cautiously with your claws first. Do not puncture a large opening all at once. A sudden breach into high-pressure air could unleash a violent jet stream, sweeping us all into the abyss of space. Having delivered the warning, Batra sprang into action, unfurling his toolkit to fabricate magnetic grips using vacuum-grade industrial adhesive just in case. The adhesive's tensile strength rivaled ordinary metals, a fact already verified aboard the Shinkong. Approximately 90 minutes later, the crater, carved by meteoric impact, had deepened enough to admit a person. Its wall thickness exceeded 1 meter, astonishingly dense, far surpassing any other segment of the hull. Malkuer, exhausted, labored more slowly now, her initial fervor dulled by prolonged exertion. Just as Wang Yu replaced his oxygen cylinder and pondered returning to the Shinkong for brief respite, Malkuer's ears twitched twice, and she turned eyes alight, with quiet triumph. Breakthrough was imminent. Her right claw had vanished entirely into the wall. Heeding Bonner's earlier counsel, she'd probed incrementally. This time it had pierced straight through. Good. Now proceed with caution. Do not widen the aperture yet. Thin the surrounding metal first. Wang Yu assist by clearing debris from the cavity, then stand ready to support Malkuer. Bar directed, aware that if internal pressure existed, the explosive decompression would transform loose shrapnel into a lethal metallic storm, striking with devastating force. Within moments, the cavity was cleared. Malkuer, meanwhile, had carefully pared down the perimeter, her right claw still embedded, awaiting Bar's next command. Right. Malkuer, extend your leg. Wang Yu, and I will secure your grip. On my count. 3, 2, 1. You'll affix a magnetic breaching charge to the inner surface, then retreat instantly. We'll hold you fast. Badr added, already reinforcing the outer hull with makeshift magnetic handholds, forged from salvaged metal blocks, to ensure no one would be torn away by the blast. If high-pressure gas lay within, the detonation would carve a controlled vent, allowing pressure to equalize before safe entry. Ready, follow my count. 3, 2, 1. Malkuer followed the instructions and affixed a magnetic explosive grenade above, then withdrew her right claw. Immediately a hissing sound of airflow emanated from the gap, and even the wall began to deform, bulging outward. Clearly there was air inside, and the air pressure was quite significant. She removed the safety pin from the grenade and retreated, firmly grasped by Wang Yu and Bear. She traced an arc and returned to the surface of the spaceship without being blown away. Everything proceeded as planned. Then a violent explosion erupted from the pit, followed by a gust of wind that carried out a large amount of debris, shooting it into space like cannonballs. The three clung to the outer shell of the spaceship, taking no further action. Once the wind subsided and the internal air had mostly been expelled, they would be able to enter and explore. By the way, there shouldn't be any survivors in here, right? If there are, we might have forced them into a dead end with this. Wang Yu suddenly thought this, realizing there was air inside. The possibility is almost zero. This ship had been stranded for at least 100 years. It's unlikely that such a small sealed cabin could support any survivors for so long. Moreover, even if someone had survived until now, they should have detected our attempts to break in and taken action. None of that happened, so I think it's improbable that there are any living survivors inside, but the presence of corpses is quite likely. Bear made a judgment based on the current situation. After hearing this, Wang Yu also agreed, looking at the debris that had been blown out, mainly checking for any bodies or vital supplies to retrieve. However, aside from the initial debris that was blown out, soon only wind was escaping, continuously leaking, and no one came to patch it up. After leaking for nearly half an hour, the wind volume significantly decreased, turning into a gentle breeze that posed almost no threat before the three resumed their actions. Safe. Bear quickly peeked in, signaling, and then entered the pit with his gun, followed by the other two. About a minute later, a glowing glow stick floated into the breach, causing no commotion. Then a suspicious cat-like head peeked out, took a glance, and quickly retreated. Next, the wall emitted a cutting sound again, and a large piece of the broken metal wall was kicked in. Then three figures emerged and turned, each on guard in different directions to prevent ambush. But there was nothing inside, only pitch darkness. Aside from the faint sound of airflow, there was no other noise. The three switched to checking the internal environment, tossing out many glow sticks, taking advantage of their toolbox. However, due to the large space and the dimness of the glow sticks, it was still difficult to discern all the details inside. Even Bear and Malkuer could only barely make out outlines with their dark vision, which was far inferior to a well-lit environment. This seems to be a large workshop or factory specifically for producing large mechanical creations. Bear was the first to say, shining his flashlight around the room. It should be a vertically arranged factory, and we are positioned right at the side, near the top level. Bear added, directing the flashlight to both ends. One side easily revealed the top, while the other resembled a deep pit. He then tossed down 2 more glow sticks. At this point, the spiral corridor and mechanical platforms gradually revealed themselves, along with the conspicuous giant mechanical arms, hoists, and unfinished mechanical creations, confirming that this was indeed a workshop. There were even 2 conveyor belts on the spiral corridor. Although they had stopped, they still held metal parts, sheets, and even, if activated, these parts could be transported to various platforms for processing and assembly. A vertical factory. Wang Yu had never heard of such a thing before. To him, it resembled a hollow tunnel. If one had to describe it, it looked much like a missile launch pit, disregarding the surrounding mechanical platforms used for processing. In response, Bear elaborated further, explaining that this was a design scheme for a space factory. Compared to the horizontal factories on land, it would make better use of space and facilitate the processing of large creations. I see this place is pretty advanced, or I feel it's much better than the deep space. Wang Yu remarked, only to be met with a glare from Bear, who pointed out his mistake once again. Because if such a vertical factory appeared on a research vessel like the deep space, it would be an oddity. Given the technological prowess of the civilization behind the deep space, they could have made better choices, such as using precision printers to manufacture mechanical creations, completing assembly, or even printing out finished products directly, or employing nanobots to replicate according to blueprints without needing a processing factory. That's just too sci-fi. Wang Yu felt Bear was exaggerating, but in reality, it was due to his unfamiliarity with devices at the level of gravity generators. Compared to the civilization behind the deep space, these aliens were hardly better than primitive humans who had just learned to make fire and use stone tools. What is that? Wang Yu shone the flashlight towards the bottom, but it was too far away. Even with a strong flashlight, it only revealed a moving dim spot. However, it seemed there was something where he had just scanned. Wang Yu immediately moved the flashlight back and discovered a large robot, oddly shaped and menacing, which startled him at first glance. It stood about 10 meters tall with 4 legs and 4 arms, its body solid like a solid metal block with a rough surface, mixed with many impurities, including the arms and legs. Each of its 4 arms was equipped with an impact drill, a large electric drill, a big hammer, and a giant axe, all of which were exaggerated in size and filled with aggression. As if that wasn't enough, this robot was also covered in sharp little drills resembling a hedgehog, making it look particularly menacing, and he dared not touch it. Moreover, the robot bore several corpse fragments like trophies. Judging by their outfits, the orange battle suits were clearly the remains of bug-like raiders, while the extracted Soren larvae resembled jewels nailed through and hung around like ornaments. This unsettling creation causes your sanity to decrease by 8. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, noticing the system prompt indicating that his sanity had indeed dropped by 8 points. This thing won't suddenly come to life, right? He grew wary, glancing at the shotgun in his hands, feeling the firepower was somewhat unequal. This caliber of weapon probably wouldn't even pierce the robot's skin. Bear and Malkier naturally noticed the robot, as well, both showing expressions of displeasure, even disgust. After all, it's hard for any mentally sound being to appreciate such a spiky design, let alone the corpses hanging. This must have been done by the survivors of the spaceship. It seems someone survived and has been holding out for quite some time, but now. Let's search for clues, trying not to touch anything we don't understand. Bear said, having raised her guard upon seeing such an aggressively designed mechanical creation. She touched the electromagnetic pulse grenade at her waist, which was particularly effective against machines. The workshop space was vast, and to avoid any mishaps, the 3 decided to act together. After roughly understanding the layout inside, they descended into the spiral corridor, preparing to explore bit by bit. However, I've already switched to the second oxygen tank. The remaining oxygen can last for less than 4 hours at most, and I need to leave an hour for our exit. So we only have 3 hours of activity time left for this trip, Wang Yu stated, reporting his oxygen supply. There was no other choice. Unlike Bear and Malkier, he couldn't operate for extended periods in an oxygen-deprived or even vacuum environment, so it was best to act quickly. Or perhaps find a source of oxygen here, such as the oxygen tanks left by the insectoid raiders, or the oxygen supply channels of this spaceship, if they also relied on oxygen for respiration. The 3 quickened their pace, deciding to head upward first to check the end of the spiral corridor. According to custom, this location was likely a special functional area that should not be missed. Wang Yu kept an eye out for any written records along the way. If he could trigger a system prompt and grasp the language of this civilization, it would be excellent. Although he had already spent a considerable amount of credit points on language learning, if they couldn't even understand the written words, many of their actions would be impossible to carry out. They arrived at the end of the corridor, where there was indeed a room. However, unlike traditional human architecture, this building was actually elliptical, lacking windows, only featuring some round holes, and had a circular door standing at just 1.5 meters high. This type of construction seemed more like a cave than a house, as it gave Wang Yu that kind of feeling. Wait, it seems like something is written here. Let me take a look. Wang Yu finally discovered a record resembling text. It was a sign similar to a notice hanging at the door. After paying 1,000 credit points to the system, Wang Yu understood the text. You have paid 1,000 universal credit points and learned the text of an unknown civilization. Power distribution room. Wang Yu deciphered the bizarre characters above. It should be a place similar to a distribution room. Oh, let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can restore the power supply here. Bear said, first listening at the door, and upon hearing no sound, he slithered in like a nimble snake. Wang Yu and Malkir followed closely behind, sensing a bit of oppression inside. The ceiling was only a bit over 2 meters high, and one could even reach up and touch it directly. It seemed that the average height of these aliens was not very tall, and their habits did not match those of humans. They were likely not subhumans. However, the area was quite large, over 200 square meters. This does indeed look like a distribution room. These movable stones on the wall should be switches used to regulate the power supply. Most likely also powered by electricity, Bear observed, shining a light on the rocky switches. On the other side, Wang Yu was searching for any relevant explanations, as distribution rooms typically contained warnings or operational protocols for emergencies. Here was no exception written next to the entrance on a metal plate fixed in place, detailing the operational procedures in case of emergencies. Wang Yu translated the content to Bear, with the most valuable information being the emergency procedures in case of a power interruption. Because this workshop was equipped with an emergency power supply and an independent life support system, once the power from the spaceship was cut off, it would automatically switch to the emergency power supply. If the emergency power supply cannot operate normally, please attempt to replace the hydrogen brick and oxygen brick and pull the switch for the backup power supply again to try and restart it. What are these hydrogen brick and oxygen brick? Are they using hydrogen energy? Wang Yu frowned and asked Bear, also wanting to know if similar items existed on the machine star. Maybe it's a hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell. It seems like there's an indication near here. Let me see. Bear, being taller, felt even more constrained in this low space, and the control panel also seemed smaller, requiring him to bend down and search little by little. This should be it. It's quite heavy. Bear grasped a somewhat small handle with 3 fingers. With a strong pull, a vertical drawer slid out from the wall, quite long, and divided into 3 layers flatly, holding what seemed to be hydrogen bricks or oxygen bricks. On the other side, in a symmetrical position in the room, Malkir also found a similar drawer and pulled it out. Wang Yu then tried to confirm it. Name: hydrogen brick. No. 1. Storage. 0. Manufacturer: Heart of Rock. Heart of Rock, the core enterprise of the Digger civilization, responsible for 90 of this civilization's industrial production and technological research and development, also the key enterprise promoting the Digger civilization's entry into space, particularly accomplished in the field of material science. Supervision level I. Civilian description: a special material used for adsorbing and storing hydrogen gas when the temperature drops below -4.2 degrees Celsius. This material will spontaneously absorb hydrogen from the environment, storing it in a lattice structure. When the temperature is between 7.1 degrees Celsius and 92.3 degrees Celsius, the hydrogen brick will gradually release the internal hydrogen, with the release rate depending on the ambient temperature. It must not be placed in environments above 103 degrees Celsius, as it will permanently damage the chemical structure of the hydrogen brick and may even trigger an explosion due to excessive hydrogen release. When fully charged, its hydrogen content is approximately 69.4 of the equivalent mass of solid hydrogen and 507 of the equivalent volume of solid hydrogen. A No. 1 represents the largest size specification, weighing about 20 kilograms. Name: oxygen brick. No. 1. Storage. 0. Manufacturer: Heart of Rock. Supervision level I. Civilian description: a special material used for adsorbing and storing oxygen when the temperature drops below 2 degrees Celsius. This material will spontaneously absorb oxygen from the environment, storing it in a lattice structure. When the temperature is between 14.1 degrees Celsius and 125.4 degrees Celsius, the oxygen brick will gradually release the internal oxygen, with the release rate depending on the ambient temperature. It must not be placed in environments above 170 degrees Celsius, as it will permanently damage the chemical structure of the oxygen brick and may even trigger an explosion due to excessive oxygen release. When fully charged, its oxygen content is approximately 37.3 of the equivalent mass of solid oxygen and 180 of the equivalent volume of solid oxygen. A No. 1 represents the largest size specification, weighing about 200 kilograms. Is this a super material that can store hydrogen and oxygen? Bear, after hearing Wang Yu's explanation, widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the special square brick he was holding, which had a side length of about 45 centimeters and a thickness of about 20 centimeters. This material did not exist on the machine star. It completely surpassed the pain points of hydrogen and oxygen storage and application, requiring neither harsh low temperatures nor high-pressure tanks, and could be used directly like coal, making it incredibly convenient, with very high energy density. No wonder it could be used on spaceships. This can be taken back. It's extremely valuable. Ball exclaimed, fully aware of what this material signified. Take Wang Yu's oxygen tank as an example. Replacing it with this material would eliminate the need for high-pressure containment while simultaneously increasing total oxygen capacity dramatically. Only a temperature regulation device would be required to control oxygen release, and the system could even be reused cyclically. Likewise, hydrogen bricks possessed similar properties. Even when used solely as fuel, they vastly outperformed conventional firewood. However, utilizing these materials hinged upon one prerequisite: a stable, reliable source of hydrogen. Electrolysis of water was the most readily implementable option, but demanded immense electrical power. Hydrogen could also be harvested from the atmospheres of gas giants, or even certain terrestrial planets, though extraction under such conditions posed considerable logistical challenges. Indeed, this is exceptional. Wang Yu nodded, his understanding of the materials worth crystallizing as Ball elaborated. Its applications extended even to spacecraft propulsion, far surpassing fossil fuels in efficiency, and its combustion yielded only pure water drinkable upon completion. 48 such bricks, 24 hydrogen and 24 oxygen, were tightly packed into the drawer ready for retrieval upon departure. Moreover, if fully charged hydrogen and oxygen bricks are located, we may reactivate the facility's auxiliary power supply, greatly enhancing both exploration and intelligence gathering. For the computers once powered could grant access not only to historical logs, but also to the complete inventory of the entire workshop, a far more efficient method than manual searching. Ball added, already envisioning the workshop's reactivation. Wang Yu meanwhile weighed the risks, his thoughts turning to the terrifying robot stationed deep within the lower levels. That robot may serve as a guardian. Reactivating the power could awaken it. Let's not rush. First we must descend and assess the situation firsthand. Moreover, this facility likely holds no fully charged bricks. Had any remained, they would long since have been deployed for power generation. Wang Yu observed the depleted hydrogen and oxygen bricks inside the drawer and reached his conclusion. The trio did not linger in the power room. Having mapped its layout, they proceeded downward along the spiral corridor. Along the way, they encountered numerous components resting on conveyor belts, including raw or secured with binding straps. These extraterrestrial visitors had likely come to the asteroid belt for mining, seeking vital resources. Such components, including lathes, furnaces, lighting fixtures, and wiring embedded in the corridors and platforms, were all valuable assets potentially usable aboard the deep space vessel. Wang Yu resolved to remove them all, emptying the site entirely. Yet some items severed from their native production lines and operational environments would become little more than scrap metal, so selective acquisition was essential. That burden, he decided, could fall to Ball later. They descended to the third level, 3 full turns above the lowest floor, and discovered a multifunctional storage depot. Though modest in size, it brimmed with supplies: mined ores, refined metal ingots, large drums of lubricating oil, heaps of exhausted hydrogen and oxygen bricks, and an assortment of unidentifiable parts and tools. Wang Yu systematically scanned each item via his interface, skipping those whose functions eluded him, until a discovery emerged. Name: oxygen cartridge, 100. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory class I, civilian. Description: requires external power, supplies oxygen to spacesuits. Contains integrated oxygen brick type 5, replaceable either individually or as part of the entire cartridge, latter being operationally simpler. Name: carbon dioxide filter cartridge, 100. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory class I, civilian. Description: requires external power, removes CO2 from breathable air. Features: proprietary absorbent media, replaceable either as a core module or as the full cartridge, latter being operationally simpler. Wang Yu had found the alien vessel's oxygen tanks, or rather oxygen cartridges. Yet this device bore no compatibility with his own suit, rendering it utterly unusable. He had underestimated the gulf between civilizations. Dimensional standards differed fundamentally. Direct integration was impossible. This artifact would have to be studied back at base. He searched nearby racks and located spacesuits, but these were baffling, dwarf-sized, perhaps, yet equipped with 8 sleeves. No, 4 appeared to be leg segments. He could not fathom how such a suit was donned. Clearly these beings were no humanoid analogs. Their physiology was wholly alien. This relatively pristine suit was functionally obsolete, little more than refuse. The trio continued searching until Kur, keen-eyed as ever, spotted provisions tucked into a corner: 3 massive crates of canned goods, and over 40 white plastic drums of fresh water, nearly 2 metric tons in total. Name: bioluminescent moss canned ration. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory class I, civilian. Description: a preserved foodstuff derived from a specialized chemoautotrophic organism, blue bioluminescent moss, native to humid, thermally stable caverns. Thriving exclusively between 35°C and 38°C, this moss offers comprehensive nutrition rich in starches, amino acids, and mineral elements, serving as the primary sustenance of the rock cavern race. Non-toxic and edible, yet emits an overwhelming, nauseating stench. This is consumable, and the packaging and labeling remain fresh. Spoilage is highly unlikely, Wang Yu concluded after reviewing the system data. Its preservation state far exceeded that of gourmet cat food rations. As for odor or palatability, such barriers dissolved under starvation. When hunger struck, nothing remained unpalatable. This expedition had already proven invaluable, resolving their most urgent scarcity. They made a cursory circuit of the depot without lingering or removing anything. Not yet. Retrieval could wait. First, the entire workshop demanded thorough inspection. Yet as they exited the depot and resumed descent along the corridor, Wang Yu spotted a well-preserved hammer, named Detonative Power Hammer. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory: Class I, Civilian. Description: a percussive tool enhanced by controlled microdetonations designed for shattering rock during metal extraction. Requires insertion of hydrogen brick type 13 and oxygen brick into the handle's terminal chamber, otherwise it functions merely as a standard hammer. Strictly prohibited in confined spaces. After introducing this hammer into spaceflight, the rock cavern race abandoned it in zero-gravity. Fragmented debris proved hazardous and difficult to contain, posing unacceptable risks. Production ceased entirely. Only stockpiles in factories or storage depots remain. Rock cavern race, an organic sapient species dwelling in subterranean caverns. Though arthropod-like in appearance, they are advanced reptilians exquisitely sensitive to climatic conditions, particularly temperature, and routinely enter torpor to survive winter. Adults average 1 meter in length, possessing dense, resilient musculature and 4 dexterous multi-jointed arms originating at the shoulders, ideal for intricate manipulation of tools. Their lower quadrupedal limbs facilitate agile locomotion across rugged cave floors. Despite perpetual darkness, they possess extraordinary low-light vision, relying on faint bioluminescence from subterranean fungi and mosses, yet suffer acute photophobia under intense illumination. Originating underground, they mastered excavation, metallurgical refinement, and advanced materials science, producing alloys of exceptional quality. After millennia of evolution and technological revolution, they attained interstellar capability and departed their homeworld. A power hammer. The rock cavern race. Wang Yu held the tool, less than half a meter long, its head smaller than a fist, and found the designation deeply ironic. Perhaps within their frame of reference it truly qualified. As proportionate to their 1-meter stature it was indeed. Moreover, the hammer remained functional. Activating it illuminated delicate amber light bands along its shaft, proof that its internal hydrogen and oxygen bricks retained charge. Regrettably, its diminutive size precluded utility in the power room. Not bad. Perfect as a weapon. Wang Yu deactivated it, swung it twice, and, with evident satisfaction, slipped it into his side pouch. They descended to the lower levels swiftly, aided by the zero-gravity environment and urgency. Though they paused for over 10 minutes in the warehouse, the entire descent took no more than half an hour. At the end of the spiral corridor stood the same ultralloy door that had barred their path earlier. Viewed from the interior, it remained just as awe-inspiring. Directly facing the door loomed a terrifying quadrupedal robot, the apparent sentinel of this place. Upon sighting it, all three instantly heightened their vigilance. Rifles snapped up, and Malkir even withdrew a grenade braced for sudden movement. That appears to be the central control console, but so far we haven't encountered a single corpse. Bear swept her rifle toward the large console situated beneath the spiral corridor. Her observation echoed Wang Yu's own unease. Why had they found not a single corpse of the rock cavern clan? As they drew closer and tilted their heads upward, the robot's unsettling presence intensified. Less a machine, more the grotesque artifact of some malevolent ritual. Wang Yu lowered his rifle and cautiously touched the machine, triggering an item interface. Name: Death Digger. Remaining energy 97, and manufacturer: Heart of Stone and regulatory: Class I. Civilian description: a heavy combat robot forged by a lone engineer in his final hours, determined to eradicate invaders. Its original design was the Rock Cavern Clan's third-generation deep space mining robot powered by Type 1 hydrogen and oxygen bricks, engineered for high efficiency or extraction and transport. Yet its development was abruptly halted by the alien incursion. When finally completed, it bore little resemblance to its original purpose. Its surface bristled with rigid drill bits, severely impeding mobility, compromising joint flexibility, and drastically increasing energy consumption. Its armored plating incorporated vast quantities of deceased Rock Cavern Clan remains, the engineer's desperate attempt to channel his kin's collective strength into battle, thereby amplifying the machine's power. Yet this act, beyond rendering the metal coarse and brittle laced with impurities that catastrophically weakened structural integrity, yielded no tangible benefit. Even the invaders' corpses affixed as macabre ornamentation served only to instill dread, offering no functional advantage whatsoever. Kill them. Annihilate the invaders. Kill, 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 kill. They have no right to exist in this world. A deranged engineer may be delivered as cultural heritage to heritage recollectors for 2 universal credits and 3 spins on the corresponding civilization's gacha wheel. Strength 29 in defense, 18 in armament, death drilled, death impact bore, death, great axe, death hammered. And having finished reading the entry, Wang Yu's brow furrowed deeply as he stared once more at the deranged machine before him. Whether illusion or intuition, he felt waves of glacial malice emanating from the robot, chilling his very core, sending an involuntary shiver through his frame. Then before his eyes the machine seemed to awaken. Its coarse metallic hide sprouted slender writhing limbs, as if something monstrous were straining to burst forth from within. A deafening roar shook the chamber. The robot surged to life, every drill spinning violently as they launched toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu, what's wrong? Bear slapped his shoulder, jolting him from the hallucination back into stark reality. He gasped, nearly stumbling, saved only by the stabilizing force of his powered armor. Without it he'd have collapsed onto the floor. Didn't you see it? Recovered, Wang Yu glanced at the motionless Death Digger, then at Bear and Malkir, only to meet their bewildered, perplexed stares. Bear in particular swept her tactical flashlight across the robot before turning to him, silently asking, "See what?" Wang Yu took a slow, steadying breath. The vision had felt unervingly real, perhaps a consequence of his unusually high intuition attribute. "Nothing, though. I think I now understand why we've seen no alien corpses along the way." He recounted the robot's full description to them, especially to Malkir, who recoiled, her fur bristling, struck by its eerie resemblance to a horror tale. That an engineer would forge a war machine from his own people's remains. Yet there was good news too. The robot retained ample power, and since it ran on Type 1 hydrogen and oxygen bricks, those bricks could likely restore power to the engine room. For safety's sake, they resolved to remove its power cells immediately, while the machine remained inert. That was unquestionably the wisest course. Should this deeply flawed machine ever activate, even if its performance matched the dismal specs listed, it would still pose a formidable challenge to destroy. The trio moved swiftly, circling the robot until Malkir Sharpie located a handle identical to those in the engine room, most likely concealing a drawer for hydrogen and oxygen bricks. "Well done," Wang Yu praised, ruffling the fur atop Malkir's head. Yet the handle sat over 4 meters high, no ladder in sight. "Nas," Wang Yu pondered. Bear had already sprung into action, scaling the drill-laden chassis like a champion speed climber. She tested the mechanism, but refrained from forcing it open, vividly recalling how easily she'd torn off the circular valve earlier. "Malkir, climb up. It's locked. See if you can dig out the lock." Bear called her up. Malkir ascended with agile grace, and without hesitation used her claws to obliterate the lock and surrounding metal plate. Indeed, as the system had implied, the robot's outer plating proved startlingly fragile, less robust than workshop walls, let alone that reinforced door. Inside, they retrieved the hydrogen and oxygen bricks, 8 of each stacked across 2 tiers, and tossed them down. Wang Yu assessed their charge levels via his interface. Given the low ambient temperature, gas leakage posed no concern. All are functional. Charge above 90. Wang Yu relayed the good news from below. With these bricks restoring power here appeared feasible. Still, this engine chose to pour energy into a war machine rather than generate electricity. How deeply must he have hated the invaders? Wang Yu whistled softly, conflicted, both baffled and strangely understanding. Before proceeding, he double-checked the robot's status. Its remaining energy had indeed dropped to 0. No hidden reserves remained. Relieved, he signaled Bear and Malkir to carry the bricks to the engine room. Time was critical. His oxygen reserves were dwindling. Delay might force a return trip for replenishment. By now, Wang Yu felt little concern for the insectoid raiders. Had any been lurking nearby, they would surely have struck by now. Such slavers had no reason to ignore intruders. As for the deep space vessel's safety, Hammer Brother and Pig Brother were aboard. If the raiders succeeded in seizing it, then so be it. They retraced their path without pause, reaching the engine room at the spiral corridor's terminus, and began installing the hydrogen and oxygen bricks extracted from the robot. Though not every brick held charge, the system likely operated on parallel logic. Uncharged units wouldn't cripple overall function. Otherwise, such a design would be inherently unreliable. And indeed it worked. After sliding the drawer shut and pulling the stone lever marked emergency power light flooded the chamber, and soon the entire workshop, accompanied by the resonant hum of reawakening machinery. Yet the lighting was strange, an intense fluorescent green, reminiscent of emergency exit signage, yet brighter, sufficient for navigation, though color discrimination proved difficult. Immediately after power restoration, Bear disabled the life support systems. In such a vast breached space, sustaining them would be pure energy waste. Having completed this, they returned to the lower level, now far more relaxed, recognizing it simply as a decommissioned workshop devoid of immediate threat. Wang Yu was already strategizing how to transport the Death Digger back. It promised to be the expedition's greatest prize, and he intended to claim it. It's massive and heavy. Even in zero-gravity maneuvering, it won't be easy. And the emergency access hatch isn't tall enough. It simply won't fit. He rubbed his temples. Do we dismantle it entirely? Lost in thought, the three had already reached the workshop's lowest tier. I will check the central control console, Ball said as he headed straight for the console, intending to infiltrate the system here and gather further intelligence. Wang Yu remained still, glancing at the remaining oxygen levels. Furrowing his brows, he looked at the Death Digger, contemplating the next course of action. It was clear he had to dismantle the robot. But disassembling it won't be easy to carry. It's too big to take in one trip. Moreover, the front gate needs to be opened, otherwise moving it would exhaust anyone. Speaking of dismantling it, will the relic recoverer recognize this thing if I take part of it back? Hiss. This is troublesome. Wang Yu felt a headache coming on. At that moment, he felt someone tugging at his spacesuit. Looking over, he found she directly handed him something that resembled a yellow toy gun, its plastic texture making it appear even more like a toy. Name: Pulse Pistol. Manufacturer: House of Parasites. Regulation: Level Class I Civilian. Description: a non-lethal dual-use weapon distributed by the House of Parasites to low-level combat personnel. It can emit low-frequency pulses to incapacitate targets, effective against most organic life forms, and can switch to live ammunition mode, using electromagnetic propulsion to inflict harm. Once fully charged, it can fire 150 shots. However, when switched to high-energy lethality mode, it can only fire 15 shots, and it also supports battery replacement, with each battery containing 15 rounds of live ammunition. This is a weapon of the insectoid raiders. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. What was even more surprising was that this weapon could actually be used. Here, where did you find this thing? He continued to ask, and Mao Kier pointed to a corner where a pile of debris was stacked, yellow and blue, resembling a garbage heap. This gun was dug out from the garbage pile. Wang Yu and Ball had been too focused on the robot and the control console, inadvertently overlooking this suspicious trash heap. Well done, Kier. Wang Yu praised, and then he and Mao Kier began rummaging through the garbage pile, tossing debris everywhere. Inside were empty cans, discarded metal parts, and damaged weapons. Of course, there were also intact weapons. Name: Sweetwind Explosive. Manufacturer: House of Parasites. Regulation: Level Class I Civilian. Description: Sweetwind was originally a special secretion used by the Soren insect race to anesthetize host nerves, depriving them of resistance and consciousness, effective on the central nervous system of most organic life forms. After further refinement, this substance can also be used to anesthetize living targets and has been made into special grenades. When clenched tightly until deformed and thrown, it explodes into a sweet, fragrant mist, causing unconsciousness upon inhalation. It is a non-lethal weapon, ineffective against the Soren insect race, but excessive inhalation may lead to nerve paralysis and even respiratory failure, resulting in death. Moreover, this substance is addictive, providing users with feelings of happiness and satisfaction upon minor consumption, leading to dulled reactions and nerve desensitization, which is why it has been incorporated into some beverages and even cigarettes, forming a major pillar industry for the Soren insect race. These insects. Wang Yu's face displayed unrestrained disgust after reading the information. Their weapons are mostly non-lethal. It goes without saying what their intentions are. After all, these people are the precious wealth they need to plunder, and if they were to be shattered, it would not align with their interests. Including the previous one, they found a total of 3 pulse pistols. In addition, there were over a dozen replaceable batteries, with only 4 containing live ammunition. The replacement method is similar to that of changing magazines, and they can even be recharged with the charging port matching that of the Fire Scorpion 05, suggesting a standard specification. They only found 5 Sweetwind explosives along with over 20 used ones. It seems the insectoid raiders used a considerable number of grenades to take this place. But what about the weapons of the Rock Clan? They certainly didn't find any in this heap of garbage. It makes sense, this is a workshop, not a weapons cache. Even if there were weapons, the quantity wouldn't be substantial, and they wouldn't be stored in easily accessible places. He looked at the terrifying robot, called out to Mao Kier, and planned to inspect the insectoid raiders' remains on it. Finding weapons seemed unlikely, and the combat suits were all damaged, even showing signs of malicious destruction of the corpses. However, the large items on their backs, resembling 2 gas tanks, were likely the jetpacks mentioned in the system information. He intended to confirm whether they were intact. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yu and Mao Kier had taken down all 8 corpses with jetpacks, and using Kier's claws they could easily remove them, even though the chains had embedded into the corpses. Indeed, there were 2 usable jetpacks inside one, with 57 gas remaining, and the other with 41. Name combat jetpack. Manufacturer House of Parasites. Regulation level class I civilian. Description: a jetpack distributed by the House of Parasites to low-level combat personnel, with a simple structure that can be used independently. It can control the direction of the nozzle through the two waist rods. Pulling it significantly will redirect it to the upper nozzle, and the force of the button press adjusts the amount and intensity of the jet, enabling short-range movement in a vacuum or zero-gravity environment. However, the gas supply in the high-pressure tanks is limited and cannot be relied upon as a primary means of movement. This is good stuff too, we'll see if I can use it. Wang Yu, having found the equipment, was eager to try it out. It had become a habit for him, and he could hardly escape with anything other than grenades. Moreover, he didn't avoid trying grenades, it was just that the cost of testing them was too high as they were one-time use. He strapped the jetpack on his back. It fit quite well, though he was uncertain if the shoulder straps were sturdy enough. The material felt quite elastic. Whoa! With a startled shout, Wang Yu shot out like a firecracker, crashing diagonally into the spiral corridor. But just as he was about to collide, he made a sharp turn, continued to ascend, and slowly floated in midair. Not bad, the quality of this insectoid equipment is quite decent, he praised. Although the insects' actions were detestable, it had nothing to do with the quality of their creations. However, the gas tanks were depleting rather quickly. He had only flown like this for a moment, and it had dropped by 5, leaving only 52. He thought about trying to refill the gas. This way they would have another means of moving in space. Kier the cat, please stop playing with it. For your own safety, it'll teach you how to operate it properly once we're back. Wang Yu hurriedly intervened as Kier the cat attempted to strap on another jetpack. She obediently pouted and set the jetpack aside, but Wang Yu knew full well she would surely pester him again once they returned. The three reconvened at the central control console, where Ball had already infiltrated the system. The security protocols proved far weaker than those aboard the deep space vessel, granting them full administrative access in mere minutes. She downloaded vast archives from the console, comprehensive data on the civilization and its vessel, including linguistic dictionaries, and meticulously organized the material, which comprised extensive textual records, images, and video footage. In programming languages and computational architecture, the Jixing civilization held an overwhelming advantage, truly a dimensional superiority, rendering the entire process astonishingly swift. Following her carefully curated sequence, she opened each file and narrated its contents, prompting Wang Yu to furrow his brow, for reality deviated sharply from his earlier hypotheses. This vessel originated from the Silsk star system, located less than 2 light-years away. Yet Wang Yu and his companions had never encountered this system before. The nearest known one was unmistakably the so-called Hellstar system. But as they continued reading, the reason became clear. The host star of that civilization, a vigorous blue giant, had begun failing catastrophically. Its luminosity plummeted at an alarming rate. Subsequent verification confirmed the cause. An advanced extraterrestrial civilization had intervened, constructing an immense artifact designed to envelop the blue giant. A Dyson sphere? Wang Yu asked instinctively. No. Keep reading to find out, Ball replied, continuing her account. At first it resembled a Dyson sphere. The star's thermal output collapsed rapidly, threatening the very survival of the Yinku people. They attempted diplomatic overtures, even launched nuclear warheads, yet all efforts met with absolute silence. The builders simply refused to acknowledge them. The artifact appeared to be an autonomous construct, pre-programmed and utterly impervious to communication, merely executing immutable directives. Upon confirming this grim truth, the Yinku civilization prepared on 2 fronts: first, adapting to extreme cold and prolonged darkness, a natural advantage for a subterranean species. Second, accelerating their spacefaring industrial capacity to build massive colony vessels. With over 50 billion citizens unified by shared values, their industrial might and mobilization efficiency were extraordinary. After roughly a century of preparation, the orbital shipyards newly completed the first colony vessel freshly launched. Their host star vanished entirely. What? Vanished? Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, vanished without trace. Current analysis suggests it was forcibly displaced into subspace, either as an energy source for retrieval or simply as an act of annihilation. In any case, the artifact had literally excavated the star, depriving the entire system of its gravitational anchor, which accounted for over 90% of its total mass. Instantly, stellar equilibrium shattered. An existential catastrophe, virtually unsolvable for any planetary civilization. Ball murmured, her brow deeply furrowed. Even she struggled to fathom such terrifying engineering. The Yinku calculated that their homeworld would collide with another planet within mere decades. Moreover, deprived of stellar illumination, their population had plummeted from a zenith of 50 billion to just 10 billion. In those final frantic decades, they constructed 5 colossal colony vessels and 12 smaller ones, abandoning nearly half their populace to flee their dying world toward their designated new home. The Hellstar. Wait, what? The Hellstar? Ball, are you certain they intended to colonize that eye? That would be tantamount to suicide. Wang Yu interjected, unable to contain himself. Ball offered a measured explanation. I too was initially skeptical, but cross-referencing stellar cartography confirms it beyond doubt the Hellstar was indeed their destination. As for why, you'll understand once you see photographs of that world as it once was. Ball projected an image of a cerulean planet uncannily reminiscent of Earth. It bore sapphire ocean's continents draped in dense vegetation and delicate wispy cloud cover. That world was not always thus. It was once a vibrant living world, a world that harbored intelligent life. However, the central console had suffered prolonged power failure, making it impossible to determine precisely when these images were captured, though they couldn't be ancient given the facility's remarkably preserved condition and functional integrity. Ball added. So, it was like that once. Then, that colossal eye emerged later. Wang Yu mused aloud, attempting to rub his chin only to feel the unyielding curve of his helmet visor. He recalled the Hellstar's current state, though much of its surface lay beneath a crimson shroud near the polar regions. On the opposite side of the great eye, fragments of frigid snow-draped land masses still endured. Could it be, had the Hellstar's native civilization truly survived, that required further observation aboard the deep space vessel? Returning to this vessel, and the fleet behind it. Per their original plan, the fleet intended to mine resources from the asteroid belt of our current system before proceeding to the Hellstar. Yet en route, they intercepted a distress signal, uniquely modulated, originating from within the same asteroid belt. An alien vessel crippled by propulsion failure drifted helplessly among the asteroids. Whose ship it was needs no elaboration, the Sauron insectoid race. The Yinku civilization established contact, and even extended assistance. In surveillance footage presented by Ball, several armored humanoid figures shook hands with a group of bizarre quadrupedal beings whose stony skin shimmered under artificial light. A cordial, even amicable exchange. What the Yinku did not know was that these humanoids wore only the thinnest veneer of flesh. Beneath it writhed true insectoid entities. Thereafter, events unfolded largely as Wang Yu had surmised. The Sauron insectoids launched a predatory assault upon the densely populated colony fleet approximately 3 weeks after initial contact. On screen, dozens of sleek 15-meter craft tore through the void, converging en masse upon the Yinku fleet for boarding operations. They clung directly to the hulls of the colony vessels, including the very ship Wang Yu now occupied. What followed was not battle, but wholesale subjugation. More accurately, capture. For the Sauron struck without warning. The Yinku, wholly unprepared, were swiftly overwhelmed by neuroinhibitory gas, sweet breeze, released from the invaders' small craft. Control of the vessels passed instantly to the intruders, save for one anomaly: Wang Yu's ship. Its location conferred tactical advantage. Fewer attackers breached its decks, allowing defenders to mount resistance. Fierce urban combat erupted within its corridors, but the Yinku fought at crushing disadvantage, reactive, disorganized, and utterly unprepared for warfare of this nature. Within this workshop, however, an engineer, who happened to be testing a newly developed mining robot, avoided the gas entirely. Sealing himself inside the cockpit, he engaged the invaders with the machine. Sauron infantry, lacking heavy ordnance, suffered devastating losses upon contact. Desperate, they hurled volleys of sweet breeze grenades, but to no effect. The cockpit remained sealed, sustained by its independent life support system. Just as the engineer secured localized victory and prepared to advance, the vessel's commander delivered his final transmission. The last hope of winning this invasion extinguished. These abominable invaders are no kin to us. They are parasitic vermin. We would rather return to dust than surrender our bodies to such creatures. To be possessed is worse than death itself. As the sole surviving supreme leader, the commander chose mutual annihilation. This cosmos is malign. You elder civilizations, born first armed with superior technology, recklessly despoil our homes, enslave our people, and demand we live as beasts. Such delusions are folly. I, Kaidkurl, 41st Emperor of the Grand Imperium, embody the indomitable will forged in the heart of our world. I reject every term you propose, and hereby decree your utter extinction. With those words, the Emperor issued the ultimate command: detonate all onboard nuclear charges, obliterating both fleet and invaders in one cataclysmic act. This is the reconstructed timeline based on the logs from the control console. However, the Sauron insectoid race has also taken action, as the surveillance footage captured this scene just before the explosion of the spacecraft. Ball summoned a segment of surveillance footage from space, revealing that these colony ships were covered with dark brown small ships resembling parasites. Just before the explosion, these dark brown ships lit up, and then along with 5 other large colony ships, they all vanished into thin air. They hid in the subspace. Wang Yu quickly realized that the Sauron insectoid race could actually enter subspace along with the stolen ships. Such technology is simply tailored for plunder. Thus, the Emperor's self-destruct order only destroyed the large colony ship he was on and 2 nearby small colony ships. The other ships, along with billions of inhabitants, were taken into subspace by the plunderers. This workshop, being the pinnacle of that civilization's technology, did not get destroyed in the explosion due to its latest experimental materials. Instead, it was propelled far away by the shockwave, and some people even survived inside. The subsequent records are rather heavy. Among the survivors was a senior engineer named Baek, who was responsible for developing the next generation of mining robots. During the explosion, he was strapped in the robot's cockpit and miraculously survived the impact, though he lost him. Unfortunately, his colleagues were not as fortunate. After enduring high concentrations of sweet wind anesthesia and the shock of the explosion, none survived. At this point, although Engineer Baek was in despair, he managed to pull himself together after a mental struggle and began to collect the corpses of his fallen comrades. According to the traditions of the Rock Cave clan, it seemed necessary to recover the remains of the deceased and place them in a square metal box. However, after completing this task and starting to check the system logs, he was horrified to discover those plunderers were not killed in the explosion, but had escaped into the void with their colony ships, just as they had. The following surveillance footage became somewhat incomprehensible. The engineer first went mad, causing destruction, and after several hours he calmed down and quietly began to clean up the mess. Then he suddenly took out the bodies of his deceased colleagues, those metal boxes, and sat in front of them speaking something. Due to the distant position of the surveillance camera, only the images were captured. After making his farewells, the engineer equipped each of the deceased with weapons, a total of 127 people. When there weren't enough weapons, he equipped one with a power hammer that Wang Yu had previously found, and then one by one he threw them into the smelting furnace to be cast into metal ingots for the modification and repair of the testing mining robot. This process consumed a lot of energy. To ensure the modifications could continue, the engineer did not hesitate to rewrite part of the control console's program code and lifted the restrictions. Soon the workshop's backup energy, including hydrogen and oxygen bricks from the warehouse, was completely consumed. The last bit of energy, hydrogen and oxygen bricks, was not used for the workshop's life support system, but was instead loaded into the terrifying robot that had been heavily damaged. Afterward, the engineer sat inside and never came out again until the video footage turned completely black and all backup energy in the workshop was exhausted. There was actually a certain amount of food reserves in this workshop. Coupled with the energy, and with only him alone, if he used it sparingly, he could even survive for several decades. Yet he used all the limited energy to modify that robot, which was utterly meaningless. It would have been better to try to send a distress signal to last a bit longer. From a rational perspective, this is indeed true, but Ball did not put herself in Engineer Baek's shoes, failing to consider from the standpoint of their race. If viewed from the other party's perspective, one would deeply realize that even sending a distress signal would be pointless, as their race had already perished. Moreover, even if someone received it, the responder might not come with good intentions, possibly those insectoid plunderers, and might even be too frightened to send any distress signal. It was like being in a dark forest. He was merely prey while others were hunters. As their emperor had previously stated, this universe may truly be incredibly evil. Even if he wanted to create a powerful battle robot, he should not merge the bodies of his own race into the metal or wouldn't that contradict his purpose. The metal would only become a mess once mixed with impurities. Ball did not understand the engineer's actions, as Wang Yu had not informed her of the specific details regarding that horrifying robot. He merely wanted to fight alongside his comrades, perhaps for a greater sense of security, and nothing more. Wang Yu frowned in response, attempting to understand the engineer's actions. However, this engineer's final behavior had clearly become quite abnormal. It would be best not to delve into his actions and motives. He glanced at the remaining oxygen supply, switched to the last oxygen tank, which could last about 2 more hours. It was time for them to leave. If things were difficult to move, or they couldn't finish, they should return to regroup before coming back, as it seemed unlikely that there were any insectoid plunderers lurking around. The reason these insectoid plunderers attacked this colony fleet was that they first deceived the target with false distress signals to anesthetize them, during which they confirmed the technological level of the other party before sending out a large force. The entire process took nearly 3 weeks, which was the time spent on subspace travel, indicating that the enemy's base was actually very far away. Moreover, this also proved that the other party possessed faster-than-light communication, means possibly subspace communication technology. The deep space also had it, but it couldn't be used due to being in a state of hunger. Ball, this door should be able to open now, right? The latter immediately operated it, and then the door began to rotate clockwise, with the blades unfolding and retracting into the door frame, creating a strong sense of science fiction. Such a pity. There is one more thing. The captain's room door is broken. Are there conditions to repair it here, or to make a new door? Wang Yu said, recalling the predicament of the captain's room. It indeed needed repairs, preferably before entering subspace again. There is a ready-made production line and raw materials here, which is why he asked. I need to go back and confirm the door's dimensions first, then assess whether the backup energy here can support the production of such a door. Alright, let's check on that later. Wang Yu nodded and looked again at that terrifying robot. Perhaps that robot could be activated, it needed a driver, and maybe it could be brought back. Ball Mauk here, go move the items and bring them to the door. We'll pack them up to take away later, especially those boxes of canned food and water. He'll go check the robot again. If it can be powered on, we can just put the battery back in and drive it back to the deep space ship, which would be much more convenient. Wang Yu thought about how to take the Death Digger away. After all, it was a relic of civilization that could not be overlooked. The credit points spent on learning the unknown language were all dependent on recovering them here. After assigning tasks, the three of them began to act separately for the first time. With the power restored, the workshop was no longer so dark, and without the unstable element of the insectoid raiders, they could all work with more freedom. Wang Yu approached the terrifying robot and, based on the information he had seen in the previous video, confirmed the position of the cockpit. He used his jetpack to fly up. Although he had only tested it briefly before, he quickly mastered its use. While becoming proficient would take some time, it was no problem for ordinary transportation. It should be here. Wang Yu hovered to the right side of the terrifying robot, roughly below the forearms at the top. As shown in the video, there was a cockpit inside this drill-covered cylindrical body, but there weren't even any windows, making it resemble an unmanned robot. Moreover, where's the gap? Is this what they call a freelance job? Wang Yu frowned, and even used the strong flashlight on his shoulder to shine a light, but he couldn't find any gaps. This was too exaggerated. Oh, without hands, how could it be operated? He thought of Mauk here, whose claws always played an irreplaceable role when breaking through walls. But calling her, Wang Yu looked at Mauk here, who was climbing up, thought for a moment, and took out an item. Upon further reflection, he realized he could do something similar, as he had the Shadow Demon short spear made from the Shadow Demon's claws, and he also had a hammer. He found the right position based on the footage he had seen earlier, and thrust the Shadow Demon short spear forcefully, which directly pierced into the metal outer shell, proving to be quite sharp. However, it was still not enough to break through for an opening to access the cockpit. So Wang Yu took out a small hammer called the Big Hammer, activated its power, took a deep breath, and swung it directly. Bang! The tremendous noise even drew the attention of Ball and Mauk here on the spiral corridor. They turned to see Wang Yu being knocked back, quite disheveled, almost crashing into the wall. The terrifying robot also toppled over after such a commotion, showcasing the great power of this hammer, which was also related to the zero-gravity environment. Ball frowned, feeling that Wang Yu often stirred up dangerous situations in corners. Fortunately, nothing went wrong, and he stabilized himself using the jetpack. Below, Wang Yu also felt a bit scared because that hammer was too powerful. Was this really meant for people? If one accidentally swung it without wearing protective gear, wouldn't he be half dead from the impact? It seemed that the physical structure of these rock clan beings had its own unique aspects. Their rock-like skin might not just look sturdy, it was likely much more than that. He quickly flew back to check his results. Indeed, this swing combined with the short spear had made a large hole in the not so sturdy outer shell of the robot, and the short spear was nowhere to be found. He approached and took off the strong flashlight from his shoulder to inspect. Upon looking closely, he was nearly scared to death, as the short spear was precisely embedded in the head of the engineer inside. That shriveled ball-like object located between the forearms should be the head, as it had what resembled a mouth and eyes capable of rotating 360 degrees. It was seen in the video. After being startled, Wang Yu quickly calmed down. After all, it was just a long-dead corpse nearly turned into... I really didn't do it on purpose, he said apologetically, observing for about 10 seconds to confirm that the corpse wouldn't move, and began using the flashlight to look for a way in. He even reached in to feel around, and finally found something resembling a lever. With a twist, the mechanically assisted cockpit door slid open, as there was no way to open it from the outside. For control levers. How does this thing operate? We'll see if Ball can find the manual later. Wang Yu assessed the situation. Looking at the hole in the cockpit door, he felt that if they were to use it, they must seal the hole, otherwise how would they deal with the air leak? I'm really sorry, but you'll have to return the short spear to me. I will give you a proper burial afterward. Wang Yu reached to pull out the short spear that was embedded in the engineer's head. It was quite tight, as if stuck in a rock, and each time he pulled it also tugged on the safety belt securing the driver. Let's get you out first, Wang Yu said, preparing to unbuckle the safety belt to retrieve the engineer's. However, the cockpit was a bit small for Wang Yu, and with a corpse inside, he had to be careful not to accidentally pull off the head. Just as Wang Yu was unbuckling the safety belt and preparing to take out the corpse, he unexpectedly found that he couldn't pull it out. Looking closely, it made Wang Yu gasp. He discovered that the lower half of the corpse, its 4 legs, had actually rooted into the robot and were writhing downward. What is this? Before Wang Yu could react, 2 dry hands with only 4 fingers grabbed his outstretched right arm, while the other hand reached for his head or helmet, but due to its length, it only caught the front collar of the exoskeleton power armor. Intruder, I've finally waited for you. Wang Yu heard a voice which was strange given the vacuum environment. It came from this corpse. No, This guy hasn't died, he can't be considered a corpse. Damn. Wang Yu cursed trying to break free, but found that this thing had quite a bit of strength. Even in his power armor, he couldn't break free immediately. Fortunately, he was no longer a novice and acted decisively. His left hand reached to his chest and drew out the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol, firing without hesitation. One shot burned through the monster's head, then he picked up the floating shadow demon short spear and kicked off, forcefully retreating. However, the front collar was still caught by half of the monster's arm. Wang Yu, what's wrong? Bao's voice came through the built-in headset of the spacesuit, having heard some unusual noise. We're in big trouble. That engineer isn't dead and has become a bit strange. Wang Yu replied, adjusting his posture with the jetpack as loud explosions erupted in front of him. As Wang Yu escaped, he didn't forget to send a fragmentation grenade. But the grenade had only a mediocre effect. The previously downed, terrifying robot reacted as if resurrected, its body convulsing as it slowly stood up in an unnatural posture, as if something inside was pushing it to move. In the next second, all the drills on its body began to operate, emitting a roaring sound as it stood before what? Barl rushed out of the warehouse, just in time to witness the terrifying robot powering up her face, displaying an expression of disbelief. You must understand. The energy source of this robot, the hydrogen and oxygen bricks, had been taken away not long ago by her and Malkier. But how can this thing? Why is it still moving? Barl was completely baffled by the scene before her, yet this was reality. Her system had not been interfered with, making it impossible to explain. Upon rising, the terrifying robot activated all its drill bits, aiming a punch at Wang Yu, making Barl. Fortunately, Wang Yu possessed a superhuman talent for piloting and spatial awareness, narrowly avoiding the attack, only getting grazed by a small drill that left a scratch on the surface of his powered armor, tearing his spacesuit. Gas leaked out rapidly, but Wang Yu seized the opportunity to distance himself from the Death Digger and hurriedly grabbed the emergency repair spray to seal the breach. This was standard for a spacesuit, otherwise a hole would mean certain doom, but the strength after repair was concerning, unable to fix a large breach. The terrifying robot did not let Wang Yu go attacking again, and even spoke, its voice directly entering Wang Yu's mind, which was simply unbelievable. I'll smash you, evil invader. The Death Digger pursued, and Wang Yu dodged again, raising his beam pistol. However, after a moment's hesitation, he put the gun away and switched to a more powerful magnetic explosive grenade. At that moment, a heavy bullet flew in and struck one of the Death Digger's legs, the immense impact momentarily halting its movement. Wang Yu looked up to see Barl coming from above to provide support. She had somehow taken the jetpack that Malkier had been playing with, holding Malkier as she flew down one-handed with her gun. The powerful recoil of the anti-material sniper rifle sent her flying back a distance, but fortunately, she was able to adjust. Then Malkier followed the instructions, biting the fuse of the 2 electromagnetic pulse EMP grenades in her hands and throwing them at the Death Digger. It was truly a perfect collaboration. Wang Yu was stunned, not expecting Barl and Malkier to act so quickly. The grenades fell right in front of the Death Digger. Although it was Malkier's first time throwing grenades, she threw them surprisingly accurately, and upon hitting the ground they erupted in a brilliant display of electrical sparks, the powerful electromagnetic pulse sweeping over the Death Digger. This type of electromagnetic pulse weapon relies on short bursts of powerful electromagnetic waves to cause electrical overload in circuits, effectively destroying them. It is particularly effective against precise electronic devices, and robots are no exception. After being hit, the Death Digger took a few steps before freezing, a large amount of electrical sparks and currents erupting from its body, small drill bits exploding out and scattering burnt debris. If anyone could smell in the vacuum, they would likely catch a whiff of the foul burnt odor, like Malkier above, pinching her nose and showing a look of disgust. The 3 officially regrouped, and the Death Digger was paralyzed by the EMP, indicating victory for Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu, who was well aware of how this robot could still move, showed no sign of relaxation on his face. In fact, the magnetic explosive grenades in his hands had transformed from 1 to 2, entering a dual grenade holding state. Wang Yu. Barl also sensed something was off and looked over. Don't you feel it? That chill, Wang Yu said, his chill. Barl looked at the terrifying robot and indeed felt nothing. But Wang Yu had already pressed the fuse of the grenade, and next to him Malkier suddenly fluffed up as she felt it too, while Barl, being a robot, was a bit slower to react. The Death Digger, which had been still and stationary, started to shake again. Upon seeing this, Wang Yu wasted no time, throwing both magnetic grenades without hesitation. These grenades were actually designed for breaching doors with more power than fragmentation grenades, and could adhere to the 2 grenades stuck to the robot's torso and one arm, then detonated violently, with fragments flying everywhere. Although no shockwave formed due to the lack of atmosphere, the resonance from the explosion echoed throughout the workshop, giving the illusion that the entire place was shaking. However, after the explosion, the terrifying robot charged out from the debris, causing Wang Yu's eyes to widen in shock. Damn, this thing has grown flesh. Retreat now. Wang Yu shouted, realizing that even his most powerful weapon had failed to affect this creature. Continuing to fight was pointless. Fleeing was the only logical choice. The three dashed toward the main door, and thanks to the presence of the jetpack, their escape speed skyrocketed, reaching the door within seconds. Opening the main door earlier had proven to be a brilliant decision, making their escape much easier. Behind them, the Death Digger was in hot pursuit, showing no signs of slowing down, with its metallic outer shell shedding where it had been blasted, revealing large chunks of dark red flesh to fill the gaps. The severed mechanical arm extended bloodied meat intertwined with metal parts and cables from the brake. After picking up the severed arm from the ground, it reattached it, albeit with the arm now significantly longer. At this point, the Death Digger could no longer be called a robot. It was a thoroughly distorted monster. Another 2 electromagnetic pulse grenades exploded beneath it, thrown by Malkier from Barl. However, the effect was almost negligible, as it was of no use against this flesh-and-blood robot. It would have been more practical to use regular explosives. Wang Yu threw all the magnetic explosive grenades. He had not bothering to look back, contemplating what to do. He looked towards the ruins ahead of the main door, which was also their way in. If they rushed in, they could use the terrain of the ruins to block the robot. However, this was a flesh-growing mining robot. If it made some noise and caused the ruins to collapse further, trapping them would be disastrous. There was no time to clear a path slowly. They could easily end up trapped inside. Let's go out through the breach in the ceiling. Wang Yu wasted no time maxing out the power of the jetpack and shooting towards the breach in the ceiling like a rocket. They had also entered the workshop through that very opening, which was wide enough for a person to pass through. Wait. Barl seemed to want to say something, but Wang Yu had already charged out at great speed, forcing her to grit her teeth and follow. The two flew out of the breach one after the other, leaving the terrifying robot far behind as they prepared to continue flying towards the deep space craft parked not far away. But at that moment, Wang Yu, clutching the waist of the jetpack, was shocked to find that the power from the pack had become intermittent. Just as he finished slowing down and hadn't yet descended back towards the wreckage of the ship, the power completely cut out. No way out of gas at a time like this. Wang Yu's eyes widened, his mind blank with panic, unable to think of anything, helplessly plummeting into the endless void of space. Just as Wang Yu stood frozen in bewilderment, a figure shot past him at even greater speed. Ball. Now, do exactly as I say, Catcoer. Ball commanded. Seeing Catcoer coil into a crouched leap, she planted her feet on Ball's shoulders and launched herself upward, seizing Wang Yu, who was drifting helplessly, and dragging them both downward. Catcoer's counter-thrust was immense. The two landed firmly upon the derelict spacecraft's hull without rebounding. Her claws had pierced deep into the metal, anchoring them securely. Ball, however, though she had activated her jetpack to decelerate the instant she leapt, soon lost all thrust, her propellant exhausted, leaving her adrift into the void of outer space. By the time Wang Yu grasped what had transpired, the situation was already sealed. His fortune once again had saved him entirely independent of his will. Damn it! Wang Yu snarled. He realized Ball must have noticed the jetpack's pressure gauge nearing zero long before this. She tried to warn him, but before he could utter another word, a terrifying tremor shook the wreckage beneath him, throwing him off balance. Something heavy had slammed into the hull from within. The creature. Several drill-tipped tendrils had already burst through the breach, lashing wildly in all directions, striking at everything nearby. Wang Yu, get back aboard the ship. Ball's voice cut through his thoughts. She had already raised her sniper rifle, sighting down its scope toward the rupture, and there, emerging from the darkness, loomed the Death Digger. At this point, even firing a shot to harness recoil would scarcely allow her to return to the wreckage, and would squander precious time. And what they lacked most was precisely time. Wang Yu comprehended the crisis in an instant. Remaining here would only worsen everything. He had to act, not as a survivor, but as a captain. Wait for me, and stay alive. Wang Yu shouted, urging Catcoer forward. Using the magnetic saws embedded in his suit, he sprinted across the wreckage's surface, swift yet deliberate, never reckless. Don't rush, stay calm. Never detach from the hull now, that would waste time. ARRHH. Wang Yu clenched his teeth, sprinting relentlessly as he and Catcoer vanished into the distance. Below, Ball watched as the breach beneath her widened further. Before a mining bot equipped with such demolition tools, that thin barrier was no sturdier than damp tissue paper. Within seconds, it would be torn open into a gaping maw. Yet the moment its head emerged, 2 magnetic proximity grenades drifted down and affixed themselves to its crown, detonating violently, blasting it back into the crater. Drifting upward, Ball remained composed. Twice she used her arsenal to hurl the machine back into the pit. But her grenades were spent. She drew her anti-material sniper rifle, once more peering through its scope at the abomination clawing its way out of the rupture. Its form had mutated anew. Even Ball recoiled, inwardly chilled by its grotesque visage. Her synthetic skin prickled faintly, evoking the warped, tormented cataclysm beings of Jixing twisted under Hegra's centuries-long oppression. The tiny drills embedded across its surface were no longer static fixtures. They had become thrashing, drill-ended tentacles like a furious, inverted sea anemone. And yet, something far more horrifying unfolded. From both its metallic carapace and the oozing flesh spilling forth countless arms, short, numerous, unmistakably those of the Rock Cave clan, sprouted forth covering its body like writhing centipede limbs. A single glance would make any human's scalp crawl and skin erupt in goose flesh. Kill you all. Evil invaders, die. You will not escape. Ball's eyes widened. Her grip on the rifle slackened. She had just heard voices. In vacuum, where sound cannot travel. It was neither radio transmission nor acoustic wave. Her system logs held no audio record of it, and yet she had undeniably heard it. This inexplicable phenomenon plunged Ball, designed to be unflappable, into fleeting disarray. Yet she tightened her grip, leveled her rifle, and fired. Then fired again. But bullets of that caliber served only to enrage the twisted machine, no more. This was a beast impervious even to magnetic adhesive charges. A mere sniper rifle stood no chance of repelling it. Still, the ritual of aiming and firing, mechanical precise, kept her from spiraling into panic. She was built to fear no death, yet her hand trembled, her vision blurred, doubling into ghostly afterimages. She repeated the motion, aim, fire, round after round, striking the Death Digger's hide. Yet in her gaze the monster swelled larger, drew nearer, its horror sharpening into unbearable clarity. Even the slender limbs sprouting from its surface now brandished weapons, perhaps those originally prepared by the engineer for his kin-powered hammers, rifles firing wildly, limbs flailing without aim. Hope. To unite our people and fight side by side. Ball suddenly understood the engineer's original intent. His vision had been realized, at least in form. Though horrifically distorted, their weapons packed devastating force, shells detonated like artillery upon floating debris, triggering secondary explosions. Yet none struck the intruders cleanly. The nearest blast engulfed Ball herself, hurling her tumbling end over end until she crashed against a shard of wreckage battered by the shockwave. Fortunately, these things possessed no eyes, and thus no aim. But that reprieve ended now. Click, click. Her rifle clicked empty in her palm. Her field of view filled with dozens of drill-tipped tendrils converging. She barely twisted her head in time. The first tore a gash across her cheek, blood welling into perfect crimson spheres suspended weightlessly in the vacuum. Then came hundreds, drills screaming toward her. Fear and despair paralyzed Ball utterly. She could neither move nor think. And yet in that final breathless instant, get the hell away from her. A roar erupted, familiar yet alien. No audio signature registered in her logs. A colossal shadow streaked past Ball, so close yet in vacuum no wind stirred. That titanic silhouette, it was the deep sky, or rather Wang Yu himself. At that moment man and vessel were one. Damn thing's no bigger than a shrimp. And you think you're tough? I'll crush you. Roaring Wang Yu piloted the deep sky straight into the monster, driving it ever farther deeper into the time rewound by a few minutes. Wang Yu sprinted back to the deep space using a speed he had never experienced in this lifetime, rushing into the bridge and sitting in the captain's chair, establishing a connection with the spaceship. At that moment, all hunger and cravings for the wreckage of the spaceship were cast aside. The first thing he did after making the connection was to find Ball just in time to witness a perilous scene. Thus he unleashed his full firepower, disregarding any debris. He himself was the largest and hardest stone here, charging forward and sending the Death Digger flying, racing through the debris field. Before the giant ship Deep Space, the robot, just over 10 meters tall, was hardly better than a small stone by the roadside. Crashing into it felt nothing, even less than hitting a speed bump. The Deep Space charged forward against the Death Digger, shattering and sending countless fragments flying, and in the blink of an eye it had traveled dozens of kilometers. At this point the Deep Space had begun to slow down as it had already reached its destination. Truly crashing and shattering this robot proved to be quite difficult, as there was insufficient distance for acceleration, and it would cause significant damage to the Deep Space. By now the surface of the Deep Space had several visible grooves, all caused by scraping against the debris. However, the situation of the Death Digger was not much better. With Wang Yu deliberately ramming it into the rocks, it had become stuck on a harder piece of debris and continued to fly forward. 3 of its 4 arms were severed, and the small limbs and drill of the Rock Cave's race had lost count of how many had been broken in the process, almost becoming a mess of flesh mixed with metal. Yet it remained alive, even beginning to gather surrounding rocks and stuffing them into its body, rapidly recovering. This terrifying vitality was simply beyond comprehension. Wang Yu, aided by the vision from the Deep Space, noticed this scene and then controlled the ship to slowly pursue. A few minutes later, Wang Yu, having stabilized the ship, disconnected the link, and before him stood Malkir, already waiting, holding 2 large items, a micro-nuclear warhead for individual use brought from the asteroid belt, and a silver briefcase. Higra's roar. Given the distance and the fact that such weapons were used in space, there was no way they could have been affected. Wang Yu took the weapons and headed towards the emergency passage. On the other side, Though only a brief few minutes had passed, the Death Digger had already begun to partially restore its form by mining or even if much of it was visibly low-quality metal or stones, its appearance was significantly better than before. This might be due to its origins as a mining robot combined with the resentment of the engineers. In any case, the environment here was very conducive to repairing its body and regaining combat power. But suddenly an extremely terrifying sensation erupted, as if being watched by some fierce beast emanating from the spaceship parked not far ahead, specifically from the left side of this ship. The Death Digger halted its movements, remaining vigilant until the sense of dread dissipated after several seconds, before continuing to fly toward the source of the terror, feeling it must be an evil invader. As for Wang Yu, he had been waiting here all along. Upon seeing the Death Digger appear, he suddenly realized that this spell, Fear Incarnate, was quite effective for luring enemies. He half-squatted in the emergency passage, shouldering the micro-fusion nuclear warhead, beginning to lock onto the approaching Death Digger. At the same time, he prepared for two scenarios. Aside from the left hand aiming with the launcher, his right hand held a special pistol 3 times the length of a normal handgun, already loaded and ready to fire at any moment. At this moment, Wang Yu was truly fearless. Once the firepower was sufficient, this monster became less frightening, and his hands did not tremble at all. As the targeting reticle in the scope shrank and emitted beeping sounds of locking, Wang Yu pressed the launch button for the micro-nuclear bomb. A low-yield nuclear bomb sped toward the Death Digger, tracing an arc and catching up to the rapidly charging Death Digger, exploding into a blinding small sun amidst the debris. The intense radiation nearly blinded Wang Yu's eyes. Fortunately, he was wearing a spacesuit, which provided some radiation protection, but the overwhelming radiation triggered safety alerts in his helmet, forcing him to retreat to the corner of the emergency passage until the blinding light subsided. When Wang Yu and Malkir peeked out again, that Death Digger was nowhere to be found, at least not within Wang Yu's line. Wang Yu suddenly realized something at this moment. That thing seemed to be a relic of the Rock Caves race. Initially, he intended to feed it to the fat koi, but now that it had been blown up, what to do? No one had informed him that the power of a micronuclear bomb was so terrifying. It was his first time using one. Malkir, did you see that robot? It was quite large. Hurry and look for it. Wang Yu urged, hoping Malkir could help. Fortunately, he had indeed asked the right person. Malkir's vision was indeed much better than Wang Yu's. She pointed in a direction where, amidst the debris, half a drill bit was indeed embedded, having melted and deformed, emitting a faint red glow easily overlooked. 10 minutes later, the Deep Space returned, retrieving Ball, who was floating in the air. Upon returning to the cabin, the first thing Wang Yu did was apologize to Ball for not having considered everything thoroughly. If it weren't for Ball's timely intervention, it was likely that it would have been him floating in space. I'm sorry, I was too reckless and almost messed things up. Are you hurt? Will there be a scar on your cheek? Wang Yu even contemplated checking, but felt it inappropriate. However, there were no obvious wounds visible to the naked eye except for a notch on the cheek, which had already scabbed over, healing like a real biological process. Truly impressive biotechnological advancement. There won't be a scar. Actually, your judgment wasn't wrong. If you had traversed through the ruins, you could have easily gotten trapped inside. Ball recalled the terrifying destructive power exhibited by the Death Digger afterward. The ruins would not have stopped it. The result could have been catastrophic. I saw you use that nuclear bomb. What happened? Did that thing die? Ball continued, as that thing had left her with quite a psychological shadow, especially that inexplicable sound, which was simply too strange, as was Wang Yu's voice. I searched with Malkir for a while, and all that's left is this little bit. Wang Yu pointed to the corner where half a melted drill bit lay, measuring half a meter long, almost a whole lump of dense metal. Its item information was finally visible, and it could even be exchanged in a gacha, with its value now higher than before. Name: Remnants of the Terror Burrower Hellbeast. Creator: Barwick. Regulatory classification: Level 4 Forbidden. Description: a heavy combat automaton forged by a deranged rock cavern engineer in his final moments to eradicate intruders. To ensure its perpetual operational readiness, he sacrificed even his last reserves of energy. Thereafter, he remained seated within it in standby mode, awaiting the arrival of invaders, so he might join his kin in vengeance, so utterly consumed that he forgot even his own death. Upon contact with the invaders, his long-cherished vow was fulfilled. He merged completely with the machine, reactivating it as the Hellbeast. Severely incomplete, may be submitted as fragmented cultural heritage to a heritage reclaimer for 6 universal credit points and 5 lottery draws from the corresponding civilization's pool. Rewards for fragmented heritage are halved relative to intact artifacts. Strength 37. The Hellbeast's strength and defense fluctuate dynamically due to its anomalous nature. Values shown represent peak attributes prior to total destruction, not absolute limits. Defense 25. Armaments abilities: Hell Evolution, Hell Regeneration, Terror Drill, Terror Impact, Bore, Terror Great Axe, Terror Mace, Venomous Piercing Drill, Vengeful Counterstrike. Hellbeast, a designation for machines warped by sub-energy and submatter, exhibiting diverse origins and manifestations. Typically, such constructs acquire quasi-biological traits atop their original mechanical forms, possess self-repair capabilities, and display extreme aggression, often assimilating and consuming their operators to integrate them as components. That's all the data. Though shattered into fragmented heritage, the actual reward exceeds our initial expectations. Wang Yu shared the information with Barer, who absorbed it slowly. Every term was entirely new to her. She recalled the machine's subsequent metamorphosis. Undeniably no ordinary construct. If left unchecked and permitted to evolve, this entity could mature into an immensely formidable mechanical leviathan, one far beyond the reach of a single micronuclear warhead. Neutralizing it later might require ordnance of vastly greater yield, or even more advanced weaponry. Next, he assessed the spoil's reward. Magnitude appeared contingent upon both the heritage's integrity and the sophistication of the underlying technology. Other potential determinants included rarity and representativeness, the degree to which the artifact embodied its civilization's essence. The trio returned to the bridge. Only by deactivating the gravity field could they maneuver the mangled drill assembly toward the heritage reclaimer to claim their reward. The 6 credits and 5 lottery draws alleviated Wang Yu's immediate financial strain. He dwindled to just 9 credits after lavish expenditures on language modules and nutrient beverages, leaving him unable even to afford a Fian-1 landing skiff. He needed to accumulate more credits before locating a trading station, otherwise, even if he found one, he'd lack the means to purchase anything within. Submission of Rock Cavern Civilization Heritage awarded 6 universal credit points, 5 lottery draws from corresponding civilization. The plump three-tailed koi, identical to the one before, snatched up the ruined drill and swallowed it whole, its appetite truly prodigious. Then, as if ruminating, it regurgitated 5 vividly colored spheres hovering silently above the floor. Fortune favored them, this time 3 red, 1 green, 1 yellow. A configuration heralding 3 weapons, 1 piece of armor, and 1 consumable item. Wang Yu's ammunition reserves had been severely depleted. After recent engagements, his grenade stocks were reduced to single digits, and his heavy sniper rifle held only 1 full magazine. Urgent replenishment was essential. You two choose first, 1 each. No worries, if luck falters, I'll cover the rest. Wang Yu declared his confidence in his own fortune unshaken. Last time, after others drew blanks, he'd drawn Hegla's Roar, a legendary weapon, and now sought to replicate that triumph, letting others draw first. Agreed. Barer, fond of such lotteries, wasted no time. She seized a red sphere without hesitation. Within her palm, the sphere reshaped itself into a heavy obsidian-hued assault rifle, familiar in silhouette, reminiscent of those wielded by the Terror Burrower. Name: Heavy Impact Rifle. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory classification: Level I, Civilian. Description: a standard-issue rifle developed by the Rock Cavern people for space warfare. Bulky, yet destined never to see true combat. Engineered using hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks, it fires specialized rounds that release controlled quantities of hydrogen and oxygen upon impact, triggering secondary thermal detonations, even in vacuum, delivering intense heat and concussive force. In atmospheric environments, aerodynamic drag drastically reduces effective range. A safe engagement distance is limited to 70 meters, beyond which premature detonation becomes likely. Extreme environmental use is strongly discouraged. Its blast radius far surpasses conventional kinetic firearms, proving especially lethal against unarmored or lightly armored targets. In addition to the rifle, it included 40 additional rounds and 2 fully loaded magazines, 20 rounds each, for a total of 80. An excellent piece. Wang Yu hefted it, impressed, but found it unwieldy. Weighing over 30 pounds, it was barely manageable in zero gravity, let alone terrestrial conditions. To Barer, however, the weight was negligible. Her superior marksmanship made her the ideal wielder. Wang Yu preferred conventional firearms. Malcour, your turn. Choose any. If it's edible, it's yours. His unspoken intention was for her to select the green sphere, the consumable, but she understood none of his implication. Before he could finish, Malcour reached out and snatched the red sphere, leaving Wang Yu mid-sentence abruptly silent. The object coalesced in her hands, a harness strung with several cylindrical cans paired with a metallic. Name: Impact Grenade. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Regulatory classification: Level I, Civilian. Description: a standard-issue grenade designed by the Rock Cavern people for space warfare, equipped with propellant to achieve greater velocity and range. Its core employs hydrogen and oxygen bricks ignited by conventional chemical explosives and oxidizers, generating wide-area thermobaric shockwaves. Its lethality rivals, if not exceeds, that of fragmentation grenades, particularly in vacuum and confined spaces. This is also excellent. Seeing the favorable outcome, Wang Yu dismissed his earlier concern, recalling Malcour's performance this round. Keep the harness. You threw with remarkable precision this time. Keep up the excellence. Wang Yu encouraged her, handing the harness to the elite grenadier Malcour, while discreetly confiscating the metal case, knowing full well it contained more grenades. The drawn armaments revealed the rock cavern people's meticulous preparations for war, likely intended for colonial campaigns against indigenous civilizations on Hellstar, though that destiny ultimately remained unfulfilled. Wang Yu turned his gaze toward the remaining 3 spheres, preparing to examine each in turn. Wang Yu first picked up the least promising green orb. As expected, this object transformed into a large chest, which was so heavy that it was placed directly on the ground, containing a full box of hydrogen brick No. 1A, all filled with hydrogen, totaling 24 pieces. Considering the twisted technology of the Rock Clan, Wang Yu knew this would come up, and upon pulling he found it indeed to be so. Next was the red orb, hoping for another gun or a cannon would be even better. In short, the more powerful and larger caliber the weapon, the better. After all, to kill that hell beast he had used his only nuclear bomb, and if he didn't profit from it, that would be. The red orb elongated and deformed in Wang Yu's hand, and finally, it became a hammer. He really pulled out a hammer, specifically the explosive power hammer. He had previously thought it was small, but now it was fine to have a pair to form a double hammer. Damn it. He was worried about this outcome, so he wanted Ball or Cat here to draw instead, but in the end he pulled it out himself, and couldn't escape. However, he did not throw the hammer on the ground. He learned from the last operation, and corrected this bad habit. The protein powder he discarded last time. Cat here did not leave him any. Wang Yu took a deep breath, looking at the last yellow orb, feeling an inexplicable pressure. After all, he had boasted before that he would back him up, and if he failed it would be quite embarrassing. Come on, my good luck, why aren't you working when I need you? Wang Yu glanced at his palm. The number had somehow changed to 5, likely due to using it while dodging attacks, and short it decreased by 2. He took a deep breath, picked up the last yellow orb, and as the light dissipated, the yellow orb transformed into a transparent capsule containing a small robot figurine. Wang Yu's face revealed wild joy upon seeing the item information. Name: 3rd generation digger prototype, remaining energy 100, manufacturer bot regulation, level 2, fine work. Description: a new generation mining robot crafted by Rock Clan engineers using new materials, sturdy and durable, with high temperature resistance and corrosion resistance, capable of long-term mining tasks in harsh environments. Its powerful braking tools can easily shatter hard diamonds. Its built-in next-generation hydrogen power engine balances high energy conversion and high output characteristics of fuel cells and internal combustion engines, capable of switching between the two, with the ability for short-distance movement in space environments, fully capable of independently handling mining and transporting tasks. The 4 mechanical arms are also very flexible, capable of switching between tools and mechanical claws with gripping ability, allowing it to place mined ores into the backpack behind it securely. Mining is momentarily pleasurable. Continuous mining is continuously pleasurable. Buck. Power 33, defense 78, armament tools, rock drills, high impact drills, thermal plate, saws, large buckets, fixed anchors. Currently contained in capsule form. Please twist and select a suitable location to release. Once released, it cannot revert back to a capsule. Please choose the opening location wisely to avoid unnecessary losses. Wang Yu and his companions had already experienced the power of the terrifying digger. Even without transforming into a twisted monster, it still possessed considerable combat strength. Moreover, this one was a 3rd generation digger, made with new materials, significantly enhancing its defense attributes to an almost exaggerated extent. Compared to the terrifying digger, its only weakness might be the lack of growth potential due to not growing flesh, but this is also an advantage. If it were to grow flesh, Wang Yu wouldn't dare to sit. If only it could be equipped with a few cannons, it would be perfect. Wang Yu introduced to Ball and the others, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After all, it is a mining robot, and long-range capabilities are its greatest disadvantage. It seems the yellow orb can also produce vehicles, and match this value is significantly higher. My luck is quite good. Wang Yu was enamored with this new toy, staring at it intently in his hands, ignoring Cat Kier's eager gaze. This is an advanced item, you can't play with it yet. However, at this moment Ball poured cold water on him, saying this robot was designed based on the Rock Clan's physique and driving habits, and switching to human control would be quite difficult with a high learning cost. Wang Yu in his excitement truly forgot about this issue, and inquired, can it be modified to expand the cockpit and operation method? This? Without the original blueprint, it's likely quite difficult, but I can optimize the control system to be more user-friendly. We can work on that later, as it requires a lot of time. Ball replied, as the most urgent matter right now was to quickly move the supplies from the workshop back to the deep space vessel. Alright then, let's prepare to move the stuff. As for this robot, Wang Yu was a bit eager to try it, but considering its size, if used, it probably wouldn't even fit through the emergency passage. He must find an opportunity to open up the temporary transfer warehouse so that the mech could truly be used, which would have to. Additionally, having gained so many points, his permissions could also be upgraded. This harvest truly exceeded Wang Yu's expectations. He thought he would need to explore several more locations to gather enough points, but it turned out one was sufficient. Wang Yu decisively chose to upgrade his permissions, and there was nothing to hesitate about. Soon the system popped up a prompt indicating a countdown of 20 hours and 43 minutes stating that the system would also upgrade simultaneously, and they would check it after the upgrade. He sat in the captain's chair suppressing his appetite parking the ship, next to the roasted whole lamb, almost unable to resist taking a bite. The three set off again preparing to thoroughly empty the workshop, ensuring that this treasure trove was not wasted, moving all usable items to the deep space vessel starting with the fresh water and food. After completing all this, Wang Yu would control the deep space vessel to consume this piece of spaceship wreckage, at which point the deep space vessel would likely undergo new changes and the urgent energy or the vessel's satiety would also be enhanced. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Wang Yu, your reckless charge through the asteroid belt in the deep space was quite damaging to the ship's hull, especially those facilities mounted on the exterior. 2 solar panels were destroyed, the communication antenna was broken, and the radar is completely missing. These are unnecessary losses. While the 3 were moving, cargo Baller was lecturing them. This equipment is hard to repair under normal circumstances. If it weren't for the good fortune of having a complete workshop this time, it would have been troublesome. Wang Yu repeatedly agreed, promising to be more careful next time. However, that charge you made was indeed quite impressive. There was no need to rush for dozens of kilometers, as that would have significantly reduced the losses. Baller added, and Wang Yu initially thought he had misheard. When he looked over, Baller was already hauling several large boxes of fresh water towards the exit. If you want a compliment, just do it directly, no need to be indirect. Wang Yu thought to himself. As for why they encountered danger, don't ask about that. Wang Yu clenched his fists, feeling the urgency to grow stronger. If he could knock down that hell beast with one punch, then there wouldn't be any danger at all. The 3 of them passed through the large door, using the large opening in the ruined ceiling to quickly transport cargo from the warehouse. With the jetpacks and the oxygen machine supplying high-pressure gas, their efficiency greatly increased. After more than 5 hours making over 10 trips, they had cleared out just over half of the warehouse. If they counted the things that needed to be dismantled and taken away, as well as the items to be processed and manufactured in the workshop, the workload was significantly greater, such as repairing the door to the captain's quarters. At this point, Wang Yu was starting to feel a bit tired, unlike Baller and Malkier, who were still full of energy. He greeted them, saying he would go back to rest and sleep, then handed the jetpack to Malkier before returning to the deep space. He evacuated the air from the onboard cabin so the emergency passage could remain open. When he woke up again, it was already 12 hours later. He had slept very soundly, not even noticing that Baller and Malkier had dismantled the door to the captain's quarters. He found the intercom and tried it, but the signal was poor. So he changed into his spacesuit and made his way to the onboard cabin, where he finally contacted Baller and the others. At this time, she and Malkier had completed most of the preparatory work during Wang Yu's sleep and brought back several good news. First, regarding the sensors. Although the radar and antenna were lost, there were ready-made ones in the workshop, possibly intended for the mining robots, that could be put to use, and they even had a few extras. Next was another even more exciting piece of news. They could re-establish the wiring and restore power to the deep. The workshop had ready-made cables, bulbs, and cameras, and with the engines prepared for the mining robots, they just needed to install hydrogen and oxygen bricks to restore power. The ship would no longer be shrouded in darkness, greatly enhancing safety. Finally, regarding that door, after assessing the conditions of the workshop, Baller planned to adopt the craftsmanship of the Rock Clan and use their new materials to reconstruct it. However, it might turn into a traditional door that uses a key lock, as Baller couldn't figure out how that door identified crew members for opening and closing. This would consume quite a bit of energy, but they had won a lot of hydrogen bricks in the lottery, and since the deep space could provide oxygen, everything became possible. I've also considered the replenishment of hydrogen bricks, and am preparing to create a closed ionization device to produce hydrogen and oxygen through the ionization of water. As for where to get the electricity, I'm still contemplating. It could be solar energy, but that's too low in power. I could also tap into the captain's quarters, but that would require considering the power rating. If the power is too high, it could burn out the wiring, which would be counterproductive. Moreover, you absolutely cannot recklessly crash the ship next time. This time we were lucky that the telescope didn't break, otherwise it would have been a major hassle. Baller criticized Wang Yu again, as the workshop lacked the conditions to process precise optical instruments and could only use ready-made ones. Yes, I'll be more careful next time. Wang Yu had already gotten used to Baller's criticisms. They didn't faze him at all. When danger truly arrived, he couldn't care less about such things. He wasn't a precision robot. By the way, do you want me to help? No need, you can't stay active in space for too long. You'll need to replenish oxygen soon, which is quite troublesome. When they return, I'll use the materials from the Rock Clan to make an oxygen tank or modify the interfaces of the spacesuit to use oxygen boxes. This should greatly extend your activity time in space. Bor said, and after declining, he went to urge Malkir to work. Wang Yu felt excluded perhaps, because there were only 2 jetpacks, making it inconvenient to have an extra person. Anyway, he would still have the chance to show his skills when it came time to lay the internal wiring. After hanging up, Wang Yu looked at the pile of boxes in the onboard cabin, rummaged through them, and decided to try one of the moss cans while thinking about another matter. The permission upgrade was nearing completion, with just a few dozen minutes remaining. Once it was finished, he could explore other areas, and the secrets of this mysterious spaceship would be revealed. Wang Yu returned to the bridge, took off his spacesuit, and used the Shadow Demon short blade to puncture the can. He sniffed it, nearly vomiting the acid from his stomach. Is this stuff really edible? A herring can write. How could moss plants have such a foul smell like rotten meat? Wang Yu made a face, thinking for a few seconds. Adhering to the principle of not wasting what had been opened, he swallowed it. It was slightly sweet going down, not inedible, but once it hit his throat it was unbearable, like someone was roasting excrement in his stomach. The stench surged up. After finishing, Wang Yu turned green, chugging half a bottle of water, yet the taste in his mouth still wouldn't dissipate. No way, I need to have Bor think of a solution. If I have to eat this every day, I'll be ruined. He placed his hopes on the all-capable Bor, preparing to squeeze in some practice time, since it had been a while since he last exercised, and then checked the changes brought by the permission upgrade. The permissions upgrade is complete, and your activity area on the deep space ship has been expanded. At the same time, the system has added new functionalities to help you better control the vessel. Please check the interface yourself. The next level. 3-level permissions will be unlocked once you gain control of the main engine. At that time, you will have the opportunity to fully command the ship and become the true captain of the deep space. There is still a level 3 permission, which seems to be the final level. But what does it mean to have the opportunity to take control? Could there be a possibility of failure? Wang Yu complained, preparing to summon the system to see what new functions had been added. Cough. Cough. Wang Yu suddenly began to cough violently, finally recovering after expelling a small blood-stained black fragment. His lung condition remained unresolved and was worsening, but for now he chose to ignore it and continued to check the system interface. There's a crew interface. Wang Yu immediately opened it, revealing a long list of dense names that left him dumbfounded. Where did all these people on his ship come from? However, upon seeing a continuous string of the word death in the status bar, his expression gradually turned cold. He began to confirm the number of deceased crew members and moved each of the deceased into the newly created death roster. The death toll exceeded 40, but there were still 9 survivors. This meant that apart from Pig Brother and Hammer Brother, there were 7 people on the ship that Wang Yu had not seen until now. Ball and Kakir do not count, as they are not on the crew list, but are registered as passengers. Wang Yu confirmed the names and positions of these surviving individuals one by one. Gao Jia. Security Captain, this should be Hammer Brother. Chinoff. Head Chef, this should be Pig Brother. Hawkins. Finder, what kind of position is that? Wang Yu continued to browse down the list, discovering that there were 5 individuals with the position of Binder, as well as 2 names and positions marked with question marks. Hiss. How many secrets does the ship hide? Wang Yu felt the problem was quite significant and attempted to click on these crew members' names to see detailed information, but all attempts failed. Clicking yielded no response. Can I at least view Ball and Kakir? Wang Yu muttered to himself, officially adding Ball and Kakir to the crew list, assigning them the positions of first mate and security team member respectively. The first mate possesses nearly all the powers of the captain. Only when there is a conflict of opinion with the captain will their authority be restricted. After completing these tasks, he clicked on Bale's name, and a personal panel for Ball appeared in his view. Aside from the absence of health, energy, and spiritual power metrics, almost everything else was similar to his own attribute panel. Ball. Race: intelligent mechanical life. Intelligent mechanical life. This term refers to digital life forms that have awakened self-awareness and intelligence. They usually do not have a fixed form, and the manifestation varies based on their origins, sometimes existing entirely as digital programs. There is no physical development or maturation process, only mental growth exists. Origin: symbiotic machine servant. Symbiotic machine servant as a production service-type mechanical doll or other forms of doll. It develops civilizations in conjunction with the creator's race. Talent: digital consciousness mechanical body. Digital consciousness: due to the different forms of consciousness existence, even if rationality drops to 0, it will not be eroded by the subspace, but will instead experience a crash and reboot due to consciousness barriers. It can quickly become an expert in various fields by importing data. Mechanical body: as long as the components that carry memory and emotions are not damaged, it will not die. All physical abilities depend entirely on the performance of the mechanical body, lacking potential for growth, but can be expanded and modified. Ability: emotional resonance. Emotional resonance: it is equipped with a highly advanced emotional simulator, granting 1 to will and inspiration with a growth rate increase of 1,000, far exceeding ordinary intelligent mechanical life. Physical: 19. Will 33172-764-0000. Reflex 26. Immunity 23. Inspiration 3-2215-264-0000. Overall evaluation, a robot with remarkable performance. A single punch can kill you. Such high attributes. Wang Yu exclaimed, realizing Bale's values were high, but not this high. However, the shortcomings in will and inspiration are significant. With such a long experience bar, improvement seems nearly impossible. Because it's not 64,000, but 640,000. Fortunately, the emotional simulator has increased this growth rate by 1,000, providing a glimmer of hope for growth. But there are also benefits. There is no worry about being eroded by the subspace, and he will not turn into a demon. The effects of the subspace on organic life forms and mechanical bodies differ. The former affects rationality, eroding it into demons, while the latter is purely an energy impact leading to transformation into hell beasts. It remains unclear whether intelligent mechanical life can become hell beasts, but there is a possibility. I need to inform Ball about this information. Wang Yu murmured, opening Cat Kier's panel, and was left speechless. What is all this? Cat Kier's panel was even more exaggerated. Cat Kier. Race subhuman cat. Origin terrestrial planet. Talent 9 lives subspace affinity. 9 lives a racial talent of cat people, granting them incredibly strong vitality, significantly enhancing their immunity. Indicates a standout within the race, represents an exceptional prodigy that is rare even among the entire race. Immunity 10, immunity growth rate 100, immune to most toxins and parasites with greatly enhanced self-healing capabilities. Subspace affinity, growing up in the subspace, easily overlooked by subspace beings and demons, showing adaptability to the subspace. Ability gourmet cells, cat claws. Gourmet cells injected with gourmet cells, granting 2 to strength and reflexes. When consuming delicious food, it can activate potential using spiritual energy to enhance cellular activity, increasing all attributes except will and inspiration, boosting energy recovery speed, and promoting wound healing. The enhancement degree depends on the taste of the food and the spiritual energy consumed, and it can even regenerate severed limbs and organs, but overuse may lead to physical collapse. Cat claws, a racial ability of cat people possessing a pair of claws capable of tearing metal with specific strength, depending on individual attributes. Physical 11, 72,200. Will 7, 21778000. Reflex 12, 72,200. Immunity 30, 92,200. Inspiration 5, 1004, 4000. Overall evaluation, this is a genius. Wang Yu stared at Cat Kier's exaggerated talents and abilities, speechless for a long time. Her immunity attribute was even higher than Ball, who was a robot, which was too exaggerated. Moreover, this experience bar. How is it only 200 experience? Wang Yu was sure he hadn't misread. The difficulty of improvement varies between different species. Wang Yu concluded, although he had sensed it before, he still felt unsatisfied after confirmation. The physical potential and limits of humans are too low. Approaching the limit makes further progress impossible unless a way to break the limit is found. Currently, the ways he understands include physical modification, gourmet cells, and spiritual energy. He must master at least one of these paths to potentially break the shackles and gain super strength. Ball and Mocker's panel clarified for Wang Yu the direction to strengthen himself. The urgent task was to find a breakthrough. He exited the crew interface and checked other interfaces one by one, discovering an additional interface called anchor point coordinates, which recorded a coordinate, the coordinate of the previous machine star. How do I use this coordinate? He tried clicking, but nothing happened, so he attempted to connect with the deep space vessel. I see now. Wang Yu understood that this coordinate could only be sensed by connecting to the deep space vessel's sensors, confirming the direction and approximate distance to the machine star. It was likely usable in subspace as well. Additionally, he could now spend 5,000 credit points to record his current coordinates at any time, effectively adding a navigation feature. Finally, there was the ship interface, where the defense module displayed as a question mark was revealed. Defense module, active regeneration armor, hunger, active regeneration armor, hunger, a layer of active armor on the ship's surface that rapidly regenerates when damaged and can control local thickness to enhance protective power. This should be the skin or shell of the deep space vessel, Wang Yu speculated. Moreover, in the hunger state, it was no longer just simple hunger. Next to the ship's name appeared a special option called satiety. Deep space vessel satiety 3, satiety. As satiety increases, the output of the main engine will also rise, and some modules in the hunger state will exit that state to restore normal function. When satiety reaches 50 and 100, the performance of these active modules will further enhance. This is akin to a car's fuel gauge or power meter. When it hits 0, the vehicle will stall and die, Wang Yu deduced. After confirming these details, he went back to the onboard cabin, contacted Ball and Mooker, and informed them he had important matters to discuss, requesting them to return. About 3 hours later, inside the bridge, Ball and Mooker pushed a cart out of the elevator which held a brand new metal door, a lock, and the necessary tools and parts for installation. During this time, they utilized the workshop's resources to create this metal door. Wang Yu instructed them to set it aside and informed them about the changes to the deep space vessel after upgrading their permissions, as well as the news that they had become official crew members, assuring them they need not worry about being attacked by Brother Hammer and Brother Pig. Lastly, he discussed their roles and panels. "Yay, I'm a genius," Mooker exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Although she could not recognize 5 out of 10 characters, and had to rely on Ball to read the script for her to understand, it did not diminish the fact that she was a genius. "Yes, you are a genius, so you must study and train diligently from now on, and don't waste your talent." Wang Yu ruffled Mooker's hair, feeling that her excitement was a good thing, and it must be maintained. Turning back, he planned to prepare a training regimen for Mooker befitting a genius, focusing on both physical fitness and learning to help her become successful as soon as possible. Ball looked at her panel, her face showing some dissatisfaction, even pouting. To this, Wang Yu offered comfort. "Don't take it too seriously. This is actually a shortcoming inherent to all intelligent mechanical beings. But you are also a genius among intelligent mechanical beings, with your will and inspiration growth rate increased by 1,000. This is something ordinary intelligent mechanical beings lack. Their will and inspiration might generally only be at 1. When it's at 0, it might not even qualify as an intelligent mechanical being." Guh. Ball shot Wang Yu a glare because he was absolutely no good at comforting people. Moreover, what she cared about was not this, but the evaluation that a single punch could kill someone. Oh, what was this? She had clearly never done such a thing. Once the two calmed down, Wang Yu began discussing the more pressing matters at hand. "The crew list shows that besides the 3 of us, there are still 9 surviving crew members on this ship. Excluding Brother Hammer and Brother Pig, there are still 7. Among them, 5 hold very special positions called wall bindings, and the other 2 don't even have names." Wang Yu listed these people's names on the holographic computer, including those who had fallen, instructing Ball to compare these names with the personnel list previously found in the deep space vessel's control panel. Because that list was incomplete, many names had large sections blacked out or missing letters. However, with this specific list, many pieces of information could be cross-referenced. Ball finished the comparison very quickly, accurately, and efficiently, completing it in less than a second. But after finishing, she frowned and looked at Wang Yu. "What's wrong? Are you sure the number of names on the list is correct?" "Yes." "Then how come there's 1 extra? 1 person who originally wasn't a crew member of this ship." "Huh." An unexpected situation arose. Ball provided a detailed explanation, saying that the name that could not match the list belonged to a female crew member named Lei Naiwa, while all others matched, including Captain Hawkins. Then who could this extra person be? The lost soul involved with this ship? Wang Yu speculated, feeling that this possibility was quite likely. For now, they could only think of it this way. "There's one more thing. After the permission upgrade, our activity area has also expanded. We can now explore other floors, but the map remains dark. We might have to walk through them to light it up." Wang Yu informed the 2, instructing them to prepare with actions scheduled to begin in 2 hours. Ball and Mooker had just finished their tasks. The former only needed to change a battery, while the latter required a hearty meal. However, in just 30 minutes, a table full of dishes was served. The last bit of beans was stir-fried with rehydrated jerky along with some protein paste, and finally the staple food: fried, foul-smelling moss pancakes. Wang Yu looked at the dark pancake on the plate and hesitated, looking towards Mooker. The latter sniffed at her, eyes lighting up, and she grabbed the pancake and began to gnaw on it vigorously. Has it become fragrant? Wang Yu thought to himself, feeling a bit hesitant after all he had experienced the potency of this thing just a few hours ago. But out of trust in Ball, Wang Yu still held his breath and took a bite. The shell was crispy and the inside surprisingly burst with juice, carrying a unique savory flavor, as if he were eating a meat pie. This? Wang Yu could hardly believe it. After being fried at high temperature, the odd smell of this moss diminishes, plus its composition is very close to meat and rich in juice, making it tastier than meat pies. "I have already tried it," Ball explained, as if she anticipated Wang Yu's expression upon discovering the empty can of moss. "Truly worthy of Ball," Wang Yu murmured, quietly devouring the pancake, and soon finished it. After the 3 had their fill and took a short break, they equipped themselves with their new weapons, impact rifles and impact grenades, preparing to explore the interior of the deep space vessel. Due to the unique nature of this ship, the 3 dared not let their guard down. Although Brother Hammer and Brother Pig were below, there were far more than just these 2. They had to be completely prepared. The 3 gathered in front of a door that had never been entered before. Wang Yu walked ahead, exchanged glances with Bear and Malkir, and then approached. This time the door opened directly, releasing a faint stench that made Wang Yu furrow his brow. It was the smell of decomposed protein and fat, but how could there be any on the ship? Are there a large number of corpses that haven't been processed, or are they still relatively fresh? Wang Yu muttered. Just the smell made him tense up, fully alert as he clutched his shotgun and stepped inside. Inside was a not very long corridor, and around the corner should lead to other floors. There was also an elevator on the side, or rather what used to be an elevator. The door was sealed with a thick metal plate slightly bulging outward, as if something inside had tried to break through but failed. Moreover, that thing must have had considerable strength, as the material of the metal plate was different from the ship's body. Even after such a long time, there were no signs of oxidation, clearly indicating it was of a higher quality. The three entered the passage one after another. Although there was no immediate danger, they sensed something unusual in the air and focused their gaze on the corner ahead. According to the ship's structure analysis, there should be stairs leading to other floors ahead, as this was the only passage, and the elevator was also located here. However, from the entrance onward, it felt like a transition between scenes. The further they went, the worse the damage to the ground and walls became, as if they were stepping into a brutal battlefield riddled with craters and shell holes caused by weapons with strong penetration and destructive power, resulting in a deformed and shattered corridor. Such weapons in theory should not be used inside a ship, but the premise is. This ship is a normal ship. From the ruptured holes and craters, a black substance flowed out, dripping down the walls, and even forming columns that solidified into something resembling magma. This was similar to the material of the stone shell on the surface of the deep space, as if the blood of the deep space had coagulated, leaving behind scabs. The three maintained a high level of vigilance, their expressions more serious than when they explored the wreckage outside, and as they reached the corner they saw 4 metal doors that had burst open outward. To be precise, it was 4 layers of broken metal plates lying across the corridor, attempting to block the passage. There were numerous signs of emergency repairs on site, such as rivets, iron bars, and many welding marks, all very rough, clearly completed in haste. The people on this ship might have held out for quite some time on this layer, but ultimately they still failed. A war that took place inside the ship, the floor we are on, might be the last line of defense, so the overall situation is still relatively intact. Wang Yu said. But the information in the bridge control panel seems to have completely omitted this war. Considering all the clues at hand, a likely reason is. At the moment of the disaster, the original crew of this ship lost control of the deep space. They were trapped in subspace because the ship suddenly came to life. This is a reasonable deduction. The three continued forward, stepping over these almost broken protective doors that were like thresholds. By the way, Malkir, you were caught by Hammer Brother before, right? Do you have any impressions of the other floors? Wang Yu asked. Since he had seen Malkir at the bottom layer, he posed the question. But she shook her head, saying that when she and her mother arrived here, they were on the first floor. Then her mother was chased away, and she was knocked out by Hammer Brother with a punch, awakening in the cell afterward. If Wang Yu had come a bit later, she might have starved to death. Malkir remarked, indicating that Wang Yu's timing had indeed been quite fortunate. Does Hammer Brother also use his fists? Wang Yu asked in surprise, realizing that Hammer Brother's actions were also situational, not simply knocking people out indiscriminately. Suddenly, Wang Yu, who was walking ahead, stopped, furrowing his brows as he pulled out the map to check. Logically, there should be stairs leading down here, but all he saw were broken corridors and light shining up from below. Central collapse zone. What is this place? Wang Yu read the map label, looking at Bear, and then slowly moved forward, as if he were standing on a cliff or diving board, peering down. Below was a massive pit or cavity spanning almost the entire ship. Floating in the giant pit were quite a few fragments which had originally been parts of walls or floors. After breaking, they remained suspended there, completely still, as if there were no gravity, which was very strange. Moreover, at the center, that thing rotating incessantly. Wang Yu grew more familiar with it. Wasn't that the supergravity fusion engine he had seen in a video? Wang Yu would not mistake it. The rings nested outside, rotating in different directions, but never colliding, were unmistakably the supergravity fusion engine, the auxiliary engine of this ship. Now this engine was floating in midair, seemingly the culprit behind the giant pit, with several broken cables hanging from its base. And at the center of the engine, right in the middle of the ring, Wang Yu saw a distorted mass of light. This thing was strange, like an invisible lens that could stretch the images behind it and around it, changing with the shift in perspective. Wang Yu could not understand what this thing was. But Bear instantly understood, his pupils constricting as he quickly pulled Wang Yu and Malkir back, his face showing disbelief. What's wrong? Wang Yu asked. He knew that engine was dangerous, but he didn't know where the danger lay. Only when Bear told him what that mass of light was did Wang Yu's forehead begin to sweat profusely. That looks like a black hole, but it seems to be restrained by a gravitational field, so it hasn't sucked everything around it in. Even if it isn't, it's still a substance with a strong gravitational pull very close to a black hole, causing light to be distorted by gravity, making it impossible to see what is at the center. Bear explained again. At this point, Wang Yu had fallen silent, suddenly realizing why the system had locked this door earlier. It was better not to know. At least he could sleep soundly at night. Now, knowing a black hole was right beneath his feet, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if he were hanging in midair. Because if this thing went out of control, the consequences were unimaginable. Can this thing be discarded? Wang Yu recalled the repair cost of this engine. No wonder it was exorbitant. Even if it was valuable, he didn't want it, and no one liked to have an unstable bomb on their own ship. Probably not. The gravitational field below seems to have been adjusted, maintaining a delicate balance. This is likely the reason this engine can continue to operate. If its position is slightly moved, it might immediately go out of control, Bear said, basically dashing Wang Yu's hopes. These people must be crazy, actually creating a black hole on their own ship, Wang Yu remarked. Truly a group of reckless lunatics. Based on the scenes seen along the way, this black hole engine was very likely created by someone on this ship, causing tremendous destruction within the ship and eliminating a large number of enemies in the process. Truly a ruthless bunch, Wang Yu complained, but couldn't help but admire them. Perhaps to deal with some formidable enemy, they calculated the gravitational field environment, then guided the engine to go out of control, creating a black hole, and after defeating the powerful enemy, they relied on the gravitational field to fix the black hole there. So insane, truly a ruthless bunch. Wang Yu could not help but admire them. However, after a brief period of adaptation, he gradually accepted the reality that this black hole had not consumed surrounding matter, indicating that the situation was still relatively stable. Moreover, they had no other place to escape. This ship was the only support for Wang Yu and the others in the universe. Even knowing the danger, they had to go down and clarify the situation. The three returned to the bridge, and when they appeared again, they were already equipped with jetpacks. It was unclear how Hammer and Pig reached there, since the central area of the spaceship was a zero-gravity chamber. Perhaps they can fly. Be careful, especially you, Malkier. Hold on tight, Wang Yu said, as there were only 2 jetpacks, which would inevitably lead to sharing. This time Malkier directly rode on Wang Yu's back, or rather on the jetpack, like sitting on a rocket secured by a safety rope to prevent falling off. However, considering the risks, Malkier also had to grip the backpack tightly. Then the two jumped into the central collapse zone, moving skillfully, as they had practiced many times in a space environment, controlling the backpack with one hand, while holding a firearm with the other, shining a bright flashlight around. Wang Yu had a slight advantage here, as the shoulder of his power armor was additionally fixed with a searchlight, making it bright. However, there was still some light in the pit. Some lights were on, but overall it was rather dim. Only in certain floors might there be complete darkness. Let's go layer by layer, starting with the second floor, Wang Yu said, glancing around before flying steadily downward, landing firmly on the ground, discovering that the gravity between the floors was normal. Soon Ball arrived, sweeping the darkness ahead with the gun. Wang Yu, don't you think the structure of this ship is a bit complicated? I counted there are a total of 7 layers, and the 3rd and 6th layers are high-rise, exceeding 20 meters. With only over 50 crew members on such a ship, doesn't that seem a bit too few? Wang Yu thought carefully. It seemed to make sense. However, the personnel list they found indeed only had around 50 people with photographs as evidence, which was an undeniable fact. Perhaps this group of people were superhumans. One could match 10, no 100. Could it be that this ship wasn't originally this large? Ball suddenly interrupted Wang Yu. Wang Yu paused, turning to look at the collapse area. Considering that this ship was a living ship, this possibility indeed, this ship might be capable of growing larger. Just in the pit's 5th layer, the metal material of the ground was completely different from the surrounding floors, made of another kind of white metal, and the lighting was excellent, very bright. That layer might even have come from another ship devoured by the deep space. Let's explore the area. If it's true, we will definitely find more clues, Wang Yu said, and the 3 began exploring the 2nd layer. This place was also dilapidated, with craters and signs of destruction everywhere, but it was much better than the corridor leading to the central collapse zone. Wang Yu activated the map, illuminating the darkness little by little as they explored, which was just enough to record the areas they had searched, ensuring no corners were missed. Dormitory area. Wang Yu looked at the markings on the map, then at the many small rooms on both sides, most of which didn't even have doors. Let's split up the search. If you find any danger, call out, but do not leave this corridor, he said, taking out a walkie-talkie, signaling the 3 to stay in constant contact before starting to check each room. The living conditions inside were not bad, although quite old. Everything that should be there was present, even independent bathrooms, which was quite a luxury in space. Though the size of these rooms could not be compared to the captain's quarters. Wang Yu searched under the bed, the cabinets, and even the drawers, finding only some ragged clothing and what seemed to be cosmetic bottles, followed by a photo on the table. Although framed in metal, the colors had faded to the point where only the outlines remained, nearly akin to a black and white photo. However, it was still discernible that the photo featured a relatively beautiful human female with a man behind her who might be her husband, perhaps. He placed the photo back in its spot and continued to search other rooms. After checking several, they were all quite similar, mostly filled with everyday items that had become useless due to age. Though there were medical kits and medicines due to their age and the system not displaying any information, Wang Yu ultimately decided against taking them. After searching several small rooms, Wang Yu discovered a larger room between these dormitories, identified on the map as an activity room. Although the door was closed, the wall had been broken open, providing direct access. A tremendous force had smashed through this wall, leaving a pit in the ground, illustrating just how terrifying this power was. For this reason, the activity room was also a mess, with several broken pool tables and shattered pool balls scattered. However, with some repairs, it might still be possible to play a couple of rounds here, but Wang Yu had no interest in that at the moment and headed straight for the bar. There was no danger inside. Combat must have occurred a long time ago, not affecting this small bar. It seemed to have been a drinking place, but the liquor cabinet had been ransacked, with the alcohol mysteriously gone. There were also a few glass shards on the floor, but not in large quantities. Someone took the alcohol from here. Who could it be? Wang Yu frowned, just then hearing Mao Qir's voice coming through the walkie-talkie. Wang Yu's sister, Ball, over here. Here. Without a second thought, he rushed out just in time to see Ball, and the two ran to the area where Mao Qir was searching, spotting her waving at the door. There's something strange, she pointed inside the room. Wang Yu and Ball exchanged glances and immediately aimed their guns as they hurried over. Inside the dormitory, they saw a dark red suspicious object resembling a giant tumor growing out of a crack in the ceiling. What is this thing? Ball asked in confusion, unable to make a good judgment in the face of this scientifically inexplicable entity. Shoo! Wang Yu hushed them, frowning as he looked at the object that seemed ready to burst, much like an egg. Cautiously, he picked up a piece of metal from the ground, instructing Ball and Mao Qir to stand back, while he stepped back himself, then threw the metal towards it. His principle was, no matter what the opponent was, keep a distance first, test the depth before approaching to avoid being caught off guard by a sudden explosion. The piece of metal hit the tumor and bounced off as Wang Yu hadn't used much force. But in the next moment, the tumor became active, as if something inside was shaking. Then it exploded, a mass of pink flesh tumbling onto the bed, and then it stood up like it was inflated, the bloody flesh becoming solid. It was a mannequin, or rather a flesh model, dressed and with facial features, but it appeared to be molded from pink clay, entirely one color, including the two short blades it held. In just 2 seconds, this creature recognized its surroundings and lunged at Ball and the others, with its blades moving swiftly and professionally, attempting to crouch down to dodge bullets. But, bang! A projectile-like object exploded at the creature's feet just as it was about to exit, causing it to be blown away, with only its upper body remaining, landing on the ground. Then came the second shot, nearly turning this ambiguous thing into a mass of flesh, the residual wind blowing Wang Yu's hair into disarray. So fierce. Wang Yu had just readied his shotgun when this unidentified creature was taken down by Ball, using her assault rifle. The opponent clearly hadn't fought against such weapons before, or didn't recognize them, falling prey to their inexperience, as this gun fired not bullets, but small grenades. Wang Yu switched to a small pistol and shot it twice to confirm it was dead before approaching, touching the dismembered corpse with his cloth-wrapped hand. Name: Bud Beast. Description: the secretion of the Hell Leviathan, used to eliminate foreign objects within its body, not truly a living being, unable to exist independently. Its activity level and quantity relate to the state of the Hell Leviathan, hatching through spores. Its form is unstable, related to the individuals consumed and eliminated by the Hell Leviathan, mimicking their appearance and actions, even their abilities, attacking foreign objects within the Leviathan's body. Hell Leviathan. Deep space. Wang Yu muttered, looking at Ball and Mao Qir, feeling like he might understand what these crew members had been fighting against. This vessel is far more than a living ship. It is a colossal hellbeast known as the Hell Leviathan. Fortunately, they had entered the ship early to verify its nature. Otherwise, feeding the Hell Leviathan to satiety might have led to their own deaths at the hands of exponentially multiplying Bud Beasts. To the Hell Leviathan, they were absolute anomalies, akin to parasitic organisms, and worse still, parasites attempting to seize control of their host. Even when consuming other vessels later, they would need to strictly regulate the quantity. Only after ascending in strength, and thereby subduing the Hell Leviathan, could they devour without restraint. No wonder the system had previously indicated this ship might be controllable. Its risks were staggering. Wang Yu shared the intelligence with Bar and Miao Qir, commending the latter for her prudence. She had wisely refrained from touching the grotesque entity outright. Bar, do you recall the crew's family portrait from deep space? Was there anyone in it resembling this woman? Or rather, the Bud Beast we just encountered? Wang Yu added, noting that the Bud Beast's uniform bore an uncanny familiarity, identical to those worn by the deep space crew. Bar immediately initiated a data comparison. Due to blurred facial features and the absence of critical identifiers, such as hair color or skin tone, the analysis yielded only an approximate match. The Bud Beast shared over 60% resemblance with a female crew member aboard Deep Space, matching height, hairstyle, and facial contours. Then it's confirmed. That crewwoman had perished within the Hell Leviathan's body, thus the Bud Beast had mimicked both her appearance and mannerisms, a conclusion fully consistent with all available evidence. Combined with the carnage observed on the first-floor corridor battlefield, it became clear the Deep Space crew had deployed the black hole engine precisely to cripple the Hell Leviathan. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed by the endless tide of bud beasts. Let's go. This dormitory sector seems barren of value, and I've noticed signs of prior passage, not bud beasts nor hammer brother or pig brother. From now on, stay vigilant. The trio proceeded to explore the rest of the second level, but uncovered little of significance. They located the mess hall. Wang Yu had half hoped to find pig brother there, but upon entering they discovered it utterly deserted. Not a morsel remained, the freezers stood hollow and silent, so silent it was unnerving. Nonetheless, Bar found a complete set of kitchenware intact inside a relatively undamaged cabinet, well preserved and unmarred. Several pots, pans, and bowls were also salvageable. They resolved to return for them later. They prepared to ascend to the third level, yet had barely re-entered the central collapse zone when the sounds of combat erupted. It was Hammer Brother besieged near the shattered rim of the fourth level by 7 or 8 bud beasts. One wielded a long blade with terrifying precision, not only evading detection with erratic flickering movements, but also inflicting grievous wounds. Each pass left a deep gashing wound across Hammer Brother's torso, spilling blood across the floor. Hammer Brother's famed great hammer lay discarded over 10 meters away. Now barehanded, he fought ferociously. 2 of his assailants even brandishing rifles, displaying exceptional combat discipline as they stitched crimson blossoms across his body. Dangerous. Move in to assist Hammer Brother. Wang Yu instantly moved to intervene, hand already reaching for the heavy sniper rifle slung across his back, its magazine nearly depleted. Don't go? He's merely playing. Miao Kuer halted Wang Yu with a shake of her head, advising utter indifference. She had once been struck by Hammer Brother, and knew firsthand the sheer terror he embodied. And indeed her judgment was vindicated the very next moment. Hammer Brother noticed Wang Yu's presence, glanced briefly, then took a brutal stab straight through his chest from the long blade bud beast. Yet he reacted as though unharmed, his pectoral muscles clamped shut around the blade, and with a thunderous clap of his palms, he crushed the creature into viscous pulp, the shockwave staggering nearby bud beasts where they stood. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Bud beasts fell in rapid succession, crushed, stomped, or slammed with such primal brutal force that one was flattened against the wall so thoroughly it could not be pried loose. Afterward, Hammer Brother let out a deafening roar, the first sound Wang Yu had ever heard him utter. Then before their eyes his wounds sealed themselves at visible speed, the long blade embedded in his chest dissolved inward, as if absorbed, before he strode toward his massive hammer lying nearby. So his hammer hadn't been disarmed. It had been deliberately discarded, deemed unnecessary. Dealer. Wang Yu swallowed hard, his perception of Hammer Brother elevated anew, far surpassing even his wildest assumptions. The man was monstrous in power. Bar fell into silence. This strength transcended mere biomechanical augmentation. It belonged to something older, deeper, and infinitely more ominous. She had sensed its like only once before in the annals of Machine Star's history, among a handful of cataclysmic entities classified as high-threat deviants. Hammer Brother. Wang Yu called out exuberantly, but the newly triumphant figure offered only a dismissive backlit silhouette, feigning nonchalance, though clearly having registered Wang Yu's arrival long before. Follow him. Wang Yu signaled to Bar and Miao Kuer, igniting their jetpacks to soar across the central collapse zone toward the level where Hammer Brother now stood. The 3 landed, and Cat Brother had inadvertently retreated to the end of the line. Wang Yu, however, remained enthusiastic, greeting Hammer Brother, and even prepared a small gift. Hammer Brother, I brought you some delicious snacks, freshly made fried moss cakes. They smell great, do try some. Wang Yu took out a stack of cakes wrapped in a clean white cloth from his bag, still warm, a total of 8. Seeing Hammer Brother's reaction, he extended his hand and handed the stack to him. The latter was not polite and directly enjoyed one, exclaiming that it melted in his mouth, even eating the cloth along with it. Not bad, right? This was made by First Officer Ball, who she knows how to cook. Wang Yu, seizing the moment, did not forget to mention his new crewmates. Yet Hammer Brother remained aloof, saying nothing, merely glancing at Ball, pausing slightly on Cat Kier, before continuing forward. But Wang Yu's mouth did not stop. Hammer Brother, where did all these sprout beasts come from? Are there particularly many on the 4th floor? I saw one on my way here. Hammer Brother, do you know where the main engine room is? Hammer Brother, do you know where Hawkins is, and Pig Brother as well? Wang Yu called out several names, all of whom were former crew members still alive aboard the deep space. This time Hammer Brother reacted as if he had heard key words, and finally turned to look at Wang Yu. That fierce and ugly face gave Wang Yu a strong sense of oppression, making him think he might have said something wrong. Thus Hammer Brother stared at Wang Yu for a while with his crimson eye hidden behind a metal mask, before finally making a move pointing towards the opposite side of the collapsed area. It turned out he was giving directions. But this habit of staring and contemplating was truly frightening, especially for those with weak hearts. Wang Yu suppressed his heartbeat, looking in the direction Hammer Brother pointed, noting it down against the map. Then he glanced at Hammer Brother ahead, thought for a moment, and decided to follow. At least he wanted to figure out where Hammer Brother usually stayed, so he wouldn't have to search for someone next time. Behind him, Ball and Cat Kier followed closely. Just moments ago, while Hammer Brother was staring at Wang Yu, Ball almost drew her gun. It was only Wang Yu's boldness that allowed him to approach and talk. The three trailed Hammer Brother, passing by a room labeled Shield Control Room, without entering to explore, but instead following him until they reached a room called Security Defense Center, entering through the main door. Inside was very empty. Perhaps Hammer Brother cleaned it up with only a single stool, which was actually a metal chunk brought from somewhere else that Hammer Brother used as a seat. There were no other miscellaneous items except for the various weapons and armor hanging on the walls. Most of them had stains like they had just been dug up, and very few were intact. Either they were blunt or had broken handles, and the armor was almost like scrap metal, almost covering the entire room. The only complete and undamaged weapon in there was the large hammer that Hammer Brother kept by his feet. Moreover, judging by the sizes of the damaged armors, they were likely all used by Hammer Brother in the past, but he no longer needed them. So this was actually Hammer Brother's armory, not just a place where he only used hammers. The reason he ended up with the giant hammer was simply that all the other weapons were worn out. Wang Yu looked at the weapon rack resembling a wall of honor, deeply shocked. Ball and Cat Kier felt similarly, sensing a killing aura that filled the entire room. After roughly touring the place and confirming this was Hammer Brother's residence, the three prepared to leave. Hammer Brother, we won't disturb you any longer. Rest well after your workout, and well, come again next time. Wang Yu bid farewell to Hammer Brother, yet the latter remained unresponsive, akin to a stone statue, perhaps having fallen asleep. The three left the Security Defense Center, and only after walking some distance did Cat Kier seem to come back to life, evidently still somewhat afraid of Hammer Brother. However, after spending more time together, things should improve gradually. At least this time, she didn't hide away, and they arrived at the shield control room they had passed earlier, but didn't enter. The door was powered and could be accessed directly. The space inside was not large, but the overall condition was better than expected. The facilities were mostly intact, and the control panel could be activated smoothly. However, the display showed that the particle generators used for creating shields had malfunctioned. 2 out of 7 were offline and could not be used at all. The credit points required to repair this module were 300,000. Wang Yu could not afford this amount of money, at least not right now. Moreover, if it could be repaired, wouldn't that directly save him this money? He asked Ball if she was confident in fixing it, but she just shook her head, indicating that the Mecha Star lacked relevant technology and the Rock Clan civilization did not have it either, leaving them with no way to proceed. Then let's see later. After all, it won't be of use for now, Wang Yu said, leaving the room. After roughly understanding the 4th floor, he returned to the place where he first saw Hammer Brother. At this moment, the Sprout Beast corpses left on the ground had disappeared, including the one stuck to the wall that could not be pried off. Along with the bloodstains on the ground extending all the way to the fracture of the collapsed area, it could be determined that Pig Brother had been here, and he left through the collapsed area, resembling flight, though he might have jumped across. He looked towards the 3rd floor. He had previously asked about the whereabouts of Pig Brother and Hawkins, but Hammer Brother only provided one answer. It was unclear who would be on the 3rd floor, but he would know when he went there. The three flew towards the 3rd floor, specifically flying close to the broken wall, as that black hole engine hovered between the 4th and 5th floors. It was better to keep a distance from it. They would rather fly around than be sucked in. They landed smoothly on the floor of the 3rd level, and as soon as they entered, they clearly sensed something unusual. Firstly, this floor was particularly dirty. The traces of dragged objects were evident, and the stains had not been cleaned for a long time, making the ground uneven. Then there was a foul smell that could be detected upon entering this area, confirming it came from this floor, and the odor was very strong. Pig Brother is most likely on this floor, Wang Yu speculated. The three of them advanced cautiously, leaving no corner of the corridor unchecked, primarily worried about lurking sprouting beasts. However, these creatures were not commonly seen. The reason why Brother Hammer could confront several of them at once was likely due to his ability to lure them together. So far, they had not encountered a second sprouting beast. Wang Yu checked the map. Brother Hammer refers to the direction toward the bow of the ship, with the temporary transfer cabin on the left and the ship's compartment directly opposite, separated by the central collapse zone. He informed Ball and Malkier about the layout of this level, planning to connect the ship's compartment and the temporary transfer cabin on the way back, making it much more convenient for them to enter and exit the deep space vessel and transport items. Otherwise, each return meant climbing over the surface of the deep space vessel, which was not only dangerous, but also highly inefficient. The three continued forward and arrived at an excessively spacious corridor, feeling as if it was a place for transporting goods or large items. Here the stench grew even stronger, and as they delved deeper, they heard unusual sounds reminiscent of meat. It might be Pig Brother. Don't act rashly, wait for my signal, Wang Yu warned, as Ball and Malkier had not yet encountered Pig Brother. In terms of appearance, Pig Brother seemed even more menacing than Brother Hammer. He walked ahead with a shotgun, and as they drew closer, the chopping sound became clearer, maintaining a steady rhythm, as if there was an endless supply of meat being chopped. Ka 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 ka. Eventually, they reached a crossroads, and the sound was coming from the right side. For safety's sake, Wang Yu decided to check it out first. He hugged the wall tightly with his shotgun and peeked around the corner only to see a scene drenched in blood. At the end of the corridor, amidst the dark red glow, stood a giant man about 3 meters tall. Although his height didn't match Brother Hammer's in terms of waist size, he was even bulkier, with overflowing flesh visible from behind akin to a swimming ring. Combined with his apron and tall hat, it was certain that this was Pig Brother without a doubt. A foul stench of blood and decay wafted from the end of the corridor, making the environment exceptionally grim. The walls were adorned with the corpses of numerous sprouting beasts, some even still alive, trembling occasionally as filthy blood dripped to the ground. Pig Brother was chopping something on a cutting board, which was actually a large puddle of solidified black substance layered, like magma piled up over the years, just the right height to serve as a cutting board. After chopping the meat into uniformly sized pieces, Pig Brother swept all of it into a nearby pot, which had become unrecognizable in color, moving with skill and fluidity, as if he had done this countless times. Then Pig Brother took a new chunk of meat from the hanging carcasses, disregarding its struggles, swiftly dispatching it, before resuming his chopping. Wang Yu was left stunned, unable to discern whether this was a kitchen or an execution ground, feeling it was both cruel and bloody. The source of the corridor's red glow was a massive heart located on the wall at the far end. It was a heart as hot as magma, radiating a red glow seemingly belonging to an abyss leviathan, thus its size was exceptional, with most of it embedded within the wall. For this reason, beyond the sprouting beasts hung by chains on the wall, there were dense blood vessels, many as thick as pillars, though it was uncertain if they contained flowing blood, as they appeared entirely black and very hard. Seeing that Wang Yu had been silent for so long, Ball and Malkir exchanged glances, peering over as well, and soon they were all stunned, their rationality plummeting, rendered motionless and silent, fearing to attract attention, worried they would end up like the hung sprouting beasts, dragged to the cutting board and chopped into pieces. Wang Yu felt someone poking him, realizing it was Ball, and whispered, "It's Pig Brother. The map indicates this is the heart area, but he seems busy, so let's wait a moment." He noticed Pig Brother was deeply focused, hesitant to disturb him, even considering slipping away, feeling that Pig Brother was far more intimidating than Brother Hammer. But at that moment, Bow's poking became more forceful, even turning into two hands, and he sensed Malkir was also poking him, making it unbearable. "Stop it, it's a bit." The word pain hadn't even escaped his lips when Wang Yu was taken aback as a familiar figure appeared behind him, accompanied by a strong, eye-watering stench. The robust physique, the slaughtering knife at his waist, and that filthy, grotesque pig face. Pig Brother. Wang Yu felt his scalp tighten, his mind numb, even beginning to itch, turning to look at Pig Brother chopping meat at the end of the corridor, then at the Pig Brother in front of him dragging a sack and holding numerous chains, unable to speak for a long time. How could there be two Pig Brothers? Am I seeing things? Ball and Malkir noticed as well, and they kept poking themselves, for Pig Brother had noticed the three sneaky figures and had come to a halt. Damn, how could Pig Brother walk so quietly? Or was I just too absorbed in watching? Wang Yu pinched his thigh, using the pain to spur himself into action, greeting him. "Pig Brother, long time no see," he said with a smile, though the smile felt a bit stiff. Fortunately, Pig Brother's gaze didn't linger on them for long. He merely nodded, dragging the sack and some remnants of sprouting beasts hanging by chains, heading toward the end of the corridor. Among them was even the one that Wang Yu and the others had taken down. Because its body had been blown apart, aside from the one hanging by chains, the rest of the shredded meat was likely in the sack. This showed that Pig Brother was quite resourceful. The two Pig Brothers quickly converged without exchanging words, and the later Pig Brother began to remove the ingredients from the chains, hanging them up one by one, and then dumped all the shredded meat from the sack into the pot, making Wang Yu feel nauseous. Next, the later Brother Hammer pulled out a slaughtering knife and made a deep cut on the black blood vessel in front of him, using the pot to collect a lot of dark red liquid resembling magma, probably the blood of the abyss leviathan, especially blood close to the heart. Since the wound quickly scabbed over, he had to make several more cuts before he could barely fill the pot. Then Pig Brother picked up a giant ladle from the side and began stirring, as if preparing a meal. During this time, the Pig Brother chopping meat continued to add more meat, and they collaborated in this manner, not caring about the excess broth that spilled on the ground, which quickly solidified, including that which leaked from the blood vessels. It could be guessed that the cutting board was formed from the solidification of this blood. Wang Yu swallowed his saliva, not out of hunger, but to relieve the pressure. This was likely the source of the foul odor in the central collapse zone, especially with that pot, as the boiling intensified the smell. Was simply unbearable to the eyes. "Let's go, knowing Pig Brother is here is enough." The three continued forward. On the way, Wang Yu read out the crew list, pondering why Zhu Gu had two names. Could one of them be the question mark crew member? But these two people looked too much alike, or could it be that Zhu Gu could split or perform a clone technique? Wang Yu leaned more towards the latter, considering it might be a certain ability of Zhu Gu, as there were no twins in the family photo of the former crew members. The three continued to explore the dimly lit corridor, sensing that this floor was likely the most severely affected by the Hell Leviathan, with almost no lighting and a greater number of bud beasts. The previous stretch of road was likely clear of bud spores because Zhu Ge frequently traversed it. After passing the intersection, they had already spotted 4 bud spores. However, before they could hatch, they were blown apart by Bao's impact rifle, with the severely injured bud beasts not even managing to rise before succumbing to Wang Yu's barrage. Thus their pace was not particularly fast, as they spent nearly a quarter of an hour covering just 200 meters, thoroughly checking every corner. At the end of the road, they discovered a small transport truck or multifunctional forklift, indicating that this was indeed a cargo transport route. Name Hercules 01 Damaged Manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Regulation Level I Civilian. Description: a multifunctional cargo vehicle designed for use in gravitational and low-gravity environments, combining flexibility and compactness with high load capacity and lasting power. Reliable bottom support arms lift the vehicle's height, reaching a maximum of 20 meters to retrieve cargo from above, with a maximum load of 20 tons, including the vehicle under standard gravity. Is it possible to repair this vehicle? Wang Yu asked as Ball was inspecting it. However, it was unclear how long the vehicle had been here. Although all 8 wheels were intact, they were severely worn and rusted. With a slight pull, even the door came off easily. This was not due to the high values of the power armor, but rather because the vehicle was too old and worn out. After pulling off the door, a pile of debris fell. Although all the components were present, it likely required a complete replacement, nearly equivalent to building a new vehicle. If the chips inside were well protected, they might still work, but the battery and motor were definitely no good, having little restoration value. Ball remarked, though somewhat euphemistically, that it was essentially impossible to repair, almost equivalent to scrap metal. However, the appearance of this small transport truck indicated that there was a large warehouse inside the deep space, likely located on the 6th floor. Behind the small truck was a large cargo elevator with only 2 buttons, the inscriptions of which were no longer legible, but it likely corresponded to the 3rd and 6th floors, as those were the only 2 large levels. While Ball was inspecting the small truck, Wang Yu checked the cargo elevator, which had no power. Given its state, it seemed unlikely to start, as large amounts of black substance had seeped from the walls, merging with the elevator. Even if there was power, it wouldn't operate unless completely refurbished. Since the end was a dead end, the three could only return along the original path. When they reached the intersection, they happened to see Zhu Ge carrying a huge pot that was glowing red from the heat, filled with a bubbling liquid that appeared very viscous, almost like pus. Just as Wang Yu and the others were about to check that passage, they saw Zhu Ge passing by, so they stealthily followed. Along the way, quite a bit of the contents from the pot spilled out, but Zhu Ge paid no mind, striding forward with almost silent footsteps. No wonder they hadn't noticed him earlier. Wang Yu glanced at the spilled dark green liquid, hesitated for a moment, then wrapped his index finger in cloth several times and dipped it in for examination. Name: Stinking Thick Soup. Creator: Chinov. Regulation: Level 4 Forbidden. Description: a secret medicine made using a technology that does not exist in this world, also known as a potion, effective only for humans. This thick soup, made from low-quality rotten meat and tainted blood, should not have any effects. However, it might have absorbed the fear and pain of the ingredients during the making process, allowing it to restore a large amount of spiritual energy and vigor upon consumption. After multiple uses, the residual fear and pain could also affect the user, potentially leading to frequent nightmares and a state of mental instability. Simultaneously, due to its horrifying taste, the taste buds of the consumers would gradually be destroyed and distorted, with those with low immunity even experiencing diarrhea and poisoning. A technology that does not exist in this world. A potion. Wang Yu was taken aback, rereading the information to confirm it was correct. This was completely a product beyond science, surprisingly appearing on a spaceship, and it was made by Zhu Ge. Ball was about to ask something, but Wang Yu deflected, suggesting they catch up first and discuss the details later, wanting to see where Zhu Ge was headed and who the thick soup was prepared for. The three followed behind and encountered a corner after about 30 meters where Zhu Ge had already passed. After following, they found that the ground ahead had transformed from hard metal to uneven black rocks, and further ahead these rocks had even turned into fresh red flesh, emitting a crimson glow reminiscent of the scene when Wang Yu used magic to awaken the Hell Leviathan. Zhu Ge stepped on this flesh, continuing forward with the stew pot, surrounded by bud spores that filled the entire passage, all containing hatching bud beasts. Thus the three came to a halt, as entering meant being surrounded by bud beasts. While Zhu Ge might not care for them to enter this environment, could likely result in injury or even death. While the few hesitated, Zhu Ge had already ventured deeper, disappearing around the corner with the stew pot. What should we do? Ball asked at that moment. Wang Yu looked at his two teammates, and then at the front, pondering for a few seconds before making a decision. Proceed cautiously, don't provoke these bud spores, and follow the path taken by Zhu Ge. If something goes wrong, we'll retreat immediately. The grenade should buy us some time, and we can run towards Chuegu. Wang Yu said, feeling that if there were too many bud beasts, it would be necessary to let Chuegu and Zhuge take action. They didn't need to waste precious ammunition on this, as it might not even be enough to finish off these creatures. Thus the three formed a line with Wang Yu as the captain, leading the way, cautiously advancing along the path taken by Zhuge. Upon passing through this passage and reaching the end corner, they saw a gigantic vivid red flesh wall filling the entire corridor. Zhuge had reached the wall, placing the stew pot on the ground, and was feeding the foul-smelling thick soup to someone in front of him with a large spoon. Those were individuals embedded within the wall with almost their entire bodies trapped inside, except for their heads and chests like prisoners stuck in the wall. There were a total of 8 people trapped in the wall, arranged in a circular formation, except for 3, who had already turned to bones, their remains scattered with only a segment of a spine, with ribs left on the wall, and skulls that had fallen to the ground. Bind Wallers. Wang Yu immediately called up the crew panel to confirm finding 5 individuals, which was basically certain. They did not know how long they had been trapped here, but it was undoubtedly not a short time, as some individuals had hair and beards that reached the ground, their colors dull, covering their entire faces. Among them was one with golden hair located at the very top, aligning perfectly with the former Captain Hawkins.